Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 4268 to Chapter 4350. Bam! Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword at the same time and the terrifying sword chi collided with each other. Lu Yu's body tilted from the impact. However, Ling Xiao was pushed back 4 to 5 steps. The moment he was pushed back, Ling Xiao discovered something very interesting. The blooming sky demon epiphyllum in the mountain river realm in his body actually emitted a resplendent glow. It seemed to be eager to perform. A wave of energy entered his body through the glow. This caused his combat strength to soar instantly. Although it wasn't as great as directly using the sky demon epiphyllum, there was still a certain effect. At the very least, his current strength was close to that of an ordinary transformation. If he transformed, he would probably be even stronger. Master, what's going on? After all, he wasn't very experienced and could only ask the Yuan Venerate for help. The sky demon epiphyllum is actually divided into 4 parts: fruit, petals, stem, and roots. Consuming a part of it will bring different improvements. Only by consuming the entire sky demon epiphyllum will the rumored effects be achieved. Consuming the fruit will allow a martialist to reach the extreme core realm instantly. Consuming the flower petals will allow a martialist to reach the first 3 tiers of the shattered core realm instantly. Consuming the stem will allow a martialist to reach the middle 3 tiers of the shattered core realm instantly. Consuming the roots will allow a martialist to reach the last 3 tiers of the shattered core realm instantly. Of course, these realms are temporary and can only be maintained for 48 hours. If consumed completely, a martialist can reach the divine physique realm instantly for only half an hour. The Yuan Venerate explained. They can actually be consumed separately? Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost used them all. That would have been such a waste. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. His master was really good at sitting still. I thought you knew, the Yuan Venerate said. All right. Master, you can rest now. I won't disturb you any further. Ling Xiao was fighting with Lu Yu. If he was distracted by talking, it would be easy for him to fail miserably. At the moment, Lu Yu was clearly a little stunned. Ling Xiao, I don't need your sympathy. I hope you don't hold back. Lu Yu forced Ling Xiao to retreat, but he wasn't happy. He felt that Ling Xiao was humiliating him. All right, since this is your request. Ling Xiao sighed softly. In the next moment, he had already transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat. A terrifying aura gushed out crazily from the spot. In that instant, Lu Yu felt as if he had encountered a terrifying monster. Just this aura alone was enough to make him tremble in fear. Fear and unease. Thank you. Lu Yu finally burst out again, the long sword in his hand trembling. The sword light poured down like a rainstorm. Rainstorm sword. In the face of this attack, Ling Xiao did not make a move. A terrifying aura gushed out like a gigantic demon, engulfing the rainstorm sword. So strong. Lu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. His opponent had actually broken his sword move with just his aura alone. This aura had already condensed into something substantial. It was too terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yu refused to admit defeat just like that. In that instant, he used his movement technique and turned into a sword light as he pounced forward. The next moment, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, the audience below the stage were all shocked. In the arena, Lu Yu was flashing like a sword light, constantly charging towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao stood still on the spot. He did not even use his sword. It was just that his right hand had already turned into an afterimage. He was only using one finger to block Lu Yu's crazy attacks. Traces of sword light kept appearing on the arena. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. This Ling Xiao is too terrifying. He can actually block the attack of a celestial-grade heavenly emperor weapon with just his fingernail? Yeah, he's a freak. How can this be? The more Lu Yu fought, the less confident he became. He had already increased his speed to the extreme. He did not hold back in every attack. However, he could not hurt Ling Xiao at all. He could not even cut through his opponent's fingernail. This caused his confidence to suffer a serious blow. Ling Xiao was clearly full of flaws. However, that hand was able to completely cover up all the flaws in the technique. He did not give him the slightest chance to attack. A few minutes later, Lu Yu stopped this meaningless attack. He returned to 50 meters away and looked at Ling Xiao with a heavy expression. Admit defeat. You're no match for me, with your intelligence, you should understand. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Let yourself lose more decently. It's impossible to admit defeat. Don't be too confident. Next is my most powerful attack. It's also an attack that I'm proud of. If you can take it, I'll lose. If you can't, you'll lose. After saying that, an even sharper sword intent surged out from Lu Yu's body. It was as if it could pierce through the surrounding light wall. Ling Xiao could also feel that the other party should still have a trump card. However, he suddenly stepped on the ground and his figure turned into a flash of light. He had already arrived in front of Lu Yu. You'd better save this move for others. It's useless against me. Boom, a punch landed on Lu Yu's stomach, sending him flying out of the arena. One punch, Lu Yu was defeated. Actually, from the beginning until the end of the fight, Ling Xiao had only used one real attack. This was Ling Xiao's current strength. He could basically crush all warriors below the heavenly core realm. The moment Lu Yu fell from the arena, the audience was stunned, and the entire arena was dead silent. Many people had realized how strong Ling Xiao was. But when they saw Ling Xiao defeat Lu Yu so easily, they still couldn't believe it. Before this, Ling Xiao had never used the beast god's soul to transform. He had won the first stage of the elimination round with just his true form. This transformation was too strong. Lu Yu, who was ranked 10th in the Earth ranking, was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. I'm afraid Lu Yu is no longer qualified to be ranked in the Earth ranking. Some people in the audience shook their heads. They felt it was a pity for Lu Yu. That's right, Ling Xiao is too strong. It's not that he's strong, it's that we don't know what the ceiling of his combat strength is. Look at how easy it is for him to win. No one knows how much strength he used. That's right, this man is too mysterious. He's only at the peak Earth core realm, but he can do things that only warriors at the extreme core realm can do. But that's it for him. If he meets a real extreme core warrior, he won't be able to do it. If he meets a shattered core warrior, he won't stand a chance. You're right. But for us, the next match might be even more exciting. Luo Shui and Chen Dao had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. This kid, he might be able to withstand a few attacks from us. That better be the case, or else it'll be boring. As for the rest of the heavenly ranking, besides Qi Niming, who took a few more glances at Ling Xiao, the rest of the people still had the same indifferent expression. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was just a clown. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. To the people on the heaven roll, Ling Xiao was still just an ant. There was nothing to worry about. The difference between the earth roll and heaven roll was too great. It was so great that they were not on the same level at all. He's just a little bug. I can easily crush him with one hand. Yu Ruo snorted in disdain. He knew that Ling Xiao had caused a ruckus in the Yu family. However, he was almost 100 years old and did not have the right to challenge Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have beaten Ling Xiao into a fool long ago. Yu Hua, who was ranked first on the earth roll, also did not take Ling Xiao seriously. He only has the fate of being ranked 10th on the earth roll. It's impossible for him to improve any further. In the ring, Ling Xiao saw everyone's expressions. Some were surprised, some were mocking him. However, it did not mean anything to him. Under normal circumstances, these people were indeed qualified to mock him. However, he had obtained the demonic epiphyllum, so everything was different. He smiled lightly and turned to leave the ring. Lu Yu looked at Ling Xiao's back and sighed helplessly. He had never fought with Ling Xiao before, so he did not know how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. The moment he was sent flying, he could clearly feel a terrifying power in Ling Xiao's body that made him tremble. This power had not been released, but it could already easily defeat him. How terrifying would it be once it was released? Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Lu Yu looked at his master and smiled bitterly. No, you've already tried your best. This is not your fault. He's too strong. Master, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that Ling Xiao is going to make big news. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. Then let's wait and see. Also, you have to continue working hard. Got it, master. Lu Yu was not depressed because he lost to Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he was very calm. There was nothing to be embarrassed about losing to such a person. The competition continued. It was still the 6th group. This time, it was Xianxia. She was ranked 10th on the Earth roll. However, everyone had clearly underestimated Xianxia. Other than Yufeng, Lu Qi, Lu Yu, and Ling Xiao, her opponent was the only other person in the 4th group who was undefeated. However, this person was only able to withstand a single blow from her before he was defeated. Xianxia also revealed her true cultivation level, the early stage of the extreme core stage. After defeating her opponent, Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. It was as if he was trying to say that he was stronger than Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not look at him. At this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze was directed towards another arena. There, Ling Jiaojiao had just defeated her opponent. Damn it, don't let me meet you later. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you know how powerful I am. Xianxia gritted her teeth and walked down the arena. She hated being looked down upon the most. Soon, the first round of Group Six's second elimination round ended. They entered the second round of the competition. The first match of the second round, Dao Shuilan vs Shen Dao. Hearing this voice, Chen Dao's complexion instantly changed. How unlucky. I didn't expect to meet Dao Shuilan so soon. Chen Dao wanted to admit defeat. However, he felt that it was too embarrassing. It was said that Dao Shuilan's cultivation level was at the shattered core stage. However, in reality, Dao Shuilan did not show it in the previous battles. She had always been fighting with the combat power of the extreme core stage. What if I win? Chen Dao went up the arena with the mentality of a fluke. Dao Shuilan also went up the arena expressionlessly. Although Chen Dao is powerful, he actually dared to challenge Dao Shuilan. Isn't he asking for trouble? Someone laughed. Yeah, Dao Shuilan is ranked 6th on the Heaven leaderboard. Chen Dao is only ranked 9th on the Earth leaderboard. The gap is too big. Hehe, I don't know what Chen Dao is thinking. Anyway, I'd definitely admit defeat. Just as everyone was discussing, Dao Shuilan suddenly spoke. 30 years ago, we fought at the same cultivation level. I lost miserably to you. Today, I'll control my cultivation level to the middle stage of the extreme core stage. Let's fight again. I didn't expect Dao Shuilan and Chen Dao to have such a grudge. But Dao Shuilan's method is a bit impulsive. She could have used her cultivation level to suppress him. Hehe, this is the pride of a genius. That's true. Most of the geniuses I've seen are like this. But if this is the case, it's hard to say who will win. Yes. This battle might become even more interesting. While everyone was discussing, Chen Dao laughed. I haven't seen you for 30 years and you're still so arrogant. It's just that the genius of the past has grown into an existence that I can't look down on. Chen Dao took a deep breath, then exhaled. But are you sure you'll lose? Dao Shuilan smiled. I've said it before. If I lose, I'll admit that I'm unlucky. If I can't defeat you at the same cultivation level, I won't be able to get rid of my inner demons. Alright, if that's the case, then come at me. Chen Dao didn't waste time. This was an opportunity for him. Since his opponent lowered her cultivation level to fight him, he had a high chance of winning. After all, 30 years ago, Dao Shuilan had been defeated by him. Although his opponent's cultivation level had far surpassed his because of her talent, that defeat would never change. Kill. Chen Dao chose a heavy broadsword from the weapon rack. Then, his figure flashed as he pounced on Dao Shuilan. When he was 7 or 8 meters away from Dao Shuilan, the broadsword suddenly slashed down. The sound of it breaking through the air was like a mountain collapsing. It gave people the feeling that it was not a saber, but a sharp mountain range. A giant blade from beyond the heavens, Dao Shuilan looked at her opponent silently. The broadsword in his hand was a slender tang sword. Ling Xiao had seen this type of broadsword before. It didn't look like much, but whether it was a slash or a stab, it was extremely powerful. The moment Chen Dao's broadsword slashed down, Dao Shuilan waved the tang sword in her hand to meet it. Clang, a crisp sound of collision rang out. The sky was filled with flashes of light. Heavy Blade's attack, which looked powerful enough to split open the arena, was easily blocked by Dao Shuilan. The most surprising thing was that Dao Shuilan's arm didn't tremble at all. In the air, a faint blue light could be seen flickering. Interesting, using the water element to weaken the opponent's attack, and then easily blocking it. Wonderful. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. If it was a head-on clash, Dao Shuilan wouldn't be able to block Chen Dao's terrifying attack. But Dao Shuilan's technique had been perfected. He probably specialized in water-type vital essence, and his martial soul was probably related to water. Water could create resistance, causing the opponent's attack to be greatly weakened. This is Dao Shuilan's famous technique, the flowing water broadsword technique, but he obviously controlled the power of the broadsword technique. Otherwise, this kind of martial skill at the peak of the 9th level of the martial emperor realm could completely crush the heavy saber. Someone beside him said. It seemed like there were many hidden talents in this crowd. Ling Xiao didn't know what broadsword technique it was, but they did. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. So what if it's the flowing water knife technique? You won't be able to unleash its true power if we're of the same cultivation. Although he said that, Chen Dao's expression was serious. Dao Shuilan was very strong. Even if she lowered her cultivation to his level, she was still very strong. Letting out a long breath, Chen Dao began to channel his true essence into the large knife in his hand. A crimson color appeared on the large knife. It emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. At the same time, a fiery red demon wolf appeared behind him. That should be his martial soul, Fire Cloud Wolf Soul. Dao Shuilan, you'll still lose today. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. Following Chen Dao's roar, the entire arena seemed to be engulfed in flames. For a moment, Chen Dao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only the terrifying flames pounced on Dao Shuilan. Dao Shuilan's expression remained unchanged. A water dragon spiraled up, forming a spiraling water column around his body. Bang, the flaming blade finally slashed down, but it was blocked by the water dragon. Although Chen Dao's move was very strong and strange, normal warriors wouldn't be able to tell where his real body was. It was even more impossible to block his attack. But Dao Shuilan's defense was also very strong. Although he was a swordsman, Dao Shuilan could control the water element. The fiery red knife continued to slash down, but it was blocked by the roaring water dragon. One after another. Water splashed everywhere, fire boiled, fire and water engaged in the most intense battle in the arena. The scene was truly thrilling. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. It was the 9 slashes, one after another. It wouldn't stop. Once used, he had to defeat his opponent. Bang, the 9th slash, he actually managed to chop the water dragon and scatter it. Dao Shuilan was also forced back dozens of steps by the roaring flames. If the arena wasn't big enough, he would have lost. The audience was so nervous that they even forgot to cheer. Even breathing felt like a waste of time. In the next moment, Dao Shuilan, who had retreated, finally launched a counterattack. He was obviously waiting for this moment. The moment Chen Dao finished using the 9 slashes, it was time for him to counterattack. The knife came, and the water dragon roared again. It opened its mouth and pounced on Chen Dao. It was even more powerful than the Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. Boom, although Chen Dao desperately tried to resist, he was still knocked out and fell dozens of meters away, almost falling out of the ring. Bah! As expected, he's not easy to deal with. Chen Dao climbed up and looked coldly at Dao Shuilan. Let's decide the victor with this attack. Sure. Dao Shuilan seemed to want to completely defeat Chen Dao and resolve her inner demons, as long as Chen Dao did not surrender. In that case, this battle would have to continue. Moreover, he wanted Chen Dao to accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Chen Dao nodded. The howling fire cloud wolf soul behind him merged into his weapon. Instead of fusing his physical body with the wolf soul, he chose to fuse his weapon with the wolf soul. This was also a choice. The long saber that had fused with the fire cloud wolf soul seemed to have become another weapon. It was filled with a ferocious aura, and even its appearance had changed. Fire Cloud critical strike, lose for me. Brandishing his long blade, a ferocious fire wolf roared. Many people below the stage covered their ears. That sound was real, and it was very ear-piercing. This terrifying aura was as if the Fire Cloud wolf, an ancient beast, had come back to life. One claw seemed to be able to split the sky and the earth. Is this Chen Dao's strength? It is indeed terrifying. Someone exclaimed. A warrior in the middle stage of the ultimate core realm is not to be trifled with. Can Dao Shuilan block this sure kill move? She should be able to. After all, Dao Shuilan is an expert in the shattered core realm. Even if she can't break through the shattered core realm, her experience is there. Ling Xiao looked at Dao Shuilan. This person would definitely become one of his strongest opponents in the future. In this selection, he wanted to use the demonic epiphyllum to defeat all the heroes. But next time, he wanted to rely on his true strength. Water dragon roar, dragon emerges from the sea. Dao Shuilan shouted coldly and stabbed out with the saber in her hand. A huge water dragon seemed to rise from the deep sea. Its blue body was about to completely extinguish the fire wolf. Rumble, the entire arena let out a huge roar. The light wall also shook violently, like a plastic bag blown by a strong wind. If it were not for the light wall, the spectators would have been injured by the radiating saber chi. Ah, PFFF. The fire wolf collapsed with a sorrowful cry. Chen Dao spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying out of the arena. Dao Shuilan did not look good either. She had forcefully lowered her cultivation and did not recover at the last moment. So this collision could be said to be a lose-lose situation. It was just that Chen Dao looked even more miserable than him. Dao Shuilan wins. The puppet judge's cold voice rang out. Rumble, suddenly, a terrifying force bloomed from Dao Shuilan's body. This guy's cultivation had broken through the moment he killed his inner demon. Oh my god, he actually broke through. If this is the case, the heaven list will have to be rearranged. Amazing, he is also a madman. He forcefully lowered his cultivation to fight. It is very dangerous. Fortunately, the result is not bad. He is really scary. After breaking through, Dao Shuilan walked out of the arena and went to rest. Although the injury was not serious, if he entered the final stage and faced a shattered core realm warrior, it would be very dangerous. So he had to be careful. The sixth group situation is really confusing. Dao Shuilan is undoubtedly the strongest. Luo Shui and Chen Dao should be a level higher than the others. Next should be Lu Qi, Ling Xiao, and Shuiya. I really hope these experts can meet. The battle will be very exciting. We can feast our eyes. The spectators did not care about what the participants thought. To them, exciting was the only thing they needed. Actually, the probability of meeting them is not small. There are only 24 people in a group. Each person has to fight 10 battles. The probability of meeting them is very high. While Dao Shuilan and Chen Dao were fighting in the sixth group, on the other side, Qi Niming, who Ling Xiao was paying attention to, was also fighting. But this time, Qi Niming's opponent was not as strong, so the battle was relatively easy. He won. Qi Niming was ranked last on the heaven list because he had just broken through to the shattered core realm. The probability of encountering an expert on the heaven list was not small. The seventh battle of the second round of the sixth group, Ling Xiao vs Shuiya. At this moment, Ling Xiao heard his name. He did not react. However, the spectators below the arena were already cheering. Ling Xiao had previously defeated Lu Yu, who was ranked 10th on the Earth list. Now, Shuiya, who was also ranked 10th on the Earth list, encountered him again. Ling Xiao was really unlucky. Shuiya was stronger than Lu Yu because her cultivation had reached the early stage of the extreme core realm. She was definitely not easy to deal with. Not only had Shuiya reached the early stage of the extreme core realm, but she had also reached the early stage of the extreme core realm. Moreover, the Blood Spirit Church had a special blood demon incarnation, which was even more terrifying than ordinary demonization. Of course, Ling Zhao's previous performance was too outstanding. As a result, people did not think that he would lose to Shuiya. Don't think that you can be complacent just because you defeated Lu Yu. I'm not that kind of trash. Shuya looked at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. I'm not complacent either. Ling Xiao shook his head and said with a bitter smile, defeating a perfect heavenly core warrior is nothing to be proud of. How arrogant. Are heavenly core warriors nothing in your eyes? Shuya said furiously. You can say that. Those who know me should know that I am invincible under the heavenly core realm. Ling Xiao chuckled. It takes courage to say something like that, said Meng Hao. Even so, I'm at the early stage of the ultimate stage of core. Just lose for me. Blood Devil Storm. Shuya was the first to attack. The weapon this woman used was rather strange. It was actually a fan. The fan was made of pure metal. The organizers must have worked hard to get their hands on such an unpopular weapon. As she shouted, Shuya waved her fan. For a moment, the blood-red light flourished. A blood-red storm was released from her fan, and then it roared and raged towards Ling Xiao. It enveloped the entire arena. Ling Xiao had nowhere to run. To be honest, you'd better demonize. Otherwise, it'll be boring. As he spoke, Ling Xiao flicked the sword in his hand. A beam of sword chi bloomed in the void. It directly cut the storm into two halves. It was like cutting a piece of paper. Shuya jumped in fright. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly pursue her, so she hurriedly retreated a few steps. However, Ling Xiao didn't move at all. He stood there and said indifferently, demonize and play with me. Next, I might not be so easy to deal with. Ling Xiao was very clear that once he encountered Luo Shui and Chen Dao, he would have to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum. Although it was only a part of his strength. At that time, Shuya would not be worth mentioning in front of him. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish, demonize. Shuya chose to demonize, and a blood-red light burst out from her body. The surrounding air was dyed red. Blood Devil Hurricane, wreak havoc in the world. The moment after the demonization, Shuya launched an attack. The storm turned into a hurricane. Although the range of the attack didn't increase, its power had increased by dozens of times. She had been torn apart by Ling Xiao's sword before, but this time, she did not believe that Ling Xiao could do it again. But she seemed to have forgotten. She wasn't the only one who knew martial arts. Crimson Blood Sky Drilling Rat, Nine Heavens Ice Dragon, Flying Flaming Lion, Shining Tiger of Holy Light, the fourth stage of the 12 Divine Beasts technique. Erupt. As the long sword in Ling Xiao's hand condensed a terrifying killing intent. 4 beasts appeared out of thin air. Then, the power fused into one. He pounced on his opponent. That destructive power had far surpassed Shuya's attack. Boom, the 12 Divine Beasts art collided with the Blood Devil Hurricane. The two violent powers were in a stalemate for a moment. The Blood Devil Hurricane was torn apart. Then, the terrifying power crashed into Shuya like a 10,000-ton ship. Shuya was like a fish that was sent flying. She fell to the ground. Defeated, a crushing defeat. Crack. Perhaps it was because it had endured too much power, but the weapon in Ling Xiao's hand actually cracked. Although it was a celestial-grade Heavenly King artifact weapon, the ones provided by the organizer were the worst. They couldn't withstand such a powerful attack at all. Is this really an Earth Core Realm cultivator? How could he unleash such a terrifying attack? The power of this attack is probably close to a high-level 9th Order Emperor, right? That's a height that Shuya can't reach. He's indeed a monster. In the crowd, the more the Fire Emperor looked at him, the more he liked him. He had to protect Ling Xiao. Even without the previous bet, he had to protect him. He was a treasure. Ling Xiao's victory might not be a surprise, but the ease with which he won surprised many people. Including the first stage of the elimination round, he has already won 12 rounds in a row. Can this record still be maintained? I think it's difficult. Whether it's Luo Shui, Chen Dao, or Dao Shuilan, this record will come to an abrupt end. Instead of watching him win consecutively, it's better to watch Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao win consecutively. Damn it, Shuya was lifted up by the Blood Spirit sect and fed a healing pill. However, although her body was much better now, her spirit had suffered a blow. She had actually lost. And she had lost just like that. Don't worry, junior sister. I will avenge you. Xingyun said indifferently. There's no need, senior brother. If you go against him, you'll be bullying him. It's meaningless. He defeated me with a cultivation base lower than mine. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Xianxia shook her head. Revenge, she didn't have such thoughts. She just felt that it was a pity to lose like this. However, she had already experienced Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that Xianxia's opinion of him had changed. At this moment, he was paying attention to the match of the woman in green. Although the woman in green worked very hard, her cultivation base was still lacking and she was defeated again. If there were no accidents, the woman in green wouldn't be able to enter the finals. However, this girl seemed to be very happy. She should have achieved her goal. The sixth group's match continued. The next battle was between Luo Shui and another expert. Luo Shui and Chen Dao's cultivation base were on par. Their strength was also on par. Therefore, everyone treated them as cultivators of the same level. The result of the battle was that Luo Shui defeated her opponent with one strike and eliminated her opponent. There was nothing strange about this, because everyone felt that she should win. Her opponent's cultivation base was much lower than hers. However, there were some crazy words that caused Luo Shui to lose his composure. Everyone was saying that perhaps Ling Xiao was qualified to challenge Luo Shui and Chen Dao. Nonsense. Although that Ling Xiao can defeat cultivators at the early stage of the extreme core stage. But against us, he's not worth mentioning at all. Chen Dao said fiercely. Brother, no matter who meets that Ling Xiao, we have to teach him a lesson. Let him completely fall. Luo Shui gritted her teeth. That's natural. We definitely can't let this brat be rampant. Chen Dao nodded. The two of them had previously disdained Ling Xiao, but now they were very concerned. In fact, even they didn't realize that they were already very concerned about Ling Xiao. They even had a fear of Ling Xiao. In the following battles, Luo Shui and Chen Dao still won round after round. Ling Xiao's luck was good and he didn't meet either of them. He also didn't meet Dao Shuilan. Therefore, he still maintained his winning streak. But the more he won, the more Luo Shui and Chen Dao couldn't stand it. It was too unpleasant. Chen Dao had lost a match, but Ling Xiao could win consecutively. This dog's luck was really high. They paid so much attention to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest interest in them. After his battle ended, Ling Xiao would pay attention to the people he cared about. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website. The sixth group's matches were extremely intense. The other group's matches weren't easy either. In the first group, Qi Niming defeated Yu Rua, who was also at the Shattered Core Realm. But Yu Rua was at the second level of the Shattered Core Realm. This scene caused countless people to cheer. Defeating someone who was at a higher level than you was always exciting. Because he had defeated Yu Rua, he was now ranked 9th on the heavenly ranking. In the second group, Qi Yaoguang was defeated again, and it was a terrible defeat. Her opponent was none other than Yu Hua from the Qiu family, the number 1 on the Earth ranking. There was nothing they could do, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Yu Hua was at the perfect core realm, while Qi Yaoguang was only at the early core realm. After seeing the result of this match, Ling Xiao put Yu Hua on his kill list. In the third group, Heizhu was lucky. She met a perfect heavenly core warrior and won the match. But, the situation wasn't looking good for her. Whether she could advance to the next round would depend on her luck. In the fourth group, Yu Qilian's opponent admitted defeat right away. He didn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. In the fifth group, Yu Zhongzong killed his opponent without hesitation. His opponent didn't even have the chance to fight back. This guy, he is definitely a human devil king. Ling Xiao was sure that this cruel Yu Zhongzong had been possessed by a human devil king. Second elimination round, 6th round, 5th match, Ling Xiao vs Chen Dao. Hearing this, the audience suddenly cheered. In the end, Ling Xiao wasn't able to avoid such a powerful warrior. He was only ranked 10th on the Earth ranking. Chen Dao was ranked 7th on the Earth ranking. He was only defeated by Dao Shuilan. For Ling Xiao, this match wasn't easy. But for the audience, they were very excited. They loved watching a super duel like this. A duel between two mighty warriors. Can Ling Xiao win? It'll be difficult. Chen Dao is at the mid-core realm, and Ling Xiao's cultivation is still too low. I think so too. Let's see how many attacks he can take. I reckon Ling Xiao's winning streak will come to an end. Seeing that Chen Dao doesn't seem to like him, I reckon he'll teach him a lesson. Chen Dao impatiently jumped onto the ring, extremely excited. Finally, the opportunity to knock Ling Xiao off his pedestal had arrived. Although it was only temporary, Chen Dao was not used to others praising Ling Xiao so much. Based on what? Wasn't he just a perfect Earth Core Realm warrior? Chen Dao did not change his weapon, it was still the powerful and heavy broadsword. Although he had lost to Dao Shuilan, he did not think that he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took out 2 swords. To others, 2 swords were 2 swords, and there would be no change. But to Ling Xiao, having 2 swords meant that his battle prowess had doubled. Hee, do you think you can defeat me just because you have an extra sword? Chen Dao disdainfully smiled and said, let me remind you, I'm very unhappy right now. I really want to make an example of you. So if you don't want to get hurt, just surrender. I'm not the kind of person who has to kill his opponent. Domineering, as expected of Chen Dao. With a high cultivation, you have guts, not putting Ling Xiao in your eyes at all. In the Yu family stands, Yu Qiren sneered, this Ling Xiao has no way out. Usually, he can rely on his 2 subordinates to be rampant. But in this ring, he can only rely on himself. Either you admit defeat, or you'll lose face, or you might even be killed. Hearing this, Ling Jiaojiao slightly frowned, but did not say anything. She did not want to expose herself now. Moreover, she also believed that her brother could win. Since Yuhua Town, she knew that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who could constantly create miracles. Don't underestimate him too much. Yu Xiangtian no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. This kid had won the alchemy conference, and then set up a ring in the Yu family to defeat Yu Qiong. Every single one of them was beyond his expectations. Therefore, he really had no confidence in Ling Xiao now. He did not know what the upper limit of this kid's strength was. Father, you think too highly of him. Yu Qiren was somewhat unconvinced. His father, Yu Xiangtian, had always been whispering in his ear what a genius Ling Xiao was, and it was a pity that he was not a member of the Yu family. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, he very much hoped that Ling Xiao would lose. On the ring, Ling Xiao played with the 2 swords in his hands. He looked at Chen Dao with a smile and said, if I were you, I would not lose to Dao Shuilan just now. This was really touching the pot that did not boil. A handful of salt was directly sprinkled on Chen Dao's wound. Chen Dao's face instantly darkened. You're courting death. Chen Dao no longer expected Ling Xiao to admit defeat. Obviously, this kid had a bull's temper. He could only use strength to defeat him and make him kneel. The large blade pointed at Ling Xiao, and a violent blade intent was released, pouncing towards Ling Xiao like a flood. It wanted to completely engulf Ling Xiao. Very interesting aura, however, it's impossible for you to defeat me with just your aura. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, make your move, let me see how strong an intermediate stage alchemy realm martial artist is. He had no intention of using the demonic epiphyllum, because it was not necessary for the time being. He would only use it when he absolutely had to. And obviously, Chen Dao was not qualified. From the previous battle between Chen Dao and Dao Shuilan, he could tell that Chen Dao loved to fight big and wide battles. He blindly faced the enemy head-on, and emphasized aura and strength to suppress the opponent. There was no technique to speak of. In addition, Chen Dao's attribute seemed to be fire. This made Ling Xiao his nemesis. So in this battle, Ling Xiao felt that not only did he not need to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum, he did not even need to use the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. He could win with technique alone. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes. As soon as he attacked, Chen Dao used the blade technique that he had used against Dao Shuilan. But he did not release his martial soul. It was as if he felt that defeating Ling Xiao this way would show his strength. The fiery blade aura that covered the sky instantly reached Ling Xiao's head. To deal with Ling Xiao, Chen Dao gave up all techniques. He used pure strength to suppress him. The first style of the 23 dragon subduing swords, piercing the dragon's eye. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and suddenly moved. His figure flashed. The long sword in his right hand used a sword technique, directly hitting the weakest part of Chen Dao's attack. Then, his left hand released a ray of dragon-subduing sword aura, heading straight for Chen Dao. Both hands attacked almost at the same time. It still shocked countless people. Bang, the first attack was blocked, and he was almost injured by the sword aura. This made Chen Dao's face even darker. But the second slash of the heavenly fire 9 slashes had already landed. What was even more ferocious was that it was as if an alchemy furnace in the heavenly court had been kicked over. Raging flames were released. It was filled with a terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, many of the participating warriors and spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they felt that if it were them, they would definitely not be able to block this attack. They would definitely be defeated by this torrential aura. Dragon subduing 23 swords, second style, destruction dragon horn. But Ling Xiao was calmer than anyone else. The other party's attack power was incomparably powerful. He could not clash head-on. But the Tai Chi accurately captured the weakness of the other party's saber technique. He took advantage of the situation and charged out. This sword, the power was also stronger than the first sword. At the same time, another streak of dragon-subduing sword chi was released from his left hand. The target was still Chen Dao's vital point. Although this dragon-subduing sword chi was unable to cause fatal damage to Chen Dao, it gave Chen Dao a headache. Damn it! How can it be like this? My attack is clearly stronger than his. But each time, it was blocked by him and cracked by him. It even made him counterattack. Why? Chen Dao could not understand, because he was not that kind of meticulous person at all. I don't believe it, kill. Heavenly Fire 9 slashes third blade continued to fall. Ling Xiao repeated the same trick. It was just that the move was changed. Dragon subduing 23 swords was already used to the third style. Furthermore, it was a double attack. Chen Dao released saber techniques like crazy. Fourth slash, fifth slash, all the way to the ninth slash, and Ling Xiao's current dragon subduing 23 swords also reached the ninth style. 9 consecutive strikes, the power increased nearly 9 times. It actually knocked the weapon in Chen Dao's hand flying out with one sword. In addition, the ninth streak of dragon subduing sword chi even pierced through Chen Dao's arm. Sigh, you really disappoint me too much. Ling Xiao sighed and said, originally thought that you would bring me a wonderful battle. But unfortunately, your performance was too poor. Your fighting style, it's impossible to even be Yu Qiong's match. Let's end this boring battle. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. 2 swords attacked together. 10th sword. 11th sword, 21st sword, one sword was stronger than the other. When it reached the 22nd sword, the power was already 22 times of the first style. The Chen Dao without a weapon was crushed very miserably. His body was already full of wounds. Dragon subduing 23 swords final style, dragon subduing no regrets. Swoosh, bang, the horrifying long sword pierced through Chen Dao's body, directly sending Chen Dao flying. Landing below the stage. I still have to thank you, letting me unleash all 23 swords. Even if you don't want to lose, you will lose. Looking at the fallen Chen Dao, Ling Xiao threw the 2 swords into the weapon rack. Then, he turned around and walked down the ring. Everyone was dumbfounded. In fact, even Ling Xiao himself was surprised. He originally thought that he would need to borrow the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower to deal with martial art practitioners in the middle stage of the extreme stage of the Dan realm. Even if he didn't rely on this, he would have to use the power of the giant devil or the tyrant martial spirit. Who would have thought that the heavy blade would actually allow him to display all of the 23 dragon subduing swords? Once the 23 strike combo was unleashed, its final power could even reach 100-fold. A 22 combo was about 22 times. However, once it was fully unleashed, its power would increase exponentially. This was the fearsomeness of a combo martial skill. Therefore, when ordinary martial artists fought, if they discovered that the other party had this kind of move, they would absolutely not allow it to continue. He had to interrupt it. Otherwise, if he was allowed to use it, there would be no end to the situation. F***ck, I really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually win. And he won so easily? I'm starting to wonder what level his true strength has reached. Perfect Earth Core Realm? It must be fake. No one would believe that Ling Xiao's cultivation level was only at the Perfect Earth Core Realm. There had never been a Perfect Earth Core Realm martial artist who could defeat a mid-core realm martial artist. It was too inconceivable. His winning streak is still going on. I suspect that he's still hiding his strength. It must be. I really want to see how many trump cards he has. In the 6th group, I'm afraid that other than Dao Shuilan, no one else can be his opponent. I even suspect that he's really just an Earth ranking expert. Maybe we should put him on the Heaven ranking. In the stands, Lu Yu, who had been paying attention to Ling Xiao, smiled bitterly. As expected, I felt that this guy wasn't simple. I didn't expect him to be so abnormal. He had even defeated a warrior in the middle stage of the extreme stage of Dan. Is there anything he can't do? Moreover, it seems that the power in his body hasn't been released yet. It seems that his winning streak will continue. Luo Shui's expression wasn't good. Qin Dao had lost to Ling Xiao, which meant that it was basically impossible for her to defeat Ling Xiao. Her strength was almost the same as Qin Dao's. They often exchanged pointers, and the chances of winning and losing were almost 50%. It's okay. As long as he doesn't finish using those 23 swords, he can win. Chen Dao said weakly. This time, he was sent flying by Ling Xiao, and his injuries weren't light. Brother, rest well. I will avenge you. Luo Shui clenched her teeth. She stared at Ling Xiao. She believed that her battle with Ling Xiao would come sooner or later. In the Yu family stands, Yu Qi-ren's mouth twitched. He was slapped in the face again. He thought that Ling Xiao would lose this time. But the reality was exactly the opposite of what he had expected. Thinking about how he had said that Ling Xiao would be miserable if he didn't admit defeat, it sounded really ironic. Qi-ren, don't worry. No matter how strong he is not your opponent. Yu Xiangtian found that Yu Qi-ren's heart was in a mess, so he reminded him. Father, don't worry. I won't be stubborn. Yu Qi-ren let out a long breath. Yes, it didn't matter if Ling Xiao won or lost to Chen Dao. For him, it didn't have much impact. In any case, Ling Xiao couldn't be his opponent. Your sword skills are very interesting. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Jian Wuqing rose into the air and looked at Ling Xiao on the stage. If you and I are similar in cultivation, I really want to fight to my heart's content with you. There will be a chance. Cultivation is not a problem. Ling Xiao glanced at Jian Wuqing indifferently. Jian Wuqing was ranked 5th on the heaven list, above Dao Shuilan. From this, one could see how strong he was. Jian Wuqing didn't pay much attention to Ling Xiao before this. Until Ling Xiao unleashed the 23 dragon subduing swords, the power of the combo had aroused his interest. Interesting. Hearing Ling Xiao's answer, Jian Wuqing was startled. Cultivation is not a problem, what does that mean? Jian Wuqing didn't understand either. The audience was even more confused. But everyone was looking forward to seeing if Ling Xiao would really encounter Jian Wuqing. Perhaps at that time, they would know what Ling Xiao's words meant. However, this incident didn't affect the progress of the competition. The elimination round was still going on in an orderly manner. Soon, the second stage of the elimination round had entered the 7th round. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao defeated his opponent with a single sword strike and won this round. His opponent this time was really weak. He was only a perfect heavenly core warrior. He didn't need to waste too much energy. Before this, there were even some warriors who chose to surrender and didn't want to fight with him in order to preserve their strength. Looking at it now, it was a wise decision. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. The elimination round continued, and finally reached the 9th round of the second stage. Second stage, 9th round, third match, Ling Xiao against Luo Shui. Who would have thought that not only did this Ling Xiao encounter the heavy blade, he even encountered Luo Shui. Luo Shui is ranked 6th on the Earth board, slightly higher than the heavy blade. I wonder who will win. I think it will be Luo Shui. Ling Xiao has already exposed his greatest reliance, which is the 23 sword combo. Actually, as long as he can stop the 23 sword combo, then he should be able to win. That's not necessarily true. Who can guarantee that Ling Xiao doesn't have any other trump cards? Don't forget, Ling Xiao hasn't revealed his true strength until now. Everyone discussed spiritedly, each expressing their own opinions. Clearly, they all had their own opinions. No one could convince anyone. Therefore, in this battle, they still had to see the final result. On the stage, Ling Xiao and Luo Shui stood 50 meters apart. In Luo Shui's eyes, there was an intense hatred. She had been waiting for this battle for a long time. It was all for the sake of avenging the heavy blade. She and the heavy blade were lovers. She absolutely could not allow the heavy blade to be bullied by others. Luo Shui was not an expert in weapons. She was more proficient in using secret techniques to attack the enemy. Furthermore, she was proficient in ice secret techniques. As soon as she went on stage, the stage seemed to instantly turn cold, emitting creaking sounds. If one looked carefully, they would discover that a layer of ice had already appeared on the surface of the stage. Different from the heavy blade, Luo Shui did not dare to underestimate her opponent. With the previous example, she was naturally not stupid. In the air, more and more snowflakes filled the air. Luo Shui seemed to have transformed into an ice beauty. Glacier explosion. Following a delicate sound, Luo Shui took the initiative to attack. Her figure slid on the stage, and the entire battlefield seemed to belong to her. The berserk ice spike was incomparably huge, directly piercing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stared at this attack, his face solemn. He could feel the difference between Luo Shui and the heavy blade. The heavy blade's attacks were wide open. Against a technical type of opponent like him, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But Luo Shui was different. This woman was extremely skilled. It was not easy for Ling Xiao to catch her weakness. Since that's the case, let's face them head-on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. With a shake of the sword in his hand, a roaring flying flame lion pounced forward. They turned into raging flames. Water counters fire, but fire counters ice. Ling Xiao had his reasons for choosing the flying flaming lion as his opening line. Rumble, ice shards flew everywhere as the two attacks collided. A large amount of white water vapor was produced. The scene looked extremely exaggerated. However, the difference between Ling Xiao's cultivation and his opponent's was too great. This strike caused him to rapidly retreat, while Luo Shui continued to rush forward. He wanted to completely suppress Ling Xiao. First dragon subduing sword, piercing the dragon's eye. However, what Luo Shui did not expect was that Ling Xiao was actually able to unleash a sword skill even as he was retreating. Moreover, it was the piercing dragon's eye that had been prepared long ago. Seeing this sword, Luo Shui had no choice but to stop his pursuit. Her expression became heavy. Previously, Ling Xiao had used this sword skill to form a combo and finally defeated Chen Dao. She absolutely could not allow Ling Xiao to have the chance to unleash these 23 sword moves. Falling plumb clear shadow steps. In the process of retreating at high speed, Ling Xiao displayed an exquisite movement technique. His figure suddenly disappeared. Luo Shui frowned. Before going on stage, she did not notice that Ling Xiao was so difficult to deal with. Clearly, the power of her every attack was stronger than Ling Xiao's. But now, she actually had to defend. This made her feel a little unbalanced. However, since Ling Xiao had already launched an attack, she had to be careful. Ice Storm. Since she could not see where Ling Xiao's figure was, she could only use an area of effect attack. Her body was wrapped in a thick layer of wind and snow. Anyone who dared to approach would definitely be attacked. Although the lethality was not enough, as long as the opponent was exposed, it was enough. Crack! A figure charged into the ice storm. Glacier explosion. Luo Shui confirmed Ling Xiao's location. She hurriedly withdrew her ice storm and charged over. There was no other way. If she wanted to maintain her ice storm, then the power of the glacier explosion would become extremely weak. It would definitely not work. What? Just as Luo Shui was about to attack Ling Xiao's figure, she suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. By the time she reacted, it was already too late. A sword directly pierced through her body. Luo Shui grimaced in pain. She hurriedly flashed and fled to the edge of the stage. A clone? She frowned. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have this kind of trick. The speed at which you withdrew your ice storm is too fast. I purposely let you discover my true body. Naturally, you will not suspect me. Then, my doppelganger would attack. Although the attack of the falling plum shadow clone is only about 90% of my attack. But it is enough to injure you. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Bloodthirsty plague. Releasing the bloodthirsty plague while the opponent was injured would naturally have the best effect. Ling Xiao could feel that Luo Shui was not easy to deal with. Although it seemed that he had a slight advantage now. But in fact, it was impossible. If this continued, he would not be able to defeat Luo Shui. 23 dragon subduing swords was possible. But the opponent would definitely be on guard. This would be too much of a waste of time. Therefore, the release of the bloodthirsty plague was also the key to reversing the outcome of this battle. Your little tricks are useless against me. Luo Shui's wound quickly healed. Her gaze became more and more serious. Do you think that you are the only one with a clone, glacier clone? Her cold voice rang out. Clones that looked like ice sculptures stood up from the ground. Although these clones were not very strong, they could seriously interfere with Ling Xiao's attack. This was probably Luo Shui's goal. Too exciting, I don't know what Ling Xiao will do next. I really didn't expect that he would be able to injure Luo Shui first. I thought that he would be the first to be injured. That's right, these two people are very strong. However, Luo Shui's strength is clearly stronger than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's greatest strength was his resourcefulness. In battle, he can always catch the enemy off guard. However, Luo Shui will definitely not let this matter rest. She will definitely think of a way to make Ling Xiao suffer. Before everyone had finished speaking, behind Luo Shui, a huge iceberg had already appeared. Her martial spirit was actually an iceberg. The iceberg martial spirit appeared. The air once again became cold. Many of the spectators below the stage had no choice but to circulate their true essence to keep warm. Otherwise, they would be unbearably cold. Great avalanche of heaven and earth. As Luo Shui's aura became stronger and stronger, the temperature in the air became colder and colder. A crazy mega avalanche was released, and the entire arena was wrapped in it. Because the height of the light wall was limited. Therefore, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to use the height to avoid this attack. Genius, remember this site's address in a second. Luo Shui's move was clearly aimed at him on purpose. Seeing this move, Lu Qi sighed helplessly below the stage. Previously, he had fought with Luo Shui and lost after 30 moves. He actually thought that he could win. Now, it seemed that Luo Shui did not use his true strength when dealing with him. He had hidden his strength. Not to mention anything else, it was impossible for him to block this avalanche. Facing such an attack, the only thing he could do was admit defeat. The audience also wanted to know how Ling Xiao would deal with Luo Shui's overwhelming attack. This woman is indeed terrifying. Looks like I have to use my true strength, martial spirit barrier. Buzz, the martial spirit barrier enveloped the entire arena. For a moment, the martial artists did not know what was happening inside. And at that moment, Ling Xiao released the tyrannical martial spirit. That vast and majestic aura instantly suppressed Luo Shui. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. Take my move, Tyrannical Great Palm. This was the heaven-covering Great Palm under the tyrannical martial spirit. Its power was basically equivalent to the combo power of the 23 dragon subduing swords. Even Luo Shui and Heavy Saber could not block it. This was the terrifying part of the tyrannical martial spirit. Once released, Ling Xiao's combat strength could already crush an intermediate stage down-realm martial artist. Luo Shui was no longer his match. The terrifying heaven-covering Great Palm descended from the sky, as if black feathers were pressing down. It was terrifying. Bang, a terrifying loud sound was heard. That huge avalanche was actually smashed into pieces and stopped abruptly. Luo Shui was sent flying and vomited blood. Clearly, his injuries were not light. Ling Xiao withdrew the tyrannical martial spirit and martial spirit barrier. He stood there and looked at Luo Shui indifferently. Surrender. There is no deep hatred between us. There is no need to fight to the death. What happened just now? The moment the martial spirit barrier was withdrawn, the avalanche was also shattered. Everyone saw the situation in the arena again. However, this situation made them somewhat stunned. Ling Xiao stood there unscathed, but Luo Shui fell to the ground and vomited blood. What had happened, no one knew. That was why everyone was stunned. Didn't I say so? This Ling Xiao indeed still has a trump card. Otherwise, how could he possibly heavily injure Luo Shui? That's right. How did he repel the avalanche just now? Luo Shui crawled up from the ground. At this moment, she could already feel the effects of the bloodthirsty plague. Her combat strength was greatly weakened. Moreover, this weakening was continuous. Was that your martial soul? Luo Shui's face was extremely pale. She looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly and asked. That's right. Ling Xiao said indifferently, so, you didn't lose unjustly. Your man didn't lose unjustly either. Thank you for showing mercy. Otherwise, both my brother and I would have died. Luo Shui laughed bitterly. Fortunately, he and Chen Dao did not put Ling Xiao in their eyes before. Only now did he realize how ignorant he was. This Ling Xiao was too scary. I won't kill people if there's no enmity between us. However, the same cannot be said for the people of the Yu family. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. After the referee announced his victory, he jumped off the stage. The competition continued, but many people had mixed feelings about it. Father, did you feel it just now? That frightening aura. Yu Qilian frowned. I felt it. Even though it was separated by the martial soul boundary, I could still feel it. This Ling Xiao really has a secret. Furthermore, it's a secret that we don't know. However, even so, he still can't be your match. You don't have to worry about this. Yu Xiangtian did not know what kind of terrifying energy Ling Xiao had released just now. However, he was certain that even with that energy, Ling Xiao still could not be Yu Qilian's match. Furthermore, the difference was huge. His feeling was real. Even if Ling Xiao relied on his tyrannical martial soul, he could only defeat a mid-stage extreme core stage cultivator. Any higher and he would not be able to do it. However, Yu Xiangtian had not guessed one thing. Ling Xiao had learned a new way to use the Sky Demon Dutchman's flower from a Yuan Venerate. With that, let alone Yu Qilian, even Yu Xiangtian and Yu Padian, the two demon kings, would not be able to defeat him. Ling Xiao would also have the strength to fight. I admit defeat. In the last round of the second stage of the sixth group, Ling Xiao's opponent chose to admit defeat. Nonsense, even Luo Shui and Chen Dao had been defeated by Ling Xiao. Most of the people in this group could only avoid this lunatic. Otherwise, they would definitely lose miserably. As the last match of the sixth group ended, the other groups also ended their matches one after another. The second stage of the elimination round could be said to have ended successfully. What made Ling Xiao happy was that Qi Niming had advanced steadily. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang had also advanced by luck. Although he stumbled, he still managed to enter the final 72 people. They could also gain some benefits. As for the woman in green, she had no choice but to be eliminated because her strength was too weak. Yu Luan and Yu Feng of the Yu family had also been eliminated. Very good. All 72 people who have advanced, enter the large arena. You will receive the baptism of the 72 demon gods. Everyone will be blessed by the divine power of the Sky Demon Ghost Realm. If you are lucky, your strength may even break through. If you are unlucky, your combat strength will also increase. In short, this is the glory of the 72 of you. Hearing this, the 72 people who had advanced jumped into the large arena at the same time. This was also the arena where the finals would be held. Not only was it bigger, but its defensive power was also stronger and it was harder to destroy. Listen up. In a while, demonic chi will enter your body and form a demonic shadow. Don't resist it, or you will easily go berserk. Receiving the baptism of the demonic chi will only benefit you. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao felt a black chi enter his body. A demonic shadow appeared behind him. This demonic shadow was about 3 feet long. It looked very small. Very cute, it made people feel a kind of funny feeling. But Ling Xiao could feel that this power did bring him great benefits. Not only did it replenish the potential he had consumed, it was also constantly tempering his physical body. In addition to the previous battle, he felt that his physical body was about to break through again. He turned his head to look and found that everyone's demonic shadows were basically 3 feet long. But as the demonic chi was constantly being absorbed, the demonic shadows were also constantly growing bigger and taller. It was just that the demonic chi in the arena seemed to be fixed. If some people absorbed more, others would naturally absorb less. I see. This is the so-called ranking. Whoever's demonic shadow is stronger and bigger will be ranked higher. Ling Xiao finally understood. Since that was the case, then he would not be polite. Buzz, all the cells in his body began to operate. The demonic chi was like a black hole, crazily pouring into his body. Originally, the demonic chi was a great supplement for him. In addition, his Sky Tyrant martial soul could contain all things, so there was no need to consider fusion. He could just absorb it. Please remember the domain name of the book. Read the mobile version of the book. In addition to Ling Xiao, who was like a fish in water, Yu Zhangzong, who had transformed into the human devil king, was also very happy. This guy simply didn't reject any demonic chi. He was frantically absorbing it. Ha ha ha, rumor has it that the demonic chi can reach 100 feet, today, this father will break this record. The human devil king laughed wildly as he wantonly plundered the demonic chi of the other cultivators. This caused the cultivators around him to suffer unspeakably. Not only did the demonic chi not condense, but it also continued to shrink. Some people's demonic chi even directly exploded. Zhangzong's situation isn't right. Yu Xiangtian's brows furrowed. He was too clear about what kind of person Yu Zhangzong was. But from the beginning of the elimination round until now, Yu Zhangzong had not lost a single match. Instead, he had killed several powerful opponents. So much so that no one dared to fight with him. Even a fool could see that there was something wrong with him. Yes, the demonic chi in his body is very terrifying. I'm afraid it's even stronger than eccentric and Jiao Jiao. Look, his demonic chi is already 10 feet long, and it's still growing. In the heavenly devil ghost territory, the final devil shadow transformed into a devil venerable, and the devil venerable incarnation was only 300 meters long. No one has ever surpassed it. I wonder what will happen to him. Yu Dingtian frowned. Then what should we do? Should we stop him? Yu Wendian asked. It's impossible to stop him now. This is the demon sovereign city, if the puppets don't stop him. If we do, we will be the ones provoking him. Forget it, even if he isn't the real Zhangzong, there's nothing to be afraid of. I have a way. Yu Xiangtian sneered. He was too familiar with the possession technique. In order to make the demon sovereign eternal, his family had studied this possession technique for many years. They had long been proficient in it. It was because they were proficient in it that they had a countermeasure. Look, Eccentric and Jiao Jiao are making their move. At this moment, everyone looked at the stage. Yu Qiren and Ling Jiao Jiao made their move at the same time, madly absorbing the demonic chi. The demonic chi became bigger and bigger. Humph, no matter who you are, I won't admit defeat. I am the strongest genius of the Yu family, even if someone can make the demonic chi transformation, it must be me. Yu Qiren looked at Yu Zhangzong and said coldly. For my brother, for myself, I absolutely can't lose, the only one who can achieve specter incarnation is me. Ling Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth. She hoped that everything would go smoothly according to the plan, and not fight a tough battle in the end. At this moment, the situation in the arena was somewhat special. Yu Zhangzong's devil shadow grew crazily, it had already grown to 200 feet, Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao's shadows had also grown to about 10 feet tall, but they were still quite a distance away from Yu Zhangzong. Boom, Ling Jiao's aura suddenly became stronger. Under the continuous tempering and strengthening of the demon chi, the strength of his body increased again, and reached the mid-ninth order emperor realm. With the strengthening of his physical body, his combat prowess had a qualitative improvement as well. However, his cultivation base remained the same. He was still at the perfect earth core realm. However, he had already accumulated 20% of the energy in his cultivation C. Time's up. The absorption of devil chi lasted for a full hour. This was both absorption and rest. What a pity. It's only 900 feet long. It hasn't reached the level of specter incarnation yet. The moment Yu Zhongzong heard the voice, he discovered that the demonic chi above the arena had disappeared instantly. The devil shadow behind him was also maintained at a height of 90 feet. He didn't achieve his goal. Damn it, I still can't catch up. Yu Qiren gritted his teeth. The gap was too big. His devil shadow had only grown to 500 feet. I failed. Ling Jiaojiao sighed. Her devil shadow had grown to 600 feet, which was stronger than Yu Qiren's. However, it was still very far away from Yu Zhongzong. On the heaven list, Xing Yun, Fire Spirit, Dao Shuilan, Jian Wuqing, Yu Rua, and Qi Niming's shadows had all grown to 500 feet. Xing Yun's shadow was the closest to Yu Qiren's. The others were slightly weaker, but the difference wasn't big. It could be seen that the devil shadow plunder didn't only depend on strength. Sometimes, it also depended on other things. Look over there, Spectre Incarnation. Those on the heaven list naturally paid attention to their opponents on the heaven list. No one looked at the others. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked in the direction his finger was pointing. 100-foot-tall demon venerable stood in the void. Everyone looked down at the demon venerable. He wondered which dark horse was capable of doing this. Ling Xiao. It's actually Ling Xiao, ranked 10th on the Earth list. What 10th? He even defeated Luo Shui, who was ranked 6th. He should at least be ranked 6th on the Earth list. Even so, this is too exaggerated. 100-foot-tall devil shadow, Spectre Incarnation, this has already reached the highest record. No, that's not Spectre Incarnation. That's Spectre Incarnation. It's definitely more than 100 feet tall. I'm afraid it's at least 200 feet tall. Because it was a visual estimate, many people didn't notice it at first. However, with this reminder, everyone realized it. Ling Zhao's devil shadow had already set a new record. Moreover, it wasn't a demon venerable incarnation behind him, but a demon emperor incarnation. How is this possible? Even the current demon emperor can't do this. What the hell? What kind of monster is this kid? He couldn't have been possessed, right? Probably not. This devil shadow plunder doesn't depend on strength, but talent. Even if he was possessed by a demon emperor, it's impossible to reach this point. It can only mean that his talent is much stronger than others. Moreover, there's a time limit. If there's no time limit, I'm afraid he'll devour all the devil chi on the stage. Such terrifying talent, why isn't he a cultivator of our Yu family? Yu Xiangtian's heart was trembling. Although he already knew about Ling Zhao's extraordinary talent, the scene before him still shocked him greatly. Ha 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 ha, this kid is too awesome. Fortunately, he was taken in by our Golden Sky region. Otherwise, I would be jealous to death. The Flame Emperor, on the other hand, was laughing heartily. Every time he saw Ling Xiao, he would feel incomparably fortunate. Humph, so what if you're a specter incarnation? This demon king will kill you later. No matter how talented you are, it's useless. Having Ling Xiao steal the limelight, the human demon king didn't feel good in his heart. However, he couldn't do anything now. However, there were plenty of opportunities. They would meet in the finals sooner or later. Unless Ling Xiao was eliminated early. Ling Xiao must die. Yu Qiren's eyes flashed with a cold light. Although he knew that killing Ling Xiao might have a great impact on the Yu family. Since Ling Xiao wanted to participate in the Demon Venerable's successor selection battle, there was nothing to say if he died. Even the Golden Sky region wouldn't dare to openly fight with the heavenly demon ghost beasts. Little brother, you're always the most dazzling one. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have become a husk. For you, I can do anything. Ling Jiaojiao just glanced at Ling Xiao, then withdrew her gaze and made up her mind. The demonic chi that you just plundered was only the basic demonic chi. In the following finals, as long as you win once, you can get a part of the other party's demonic chi. So accumulation. The demonic chi can still become stronger. So don't be discouraged. At this moment, the puppet host's voice sounded. These words made many people look at Ling Xiao with a different gaze. Before, it was jealousy. And now it was greed. Ling Xiao was like a huge treasure trove of demonic qi. As long as you defeat him, you can get a large amount of demonic qi. I'm afraid everyone will go all out. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was not only directed at Ling Xiao. It was directed at everyone. In the elimination round, it didn't matter even if you lost 1 or 2 rounds. But the ranking round was different. If you lose, your ranking will drop, and your demonic qi will be sucked away by others. Only the final form of devil qi could be converted into strength. So, no one was willing to be robbed. It was rumored that demonic qi could not only improve cultivation, but also improve a person's cultivation aptitude. Especially the aptitude of a demonic cultivator. This was of course rare and precious for those martial artists who were not very talented but had relatively strong strength. What they got was not only demonic qi, but also aptitude. In the solemn atmosphere, the referee began to announce the rules of the ranking round. All the matches were carried out in the big arena. The ranking round had a total of 72 rounds. Everyone had to go through 71 matches. 1 match in each round, everyone would encounter one of the other 70 people. It was only a matter of time. The final ranking naturally depended on the number of wins. Whoever had the most wins would be the final champion. And the one with the most wins would naturally be the strongest demonic shadow. Although the basic demonic shadow would give you a certain advantage. But this was only temporary. Like Ling Xiao, losing a match would cost him nearly half of his demonic qi. In addition, the ranking round would remove the restrictions on weapons, talismans, and puppets. It could allow martial artists to maximize their advantages. After all, some martial artists were best at weapons. If you don't let them use their own weapons, it would be disadvantageous to them. And some martial artists were proficient in talismans and puppets. If you don't let them use them, how could he win? It was right not to use it in the knockout round. If you couldn't even pass the knockout round with your strength, you wouldn't be able to do so. If he still had to rely on talismans and puppets, then he might as well go somewhere else. The ranking competition is indeed more exciting. I didn't get to see the conversation between the strong. Now, I'm going to see it. This feeling is really great. Do you think Killian will fight Ling Jiaojiao? There should be, but I think it will only appear towards the end. Why? You didn't read the rules carefully, did you? In order to prevent strong opponents from meeting too early, the rules set up the existence of seeded players. I'm guessing they're the 10 people on the heaven leaderboard. There really is such a rule. That's reasonable. However, the final result surprised these people. Although there were indeed 10 seeded contestants, they were not purely on the heaven leaderboard. Everyone else on the heaven leaderboard was on the list. Only Yu Ruo was missing and Ling Xiao was added. Ling Xiao? What does he have? Just because he is at the perfect Earth core realm? Naturally, Yu Ruo was not convinced. He was ranked last on the heaven leaderboard. He was not convinced by anyone else but Ling Xiao. Just because he can transform into a demon emperor, he is qualified. The puppet judge only said one sentence, and Yu Ruo's temper disappeared. Even if I'm not a seeded player, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ling Xiao, you're the one who humiliated me and humiliated our Yu family. You better not let me meet you. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Yu Ruo poured all his dissatisfaction onto Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao had humiliated him. Alright, the seeded contestants have been chosen. The ranking competition begins. Following the judge's order, 2 cultivators of the ultimate core realm jumped onto the stage. It was a bit funny. Among the 72 people, Ling Xiao was the only one below the ultimate realm of Dan. And he was a seeded contestant. It could be said that he was the weakest seeded contestant in history. But the audience didn't protest. It was because Ling Xiao's Demon Emperor transformation was too shocking. It didn't seem to be a problem to give him the qualification of a seeded contestant. The first match soon began. Both of them were martial artists at the early stage of the extreme realm of Dan. They were evenly matched. After 100 rounds of battle, one of them won with his experience. After winning, the Demon Emperor transformation behind the winner actually opened his mouth and sucked in a lot of the Demon Emperor transformation behind the loser. Ling Xiao observed that the Demon Emperor transformation would shrink by half with each loss. The Demon Emperor transformation, which was originally 3 feet long, suddenly became 1.5 feet long. And the other person's Demon Emperor transformation was obviously one size bigger. It was more than 4 feet long. Interesting. Although Ling Xiao had already guessed this before, guesses were just guesses. It was still very interesting to see this with his own eyes. After that, such scenes continued to happen. Then, it was Black Pearl's turn. With Black Fire's advantage, Black Pearl won with difficulty. The Demon Emperor transformation behind him also grew to about 4 feet long. And during these battles, Ling Xiao discovered something interesting. When the disparity in strength was too great, even if one won, the demonic chi gained would be very little. And if one defeated an opponent of a higher level, they would gain a lot of demonic chi. Not only could it absorb the opponent's demonic chi, but it also seemed to be able to replenish it from the arena. This point was confirmed in the following battle. Yu Qiren's opponent chose to admit defeat. Although he had absorbed his opponent's demonic chi, the difference in strength was too great. So Yu Qiren's Demon Emperor transformation remained at 500 feet. 22nd match, Ling Xiao vs Lu Yan. Lu Yan, ranked 5th on the Earth leaderboard, was a cultivator of the Emerald Sect. He was in the ultimate core realm, whether in terms of cultivation or fame, he was stronger than Ling Xiao. But now, the Demon Emperor transformation behind him was only 6 feet long. So when he heard that his opponent was Ling Xiao, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. His luck was quite good to meet Ling Xiao. He could eat to his heart's content. An ultimate core realm cultivator is too strong. I can't win even if I rely on the Sky Tyrant martial soul. But I still have the giant demons. Ling Xiao's 10 giant demons had been constantly improving as he defeated the Yu family's cultivators. In addition to the demonic pills he had accumulated previously. The strongest giant devil was already at the peak of the extreme realm of core. The other 9 giant demons had also been eliminated. Only 4 of them were left, but their strength had all advanced to the ultimate core realm. Disciple, absorb more demonic chi. This demonic chi can directly increase the strength of the giant demons. Who knows, you might soon have a core fragmentation realm giant demon. Yuan Venerate said excitedly. Understood. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Actually, he just needed to maintain his demonic shadow at about 200 feet. This would definitely fulfill the expectations of a Yuan Venerate. However, this wasn't going to be easy. His opponents weren't that weak. Every opponent he encountered next was very strong. Fortunately, he could use the giant demon to fight, which would make things easier for him. Standing in the arena, Lu Yan looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Since you have a good relationship with my junior sister, surrender. Surrender, you're no match for me. Hee hee. I think you should surrender. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Yan. In terms of pure strength, he was indeed inferior to Lu Yan. However, martialists looked at overall combat strength. He had the giant demon as his trump card, so an extreme core realm martialist wasn't a threat to him at all. Lu Yan froze for a moment before smiling. Forget it. If you don't want to surrender, then let's fight. However, don't blame me if I hurt you later. Go ahead. Ling Xiao said. All right. Lu Yan suddenly raised the staff in his hand and a ball of jade-green flames shot through the air. It actually transformed into a green fire wolf in midair. Its speed and power were rather domineering. Even a martialist of the same cultivation base would fall in the face of this attack. Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step. Ling Xiao used the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Step in an attempt to avoid it. I knew you would do this. Fire Wolf Pack. Lu Yan had watched Ling Xiao's battles more than once. He had a good understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. He knew that Ling Xiao's movement technique was very strong, so he had been prepared for this. The giant jade-green fire wolf suddenly dispersed and transformed into dozens of small wolves. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. His entire body was covered in wounds from head to toe. Fortunately, he had used the special skill of the divine diamond ape at the crucial moment, fire and water immunity. Otherwise, he would have been killed in one blow. Sigh. The difference is really too big. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't use the power of the giant demon in the beginning because he wanted to see how far he could go against a warrior in the late stage of the extreme realm of Dan. Now it was clear. Without using the Tyrant martial spirit, even the falling plum-clear shadow steps could not help him. As long as they were hit, they were basically done for. I've said it before. The difference in cultivation is too great. You should just admit defeat. Lu Yan's attitude wasn't bad. It was probably because of the woman in green. Yeah, the gap is too big. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, a black vortex appeared beside him. A figure charged out from the vortex. In just an instant, Lu Yan was pinned to the ground. Lu Yan wanted to move, but he couldn't. When people saw it clearly, they realized that it was a giant demon. Heavens, it's a giant demon. A giant demon that's even more terrifying than green flame. Isn't that against the rules? It shouldn't be against the rules, right? Otherwise, those who use puppets to fight would be breaking the rules. Yeah, battle pets are allowed to exist. Stop discussing. If it's really against the rules, the referee will say something. Obviously, they didn't say anything. Therefore, Ling Xiao won this battle. I just feel that Ling Xiao's victory is a bit dishonorable. It's not like he used his own strength. You're joking. What do you mean by using his own strength? If you have the ability, don't use martial skills or weapons. Use your body to fight. I want to see who can be Ling Xiao's opponent. Hee, that's true. Giant demon, throw him off the stage. Don't hurt him. Ling Xiao gave the order. The giant demon casually threw Lu Yan off the stage. Ling Xiao wins. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to have raised a giant demon to this extent. Completion of the extreme stage of Dan? In other words, unless he meets a course-shattering realm martial artist, no one can be his opponent. But this is also good. This demon king will kill you to vent my hatred. The human demon king clenched his teeth. He was looking forward to the battle with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao's battle ended, the human demon king came on stage. His opponent was none other than Lu Qi. Facing the human demon king Yu Zhangzong, Lu Qi's choice was relatively unyielding. He didn't admit defeat. But he lost miserably. He had almost lost his life. In the end, only his inner core escaped. The human demon king was too strong. Just a glance was enough to make Lu Qi lose his will to fight. It's a pity for this Lu Qi. He was directly eliminated. Ling Xiao shook his head. But this kind of situation would happen often. Especially when encountering a monster like the human demon king, who had the deepest hatred for humans. He definitely wouldn't show mercy. But Lu Qi's demonic shadow was small, so it was meaningless for the human demon king to defeat him. The demonic shadow behind him was still 900 meters tall. The competition was so exciting. However, with Lu Qi's example, he had learned his lesson. The martial artists who encountered the seated contestants all chose to admit defeat. Since they couldn't win, there was no need to waste energy. If things went wrong, they might even lose their lives. That wouldn't be worth it. 26th match, Black Pearl against Heavy Blade. Heavy Blade was originally ranked 7th on the Earth leaderboard. But after being defeated by Ling Xiao, he was a bit lonely. But still, no one dared to look down on his strength. In this battle, Black Pearl fought steadily, and fought with Heavy Blade for 100 rounds. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. In the end, Black Pearl won with a talisman from the Black Fire sect. She was basking in the glory of this sect. Although the Black Fire sect was destroyed by the Yu family, most of the treasures still fell into Black Pearl's hands. Heavy Blade wasn't weak, he just lost to his family background. After devouring half of Heavy Blade's demonic energy, Black Pearl's demonic shadow grew to 6 feet long. Of course, compared to the monsters on the Heaven leaderboard, it was still far from enough. But Black Pearl's mentality was better. She came this time to prove to the world that the Black Fire sect wasn't destroyed. The Yu family couldn't rest easy. As for how far they could go, it would depend on luck. Humph, heavy blade, this trash. If I meet this woman, I'll definitely kill her. The one who spoke was the second on the Earth leaderboard, Yu Luo, who was at the peak of the extreme core realm. As a member of the Yu family, he naturally couldn't bear to see the black fire sex cultivators behave so atrociously. If you kill her, Ling Xiao will definitely kill you. Qi Niming's voice sounded, cold with a bit of killing intent. Ling Xiao? Humph, he's only relying on that ultimate stage of core realm ogre puppet. As long as I attack his body, he won't be able to do anything. Yu Luo said disdainfully. Is that so? Then I really want to see it. Qi Niming smiled. He knew best what was terrifying about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao came to the Fengdu Devil Kingdom and immediately obtained the demonic Sirius. It was all for the sake of saving his sister. Many people seem to have overlooked this point. The demonic Sirius was the true killing weapon. The first round ended quickly. The second round began quickly. This continued until the sixth round. Ling Xiao's demonic shadow still didn't change much. If one looked closely, it seemed to have grown a bit. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. Many people treated Ling Xiao as an experience bag, but after 5 rounds, he still hadn't lost a single match. A perfected Earth Core Realm warrior. To be able to remain undefeated among the extreme Core Realm warriors, this was really too strong. In these 6 rounds, Lu Qi was also worth mentioning. Everyone thought that his body had been destroyed by Yu Zhangzong, and he was basically out of today's battle. But no one expected that. He actually used a puppet to create a temporary body. Not only did his strength not decrease, but it also increased. In the 6th round, Ling Xiao met his old opponent, Xianxia. Xianxia directly admitted defeat. In the elimination round, she lost to Ling Xiao, so she naturally had no intention of fighting again. It was better to preserve her battle strength and face other challenges. After 6 rounds, Ling Xiao won all 6 matches. This was of course because he was chosen as a seeded contestant. He avoided most of the course-shattering realm experts, but it was also because his giant demon was too powerful. Qi Yaoguang was more miserable. Out of 6 matches, she won 2 and lost 4. Black Pearl was slightly better than her. Out of 6 matches, she won 3 and lost 3. As for Qi Niming, he was also a seeded contestant, so he also maintained a perfect record. He didn't lose a single match. In the 7th round, there were no surprises. Ling Xiao's opponent still directly surrendered. In the 8th round, Ling Xiao met his old opponent, Luo Shui. This time, Luo Shui still had no intention of surrendering. However, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in wasting time with her. He directly used his giant demon and slapped Luo Shui out of the arena. The competition continued. There were no surprises in the 9th and 10th rounds. In the 11th round, the main point came. Qi Niming met Yu Ruo again. Yu Ruo was the only course-shattering realm expert who wasn't chosen as a seeded contestant. He was at the 2nd level of the course-shattering realm. Qi Niming was at the 1st level of the course-shattering realm. Yu Ruo had been unwilling to lose to Qi Niming before. This time, he naturally had no reason to admit defeat. I don't believe that I can't win against you. Yu Ruo said this for a reason. In the elimination round, he couldn't use the weapons and talismans he was good at. He lost to Qi Niming. That was called bad luck. However, the ranking competition was different. The rules had changed, and to him, it was definitely a good thing. No need to talk nonsense, just attack. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice. Qi Niming said lightly. Alright, then I'll go. Yu Ruo snorted coldly and directly tore through the air. A pair of strange weapons appeared in his hands. They looked like the claws of a tiger. There was a yin line behind the claw that could be released or retracted. The tiger claw struck out. Demonic chi shrouded the area, and it was actually somewhat eerie and terrifying. Bolts of black lightning were leaping about. It was the black lightning heart-gouging claw that this fellow was most proficient in. Break! Facing Yu Ruo's attack, Qi Niming had no intention of dodging. He thrust out the sword in his hand, and the roaring sword light actually sent the tiger claw flying. Yurua was so scared that she hurriedly retreated. 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Technique. Ling Xiao had once used this technique against Tu Hu. He didn't expect to see it on Yurua. Yurua's cultivation was much higher than Tu Hu's, and the speed of using the 9 Heavens Imperial Wind Technique was also extremely fast. He was more threatening than Tu Hu. Like a ghostly wind. As soon as he used it, his figure had already appeared in front of Qi Niming. The terrifying tiger claw struck down again and again. Qi Niming calmly faced the enemy. The long sword in his hand constantly waved. He continuously blocked Yurua's attacks, and it seemed that he was at a disadvantage. However, Ling Xiao understood that Qi Niming was looking for an opportunity. He was looking for an opportunity to decide the winner with one blow. It's time to end it. Ling Xiao shook his head. The first burst of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. Yurua's continuous attacks didn't achieve the desired effect, and his aura was also chaotic. Just at the moment when he stopped attacking, Qi Niming suddenly counterattacked. A sword pierced through Yurua's throat. Yurua was startled, and his figure retreated quickly, landing below the arena. He knew how much hatred there was between the Qi family and the Yu family. If he didn't escape, Qi Niming would really kill him. This wasn't a joke. Qi Niming, he's not even 50 years old. If the Qi family was still here, his future achievements would probably be even higher. Yes, a rare genius. Although his cultivation isn't as good as Yurua's, he can calmly face the enemy and finally defeat the opponent with one sword. He didn't let hatred get to his head. While everyone was talking, Qi Niming directly swallowed half of Yurua's demonic shadow. Because it was a cross-level challenge, Qi Niming gained a lot. The demonic shadow that had already reached 100 feet had now increased to about 200 feet. Because many martial artists chose to surrender in the battle. So the battle progressed very quickly. When it was the 20th round, it was only afternoon. Ling Xiao fought 19 times and won 19 times. If he added the elimination round, it was equivalent to 39 consecutive wins. However, because his demonic shadow was strong enough, there was still no change. Qi Niming maintained a winning streak like him. Black Pearl fought 19 times and won 10 times. This was actually quite good. Qi Yaoguang also caught up. He won 11 out of 19 battles. The main reason was that he was lucky. The opponents he met weren't too strong. But this kind of luck couldn't last long. If the martial artists he met at the beginning were weak, then the opponents he met later would definitely be very strong. The following matches were a bit uneventful. 20 rounds, 21 rounds, all the way until the 40th round. Although there were exciting battles, Ling Xiao didn't pay much attention to them. In the 41st round, Black Pearl encountered trouble. Her opponent was Yu Luo. Logically speaking, it was best to choose to surrender at this time. But the Black Fire sect was destroyed, and so many of Black Pearl's family members were killed by the Yu family. She couldn't surrender in front of the Yu family's martial artists. The result was obvious. Yu Luo was an expert at the peak of the Dan realm. Black Pearl had just broken through to the middle stage of the Dan realm. In the 30th round, Black Pearl was already very miserable. She was covered in injuries and even her consciousness was blurry. Yu Luo clearly wanted to kill her. He didn't give her a chance to get off the stage. In the end, Ling Xiao interfered with the match. He used the demonic eye to force Black Pearl off the stage. Luckily, a Divine Core warrior had a strong life force. Although Black Pearl was badly injured, with Ling Xiao, a powerful alchemist, helping her, it wasn't a big deal. With a healing pill and the immemorial nature dragon's treatment, Black Pearl quickly woke up. I'm useless. My enemy is right in front of me, but I can't kill him. It's that Yu Luo, he's the one who cruelly killed my little brother, my 10-year-old little brother. Black Pearl cried sadly. She had tried her best, but she couldn't get her revenge. Reality was cruel. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, don't force yourself. I'll take revenge for you. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at Yu Luo. He didn't even need to use the power of the demonic epiphyllum. He could defeat Yu Luo easily. He dared to hurt Black Pearl. He must be tired of living. Yu Luo saw Ling Zhao's gaze and showed him disdain. He raised his middle finger and said, "If you go up, the result will be the same. It's a mistake that I didn't kill that woman this time. But when it's your turn, I won't show mercy." Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The people of the Yu family hadn't learned their lesson yet. Since that was the case, he would teach them a lesson. "You'll be unlucky." Qi Niming looked at Yu Luo and said indifferently, "That kid will be the unlucky one." Yu Luo didn't care. The 41st round ended and the 42nd round began. Ling Zhao's opponent was Lu Qi. "You don't have to surrender. I won't use the demonic epiphyllum to fight with you." Ling Xiao saw that Lu Qi wanted to surrender and stopped him. "Use your strongest attack," Yi Zichen said. Ling Xiao didn't forget his goal of improving his basic strength. Although the demonic epiphyllum and the demonic epiphyllum were very powerful. But that wasn't a long-term plan. If he wanted to be strong enough to make others fear him, then the best way was to make himself stronger. Lu Qi's strength was good and would be helpful to his strength improvement. "Okay. Then take this." Without hesitation, Lu Qi launched an attack. After changing his body into a puppet body, Lu Qi's fighting style also changed. His attacks contained the power of lightning. Rushing Thunder Fist. It was combined with the power of the puppet body. This punch was definitely stronger than Lu Qi's in the elimination round. The power is not bad, but the puppet body made him lose some flexibility. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and learned some of Lu Qi's strengths. Then, he was ready to end this battle. Heaven Covering Palm. A single palm strike landed on the vital part of the puppet's body. He didn't fight Lu Qi head-on. Instead, he directly dodged Lu Qi's attack. He blasted Lu Qi out of the arena. One move, insta-kill. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation didn't break through, his physical body did. Therefore, whether it was speed or agility, he was much stronger than before. He was confident that he could kill a powerhouse of the initial stage of the undefeatable realm. "I lost." Lu Qi fell to the ground and smiled bitterly. He was thoroughly convinced of his defeat in this battle. He originally thought that Ling Xiao was just relying on the troll to show off. But now, he understood that even without the troll, Ling Xiao was definitely not easy to deal with. The match did not stop. He didn't even rest. It went from day to night, and it was still going on. When a Divine Core warrior reached the Divine Core realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to not rest for more than 10 days. Therefore, there was no such thing as rest in this selection battle. In the 59th round, Ling Xiao finally met Yu Luo. Yu Luo impatiently stepped onto the stage and challenged Ling Xiao. "Brat, hurry up and die." Ling Xiao gently patted Black Pearl's shoulder and said, "Watch how I kill him." He flew into the air and stepped onto the stage. The first thing Ling Xiao did was to summon the troll. He had no choice, he had to do this when facing a powerful opponent like Yu Luo. Yu Luo had reached the perfect stage of the core realm. With just his basic combat strength, there was no way he could win. Even if he used the martial soul of Tyrant, the result would be the same. "Hee, I knew this was all you got." Yu Luo laughed proudly. He casually crushed a talisman. Then, a terrifying giant puppet beast appeared in front of him. Its entire body was made of metal. It was extremely ferocious. "You gave that platinum bull to Yu Luo?" Yu Xiangtian looked at Yu Qiren and asked. "That's right, that thing was used by my son in the past. Since I don't need it anymore, I can give it to Yu Luo." Yu Qiren said with a smile. He wanted Ling Xiao dead. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, the Yu family would continue to lose face. It wasn't easy for him to wait for such an opportunity, how could he not use it? Ling Xiao is in trouble now. That's right, he was able to defeat a late-stage core realm cultivator by relying on that terrifying troll. Now that he's met Yu Luo, who also has a puppet, I'm afraid he's going to lose. I think he's not just going to lose, he's going to die. Many of the audience didn't think Ling Xiao would win. But this was normal. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the perfect stage of the Earth Core realm. It was a miracle that he could last until now. It would be pointless if he kept going. He might as well just admit defeat like a bachelor. He could avoid death. The Black Pearl watched this scene nervously. She believed that Yu Luo had just obtained this golden white bull puppet. He definitely didn't have it when he fought her. Ling Xiao gave her a reassuring look. Then, he looked at Yu Luo and said, "One sword." "What do you mean?" Yu Luo was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Ling Xiao meant. In the end, they saw Ling Xiao abandon the troll and disappear from everyone's sight in an instant. Hell Shadow Strike. A cold voice came from the darkness. Then, everyone saw Yu Luo's corpse on the tip of the sword. The East Victory Heavenly Sword emitted a blood-red light. Blood dripped onto the ground. Roar. The golden white bull roared angrily and pounced at Ling Xiao, trying to save Yu Luo. But Ling Xiao casually struck out with his palm. The golden white bull shattered. It was completely destroyed. Impossible. How could this be? Yu Qilian stood up in shock. Many of the Yu family members also stood up. They couldn't understand this situation at all. Of course, they didn't know that Ling Xiao had finally swallowed the fruit of the demonic epiphyllum and temporarily raised his cultivation to the perfect stage of the extreme stage. One had to know. When he was at the perfect stage of the Earth Core realm, he could easily kill a martial artist at the early stage of the extreme stage. When his cultivation reached the perfect stage of the extreme stage, then martial artists of the same cultivation level were not worth mentioning in front of him. Even without transforming, he could easily kill them. Perfect stage of the extreme stage. How could this be? Yu Xiangtian was also stunned. Even Forefather Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Sword Lady were dumbfounded. Fire King was also dumbfounded. No one had expected such a dramatic change. Could it be that he ate the demonic epiphyllum? That's not right, the power of the demonic epiphyllum is definitely more than that. And according to the rumors, after swallowing the demonic epiphyllum, there will be a phenomenon. There is no such thing. Yu Xiangtian thought of the demonic epiphyllum, but he quickly rejected it. Then what's going on? Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? Yu Qilian thought in a daze. Spare me, spare me. Yu Luo was lifted into the air by the sword, and the pain was as if he was being cut into pieces. He began to beg for mercy in fear. I've said it before, you deserve to die. Boom, a terrifying sword qi erupted from the heavenly sword of Dongxing. In that instant, Yu Luo's body was torn into pieces. Completely dead, in this way, the 72 people became 71 people. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, Yu Luo was killed. A few people would probably win without a fight. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Since he had already used the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, then he wouldn't stop. This shock lasted until the 62nd round. As a seated player, Ling Xiao. Next, he would face all martial artists of the Shattered Core realm. 10 experts on the heaven roll, and the competition entered the last 10 rounds. Next would be exciting. The experts on the heaven roll would also encounter and fight. Every battle would probably be incomparably exciting. 62nd round, first round, Ling Xiao against Yu Ruo. With the announcement of the referee, the audience immediately cheered. Would Ling Xiao, this dark horse, be able to continue? Whether his winning streak could continue or not, Yu Ruo was definitely the best alchemy stone. In this battle, Ling Xiao encountered the most powerful opponent. Yu Ruo's cultivation was at the second level of the Shattered Core realm. But his combat power was obviously not very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Qi Niming. I want to avenge the dead martial artists of our Yu family. This was Yu Ruo's first sentence after going on stage. Up to you. Ling Xiao just glanced at Yu Ruo indifferently. He now had the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower, and his cultivation had temporarily reached the perfection of the extreme core realm. Defeating a second level of the Shattered Core realm martial artist shouldn't be too difficult. Even if he faced a fifth level of the Shattered Core realm martial artist, he still had the power to fight. He didn't continue to devour the heavenly demon Dutchman's flower. His current strength was enough for the time being. And it was beneficial for the improvement of his basic strength. You're really arrogant. Even if you're a martial artist of the extreme core realm, you can't look down on my existence like this. Yu Ruo roared angrily and directly charged out. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, he similarly charged out. 23 dragons subduing swords, one sword after another stabbed out. Yu Ruo wanted to stop him, but he found that he couldn't. Each of Ling Xiao's sword was powerful and heavy, and actually made him have a terrifying feeling that it was impossible to block. 23 dragon subduing swords, dragon subduing without regrets. 23 golden dragons broke through the air and directly blasted Yu Ruo onto the stage. Yu Ruo was still very strong. When one's cultivation reached the core fragmentation realm, the power of the inner core would be transferred to the body. As a result, his physical body became even more terrifying. To create the conditions for entering the divine body realm, Yu Ruo was able to survive because of this. What a domineering sword technique. Ling Xiao is indeed Ling Xiao. He's at the consummate level of the ultimate core realm, and he's been suppressing those at the second tier of the shattered core realm. This is too awesome. Maybe he'll be the dark horse at the end of the race. The audience also became extremely excited. As a result, he didn't really watch the other matches in the 60-second round. After the 60-second round, it was time for the true seeded contestants to face off. From the 63rd round to the final round, this was absolutely exciting. I'm really starting to admire this puppet judge now. 10 seeded contestants, all of them won. Ling Xiao, who they thought was the most incomprehensible, actually gave them the biggest surprise. He actually defeated Yu Ruo, who's at the second tier of the shattered core realm. Yeah, don't underestimate them just because they're puppets. They're very powerful. Yu Ruo is so pitiful, it's fine if he lost to the other seeded contestants, but he actually lost to Ling Xiao. You can't say that. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao's cultivation is so strong, and he actually used the giant demon to fish in troubled waters? Isn't this guy pretending to be weak? Amidst the heated discussion, the 63rd round also began. The first round wasn't a battle between seeded contestants. However, the battle was still quite exciting. The second round wasn't a battle between seeded contestants, but a battle between Qi Yaoguang and Black Pearl. Both of them chose to forfeit. They weren't here to fight for anything, but to deal with the Yu family. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight among themselves. In the third round, the audience cheered. Because this time, it was finally a battle between seeded contestants. The contestants were Fire Spirit and Qi Niming. In the previous battles, Fire Spirit basically defeated his opponent with one move, or his opponent admitted defeat. There was no doubt about his strength, but he didn't have many opportunities to show it. Qi Niming, on the other hand, defeated Yu Ruo, who was stronger than him. He definitely had some strength. The battle between the two was definitely exciting to the audience. Even Ling Xiao wanted to know what special methods Fire Spirit had. What was Qi Niming's limit? Please. Qi Niming had no grudges with Fire Spirit, so his attitude was quite good. Please. Fire Spirit also cupped his hands and said, but I'm afraid you won't be able to win this battle. Naturally, he had his own reasons for saying this. On the heaven list, Qi Niming was ranked 9th, and Fire Spirit was ranked 8th. It made sense for him to be so confident. However, Fire Spirit obviously didn't think this ranking was reasonable. In his eyes, his ranking should be higher. At least, he shouldn't be worse than Jian Wuqing and Dao Shuilan. Therefore, defeating Qi Niming was only the first step. Without fighting, no one knows the result. Qi Niming took out his weapon. This sword had been with him for many years. It was like a friend to him. Whenever he was in trouble, it would help him cut open the cage. Ling Xiao has the dragon subduing 23 swords, but I also have the bloodthirsty demon sword. A total of 18 swords. You better not give me a chance or you'll lose. The reason why Qi Niming revealed all of his secrets was because he had a plan. People like Fire Spirit were more arrogant. The more you said your move was strong, the more he wanted to try it. Naturally, he wouldn't interrupt you. This was the only way Qi Niming could win. Actually, Qi Niming knew that he was only at the first level of the core-shattering realm. This level of cultivation was considered top-notch among those under the age of 50. Even Ghost Sword was at this level. However, Fire Spirit was more than 90 years old, so his cultivation was naturally much stronger. He estimated that he was around the 3rd level of the course-shattering realm. He could challenge Yu Rua, who was at the 2nd level of the course-shattering realm, but facing Fire Spirit, who was at the 3rd level of the course-shattering realm, he couldn't do anything. Bloodthirsty Demon Sword? I've heard that the more damage you take, the more terrifying the attack. This is a sword technique that risks your life. Good, let me see how strong your bloodthirsty demon sword can be. Then, Fire Spirit attacked. He didn't use weapons. His fists were the best weapons. Flames wrapped around his fists as he kept attacking Qi Niming. Pung 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 pung. Although it was just a simple attack, he didn't use any martial skills. However, the power of each punch was no weaker than a peak 9th level Emperor martial skill. It was very terrifying. Only now did people realize how powerful the Fire Spirit was. Those who had lost to him before were scared witless. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come and read the mobile version. The warriors who lost to Fire Spirit all had ugly expressions on their faces. If Fire Spirit attacked them like this from the beginning, they would have been killed long ago. This attack was simply too frightening. Qi Niming retreated while using the bloodthirsty demon sword to counterattack. Every time the bloodthirsty demon sword was injured, every time it attacked, its power would increase. So he naturally couldn't just defend. But he could feel that Fire Spirit's fist was extremely terrifying. The fist wind was like a storm. Every time he blocked, he felt like he was hit by a huge meteorite. Compared to this guy's attack, Yu Rua's attack was like a child's play. They weren't on the same level at all. His strength is definitely not just at the 3rd level of the course-shattering realm. Qi Niming had an idea and knew that he couldn't be Fire Spirit's opponent. But it was impossible for him to admit defeat. Even if the opponent was a mountain, and a mountain charging at him at high speed, he had to block it. And the stronger the opponent's attack, the more terrifying his bloodthirsty demon sword was. At this time, the sword in his hand had completely turned blood red. The blood-red heavenly lake behind him was churning continuously. On one hand, it was blocking the impact for him, and on the other hand, it was accumulating power. Boom! When Fire Spirit's 16th fist came, Qi Niming spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. And the injury wasn't light. His sword technique couldn't completely block this terrifying fist intent. Fire Spirit's attack was no joke. And he didn't have any intention of showing mercy. If it wasn't for the bloodthirsty demon sword that could greatly increase his physical strength in a short time, Qi Niming would have been killed. But if this time passed, he would be in trouble. Once the bloodthirsty demon sword was completely released, he would completely lose his combat power and be slaughtered. That was why Fire Spirit said that this was a sword technique that risked his life. It wasn't a normal way of fighting at all. Although Qi Niming could feel that his vital essence was being severely compressed. His body was constantly crying out in pain. But he had to hold it in. Hold it in, if he wanted to reverse the situation, he had to risk his life like this. Boom! Another fist. Qi Niming felt that he instantly fell into an endless sea of fire. He was surrounded by magma. He desperately resisted the pressure, and his body was distorted. Bloodthirsty demon sword, release. Finally, Qi Niming stabbed out his 18th sword. The bloodthirsty demon sword was fully unleashed. In that instant, the Fire Spirit's fist wind was completely destroyed. A terrifying roaring sword will tore through the void. It directly hit Fire Spirit's protective Xianyuan. His protective Xianyuan shattered. The sword chi continued to advance. Like a bloodthirsty demon, it directly pierced Fire Spirit's body. The boundless power forced Fire Spirit to retreat. One of his feet was already in the air, and his body was tilted to almost 180 degrees. He was about to fall. Miraculously, he stood up again. He bent over and looked at the sword wounds on his body. He wiped off the lava-like blood and smiled. The bloodthirsty demonic sword is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, you are not yet 50 years old. Then the one who will lose today will definitely be me. On the other side, Qi Niming's consciousness was already blurry. He fell heavily onto the arena. He smiled helplessly. The opponent was too strong. Even though he gave it his all, he was still defeated. This was the cruel truth. Fire Spirit, kill that brat. In the stands, Yukurin roared. Why should I listen to you? Fire Spirit looked at Yukurin with disdain, and then stepped forward to help Chi Niming up and down the arena. If you don't kill him, I will kill you later. Yukurin gritted his teeth and said. I will wait. Fire Spirit shouted. Others were afraid of the Yu family, but he was not. Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Fire. Just leave him to me. Ling Xiao caught Chi Niming and fed him a healing pill, as well as a Zhenyuan recovery pill. And a drop of shattered pill divine water. At this stage, he didn't need the shattered pill divine water. Chi Niming was his friend. He wouldn't be stingy with it. What's more, if Ling Jiaojiao became the demon lord of the Fengdu demon kingdom in the future, she would need Chi Niming's help. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't a lone wolf. He was the heavenly emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Roping in talents was also one of his missions. Chi Niming probably gained a lot from the battle with Fire Spirit. If he used the shattered pill divine water now, his chances of breaking through would be extremely high. He's really lucky to have a friend like you. Fire Spirit looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. I still can't see through you. I really hope to have a chance to fight with you. You will have that chance. Ling Xiao smiled and began to heal Chi Niming's injuries. He was helping Chi Niming, and also helping himself. After this battle, the next few matches were more casual and ordinary. Until the 9th battle. Finally, there was another battle of the pinnacle. Dao Shuilan against Jian Wuqing. In everyone's impression, Dao Shuilan and Jian Wuqing were very close on the heaven ranking. One used a saber, while the other used a sword. They were also very interesting opponents. Therefore, their battle also caused a burst of cheers. Ling Xiao also hoped to see who would emerge victorious in the battle between the two of them. After all, he could learn a lot of good things from their duels. Whoosh, the two landed on the arena at almost the same time. Boom, at the same time, they released terrifying saber and sword essences. It was as if two huge weapons clashed in the sky. Flowing water saber technique, murderous intent. Dao Shuilan made the first move because he felt Jian Wuqing's terrifying murderous intent. This made him very uncomfortable. Sabersmen were usually more straightforward and decisive. Compared to the elegance and cunning of a swordsman, it was not strange to make the first move. Clang, the saber chi approached Jian Wuqing, but when it was 5 or 6 meters away, it was suddenly blocked. Sword drawing technique. This was the most basic sword technique, but Jian Wuqing used it to the extreme. Lone boat fisherman, one sword moves the river. The moment he blocked Dao Shuilan's attack, Jian Wuqing counterattacked. His body took a step forward. A lonely and sharp sword chi suddenly burst out and attacked Dao Shuilan, who was dozens of meters away. Clang, this time it was Dao Shuilan who blocked Jian Wuqing's attack. Dao Shuilan did not back down and also took a step forward. The saber in his hand released a saber chi that was as soft as flowing water, but terrifyingly sharp. This contradictory combination was played by him to the point of perfection. Clang, unfortunately, before Dao Shuilan's saber chi could move forward, it was blocked by Jian Wuqing's other hand. Jian Wuqing also used 2 swords. It was not worth it. Unlike Ling Xiao, he held a long sword in his right hand and a short sword in his left. His right hand attacked, and his left hand assisted. The left hand's attack or defense always served the right hand. Jian Wuqing's dual swords were different from Ling Xiao's 2 hands, which were equivalent to 2 martial artists. It was hard to say who was better. It could only be said that Ling Xiao's method was more difficult. Water Dragon Strike. Dao Shuilan was not weaker than Jian Wuqing. Although he was holding the blade with both hands, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. But his blade technique was more powerful. Every attack was very overbearing. A water dragon roared out, directly penetrating Jian Wuqing's protective net, and attacked Jian Wuqing's body. Jian Wuqing frowned slightly. He did not dare to be careless. The long sword in his right hand shook, and a fire phoenix flew out. The dragon and phoenix collided again. A terrifying roar was heard. The entire arena was shaking. The strength of these two people was indeed as everyone had expected. They were evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, several moves had passed. Neither of them had the upper hand. In this way, the two went back and forth. The arena was full of blade light and sword shadows. They fought for 200 rounds. Gradually, some clues were revealed. Dao Shuilan is probably going to lose. After all, he is still a little weaker than Jian Wuqing. Ling Xiao shook his head. Dao Shuilan was very strong. But Jian Wuqing was stronger. And Dao Shuilan's moves consumed too much vital essence. If he could not win after a long time, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. If he lost, he would lose because of this. Let's decide it in one move. Dao Shuilan and Jian Wuqing both stopped. Because neither of them could afford to continue. Dao Shuilan also understood that if this continued, he would be the one to lose sooner or later. Instead of wasting their physical strength, it was better to decide it in one move. Okay. Jian Wuqing nodded. The two released their martial souls at the same time, and prepared a powerful move at the same time. Almost at the same time, they rose into the air. The blade and sword collided in midair. And then staggered. The arena suddenly quieted down. What happened? Someone asked. Dao Shuilan lost. Ling Xiao saw very clearly that he had already finished healing Qi Niming. The one in charge of taking care of Qi Niming was Ancestor Scarlet Flame. He saw it very clearly. Dao Shuilan lost because he was not cunning enough. His final strike was even more powerful, but he was overly concerned about power. Even though Jian Wuqing's moves were not as powerful as his, they were not far off. Furthermore, Jian Wuqing knew how to utilize his techniques. It was reasonable for him to win. I lost. Dao Shuilan shook her head. He walked down the ring. Although many people didn't understand how he lost, it was enough for the two of them to understand. The two of them didn't go all out because they were thinking about the upcoming battle. Thanks for letting me win. Jian Wuqing smiled bitterly. Even though he had won, this was a tough battle to win. After the battle between the two ended, the cheers of the audience did not subside for a long time. Although many people did not understand why Jian Wuqing had won in the end. But the competition was exciting enough. Just this point alone was enough. There was no need to think so much. Moreover, there were still several seated contestants who were going to fight. Perhaps there would be something even more exciting. In this round, only Qi Niming, Fire Spirit, Dao Shuilan, and Jian Wuqing had participated. There were only 4 of them. The remaining ones were Yu Zhangzong, Yu Qiren, Ling Jiaojiao, Xing Yun, Ling Xiao, and Yu Nu. On the Heaven leaderboard, the Yu family had 5 people. Yu Rua had been removed from the Heaven leaderboard, not even a seated contestant. But the Yu family still had 4. Yu Zhangzong was the human demon king. Needless to say, he was powerful. As for Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao, they were popular candidates. Let's talk about Yu Nu. He was ranked slightly higher than Yu Rua. He was also stronger than Yu Rua. Of course, the most terrifying thing about Yu Nu wasn't his strength, but his terrifying eye technique. From the previous battles, it could be seen that anyone who fought Yu Nu was defeated before the battle even started. They were completely defeated by his eye technique. More interestingly, Yu Nu and Yu Luo were brothers. Yu Luo had been killed by Ling Xiao. Yu Nu remembered this clearly. He had been looking forward to meeting Ling Xiao. Anyway, this round wasn't over yet. The possibility of meeting him was still high. 13th round, Yu Qiren against Ling Jiaojiao. Although the Yu family changed Ling Jiaojiao's name. When the puppet referee announced it, he directly called Ling Jiaojiao's original name. This made the Yu family a little unhappy. But thinking about it carefully, Ling Jiaojiao's body had already been possessed by the demon Venerable. So what if her name was Ling Jiaojiao? This made him feel carefree in his heart. It didn't matter anymore. Qiren, admit defeat. Yu Xiangtian said indifferently. The Yu family also hoped to make Ling Jiaojiao the next demon Venerable. Although Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao's current cultivation were the same, Ling Jiaojiao was still possessed by the demon Venerable. So her future potential was great. Naturally, she was more suitable to become the demon venerable. Father, I'm not willing. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I want to test my strength. Letting him lose without a fight, he felt that it was too cowardly. Even if he wanted to support Ling Jiaojiao to become the demon venerable, he still had to perform well. If he could get the demon emperor's appreciation, that would be the best. Forget it. If you want to fight, then fight. After all, he was his son. He couldn't bear to see him sink too low. Besides, Xianxia was almost 100 years old. His cultivation had been hovering near the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm, unable to advance any further. Perhaps this battle was an opportunity for Xianxia. Perhaps he could make a breakthrough and reach the divine physique realm. If that happened, the Yu family would have another demon king. This was very important for the Yu family's future status in the demon venerable region. Thank you, father. Xianxia took a deep breath. He cupped his hands at Ling Jiaojiao and said, although I know I was disrespectful to you, demon son. I hope you can teach me a thing or two. Xianxia's words were very respectful, but there was a strong sense of confidence in them. Apart from the dark horseshoe Zhangzong, he and Ling Jiaojiao were the two strongest people. Even if Ling Jiaojiao could surpass him in the future, he still hoped to win today. You can't. Ling Jiaojiao said indifferently, perfectly displaying the demon son's arrogance. I didn't expect Sister Jiaojiao's acting skills to be so good. I was worried that she would reveal some clues because of her hatred. Hearing Ling Jiaojiao's words, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Jiaojiao didn't use a weapon. She just stood there and released the aura of a demon sovereign. Many of the audience members felt extremely uncomfortable. This made the Yu family even more convinced that Ling Jiaojiao had been possessed by the demon sovereign. They had never imagined that the demon venerate's soul had actually been refined by Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and the Yuan venerate. Half a month ago, you were only at the peak of the extreme realm of core. But now, you're already at the 9th level of the shattered core stage. Your breakthrough is truly shocking. Perhaps this is the benefit of being a devil son. But half a month ago, you weren't my match. Now, you still aren't my match. Xianxia showed the arrogance of a young man. Xiaoshua m. 3 cubed carat x to the power of om worth collecting unadvertised novel haha, is that so? Do you know why I'm the demon son? No need to talk nonsense, let's decide the outcome in one move. Don't waste other people's time. I'll let you know what the demon son represents, and I'll let you understand that you have no advantage in front of me. Ling Jiaojiao sneered. Alright, I like to decide the outcome in one move. Xianxia nodded. They were all on the same side. If the battle lasted too long, it would be easy to expose their trump cards. It would be better to decide the outcome in one move. Fight. With a roar, Xianxia turned into an afterimage and pounced at Ling Jiaojiao. A black light flashed in Ling Jiaojiao's eyes. With a light step, her figure also rose into the air. At that moment, many people couldn't see what they did. They were too fast. In an instant, they passed by each other. Bang, Xianxia landed first. There was a black handprint on his shoulder. The handprint was almost imprinted on his bone, and it was very painful to look at. His clothes had already been corroded. Looking at Ling Jiaojiao, she was unharmed. Her entire body was still intact. Even her clothes were not damaged at all. The only damaged part was a fingernail on her index finger. It was obviously cut by the blade. You're not weak. You can be considered a genius to not die from one of my moves. Ling Jiaojiao glanced at the fingernail on the ground and said softly. Puff, Xianxia wanted to speak, but he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face instantly turned pale. I lost. I'm indeed not your match. Xianxia sighed and recalled the battle just now. His sword was blocked by Ling Jiaojiao's finger. The opponent's right palm directly imprinted on his shoulder. The process was so simple, but under that speed, Ling Jiaojiao's performance was much better than his. Boom! Xianxia's shadow shrank by half, to 25 feet. And Ling Jiaojiao's shadow grew to 80 feet, almost approaching Yu Zhangzong's. That's it? The people below the stage didn't understand what had happened. The battle they were looking forward to was actually over. It was really awkward. Isn't that the end? This is a showdown between experts. In the blink of an eye, the result was already out. The experts can probably see what happened. We can't, our eyesight is too bad. That's true. Although it ended very quickly, the battle was indeed very exciting. In the crowd's discussion, Ling Jiaojiao and Yukiren walked out of the stage. The match continued. The battle in the middle of the airport battle. Sometimes, the audience wondered if this match had been arranged in advance. She was really good at keeping people in suspense. The reason was simple. People liked dark horses. They liked to see changes and not like the kind of fixed result. Yunu was a third-level expert of the course-shattering realm. But the gap was still huge. He shouldn't win. But Ling Xiao liked to make some accidents. This gave the audience even more anticipation. Yunu is someone who cultivates soul-devouring demonic eyes. I don't know how Ling Xiao will deal with him. Yeah, I also heard that the soul-devouring demonic eyes can even absorb the opponent's soul. It's quite terrifying. Ling Xiao, this is definitely going to be another hurdle. But I still believe in him. On the stage, Ling Xiao and Yunu were fighting 100 meters apart. This big stage was more comfortable than the small stage. The space to perform was larger. Facing Yunu, Ling Xiao absolutely didn't dare to underestimate him. Although the soul-devouring demonic eyes wasn't as good as the demonic eyes. But he couldn't be underestimated either. Most importantly, what Yunu relied on was not just the soul-devouring demonic eyes. His own combat strength was not inferior to Yurua at all. This was absolutely a tough battle. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid, forget about Yunu, even if he faced Yu Qianren, he wouldn't be afraid either. This was due to personality and had nothing to do with strength. The soul-devouring demonic eyes can pry into the opponent's soul. Ling Xiao is a martial artist adept in techniques. I'm afraid there's no way this time. Yeah, rumors say that Yunu can see things in 3 seconds. This is quite impressive. 3 seconds is enough to change the result of a battle. Anyway, it's not easy to fight. Let's see if Ling Xiao has a new trump card or not. Anyway, this guy is hard to say. Yeah, facing Ling Xiao, no one dares to say for sure that they will win. The audience below the stage was still discussing fervently. Clearly, the focus of the discussion was all on the soul-devouring demonic eyes. This was a terrifying ocular art that could pry into the soul and see through the future. You're very strong. You'll be even stronger in the future. I won't underestimate you, so, you must be defeated. Yunu looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes flickering with a faint demonic light as he said coldly. Ling Xiao didn't underestimate him. He also didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Because the soul-devouring demonic eyes told him that Ling Xiao was very strong, especially in the future, he would be even stronger. If he couldn't take advantage of the present to defeat Ling Xiao, then he definitely wouldn't have another chance in the future. You're wrong. Not only will I be very strong in the future, but I'm also very strong now. Ling Xiao showed a smile. Really arrogant enough. Yunu nodded. He didn't want to be defeated by Ling Xiao like Yurua, so he had to be very careful. Ling Xiao was the first seeded player he faced. He must get a good start, otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Please advise. The moment Yunu's voice fell, the long sword in his hand stabbed out. Although he also used a sword, it was different from a swordsman who focused on practicing the sword. The sword in his hand was just an auxiliary tool. Deceitful sword. Swoosh, a sword light broke through the air and stabbed straight at Ling Xiao's vital part. However, this sword light was deceitful. It moved irregularly in the air. It was not straight, nor was it simply curved. It was hard to resist. Ling Xiao raised his sword to block. Yunu sneered, pretending to hold the sword in your right hand to block, but in fact, your left hand is blocking the sword light, and your right hand is attacking me at the same time. He said these words directly. And what he said was exactly what Ling Xiao did. All of Ling Xiao's movements were accurately predicted by him. No, to be precise, he saw it. So powerful, is this the soul-devouring demonic eyes? Ling Xiao is really in trouble. No matter what he does, he will be predicted. How can he fight? Ling Xiao was not anxious, but the audience below the stage was already nervous. Interesting, I understand. Ling Xiao looked at the sword wound pierced through his left shoulder and smiled. Understand? What do you understand? Yunu said disdainfully. If you can see the movement after 3 seconds, then I can see your movement after 7 seconds. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Humph, bluff. Yunu snorted coldly and used the sly sword again. This time, the sly sword was only able to fly 2 meters before it was torn apart by another sword light. It was as if Ling Xiao had judged the trajectory of this sly sword in advance. This is impossible. Why is it different from what I saw? Yunu was stunned. The situation after 3 seconds judged by his soul-devouring magic pupil was completely different from what Ling Xiao was doing now. Could it be that the soul-devouring magic pupil failed? I said that you can see the movement after 3 seconds, but I can see through 7 seconds. It's enough for me to react. So, you will lose. Ling Xiao said faintly. I don't believe it. How could Yunu believe this kind of thing? He had always regarded his soul-devouring magic pupil as a treasure. And the soul-devouring magic pupil had never disappointed him. But today, Ling Xiao actually said so. He couldn't accept it. Take another blow from me, phantom sword. The phantom sword had 10 phantoms. In fact, only one of them was real. Ding, however, this time, it was exactly the same as before. Ling Xiao still found the real sword shadow with one sword. And it was torn apart. It's my turn to fight back. Ling Xiao smiled gently, stepped out the falling plum-clear shadow step, and charged toward Yunu, who was originally calm, was already a little flustered at this time. He had never underestimated Ling Xiao. But this battle, he was really a little confused. The trend of the battle was completely different from what he imagined. It was as if he was being led by the nose by Ling Xiao. It was too cowardly. Sly shadow. Whoosh, in order to avoid Ling Xiao's pursuit, Yunu. His figure turned into a faint afterimage and disappeared on the spot. Then, he actually went to the left side of Ling Xiao and suddenly stabbed out with his sword. This time, I'll see how you dodge. Yunu didn't believe that Ling Xiao could still win after he reached this point. However, to his horror, there was a sword waiting there. It was like waiting for him to attack. It easily tore apart his sword chi and pierced his shoulder with a single sword strike. It could be said that he had taken revenge for what had happened in the beginning. How is this possible? Covering his shoulder, Yunu retreated frantically and his figure disappeared again. At this time, he was no longer as calm as he was at the beginning. Ling Xiao was much stronger than he imagined. His carefully planned sneak attack was like child's play in front of the other party. Was easily blocked. This feeling made him feel very aggrieved. It was as if all his actions were all predicted by the opponent. Just the thought of it was terrifying. The audience below the stage couldn't understand either. Damn it. I don't believe it. It must be a coincidence. The next moment, Yunu turned into hundreds of afterimages, running around Ling Xiao non-stop. It was impossible to judge his original body at all. The audience was directly dizzy. But the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth raised a disdainful sneer. He suddenly blasted out a palm. Heaven-covering great handprint. The next moment, the afterimage was gone. A figure was blasted out, vomiting blood wildly from his mouth. See, I said enough. Not only will I be very strong in the future, but I'm also very strong now. Your eyes only saw the future 3 seconds later, but ignored the present. Ling Xiao looked at Yunu, who got up from the ground and sneered, Do you still want to continue? In front of me, you have no chance. I lost. Yunu shook his head. Although the injuries on his body were not serious, his confidence had been completely destroyed. Tell me, how did you do it? He couldn't help but ask. This is a trade secret. I can't tell you. Otherwise, how can I win next? Ling Xiao smiled. After the referee announced the result, he turned around and walked down the stage. Actually, the entire process was very simple. It was impossible for him to see the thing 7 seconds later. But he could use the heavenly demon eyes to make Yunu hallucinate. This way, the world that you knew saw 3 seconds later every time was actually what he wanted the other party to see. So every attack of the other party was within his expectations. Actually, this kind of martial artist who used ocular arts or soul force was Ling Xiao's favorite instead. Because it was easier to win. Too amazing, he created a miracle. But I still don't understand how he did it. The battle was already over, but the audience below the stage still could not understand what happened. It was muddle-headed, like a dream. Sigh, the unlucky you knew, all of his means were analyzed thoroughly. Clearly, his strength is so much stronger than Ling Xiao. But why does it feel like he lost even more miserably than Yurua? Right, not on the same level at all. The 20th match, Yu Zhongzong vs Xingyun. What? Everyone who was discussing suddenly stopped talking, because the next battle was even more surprising. Yu Zhongzong and Xingyun were the last pair of seeded contestants to fight. Many people knew Yu Zhongzong's identity. After the Battle of Fengdu Demon Forest, he mysteriously disappeared. Many people even said that he was dead. But this time, Yu Zhongzong suddenly appeared again. Not only did he appear, but his strength also increased greatly. It was simply an incredible increase. All of a sudden, he became an existence that surpassed even Yu Qiren and Ling Jiaojiao among the demon venerable candidates. In addition, this guy's methods were incomparably cruel. So many people had an indescribable fear of him. His opponent, Xingyun, was also brilliant. Before Yu Zhongzong appeared, Xingyun was the third most popular candidate. And now, he was also fourth on the heaven list. However, Xingyun did not seem to be satisfied with this ranking. He came to find Yu Qiren for revenge. If he was satisfied with the status quo, it would be boring. Perhaps in this battle, we will know Yu Zhongzong's true strength. That's right, even if Xingyun is not as good as him, he is still fourth on the heaven list. He is second only to Yu Qiren. No matter what, he will be able to force Yu Zhongzong to show his true strength. I'm really looking forward to it. Amidst the audience's anticipation, the two jumped into the arena. They were more than 100 meters apart. The difference was that Yu Zhongzong sneered, but he did not release his aura. Xingyun, on the other hand, was much more active. His violent aura continued to rise. Blood-colored vital essence covered his entire body. He was like a fierce wolf that had made a provocative move. Kid, I see that your talent is not bad, why don't you join me? Yu Zhongzong suddenly spoke. Anyway, many people had probably guessed his situation, so he was too lazy to hide it. As long as the referee did not let him withdraw, it did not matter. Who the hell are you? Xingyun asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am, the key is that I see that you are a promising talent, so I cherish your talent. Yu Zhongzong smiled faintly. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Pinnacle mobile version reading website. The human demon lord was now a general without an army, so he had been thinking about finding himself a helper. Xingyun was strong and talented. Obviously, he was very suitable. If you want me to join you, defeat me first. Xingyun roared. After saying that, his aura became more powerful, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Yu Zhongzong smiled. Not bad, not bad. Your combat power is comparable to that of Yu Qiren. But in front of me, it's not enough. Anyone can talk big, but that's not the truth. Xingyun roared. A blood-red saber appeared in his hand. The saber released a fierce fighting spirit, which was even stronger than Dao Shuilan's saber intent. It was very funny. Blood battle everywhere. With one slash, the blood-red saber aura roared wildly. It turned into a huge blood-red saber, full of killing intent and bloody aura. It was violent and manic, it directly attacked Yu Zhongzong. It's futile. Facing Xingyun's violent attack, Yu Zhongzong just smiled faintly and waved casually. With a boom, the saber aura shattered. Xingyun was even forced to take a few steps back. How can this be? Xingyun was shocked. Residual blood 8 slashes. Generally, martial arts with numbers had a combo effect. Xingyun's saber technique was the same. When this saber was used, the entire arena turned blood-red. It was like a bloody battlefield. Countless soldiers died tragically on the battlefield. Killing intent shrouded the entire arena. Countless spectators trembled. I told you, it's useless. This time, Yu Zhongzong did not even make a move. Strange black ripples appeared around his body. It was difficult to see with the naked eye. Only Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, so he could see it. Rumble, 8 consecutive slashes, all of them were blocked more than 3 meters away from Yu Zhongzong. After the 8th slash, Xingyun was directly sent flying and fell to the ground again. Yu Zhongzong did not pursue. Instead, he looked at Xingyun with a smile. As if he was chatting with an old friend, he smiled and said, I told you, you can't be my opponent. The gap between us is too big. I admit defeat. Although Xingyun had even more powerful martial techniques, he wasn't prepared to try them out. Yu Zhongzong was an insurmountable mountain. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. Rather than exposing his trump card for nothing, he might as well admit defeat. His true opponent was Yu Qilian. The person he wanted to kill was Yu Qilian. That's right. Go back and think about it. Following. Me won't do you any harm. Yu Zhongzong smiled. I'll consider it. However, if you want me to become your man, you have to at least get first place in the Demon Sovereign candidate competition. Otherwise, why should I? Xingyun said. Hee, don't worry, the first place will definitely be mine. Yu Zhongzong sneered and turned to walk down the stage. The referee had already announced the result, so there was no need to waste any more time. I didn't expect Xingyun to lose to Yu Zhongzong so easily. Is the gap too big? Sigh, to think that I was hoping that luck would force out Yu Zhongzong's true abilities. Now, it seems like it's just wishful thinking. The audience below the stage didn't have enough fun watching. It was Xingyun attacking the whole time, while Yu Zhongzong was completely on the defensive. In the end, after only 2 exchanges, Xingyun admitted defeat. This wasn't very exciting. Perhaps we should be looking forward to Ling Xiao the most. This dark horse really makes people look forward to it. The audience below the stage thought of Ling Xiao as the person who challenged the heaven list. Many people even couldn't help but put themselves in Ling Xiao's shoes. They actually felt a little excited. After the battle between Yu Zhongzong and Xingyun, the following matches were still very exciting. However, as the audience, they still hoped to see the confrontation between the seeded contestants. That would be exciting enough. Finally, the 63rd round was over. The 64th round officially began. Some of the audience who went out to the toilet ran back, as if afraid of missing the exciting scene. However, they came a little too early. In the first 10 matches, none of them were between the seeded contestants. Until the 11th match. Finally, a match between the seeded contestants appeared. This time, the two fighting were Jian Wuqing and Yunu facing Ling Xiao. Yunu practically didn't unleash his advantage and was defeated. Therefore, he actually felt very vexed. This time, facing Jian Wuqing, he was determined to turn the tables. Jian Wuqing's cultivation was the same as his, belonging to the 4th level of the Shattered Core Realm. That one level higher than him, but the gap in actual combat was not very big. Therefore, he had a chance to win. After all, even though Jian Wuqing was powerful, he was not Ling Xiao in the end. Not as unpredictable as Ling Xiao. The moment these two people came up, they directly started fighting. Even though Jian Wuqing was stronger than Yunu. But Yunu relied on the soul-devouring devil eyes and actually fought with Jian Wuqing until it was hard to tell who would win. He even occupied a certain advantage. This made Yunu, who was originally almost about to completely lose confidence, regain confidence. It turned out that it wasn't that his soul-devouring devil eyes failed. It was that Ling Xiao had some kind of way to restrain him. I thought that Yunu wasn't that strong. Didn't expect that he actually performed so outstandingly in the battle with Jian Wuqing. Jian Wuqing's cultivation is stronger than his, but he can actually suppress his opponent. Looking at it this way, it shows how terrifying Ling Xiao is. Yeah, Ling Xiao is too mysterious and too strange. I really don't know how powerful that kid is. It was originally a showdown between Jian Wuqing and Yunu. But people were discussing Ling Xiao instead. A little perfection Earth Core Realm martial artist had already created God knows how many mythical miracles. But people were still very greedy, still hoping that he could do more amazing things. On the stage, Jian Wuqing did very well. He could still remain undefeated under the situation where his sword move was seen through by the other party. It was already very powerful. But he couldn't break Yunu's eye technique. He couldn't reverse the decline. Finally, at a certain moment, Yunu took advantage of Jian Wuqing's flaw and knocked him down the stage. They had won the battle. The moment he won the battle, he actually knelt on the stage and cried bitterly. It was too difficult. He lost to Ling Xiao in the first match between the seated contestants. He thought that he was finished. Maybe this is what they mean by everything has its nemesis. Ling Xiao perfectly restrained Yunu. And Yunu perfectly restrained Jian Wuqing. It's not that Jian Wuqing is too weak, it's just that he doesn't have a way to deal with Yunu. This evaluation was more pertinent. But it was meaningless. A loss was a loss. After defeating Dao Shuilan, Jian Wuqing was very happy for a while. But now, he really wanted to cry. Dao Shuilan's face didn't look too good. Jian Wuqing wasn't Yunu's opponent, and he didn't seem to find a way to deal with the soul-devouring devil eyes. It was really bad. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. After 5 rounds of battle between Jian Wuqing and Yunu, it was Ling Zhao's turn again. His opponent this time was Qi Niming. Qi Niming had already recovered. And he used the Broken Core Divine Water to break through to the 3rd level of the Broken Core realm. He could be said to be the strongest person under 50 years old in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. Even Ghost Sword couldn't compare to him. The two stood on the stage. Qi Niming smiled bitterly and said, "How about I admit defeat? I can't do it to you. Come on, just treat it as a spar. We haven't really fought yet. Don't show mercy, let me see your true strength." Ling Xiao shook his head. This battle would help Qi Niming adapt to his current cultivation. It would also help Ling Xiao to improve. It was good for both of them, so naturally he couldn't let it go. Okay, then I won't be polite. Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. After breaking through, the negative effects of the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword almost didn't exist. Therefore, Qi Niming immediately used this move. Facing Ling Xiao, he really didn't dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao was the most mysterious and unpredictable martial artist he had ever seen. Like Yu Zhongzong and Yu Qiren, he could see that they were very strong at a glance. But Ling Xiao was different. You couldn't see how strong he was, but as long as you fought with him, you would know how strong he was. And this strength was almost limitless. So he didn't dare to underestimate him. Tyrannical Sword Intent was released. Qi Niming really had to fight with all his strength. Due to the breakthrough in his cultivation, his combat power was much stronger than when he was fighting against Fire Spirit. The power of each sword was dozens of times stronger than before. Fire Spirit frowned when he saw this. Ling Xiao must have given Qi Niming some kind of elixir, right? Otherwise, Qi Niming's strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. Now that he was facing Qi Niming, although he still had the confidence to win, he definitely didn't dare to take Qi Niming's bloodthirsty demon sword head-on. Because it was courting death. Ling Xiao faced Qi Niming's bloodthirsty demon sword with both hands. At the same time, he used the 23 dragon subduing swords to deal with it. He displayed his combat skills to the extreme. His figure flickered as he broke Qi Niming's attack. However, Ling Xiao understood very well. The bloodthirsty demonic sword was the same as the 23 dragon subduing swords. The closer it was to the end, the more powerful it would be. A momentary advantage did not mean that it would last forever. However, he wanted to use his strongest sword move against Qi Niming. Let's see who's stronger. Ding 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 ding, the sword shadows of both sides kept flashing and colliding on the arena. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Every time the sword chi was released, it would cause the entire arena to tremble. Every time, the audience's hearts were tightly entangled. Anyone could see that Qi Niming was much stronger than before. But Ling Xiao was still not at a disadvantage when facing him. In terms of attack power, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. However, his skills were too powerful, and he could often learn from his opponent's strengths to make up for his weaknesses. Using one's strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. Even Qi Niming was brought into a very uncomfortable rhythm by Ling Xiao. No matter how he fought, it was not smooth. Bloodthirsty demon sword, the last sword, kill. In order to get rid of this uncomfortable feeling, Qi Niming could only attack and no longer continue to accumulate strength. Boom, a tyrannical power directly blasted out. Brother, are you crazy? You'll kill him. Below the arena, Qi Yaoguan shouted nervously. If it were her, she would definitely not fight with Ling Xiao. They were clearly on the same side. Little girl, don't be afraid. Ling Xiao won't die so easily. The one who will lose is your brother. Behind him, Green Lotus Swordswoman laughed. On the arena, Qi Niming was stunned and smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao's sword was actually on his neck. If this was a real battle, he would probably be dead. You're still too impulsive. Ling Xiao sighed and said, actually, if you continue to endure and find a suitable opportunity to explode, it would be much better than your careless explosiveness. You only cared about your own strength and did not notice that I had already changed the position of the falling plum shadow with my main body. I've lost. Qi Niming smiled bitterly. But could this be blamed on him? Whoever fought with Ling Xiao would have the same rhythm. Ling Xiao's most powerful ability was to make his opponent completely lose their cool and become impulsive. Once this happened, his opponent would be finished. Ling Xiao, your cultivation is clearly not strong, but your battle skills are simply inferior to us old guys. Flame Emperor shook his head and sighed. If they were at the same cultivation level, he believed that he would definitely not be Ling Xiao's opponent. He might even be toyed with by his opponent. Flame Emperor, you only think so, but I've already experienced it. Green Lotus Swordswoman had suppressed her cultivation level to the same level as Ling Xiao in the battle. In the end, she was led by the nose by Ling Xiao and was easily defeated. So she already knew. Ling Xiao, this bastard, in terms of battle skills, was simply a monster. So what if he's skilled? It's fine as long as he's stronger. Xingyan snorted coldly. Although you're a bit arrogant, it's the truth. If he's only at the peak of the core realm, then his limit would be a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core-shattering realm. Against a martial artist at the 4th level of the core-shattering realm, he has no chance of winning. In the end, he's just a support. Without enough strength, it's useless. Fire Spirit nodded and said. While the two of them were talking, another battle began. And it was a battle between the strong, a battle between the seeded contestants. Ling Jiaojiao against Dao Shuilan. One had to admit that Dao Shuilan was already very strong. But her battle with Ling Jiaojiao was a perfect example of the saying that strength was king. Ling Jiaojiao only used one move and knocked Dao Shuilan off the stage. Dao Shuilan had no chance at all. This scene also made the audience realize how terrifying Ling Jiaojiao was. Most likely, among the martial artists present, besides Yu Zhongzong, there was no one else who could suppress her. Yu Qilian had already lost to her. Xingyan was probably not as good as Yu Qilian. There was no need to talk about the others. There was another person that people had high hopes for, and that was Ling Xiao. Although now it seemed that Ling Xiao's strength was not as strong as imagined. But it was hard to say later. The battles continued. At the 25th round of the 64th round, it was another battle between the strong. Yu Zhongzong against Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit defeated Qi Niming in the first battle, showing his strength. But even so, when facing Yu Zhongzong, no one thought highly of him. Because Yu Zhongzong's performance was too terrifying. The birth of elemental life is really magical. Why don't you join me? Yu Zhongzong was very particular when looking for subordinates. Xingyan and the Yu family had a grudge, so he could make use of it. Fire Spirit was an elemental spirit and could be said to have no power. It was better to take him in. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. If he subdued Fire Spirit, he might be able to bring in many elemental spirits. That would be a very good situation for a human demon king. But Fire Spirit's temper wasn't very good. Let's talk after we fight. With that, Fire Spirit pounced on Yu Zhongzong. The flames that soared to the sky also proved his anger. Someone actually wanted to subdue him. How could he accept that? Yu Zhongzong looked at Fire Spirit's attack with a calm expression. He didn't even move. He just let Fire Spirit attack. Just as the opponent's attack was about to land on him, another strange thing happened. A black wave flashed. Fire Spirit was sent flying by the impact. I lost. Fire Spirit didn't say anything and turned to walk down the stage. With just one attack, he understood how terrifying Yu Zhongzong was. Today's Demon Emperor candidate was probably none other than Yu Zhongzong. This Yu Zhongzong is so scary, he still has a complete victory, and he defeated Xingyan and Fire Spirit. His record of complete victories is much more valuable than Ling Zhao's record of complete victories. Yeah, let's keep watching. After all, there can only be one person who can maintain a complete victory in the end, or none at all. 26th Battle, Yu Qiren vs Xingyan. This was definitely a heavyweight battle. The audience actually understood what was going on. The current rankings on the heaven list were basically confirmed: first, Yu Zhongzong, second, Ling Jiaojiao, but after the third, there was no way to confirm. But Yu Qiren and Xingyan's battle basically confirmed who was the third. If Yu Qiren could defeat Xingyan, then no one could defeat him. Of course, that dark horse didn't count because no one knew who that guy was. So far, Yu Qiren's only loss was to Ling Jiaojiao. Xingyan's only loss was to Yu Zhongzong. Although these two didn't have complete victories. One of them lost to the second and the other to the first, it wasn't embarrassing. Ling Xiao, who do you think will win? Qi Niming asked. It's hard to say, Yu Qiren's cultivation is higher than Xingyan's. But Xingyan has obviously experienced more setbacks than Yu Qiren and has more battle experience. Therefore, in this battle, it was really impossible to judge their strength on the surface. It could only be said that whoever performed better would win. I'm more optimistic about Xingyan, he has a burning hatred for Yu Qiren. Hatred could make a person extremely powerful. Of course, this is also a double-edged sword. If he is completely blinded by hatred, then he will definitely lose. Ling Xiao analyzed. You might as well not have said anything. Qi Niming rolled his eyes and looked at the stage. In the end, it all depended on the battle. Analysis was always unreliable. On the battle stage, Yu Qiren was 100 meters away from Xingyan. Nebula did not hide his hatred and power. The blood-red true essence made him look even more ferocious. This was clearly more ruthless than when he dealt with Yu Zhongzong. Do we have a grudge? Yu Qiren asked. Perhaps you have already forgotten, but I will make you remember, that poor girl. She died a horrible death. As soon as Xingyan finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Battle of the Four Directions. Behind him, the faint silhouette of a woman appeared. This woman seemed to be condensed by a blood-red light. It was Xingyan's martial soul. This man is very affectionate. I'm more and more hoping that he can win. Ling Xiao sighed. His martial soul is probably condensed from his girlfriend's remnant soul. The blood-red saber rushed madly at Yu Qiren. Yu Qiren's eyes flashed with a serious light. Xingyan's cultivation was at the 8th level of the core fragmentation realm, and he was at the 9th level. Although one level higher, his opponent's battle intent was much stronger than his. Ever since he lost to Ling Jiaojiao, he lost the qualification to compete for the Demon Sovereign's position. So he felt a little empty in his heart. In comparison, his battle intent was naturally not as strong as Xingyan's. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat just like that. Demon Shadow Annihilation. Sword Soul Steel. Yu Qiren's sword shook. The sharp edge of the sword stabbed at Xingyan's attack. Clang, the sword and saber collided. Xingyan's attack was obviously blocked and could not continue. I seem to have a bit of an impression of the martial soul behind you. When Yu Qiren was fighting, he was also observing Xingyan's martial soul. He felt that it was somewhat familiar. But too many people had died under his hands. With just this little impression, it was impossible for him to remember. If you can't remember, then continue to remember. Blood 8 cuts. Xingyan released an even more powerful attack. The violent saber intent slashed down one after another. However, although the saber intent was powerful. But after the 5th slash, it was broken by Yu Qiren. Although Yu Qilian's experience in battle was not as good as Xingyun's. However, he was not an inexperienced piece of trash. In addition, he was a genius himself, and his ability to adapt to the situation was extremely strong. After blocking Xingyun's attack, Yu Qilian suddenly began to counterattack. A sword stabbed at Xingyun's vital point. Clang, this sword was blocked by Xingyun. The two of them were really evenly matched, and neither was able to gain the upper hand. Demon Shadow Sword Art, Immortal Annihilation. Yu Qilian was no longer imagining things. He could tell that Nebula wanted his life. Since that was the case, he couldn't not be on guard. Because he didn't want to die. Although he couldn't compete for the qualifications of the Demon Emperor candidate. But this life was his, and he would not casually throw it away. Break for me! Xingyun roared, and even the martial soul behind him became ferocious. Holding the saber with both hands, he blocked Yu Qilian's attack. And he had no intention of retreating at all. Instead, his fighting spirit became more and more high. Although I don't know why you hate me so much, if you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Yu Qilian's face became gloomy. He was also enraged by the beating. On the long sword in his hand, a black shadow flickered. At the same time, a demonic figure finally appeared behind him. It was also his martial soul. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he used his martial soul. This was proof of his anger. On the other hand, it was enough to prove that Xingyun gave him a lot of pressure. No matter what, I have to defeat you today, or else I won't be able to appease my girlfriend's soul in heaven. Xingyun knew very well that even if he gave it his all, he wouldn't be able to kill Yu Qilian. So he was satisfied to be able to defeat and humiliate his opponent. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's end this in 3 moves. Yu Qilian took a deep breath. The long sword in his hand suddenly burned with black flames. 9 demonic flames. There was no doubt that Yu Qilian was very terrifying when he got serious. 9 streaks of black flames turned into 9 deadly sword chi that bloomed at the same time. They stabbed directly at Xingyun. Xingyun resisted with all his might and retreated continuously. His body was still pierced by the sword and he almost fell off the stage. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, it's over. Yu Qilian looked at Xingyun coldly. Even now, he still didn't understand why Xingyun was looking for trouble with him. But it seemed there was no need to know. Since Xingyun wanted to kill him, he would just kill him. This was the code of conduct of the Yu family. Heaven-destroying blow. Yu Qilian shouted coldly, the sword in his hand spinning as he stabbed at Xingyun. The spiraling sword chi produced a crazy dazzling light in the air. Xingyun seemed to have no chance. He could choose to jump off the stage and admit defeat. Otherwise, his body would be pierced by the sword. But at the last moment, Xingyun's body turned crimson red. He suddenly attacked at a speed that Yu Qilian didn't expect at all. He risked being stabbed by the sword. The sword cut into Yu Qilian's body. Yu Qilian was cut in half. Yu Qilian, whose body had been cut in half, still managed to stab Xingyun with his sword. Xingyun was sent flying and fell onto the stage. A terrifying wound appeared on Xingyun's body. I didn't expect Xingyun to be so patient, using the blood spirit demonic art at the last moment. He seriously injured Yu Qilian. But he still lost. Qi Niming sighed. Maybe he doesn't care about winning or losing, he just wants Yu Qilian to suffer. Although he fell out of the arena, Yu Qilian's injuries are more serious than his. Ling Xiao sighed. Sure enough, a person who wanted revenge was extremely dangerous, because you simply didn't know what crazy things he would do. That makes sense. Fortunately, this is an arena battle, otherwise Yu Qilian would definitely die. Qi Niming also nodded his head, feeling a little emotional. Of course, most of the audience didn't care about this. They cared more about who won. Yu Qilian deserves to be 3rd on the heaven ranking. But Xingyun is also terrifying, 4th on the heaven ranking isn't a big problem. Now let's see who gets 5th. Amidst the discussion, the 64th round was quickly coming to an end. As for Xingyun and Yu Qilian, they had been sent to their respective sects to treat their injuries. In order to face the next challenge, they couldn't let anything happen to them. Fortunately, they all had powerful forces behind them. Otherwise, if they were ordinary people, they wouldn't have the qualifications to continue if they were injured. The 64th round ended, and the 65th round began. The first 3 matches were still not between the seeded players. However, in the 4th match, Yu Zhongzong faced Yunu. This battle, Yunu did not take the field at all and directly admitted defeat. With his soul-devouring demonic eyes, he knew how terrifying Yu Zhongzong was. If he went up, he would just be throwing his life away. There was no need for that. The 11th match, Xingyan against Dao Shuilan. Currently, Xingyan's injuries had mostly recovered. However, there would definitely be some problems. Hence, Dao Shuilan might not necessarily lose to him. However, reality told everyone that Xingyan's strength was genuine. As soon as he entered the arena, he launched a fierce attack on Dao Shuilan. Although he had lost quite a bit of his strength. However, he was still able to suppress Dao Shuilan. The terrifying blood-colored Jin Yuan continued to explode in the arena. If it were anyone else, they would have been defeated in an instant. Fortunately, it was Dao Shuilan. Dao Shuilan's saber was more of a defensive weapon than an offensive one. It controlled the water elements to attack and defend. Although it looked a little pathetic. Basically, it blocked Xingyan's attacks. Water Dragon Explosion. After suffering from Xingyan's continuous attacks, Dao Shuilan finally found a chance to counterattack. She used her killer move as soon as she attacked. A huge water dragon roared out. It pounced towards Xingyan at a terrifying speed. Savage Blood 8. Slashes. Xingyan faced Dao Shuilan's attack without any intention of retreating. The blood-colored saber in his hand swung. He forcefully destroyed the water dragon in the air. Boom. There was a loud boom and Dao Shuilan was forcefully sent flying out of the arena. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. He thought he had found a chance to counterattack. However, he did not know that it was an opening that luck had purposely left for him. Otherwise, this battle would have continued for a long time. Xingyan is indeed 4th on the heaven list. Even if he's injured, he can still defeat Dao Shuilan. The 17th match, Yunu against Qi Niming. The battle between the seeded players began again. After Yunu lost to Ling Xiao, he defeated Jian Wuqing. Therefore, he was very confident in Qi Niming. After all, Qi Niming's cultivation was not as high as Jian Wuqing's, and both of them used swords. In Yunu's opinion, defeating Qi Niming should be a matter of course. However, the result disappointed him. Qi Niming actually defeated him in one move. This made him speechless. It was even over before the soul-devouring demonic eye had any effect. Qi Niming's aptitude is much stronger than Jian Wuqing's. He's someone who can fight above his level. Yunu is really ridiculous to underestimate him. Ling Xiao shook his head. The 21st match, Ling Xiao against Fire Spirit. Finally, the heavyweight battle was here. The dark horse that everyone had high hopes for. Against the 5th on the heaven list, Fire Spirit. Whether or not Ling Xiao could defeat Fire Spirit would be the key to whether he could continue to receive support. Fire Spirit's cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the course-shattering realm. He was stronger than Jian Wuqing, Dao Shuilan, Yunu, and Qi Niming. It was simply a fool's dream to want to defeat him with the perfect cultivation of the course-shattering realm. Therefore, when Ling Xiao got on the stage, he swallowed the power of the heavenly demon Dutchman's petal. It made his cultivation reach the 3rd level of the course-shattering realm. Ling Xiao was well aware of what level of power he should use against the person he was dealing with. It shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat Fire Spirit, who was at the 6th level of the course-shattering realm. Of course, it still depended on the performance in the battle. So far, Fire Spirit was known as the one with the strongest defense among all the seeded contestants. And Ling Xiao was known as the one with the strongest fighting skills. The encounter of these two people was very interesting. Of course, people were looking forward to Ling Xiao, the dark horse's performance that would shock them the most. Otherwise, it would be boring. On the huge arena, the two stood facing each other. Fire Spirit was domineering. Ling Xiao was calm as usual. To be honest, I really can't see through you. Can you tell me what your true cultivation is? Fire Spirit scratched his head and asked. My true cultivation? Ling Xiao smiled and said, perfect Earth Core realm. Hee, you really know how to joke. If you're really at the perfect Earth Core realm, then I can't fight with you. Otherwise, it'll be an unfair victory. Fire Spirit smiled. Actually, you don't have to care about my cultivation. Just attack with all your strength. Ling Xiao said lightly. Alright, if that's the case, then I won't hold back. Furious Flame 18 Fists. It was the first time Fire Spirit used a martial skill. He definitely thought highly of Ling Xiao. He didn't even use a martial skill when facing a martial artist with a higher cultivation than Ling Xiao. But this time, he did. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Facing Fire Spirit's terrifying fist wind, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. He still used the 23 dragon subduing swords. Boom, their attacks didn't collide. Instead, they hit their opponents separately. Fire Spirit's first attack hit Ling Xiao's body, forcing Ling Xiao back 4 to 5 steps. However, Ling Xiao's sword chi also pierced through Fire Spirit's body. This attack was actually evenly matched. Third level of the Shattered Core Realm. Is this your true cultivation? Fire Spirit was shocked. The audience was even more dumbfounded. Could it be that Ling Xiao was still hiding his strength when he faced the Shattered Core Realm martial artist? Just how strong was this guy? I told you, my true cultivation is only at the complete Earth Core Realm. Ling Xiao said lightly. Alright, it doesn't matter. It's enough that you have such strength. Fire Spirit pounced forward again, using the 18 fists of Furious Flame. Ling Xiao didn't hold back either, using the 23 dragon subduing swords. The two actually started to fight on the stage. They all said that Ling Xiao was a skill-based martial artist. However, he didn't have any intention of dodging this battle. Fire Spirit didn't dodge either. The two exchanged more than 20 attacks. In the end, Fire Spirit smiled bitterly and shook his head. I lost. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Moreover, even his physical body was so strong. What is your weakness? Weakness? Of course, cultivation. Ling Xiao thought about it and said. Still joking? You're only 18 years old and you're already at the third level of the Shattered Core Realm. You're even more terrifying than the Demon Emperor. You actually said that your cultivation is low. Are you trying to anger me to death? Fire Spirit sighed and turned to leave. Ling Xiao also sighed. He was the clearest about his own cultivation. Compared to these experts, he couldn't do it. If he didn't have the power of the demonic Dutchman's flower, he wouldn't even be able to stand here. Therefore, even though he won consecutively, he didn't feel proud at all. However, the audience had already started to discuss. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. He's probably going to be a dark horse until the end of the competition. Yes, Fire Spirit's winning streak has ended. I wonder who will Ling Xiao defeat next. If that's the case, the 5th place on the Heaven leaderboard should belong to Ling Xiao. Round 30, Ling Jiaojiao vs Jian Wuqing. Naturally, there was no suspense in this battle. Jiajiao's SS the difference's strength was too huge, there was nothing he could do. Soon, round 65th round originally, everyone thought the competition would continue. There shouldn't Fang however, in this round, Yu Zhangzong's opponent was Ling Jiaojiao, the other rankings aside. The battle between the two had suddenly arrived. As a result, the competition among the candidates for the position of Demon Venerable suddenly became tense. No matter which one of them won, the others might not be a match for them. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Zhangzong and Ling Jiaojiao went up to the arena. However, this battle was far simpler than everyone had imagined. Just one move. Yu Zhangzong defeated Ling Jiaojiao. He released his terrifying aura of a divine body first level. Divine body realm. How is this possible? How can someone under 100 years old cultivate to this level? Looks like there's no need for this Demon Venerable candidate battle to continue. Yu Zhangzong has already won. Yeah, who can be his opponent? Hearing everyone's discussion, Yu Zhangzong was very proud. He turned to look at the judges. Although you're puppet judges, you can't not understand such a simple thing, right? There's no need for this battle to continue, right? The puppet judges discussed for a while. Finally, they made a decision. According to everyone's comprehensive judgment, the top 10 are: 1st, Yu Zhongzong; 2nd, Ling Jiaojiao; 3rd, Yu Qilian; 4th, Xing Yun; 5th, Ling Xiao; 6th, Fire Spirit; 7th, Jian Wuqing; 8th, Qi Niming; 9th, Yu Nu; 10th, Dao Shuilan. If there's no objection, these 10 can stay in the Demon Venerable City too. Cultivate. The final candidate to become the Demon Venerable candidate will be Yu Zhongzong. The puppet judges discussed for a long time and still felt that there was no need to continue the battle. Because the result was very obvious, the probability of an accident was very low. Haha, what can they not accept? Even if all 9 of them come at me together, they won't be my match. Yu Zhongzong sneered, completely domineering. Even though many people, including the Yu family, were displeased, the Yu family was also very displeased. But Yu Zhongzong's strength was there, and they couldn't do anything. This was the Demon Venerable City, and they couldn't do anything, so they could only let Yu Zhongzong do whatever he wanted. Yu Zhongzong laughed wildly. After he obtained the right to become the Demon Venerable's successor, he could learn a lot of good things from the Demon Emperor. In the future, it would be very easy for him to dominate this Demon Venerable City. He believed that with his talent, there would be no problem. This time, he took over Yu Zhongzong's body to participate in the Demon Venerable candidate battle. He was right to come. I have an objection. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Jiaojiao indifferently. Although Ling Jiaojiao was injured by Yu Zhongzong, her injuries weren't serious. So he didn't need to worry. What he needed to do now was to rely on his own strength to stop the human demon king from obtaining the right to become the Demon Venerable's successor. You? Everyone was very familiar with Ling Xiao. In the 65th round of this competition, he was the dark horse among the dark horses. Now, he stood out again. But the problem was, with his 3rd level of the course-shattering realm cultivation, how could he be a match for a 1st-level divine physique realm martial artist? Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. Ha 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 ha, I wanted to find trouble with you, but I didn't expect you to send yourself to me first. Seeing that it was Ling Xiao, Yu Zhongzong laughed very happily. When they were fighting for the demonic epiphyllum in the Fengdu Devil Forest, Ling Xiao had caused him a lot of trouble. Now that he had the chance to take revenge, he was naturally very happy. Don't be rash, Ling Xiao. Qi Niming shouted. Don't worry, I'm not rash. Ling Xiao was very calm now. The right to become the Demon Venerable's successor was either him or Ling Jiaojiao. It definitely couldn't be anyone else. The Yu family had no reason to stop him. Just right, let this brat and the person who took over his body kill each other, and in the end, our Yu family can sit back and reap the benefits. Yu Xiangtian sneered. This old fox had thought it through very well. But he didn't consider that since Ling Xiao stood out, how could he let their Yu family take advantage of him, although the current Ling Xiao had devoured all the demonic epiphyllum. He only raised his strength to the 9th level of the course-shattering realm. He didn't continue to raise it. After all, if he raised it to the divine physique realm, he could only maintain it for half an hour. He wouldn't do that if it wasn't necessary. What if that kid uses the power of the demonic Sirius? Yu Qiren asked worriedly. Isn't that good? He can use the power of the demonic Sirius to deal with the human demon king. To us, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. That way, we'll have less to worry about. Yu Xiangtian sneered, that's not a problem. What I'm worried about now is whether Ancestor Heavenbreaker will succeed or not. What is it? Yu Qiren asked curiously. Before the Demon Sovereign took over Ling Jiaojia's body, he drew out the structure of the Demon Sovereign City from his memory. He also told me and Ancestor Heavenbreaker a way to temporarily stop the operation of the Demon Sovereign City. Although it will consume a lot of high-grade spirit stones, the stoppage will only last for an hour. But that's enough for our Yu family. Whether it's the human demon king or Ling Xiao who gets the right to be the successor, they will all die. The final winner will only be our Yu family. Yu Xiangtian sneered. Amazing. Yu Qiren was pleasantly surprised. He thought that things were out of control, but it turned out that everything was under the control of the Yu family. In other words, what we have to do now is to watch those two guys kill each other? Yu Qiren laughed. that's right. Let's watch the show slowly. Ancestor Heavenbreaker has sent a message that everything is going smoothly. In about 10 minutes, it will be done. Give the order, and everyone in the Yu family is ready. Kill all the cultivators who don't belong to our Yu family in the shortest time possible. Yu Xiangtian sneered. Therefore, Yu Qiren informed the Yu family about this matter and waited for the demon sovereign city to stop operating temporarily. Within an hour after the puppets stopped working, all the competitors present would be executed. In this way, even the City of Gold wouldn't know how Ling Xiao died. Not to mention revenge. Kid, you should know who I am, right? On the stage, the human demon king sneered at Ling Xiao. Whether or not he could become the successor of the demon sovereign, this Ling Xiao must be killed. Otherwise, his dead son's spirit in heaven would not be able to rest in peace. A dignified human demon king actually possessed someone else to participate in the selection of the demon sovereign's successor. Don't you find it embarrassing? Ling Xiao looked at the human demon king and mocked. Cut the crap, I'll kill you first. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The human demon king naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. An incomparably terrifying aura was suddenly released. The black demonic shadow grew to a height of several hundred feet. The terrifying pressure caused the audience below the stage to flee. Only a few experts dared to come closer to watch. This was the strength of a divine physique echelon expert. Even if he was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. But that was already in existence on another level. Compared to the divine core realm, he was much stronger. Buzz, at this moment, Ling Xiao's two swords were unsheathed. The Dongxing Heavenly Sword and Dongxing Demonic Sword became one. It transformed into the Dongxing Fiend God Sword. The sharp sword energy actually pierced through the demonic human king's aura. Even though you're releasing the aura of a first-level divine body echelon cultivator, it's still not enough. But if I'm not wrong, you're still in the core fragmentation realm. You're just much stronger than an ordinary 9th stage core fragmentation realm cultivator. In the end, this isn't your body. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi eye flickered with a strange light. Perhaps only he could tell that the human demon king was just putting on an act. Even if that's the case, so what? Do you really think you can win against me? Having his true cultivation seen through, the human demon king's expression became unsightly. But, he was still confident. Although he wasn't in the divine physique echelon realm, he was still an invincible existence. Ling Xiao was just a 3rd stage core fragmentation realm cultivator. How could he possibly be his match? The human demon king stopped unleashing his aura, and the several hundred feet tall demonic shadow started shrinking back into his body. The aura unleashed had become weaker, but the aura inside his body had become even more terrifying. Holding the Dongxing Fiend God Sword in his hand, Ling Xiao stared at the human demon king. His eyes were filled with the confidence to win. He couldn't lose this battle. If he lost, not only would he die, Ling Jiaojiao would die as well. Even Green Lotus Swordswoman and Ancestor Scarlet Flame would be implicated. Who would have thought that the battle for the successor of the Demon Venerable would turn out like this? The audience felt that it was a bit strange. I think this is pretty good. The final battle is about to begin. Perhaps the human demon king is finally going to erupt with his true strength. Of course, the audience didn't know about the Yu family scheme. They only wanted to see if it was Ling Xiao who killed the human demon king. Or if it was the human demon king who killed Ling Xiao. Brat, take my fist first, demonic dragon's bite. Boom, the entire arena trembled. Spiderweb-like cracks actually appeared on the originally solid ground, spreading in all directions. The light wall protecting the arena also trembled unceasingly, as if it was about to shatter. In the next moment, a black demonic dragon broke through the sky. It instantly pounced on Ling Xiao. It wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. The surrounding air crackled under the pressure, as if it was a glass ball that was about to shatter. This fist represented the human demon king's true strength. Whether it was facing Ling Jiaojiao or other opponents, he did not reveal his true strength. It could be seen that he really hated Ling Xiao to the bone. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was. He wanted to use all his strength to kill Ling Xiao. Heaven covering palm. Ling Xiao did not show any weakness. The Dongxing demon god sword in his right hand continued to gather sword intent. His left hand blasted out. A black palm stretched out from the void. As if it was the hand of God, it wanted to crush the demonic spirit. Boom, the palm collided with the demonic dragon. A terrifying explosion sounded in the air. The terrifying force of the collision formed visible energy waves. The explosion of energy actually caused the light wall to have a 10-meter-tall edge. In some places, small cracks even appeared. Black energy was released from these cracks, like a balloon that had run out of gas. It was just that this energy was black. Boom, in the next moment, the light wall completely shattered. Fortunately, the majority of the martial artists had already retreated far away. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a calamity. Because the area within 100 meters of the arena had been razed to the ground. This destructive power was simply terrifying to the extreme. F***ck, luckily we escaped quickly. Otherwise, we would have become ghosts in their battle. Yeah, just the residual energy from the collision was more terrifying than my full-strength attack. What's going on with these two? It's natural for the human demon king to be powerful because he's in the first level of the divine physique echelon. But what's up with Ling Xiao? That attack just now was definitely not something that a third-level core-shattering stage could unleash. Peak 9th level core-shattering stage. Xingyan clenched his teeth and smiled bitterly. If the human demon king had used such a method to deal with him, he would definitely be dead. Ling Xiao, how strong are you? Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version of this book. This time, both Ling Xiao and the human devil king were pushed back dozens of steps. Although the attack seemed powerful, it was still the same. In truth, neither of them had used their strongest attack. The human devil king looked down on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, wanted to probe and observe. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. His understanding of the human devil king was still lacking. This attack gave him a lot to think about. You're really strong. If it were any other peak 9th stage shattered core cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to block such a terrifying attack. You're the same. You can actually erupt with the strength of a peak 9th stage shattered core cultivator. Moreover, you're much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the same stage. I really don't know how you did it. The human devil king was also shocked. Hee, no matter how I did it, you're not afraid, are you? Ling Xiao mocked. Afraid? Ha 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 ha. The human devil king laughed madly. I really underestimated you with this attack. However, I won't be merciful in the next attack. You really think you're all that? I'm sorry, but the heaven-covering palm can't be said to be my strongest attack. Ling Xiao shrugged. I have more trump cards than you think. These two lunatics, one isn't using his full strength and the other is just probing. Just how strong are they? I don't know how strong they are, but one thing is for sure. After today's battle, if Ling Xiao doesn't die, his name will spread throughout the heavenly demon ghost region. Even people from other realms will hear of his name. The audience was shaken to the core as they watched. They were also extremely nervous. This battle was too exciting. This was definitely the most exciting battle of the Demon Venerable's successor selection this time. Damn it. This Ling Xiao. Killian could accept that the human devil king was stronger than him. But for Ling Xiao to be this strong, Killian just couldn't understand it. What was it that made Ling Xiao so terrifying? Killian, don't panic. No matter what made him stronger, he'll still die. Xianxia was also very confused. He didn't know that the heavenly demon epiphyllum's power could be used at different levels. Ling Xiao had suddenly become stronger, but he hadn't reached the divine physique echelon, so he really didn't expect Ling Xiao to use the heavenly demon epiphyllum. On the stage, neither Ling Xiao nor the human devil king was in the mood to listen to what the others thought. Holding the Dongxing Fiend God sword, Ling Xiao circulated the true yuan in his body. The sharp sword intent continued to rise. His aura became stronger and stronger. With the accumulation of his previous accumulation, this sword of the heavenly demon ghost region wasn't a weak. The human demon kings of the heavens of the heavens of the human devil king of the heavens. Boom, at some point, the two of them attacked at almost the same time, neither of them willing to fall behind. The fourth stage of the 12 divine beasts technique, of the blood of the ice dragon, of the flying flame of the radiant holy light tiger. 4 kinds of beast gods roared as they flew out from the eastern victory demon god's sword. They condensed into one body in midair. They turned into terrifying beasts from the ancient times, wanting to tear everything in this world to shreds. Whether it was speed or power, both were breathtaking. Demon King Tyrant Fist. The human Demon King didn't dare to be careless, erupting with his strongest move. The powerful fist directly compressed the air in front of him. A vacuum appeared in front of him. Bang, the sword light and fist imprint collided once again. The entire stage shook once again. The cracks that were already there became even more obvious. Countless pieces of gravel were sent flying. They turned into dust in an instant. In the next instant, they exploded. The terrifying energy fluctuations became the audience's nightmare once again. Ling Zhao's figure retreated rapidly, somersaulting several times in the air before he could steady himself. Too powerful. According to Ling Zhao's intuition, the human Demon King's fist had reached the level of a peak 10th order emperor ranked martial skill. Ling Zhao's 12 divine beasts technique's 4th layer, without using the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, could only erupt with the power of a high 9th order emperor ranked martial skill. The gap between their martial skills was too big. Therefore, Ling Zhao suffered a great loss this time. This was the disadvantage of using external items to increase one's strength. His strength increased, but the grade of his martial skills did not. How do I win? Ling Zhao stood still, looking at the human Demon King in the distance. Although the human Demon King's situation was much better than Ling Zhao's, he couldn't immediately chase after him. Ling Zhao's sword intent combined with his sword skills, in addition to the Eastern Victory Demon God's sword's amplification, was not easy to deal with. Interesting, too interesting. I don't care how you managed to raise your strength to this level, but you actually used a 9th order emperor ranked martial skill to fight against my 10th order emperor ranked martial skill to this extent. It can be seen that the weapon in your hand is extraordinary. Greed appeared in the human Demon King's eyes. He obviously had his eyes on Ling Zhao's Eastern Victory Demon God's sword. However, you should have realized that no matter how hard you try, you can't defeat me. In the end, your martial skills are too weak, my strength can still increase. The more I get used to this body, the greater the gap between us. What's the use of saying so much nonsense? If you have the ability, then come at me. If I lose, these 2 swords will belong to you. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with confidence. In the past, he had also encountered this kind of situation. There was nothing to be afraid of. He was always challenging opponents stronger than him. The human Demon King was not the first. Perhaps he could even make use of this opportunity to make himself stronger. As he spoke, Ling Zhao's sword intent erupted again. The sharp sword intent cut the surrounding gravel into powder. Whoosh, the human Demon King moved. In an instant, he approached Ling Zhao, attempting to deal a fatal blow to Ling Zhao. Competing in speed? You might not be as good as me. Yin Yang Universal Light Tiger's special skill, Universal Body, Falling Plum Blossom Clear Shadow Step. In the next moment, Ling Zhao was left with only falling plum blossoms. His true body had already disappeared. This caused the human Demon King's attack to miss, and his expression turned ugly. Ling Zhao's Falling Plum Blossom Clear Shadow Step was obviously not as good as his, but his speed was actually faster. It seemed that there must be some kind of improvement. His guess was right. The universal body was actually the key. In addition to the blood-colored Thunder God's enhancement, Ling Zhao's speed was already fast enough for those below the divine body realm. Now, his cultivation had temporarily reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Shattered Core realm. His speed would only be faster. It's useless even if you're fast. Your movements are still under my control, Demon King Tyrant Fist. It was the same punch, but its power was clearly stronger than before. It seemed that the human Demon King had already gotten used to Yu Zhongzong's body. He wasn't bluffing. 9 styles of the dragon subduing technique, fusion. When Ling Zhao dodged just now, he had already used the first 9 styles of the 23 styles of the dragon subduing sword. Then, he fused them into one attack. It erupted. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. The first 9 moves of the 23 subduing dragon swords combined was comparable to the 4th layer of the 12 divine beasts technique. But it saved a lot of effort. Bang, the two collided once again. And it was a head-on collision. The human demon king was still strong enough. This punch directly shattered the fusion of the 9 forms, although the power of the punch was weakened by a lot. It still landed on Ling Xiao's head. Ling Xiao was sent flying by the attack. He felt like his head was in a daze. This time, Ling Xiao suffered a big loss. The human demon king wouldn't miss this opportunity. He once again urged his true essence. He punched out. Demonic Dragon's Bite. The reason why he didn't use the Demon King Tyrant Fist was because it was on cooldown and couldn't be used consecutively. That move was too strong, and its execution speed was too slow. The human demon king was afraid that Ling Xiao would have a chance to react. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of it. Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul Skill, Shadow Warrior Transformation. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the human demon king. Hell Shadow Strike. Ling Xiao didn't like to suffer losses. If he suffered losses, he would earn it back. At this moment, the human demon king had just used the demonic dragon's bite. In an attacking position, he couldn't defend and could only forcefully dodge. However, the sword still left an eye-catching wound on his arm. Blood dripped down. The human demon king's face became incomparably gloomy. At this moment, everyone was mesmerized by the scene. Even the Yu family's martial artists were shocked. The human demon king's strength didn't need to be mentioned. His attacks looked simple, but each of them had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. And Ling Xiao's martial skills and strength were inferior to his, yet he was still able to injure him. Strange. This Ling Xiao's fighting skills are already at the Grandmaster level. Yeah, even the older generation's martial artists who are stronger than him wouldn't be able to change like this. Is this why a beast god's martial artist is so terrifying? I don't know, I've never seen a beast god's martial artist. At the beginning of the battle, almost no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. Even those on Ling Xiao's side had doubts about the battle between Ling Xiao and the human devil king. From their point of view, even if Ling Xiao used the demonic Sirius final power, he might not be the human devil king's match. But what's interesting is that Ling Xiao is now fighting back and forth with the human devil king. He was not at a disadvantage. This kid definitely can't be left alive. I can guarantee that even martial artists who have just stepped into the divine body realm aren't as terrifying as this kid. Yu Xiangtian's expression became very ugly. Previously, he was still considering whether or not to kill Ling Xiao. After all, if news of him killing Ling Xiao was leaked, the City of Gold might take revenge on him. But now, he had made up his mind. Ling Xiao was already their enemy. If they didn't kill him now, they probably wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future. This brat's strength had already exceeded his imagination. Would he still dare to let him continue to grow? This brat, you two listen up. Even if you die, you must protect him. He will definitely be the first person from our Gold Sky region to step into the Eternal Desert in the future. The Flame Emperor was very excited. This was the first time he was so excited to see a battle between Shattered Core Realm martial artists. This brat really has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. It's really impossible to guard against him. The human devil king looked at Ling Xiao with some fear in his eyes. At the beginning, he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. But now, he was afraid. It wasn't that he had changed. It was that Ling Xiao had exploded with even more power, making him feel fear. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, that sword would have pierced his back. Although that wouldn't have killed him. But it definitely wouldn't have felt good. Once he was seriously injured, he would gradually lose his advantage. I seem to have found a way to win. Ling Xiao finally found something interesting. Although his strength increased, the power of his martial skills didn't increase. But the power of his divine abilities increased as his strength increased. Although it would still decrease in the future, that was a matter for the future. Right now, he could rely on the beast god's special skills and divine abilities to defeat the human devil king. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao quietly released the bloodthirsty plague, not only against the human devil king. It also targeted the Yu family martial artists. Although he didn't know why the Yu family was still so calm. He believed that the other party must be plotting something. Therefore, releasing the bloodthirsty plague early could continue to weaken the Yu family martial artists. Although the current bloodthirsty plague was weakening slowly, it was still soundless. By the time the enemy discovered it, it was already too late. Of course, the bloodthirsty plague was only the first step. It could only weaken the enemy. If he wanted to completely defeat the human devil king, he would have to rely on his special skills. Huff. The human devil king let out a long breath, and his eyes became incomparably cold. Even I am jealous of your talent. So, I won't give you any chance to hurt me. You've said this kind of nonsense more than once. Don't you think it's boring? You speak as if you're high and mighty and can't tolerate being defeated. But today, I'm going to defeat you. I'll make you lose all dignity. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the human devil king. At this point, no matter what the human devil king said to threaten him, he wouldn't care. Fine, then let's try. As he spoke, the human devil king's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao calmly looked at all this, using the falling plum-clear shadow steps and cosmic body to dodge. Right now, the human devil king's morale was at its peak, so there was no need to face the enemy head-on. In any case, he had already released the bloodthirsty plague. As long as he could avoid the other party's attacks, he would do his best to do so. On the field, two afterimages flickered. One chased, the other dodged. The majority of the martial artists couldn't even see the appearance of the two. It was all guesswork. Caught you. Die for me. After no less than 3 minutes, the human devil king suddenly roared. After unremitting efforts, he had caught Ling Xiao's weak point. A devil king tyrant fist punched out. Ling Xiao's lips curved into a cold sneer. You fell for it. Vajra 8 beast soul transformation, indestructible Vajra, impervious to fire and water. The instant the devil king tyrant fist arrived, Ling Xiao activated his ultimate defense. His current indestructible Vajra defense had reached the level of a peak 10th order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even if the other party used the devil king tyrant fist, Huang Xiaolong wasn't afraid. Rumble, Ling Xiao took the attack head-on. Then, the giant staff in his hand smashed out. The human devil king didn't have time to react. He was hit squarely by the staff. The human devil king fell flat on the ground, causing the stage to cave in. However, Ling Xiao had no way to chase after the human devil king. After taking the devil king tyrant fist head-on, his body staggered 4 to 5 steps back. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What a crazy battle, but how did Ling Xiao's defense become so strong all of a sudden? The audience was dumbfounded watching this. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, PA. Spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva, the human demon king's eyes instantly narrowed. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you make me too excited. Originally, I was saving this move to deal with the human demon kings of the Yu family. You little brats really don't deserve to be here. But now, I'm going to use it. Otherwise, it would be a bit difficult to defeat you. The majority of martial artists couldn't use their full strength in battle. They had to leave some life-saving skills behind. The human demon king was like this, but Ling Xiao was also like this. But now, the human demon king was really desperate because he couldn't find any other way to kill Ling Xiao. And it was even more impossible for him to admit defeat. He was very clear what the result would be if he admitted defeat. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this trump card. Speaking of which, I don't know if this body can withstand this power. If it can't, then give me your body. It's much better than this trash body. The human demon king didn't just fancy the 2 swords in Ling Xiao's hands. He also fancied Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao looked at the human demon king, his expression still indifferent. He naturally knew that the human demon king had a trump card. He was also on guard. His opponent had a trump card, but how could he not? He had more than one trump card. Trump card? I actually want to see what your so-called trump card is. Ling Xiao chuckled. You're actually not afraid at all? The human demon king frowned. It seems that you don't understand the terror of this trump card. Don't you think that you're talking too much nonsense? Ling Xiao indifferently said, from the beginning, you've been acting all high and mighty. As if you're much stronger than me. But now, you've only lightly injured me. You can't even seriously injure me, so how can you kill me? How surprising are these two lunatics? Both of them still have trump cards? The audience already didn't know what words to use to express their shock. The two people in the arena had displayed extremely powerful reaction and combat ability. It was so powerful that it was suffocating. Humph, arrogant bastard, do you really think that this demon king only has this little bit of ability? Boom, human devil king's body released a tyrannical black gas. Cracks began to appear on his body. Damn it. As expected, this is the limit. What a trashy body. Human devil king sighed, but this is enough. My strength has increased by at least 30 times, even if I don't release all of the energy in my body, it's enough to defeat him. He looked up at Ling Xiao. However, he discovered that Ling Xiao had released his barrier martial spirit. The entire arena was shrouded in golden light, and there was also a layer of isolation array. As a result, the people outside could not see what was happening inside. In fact, he could only sense a tiny bit of the power within it. Seeing this scene, the human demon king was stunned. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao would do such a thing. You don't understand, right? Do you think you're the only one with a trump card, but how could you know that others also have a trump card? It's just that this trump card of mine is too earth-shattering. Once it is used, it will inevitably cause a commotion. Therefore, I can only use it secretly. Tyrannical martial spirit, release. Buzz, a tyrannical power appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a pitch-black universe, a boundless heaven and earth, an ancient god. In that instant, the human demon king felt an unprecedented fear. He couldn't control his own power and released the finishing move that he had been preparing for a long time. Wrath of Darkness, Demon King Tyrant Fist. It was the same Demon King Tyrant Fist, but it had absorbed the human demon king's origin energy. It became incomparably terrifying. It was as if a giant's palm was descending from the sky. It pressed down on Ling Xiao like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Ling Xiao coldly looked at this scene. He didn't use his sword. He gently raised his right hand. He silently circulated his true yuan. Behind this seemingly calm movement, it was as if a storm was about to erupt. The Demon King Tyrant Fist's giant hand was only 5 or 6 meters away from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly released the energy contained in his hand. Tyrannical universe, heaven-covering palm. The terrifying giant hand stretched out from the universe. It was as if a terrifying existence came from another dimension. It collided with the human demon king's hand. In that instant, the entire stage collapsed. However, it didn't matter to the two people in the middle of the battle. They floated in midair, completely unconcerned about the destruction of the stage. On the contrary, the spectators were in a miserable state. The shattered rocks flew everywhere, and the spectators had no choice but to resist with all their might. Within the martial spirit barrier, the heaven-covering palm finally destroyed the Demon King Tyrant Fist. The tyrannical palm wind didn't stop. It continued to bombard the human Demon King's body. Rumble, Yu Zhongzong's body was still too weak. There were already cracks on it before, and now, it was bombarded by this giant palm. Immediately, it shattered and turned into ashes. The human Demon King tried to escape. However, this was the world of Tyrannical Universe. Tyrannical Universe contained the power of a domain. If it trapped the human Demon King, how could he escape? Become my strength. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. A huge black hole appeared in Tyrannical Universe. The black hole desperately sucked in the human Demon King's soul. The human Demon King let out a terrified cry. Let me go, let me go. I can help you. There's no need for that. I prefer a dead human Demon King. For existences like the human Demon King, if you couldn't completely destroy him, he could rise again. During the battle for the demonic Sirius, Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to kill the human Demon King, which resulted in a future disaster. Now that he had the chance, he naturally wouldn't let it go. No. Although the human demon king struggled with all his might, he was still completely sucked in by the black hole. Well done, disciple. You've absorbed the human demon king's energy. Now, you can nurture a great demon king. Who knows, his strength might even reach the terrifying divine physique echelon. At that time, even if your strength isn't as good as others, you can still have a powerful bodyguard. Yuan Venerate said with a smile as he used the demon-suppressing orb to refine the human demon king's energy. Thank you for your trouble, master. If possible, I hope you can succeed as soon as possible. Ling Xiao needed help now. What he had to face wasn't just the Yu family. There was also the Green Vine cult leader, the Blood Spirit cult leader, and the Red Robe cult leader. Although they weren't as good as Yu Xiangtian and Yu Padian, they would definitely be very difficult to deal with. On his side, only he and the Flame Emperor had reached the divine physique echelon. This was far from enough. Who won? The audience couldn't see what was happening in the gathering of martial souls. They were extremely anxious. Just now, they had only felt the collision of two terrifying energies. However, they weren't clear who won. You don't need to know who won. Next, apart from my Yu family and our allies, everyone else will die. Suddenly, Yu Xiangtian's voice rang out. Because he had received Yu Potion's reply, Demon Sovereign City had stopped operating. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, Yu Family, Red Robe Sect, Green Radish Sect, Yang Family, Blood Spirit Sect, listen to my order. Immediately seal the exit of Demon Sovereign City. We have an hour to eliminate all the enemies. Begin. At this moment, Yu Xiangtian spoke. Many neutral cultivators had yet to understand what was happening. The Yu family and their allies had already surrounded this place. Fire Emperor, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Maiden Green Lotus, Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, Black Pearl, and others immediately gathered together. Ling Xiao had already made arrangements before. No matter what the situation on the stage was. When the Yu family began to move, everyone must gather together to avoid being defeated one by one. Damn it, Yu Xiangtian, what are you doing? Aren't you afraid of the Demon Emperor's punishment? Fire Spirit frowned. He was the hope of the Fire Spirit race. Now that he was trapped here, the situation was quite critical. The Demon Emperor has no time to come here. Right, everything that happened here today will be hidden forever. So, including Ghost Sword, you can't live. Yu Xiangtian sneered. The plan had succeeded. Then even if it was the Demon Emperor's disciple, they must not be released. Otherwise, even if one person leaked the news, it could bring disaster to the Yu family. And before the battle, he didn't need anyone to join or surrender. Because it was not safe. Kill. With Yu Xiangtian's order, the Yu family's cultivators rushed out and began to slaughter the neutral cultivators. Has the Yu family's ambition really been exposed? At this moment, the martial spirit barrier on the stage was lifted. Ling Zhao's figure appeared. But the human demon king was nowhere to be seen. This stunned Yu Xiangtian for a moment. I didn't expect you to really kill the human demon king. I really want to know what secrets are in your body. Yu Xiangtian looked at Ling Xiao with an extremely gloomy face. Ling Xiao had already developed in the direction they didn't want to see the most. That would pose a great threat to them. This was something no one wanted to see. The audience was also very surprised, but they didn't have the mood to marvel at this time. The Yu family and their allies had already started a massacre. A large number of cultivators were killed in an instant. The remaining people were gradually surrounded with the stage as the center. Heaven and Earth didn't respond. Heaven and Earth. Jiao Jiao, you two join forces and kill Ling Xiao. Yu Xiangtian said coldly. This was a training for Ling Jiao Jiao and Yu. So that they could get rid of their inner demons. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a human devil king. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, that side would no longer sink. Yes. The two of them tore through the air and pounced toward Ling Xiao. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Yu was killed. There was no suspness. Yu. Although she lost in the battle with the human devil king, her injuries weren't serious. She was stronger than Yu Kuren to begin with. Yu. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Yu family was dumbfounded. The demonic son that they had painstakingly nurtured had actually killed a genius of the Yu family, as well as the son of the patriarch. Yu Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Yu Xiangtian was stunned. Everyone was stunned. This scene happened too suddenly. Idiot, my name is Ling Jiaojiao, not Yu Jiaojiao. Ling Jiaojiao said coldly as she landed beside Ling Xiao. You didn't expect this, did you, Yu Xiangtian? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, you thought the demon sovereign had successfully taken over my sister's body. Little did you know that my sister and I joined forces to refine the demon sovereign. He has now completely disappeared from this world. You. This is impossible. How could the two of you do it? Yu Xiangtian simply couldn't believe such a thing. The demon sovereign's soul was incomparably powerful unless there was a soul stronger than his. Otherwise, wanting to refine it would be pure nonsense. He guessed right. Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao had succeeded with the help of a Yuan Venerate. Ling Xiao wouldn't say anything if it wasn't enough. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. That's the truth now. Your Yu family is always scheming, but in the end, you will only suffer losses and even be exterminated. The demon sovereign is dead. You have no hope. Yu Kilian is dead. You have no future. I want to see what other tricks your Yu family has and what other outrageous things you want to do. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Xiangtian and laughed disdainfully. You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Yu Xiangtian could no longer remain calm at this time. Even if the plan this time was completely successful, he would have no son. The demon sovereign was also dead. It was really a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, it was still unknown whether they could achieve a Pyrrhic victory. Despicable Ling Xiao, if this demon king doesn't kill you today, I'm not human. Yu Xiangtian pounced crazily at Ling Xiao. The power of a true divine physique echelon erupted. Ling Xiao had no way to resist at all. Of course, he didn't need to resist. Things were far from reaching the point where he had to unleash all the power of the demonic epiphyllum. Bang! Yu Xiangtian, who had rushed at Ling Xiao, was sent flying back again. His body somersaulted a few times in the air before he stood firm. There was blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. Who exactly are you? Yu Xiangtian looked at the person standing in front of Ling Xiao in horror. The mysterious person who had once appeared at the alchemy conference. He had always known, but he had never understood this person's identity. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to understand that if you want to kill Ling Xiao, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The Fire Emperor was very domineering. Damn it. The three of you, join hands with me and destroy this old thing. Yu Xiangtian looked at the Green Vine cult leader, the Red Robe cult leader, and the Blood Spirit cult leader and roared. That's the only way. The four demon kings joined hands to deal with the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor was fighting 1 against 4. Ling Xiao was a little worried at first. But after watching for a while, he realized that there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Only then did he relax. Since your Yu family insists on becoming enemies with me, Ling Xiao, then I'm sorry. Today, I'll definitely make your Yu family bleed. Ling Xiao sneered. Since he had already used the power of the demonic epiphyllum, he couldn't waste it. He arrived in front of Yu Rua in an instant. Then, he pierced Yu Rua's dantian with his sword. He killed her. Ding Tian, Wentian, Lianhua. The three of you go deal with Ling Xiao and Ling Jiaojiao. The rest of you, get rid of those neutral martial artists as soon as possible. There were still many core fragmentation realm martial artists in the Yu family, the 3 religions, and the Yang family. Therefore, their overall strength was still very strong. Even with Ling Xiao, Ling Jiaojiao, and the Fire Emperor, they still had the upper hand. They killed the neutral martial artists until they were miserable. Of course, the neutral martial artists weren't weak either. Ghost Sword, Fire Spirit, Jian Wuqing, and Dao Shuilan were all powerful figures. In addition, there were Qi Niming, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and other experts. The Yu family and their allies had also suffered many losses. This was simply a chaotic battle. Sister Jiaojiao, go down and help those neutral martial artists. If one of them survives, your chances of ruling the Fengdu Devil Kingdom will be greater. Ling Xiao looked at the three experts, Yu Dingtian, Yu Wendian, and Yu Lianhua, and turned to Ling Jiaojiao. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Are you sure you can deal with the three of them alone? Ling Jiaojiao asked worriedly. Of course. Don't forget that I just killed a human devil king. The three of them combined aren't as powerful as a human devil king. Ling Xiao smiled. All right. Ling Jiaojiao didn't waste any more time. She left the battlefield and charged toward the ground. All right, you three old men must have wanted to kill me for a long time, right? Today, I'll give you a chance. Let's see if you're qualified to take it. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. Brat, how arrogant. Yu Wendian was so angry that his face turned green. Back then, they didn't take Ling Xiao, this little brat, seriously at all. But now, they were despised by Ling Xiao. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. Kill. The three of them attacked at the same time, attacking Ling Xiao from different angles. These three were not as strong as Yu Qilian. However, they had all reached the 9th stage of the core fragmentation realm. It was just that their combat power was weaker. But when the three of them worked together, their combat power was still quite strong. In the entire Fengdu Devil Kingdom, except for Divine Body Realm experts, no one would dare to casually face the three of them. But Ling Xiao was so calm. He completely ignored the strength of the three. He didn't use the falling plum clear shadow step to dodge. Instead, he held two swords in his hands and fought 1 against 3. Just like that, they began fighting in the sky. 2 hands against 6 hands, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Because he was too fast. In the eyes of others, it was as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. In the distance, Yu Padian was rushing over. Originally, Yu Padian didn't plan to show up. One of the 2 devil kings of the Yu family was enough. It was just Ling Xiao. He wasn't a threat at all. But no one expected the situation to develop to this point. The distance wasn't far, and Yu Potion's speed wasn't slow either. He could arrive in a minute or 2. However, in just a few seconds, the situation had changed drastically. Ling Xiao's performance was simply beyond everyone's expectations. After completely familiarizing himself with the battle rhythm of Yu Wendian, Yu Dingtian, and Yu Lianhua, he finally began to counterattack. With this counterattack, the 3 siblings were out of luck. Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. At that moment, a cold aura was released from the dragon head behind Ling Xiao. The 3 siblings instantly froze. Be careful. On the other side, Yu Xiangtian exclaimed. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually be able to suppress the 3 siblings when fighting 1 against 3, he had displayed such a terrifying combat ability. The 3 of them were frozen and instantly lost their ability to move. His eyes were filled with incomparable terror. The first one, I'll send you to hell first. The person that Ling Xiao hated the most was still Yu Wendian. This fellow had repeatedly caused trouble for him, wanting to kill him. He even came up with many crooked ideas. Now, he naturally had to take revenge. Chi, crack, the ice shattered, and the sword directly pierced through Yu Wendian's dantian. With his nightingale shattered, Yu Wendian let out an unwilling cry. His body fell to the ground. He was no longer breathing. At this moment, Yu Dingtian and Yu Lianhua broke free from the restraints of the frost dragon breath. They fled into the distance. There was Yu Padian, who was rushing over. Ancestor, save us! They cried out in terror. Yu Wendian's death caused Yu Dingtian and Yu Lianhua to completely lose their fighting spirit. They had completely become stray dogs. Kid, if you dare to make a move, I'll let you die without a burial ground. Yu Potion's voice was heard, revealing an extremely strong anger and a commanding tone. Ling Xiao laughed. It's fine if you don't threaten me, but the more you threaten me, the more I want to kill you. Heaven-covering palm print. It was aimed at Yu Dingtian. Ling Xiao blasted his palm down. A terrifying palm wind descended from the sky. It directly slammed Yu Dingtian to the ground, smashing him to the point that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He was completely smashed into pieces. This fellow is really a lunatic. When everyone saw Ling Xiao's crazy appearance, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Arrogant, too arrogant, facing the divine physique realm ancestor level Eupodian. Ling Xiao actually still killed Yu Dingtian. Wasn't that a little too daring? I, Eupodian, haven't seen anyone dare to kill a member of the Yu family in front of me for a long time. Yu Potion's voice was incomparably gloomy. It was like a vengeful spirit that wanted to take his life. He was really angry. He didn't even give face to Eupodian. Even if this kid was Huang Jindi's son, he had to kill him. Otherwise, how could he, Eupodian, survive in the future? However, facing Yu Potion's threat, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then you're really honored. Today, you saw how your own descendant died. You. Ling Xiao's words made Eupodian even angrier. Good. Very good. Really very good, your talent and courage are the most valiant young man I've ever seen. But unfortunately, you didn't listen. People who don't listen deserve to die. As he spoke, a biting cold killing intent was released from Yu Potion's body. He turned into a demonic shadow and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, not only will I kill you today, I'll also torture you. I'll make you beg for death. Yu Potion's terrifying aura continued to rise. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. This old thing was indeed powerful. It seemed that he had no choice but to use all the energy of the heavenly demon epiphyllum. Hee, Patriarch, is it necessary for you to personally deal with such a piece of trash? The two of us are enough. At this moment, a frivolous voice sounded. Two black-clothed and masked weirdos stepped out from the darkness. Ling Xiao remembered one of them very clearly. It was that night when he chased after the murderer for the 13 dragons subduing swords. It was the masked man he encountered. If it wasn't for Green Lotus Swordswoman and Patriarch Scarlet Flame arriving in time, he would probably have been killed. At that time, he only felt that this person was very strong. However, he wasn't so sure how strong he was. Today was different. His cultivation had temporarily reached the peak of the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. This masked man's strength was also on the verge of being revealed. First level of the divine body realm. A true first level of the divine body realm. The leader of the Yu family's assassination organization, the Demon King in the Darkness. He was also one of the Yu family's trump cards. Others thought that the Yu family only had 2 Demon Kings. However, they didn't know that there was another one moving in the darkness. A large number of Qi family's martial artists died in the hands of this person. The other person was a woman dressed in red with a red veil covering her face. Although she wasn't in the divine body realm, she was a top-notch 9th level core-shattering realm martial artist. She felt that she was even stronger than the human Demon King who possessed Yu Zhangzong. These two people wanted to join forces to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was really popular. Fine, you two, end this quickly. I'll go help Xiantian and the rest. At this moment, the situation on Yu Xiantian's side was a little bad. Even if it was 4 against 1, they couldn't do anything to the Fire Emperor. Instead, they were being suppressed miserably by the Fire Emperor. Eupodian didn't dare to underestimate anyone now. No matter who was the Yu family's enemy, they had to die. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, Yin Yang Twin Ghosts, this was the title of the pair in front of him. The man was called Yin Ghost, and the woman was called Yang Ghost, also known as Red Ghost. The difficult one was a 1st level Divine Body Realm expert, and the woman was a 9th level Shattered Core Realm expert. Eupodian was absolutely assured with the two of them making a move. Remember, don't kill this kid. I want his body. Eupodian said coldly. Ling Xiao had repeatedly displayed miracles, which had already aroused Yu Potion's interest. It would be a pity to kill Ling Xiao just like that. It would be more valuable to keep this kid's body for research. Patriarch, don't worry. The two of us will take good care of this kid. We will definitely let him suffer all kinds of pain before capturing him alive. At that time, whether it's research or torture, it will be up to you. Yin Ghost sneered. That time in Fengdu City, he didn't make a move because of Sword Lady Green Lotus and Patriarch Crimson Flame's arrival. But today was a good opportunity. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards Ling Xiao from left and right. Their eyes revealed a look of ridicule. To be honest, a divine body realm martial artist and a 9th level shattered core realm martial artist working together to deal with Ling Xiao was really thinking too highly of Ling Xiao. It even felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Ling Xiao stood there, still not having the intention to completely absorb the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum. He wanted to use this power at the most critical moment. Right now, it wasn't to that extent yet. The terrifying beast god aura kept surging out of his body. The power of the bloodthirsty plague was still unknowingly weakening the enemy. Even if it was 1 against 2, he still had a chance of winning. It would depend on how he performed. Feeling the terrifying aura surging out of Ling Xiao's body, Yin Ghost and Yang Ghost looked at each other and smiled. Fortunately, we met this kid at this time and not in the future. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to win against such a guy. The reason why they smiled was because they felt that they were lucky. Even if they were enemies, they had to admit that Ling Xiao's terrifying talent was really shocking. Don't hold back. The Yin Ghost looked at the Yang Ghost and suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura. It rushed towards Ling Xiao like lightning. There was a thunderous sound in the air. At the same time, Yang Ghost also moved. She knew that she was weaker than the Yin Ghost, so she was 1 step slower. It was for the sake of protecting himself. He let the evil ghost absorb Ling Xiao's attack as much as possible. She could then assist from the side. A disdainful smile appeared on Ling Xiao's lips. Did he really think that just because the young ghost attacked first, I had to deal with him first? Purple lightning bull beast soul, earthquakes and mountains sway. Ling Xiao suddenly stomped his foot. A huge purple lightning bull appeared behind him. Then, he stepped on the ground crazily. The entire ground began to shake. At that moment, the Yin Ghost and the Yang Ghost both felt dizzy and their movements slowed down. Although it was only for a moment. However, Ling Xiao would not let go of this excellent opportunity. His figure had already disappeared on the spot. He appeared behind Yang Ghost. A powerful palm force formed in his hand. A terrifying black shadow appeared behind him. Then, the entire battlefield was wrapped in black poisonous fog. When Ling Xiao released the Tyrant Martial Soul, he also released the 9 Snake Poison Domain. Don't underestimate the 9 Snake Poison Domain. Ling Xiao's current cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the course-shattering realm. The 9 Snake Poison Domain was fatal to the Yang Ghost. It could also cause a serious burden to the Yin Ghost. But this was not enough. In the void filled with poisonous fog, a huge handprint stretched out from the universe. It was like the scene of killing the Devil King. It was a pity that those warriors who were fighting couldn't see it. They were just shocked by the terrifying power released from the thick poisonous fog. This Ling Xiao. He can even use poison. The Yin Ghost's face suddenly darkened. Yang Ghost, where are you? He wanted to save people. Even he was very afraid of such a strong poison, let alone the Yang Ghost. If he had known that Ling Xiao was so terrifying. Thus, he decided to fight alone. He really didn't expect that a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the course-shattering realm would be so weak in front of Ling Xiao, who had the same cultivation. No wonder even the human Devil King was killed by Ling Xiao. Yin Ghost, don't worry about me. Be careful of that boy's sneak attack, ah. It's so painful. It would have been better if Yang Ghost hadn't shouted, but her shout caused the poisonous fog to instantly enter her nose and mouth. Then it rushed into her body. It began to corrode her body faster. Ling Xiao looked at all this indifferently. In the 9 Snake Poison Domain, only he could see everything clearly. Tyrant Universe's sky-covering handprint. Finally, the sky-covering handprint containing the power of the Tyrant Martial Soul fell down. It smashed fiercely at the Yin Ghost. He was not afraid of the Yang Ghost at all. The 9 Snake Poison Domain could deal with it. The only trouble now was the Yin Ghost. Although the 9 Snake Poison Domain was a threat to the Yin Ghost, it could not kill or even seriously injure her. Boom! The terrifying handprint fell. The whole ground was shattered. The martial artists fighting in the surroundings all stopped and dodged to the side. At this time, the poisonous fog in the 9 Snake Poison Domain gradually dispersed. The Yin Ghost stood there with a gloomy face. Her arms were still bleeding non-stop. The young ghost had already disappeared. Only Ling Xiao knew where she went. The inner core was naturally used to increase the giant devil king's strength. The combination of the young ghost and the human devil king's inner core could definitely nurture a divine body realm giant devil. This would be of great help to Ling Xiao's survival in the future. You killed her? The Yin ghost stared at Ling Xiao. It felt like a dream. He thought that he was already in time to deal with Ling Xiao. But when he really attacked, he realized it was already too late. The current Ling Xiao had already reached an uncontrollable level. It was already very difficult to kill him. It's your turn now. Ling Xiao was not surprised that the Yin ghost was not killed in one strike. The other party was a true divine body realm expert. She was even more terrifying than the human devil king. That strike could injure her, but it definitely could not kill her. He actually killed the young ghost? The hearts of the Yu family members trembled violently. The young ghost, the Yu family martial artist who lived in the dark. No one even knew her real name. But what was certain was that she had done a lot for the Yu family. She was also very famous in the dark. Countless martial artists would tremble at the mention of the young ghost. But such a person actually died in the hands of Ling Xiao. It was simply like a dream. Ling Xiao is really terrifying. The Yu family martial artist's hearts trembled violently. He killed the young ghost and injured the Yin ghost with just one strike. This was not something that a core fragmentation realm martial artist could do at all. Even a first-level divine body realm martial artist would not be able to do this. After all, the Yin ghost was a first-level divine body realm martial artist. Not to mention the others, even Yu Padian was stunned at this moment. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Yu Padian didn't have time to help Yu Xianxia and the others deal with the Flame Emperor. However, he was stunned by the situation on this side. His expression was extremely ugly. He thought that with the strength of young ghost and Yin ghost, he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Nothing unexpected would happen at all. However, reality gave him a slap in the face. It was a very painful slap. When he came back to his senses and wanted to rescue young ghost, he had already lost the best opportunity. Hateful brat, if you don't die, I'm afraid you will forever be my Yu family's nightmare. Yu Padian turned around, and his killing intent once again pounced on Ling Xiao, and it was even stronger than before. If Ling Xiao was only a genius at the peak of the Earth Core realm, then it would be fine. In order not to offend the City of Gold, he wouldn't easily touch Ling Xiao. However, it was different now. The current Ling Xiao was no longer a mere peak Earth Core realm cultivator. Instead, he was a terrifying existence that could pose a serious threat to the foundation of the Yu family. This kind of person couldn't be left alive. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Padian contemptuously and said with a smile, "Don't you want my physical body? I'm right here, you can take it." Ling Xiao's words made the hearts of those neutral martial artists tremble. What an arrogant brat. He wasn't even afraid of the Yu family's ancestor. It didn't matter if he could win in the end. However, this kind of momentum was really admirable. Yu Potion's face was obviously stiff. He was the dignified ancestor of the Yu family. The most powerful existence in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom was actually provoked by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. This was a really shameful thing. No, it wasn't just shameful, it was humiliating, Reckless thing. Yu Padian slowly walked over, his eyes fixed on Ling Xiao as he said, "Previously, I said that I wanted to obtain your physical body. However, I give up now. Just wait for this old man to grind your bones to dust. Only then can this old man vent the anger in his heart." Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly turned cold. By saying this, you're pushing me to the opposite side of the Yu family. I originally only wanted to save my sister Jiao Jiao and make her the successor of the demon sovereign. But now, I can tell you that as long as I, Ling Xiao, don't die, you won't die. Your Yu family will never have a day of peace. Until it was completely destroyed, we won't rest until we're dead. Ha 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 ha. Yu Padian laughed wildly. Do you think you'll have another chance like this? You won't survive today. The people who fought against my Yu family with you also won't be able to live. Yu Padian released a murderous aura that almost tore apart the thunderclouds in the sky. In front of Ling Xiao, Upadian was as majestic and terrifying as the Thunder Mountain. But so what, wasn't Lei Shan also under his feet now? It's good to win, so be it, he had no other choice. Whether he was afraid or not, this battle of life and death was unavoidable. Even if he knelt down and begged for mercy now, the Yu family still wouldn't let him off. Since that was the case, he would kill him to his heart's content. The neutral martial artists, who were originally low in morale, were also affected by Ling Zhao's indomitable fighting spirit. Everyone had a determined look on their faces. That's right, what was there to be afraid of? From the day they started practicing martial arts, they had already disregarded life and death. Death was lighter than a goose feather, heavier than a mountain. Right now, the only way to make his death more worthwhile was to resist. Is there any point? Senseless hot-bloodedness will only make you die faster. Yu Potion's lips curled into a disdainful and cold smile. Ling Zhao's fighting spirit made him very unhappy. Therefore, he had to kill this kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, the more he looked at him, the more unhappy he would be. He might even die of anger. Ancestor, let me do it. I want to avenge Young Ghost. Young Ghost roared. You? Alright, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't kill him, give up immediately. Upadian glanced coldly at Young Ghost. Then he said. Young Ghost had a strong desire to take revenge. His hatred for Ling Xiao was even greater than his. Moreover, he really had more important things to do now. On the other side, the Lulua cult leader was sent flying by the Fire King's punch and was seriously injured. The situation was very bad. Upadian had to go over and help. I don't need 10 minutes. I'll take this kid's life in 3 minutes. Young Ghost was completely annoyed. Previously, he was injured by Ling Xiao purely because he underestimated his opponent and cared about Young Ghost. But now, he had no more worries. Young Ghost had already died in battle. He only needed to focus on avenging Young Ghost. There was no need to think about anything else. In the next moment, a demonic shadow appeared behind him. This demonic shadow turned into a pitch-black pool of ink. In the pool of ink, 9 black heads poked out. At a glance, one could tell that it was not a simple martial soul. Young Ghost was indeed going to be ruthless. In the next moment, he stepped lightly on the ground and shot towards Ling Xiao like lightning. His strength was far stronger than Ling Zhao's. Therefore, there was no need to pay attention to any tricks. He just needed to attack. Slash! Ling Xiao roared. The East Victory God Fiend sword in his hand condensed the power of the God Fiend sword soul and slashed down crazily. A tyrannical aura roared down. A ruthless Young Ghost was incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao did not even have time to prepare any moves. He could only hurriedly swing the East Victory God Fiend sword with both hands and slash down. Boom! A distorted force appeared in the space. Their attacks collided. A force that was like a flying mountain smashed onto Ling Zhao's body. The sword light instantly dimmed. The East Victory God Fiend sword almost fell out of his hand. Ling Zhao's body flew out like a falling meteorite. The gap was still too big. Even if he could temporarily use the power of a peak 9th stage core fragmentation realm. But the other party was at the divine body realm. An entire realm higher than him. This was no joke. Whether it was the other party's strength or the brilliance of his martial skills, they far surpassed him. Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of black blood. Damn, he's really strong. Buzz, behind the Yin Ghost, a 9-headed monster appeared. That was the true form of his martial soul. The 9 heads were embedded in a body that looked like a monster. Each head emitted a sinister gaze. It made one's hair stand on end. Legend has it that once the Young Ghost's martial soul is released, someone must die. Ling Xiao is really going to die this time. Unfortunately, he met a divine body realm expert. Many neutral martial artists sympathized with Ling Xiao. It could even be said that they looked forward to it. After all, the Yu family's actions in this battle were too despicable. Not only did they want to kill Ling Xiao, but they also wanted to kill them. Naturally, they hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the strange martial soul. In terms of martial souls, who could be stronger than his tyrannical martial soul, not including the tyrannical martial soul? His beast god martial soul was also above everyone in the Black Tortoise continent. Kill. Ling Xiao did not retreat. This was an excellent opportunity to train himself. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Anyway, he had 3 lives. Even if he died once, so what? Ling Xiao didn't care. His figure trembled in the void and turned into a sword light that shot towards the Yin ghost. He turned passive attack into active attack. Roar. A terrifying roar was heard. The 9-headed monster actually split up. It turned into a blood-red blood pool and was released. The blood pool was filled with terrifying skulls. These skulls scrambled to pounce on Ling Xiao, covering the sky. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already rushed in. He was surrounded by these terrifying roaring skulls. I can use you guys to practice my sword. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and then exhaled. The East Victory Demon God sword in his hand turned into 2 swords. He crazily used the 23 dragon subduing swords. From the first to the 23rd sword, he began to use it. He constantly tore those skulls into pieces. He cut open the blood-red liquid. In front of this terrifying martial soul, Ling Xiao didn't retreat, although his pace became much slower. But he still continued to move forward. The skulls were shattered and turned into blood light that dissipated. It seems that such a scattered attack really can't do anything to you. However, do you think that this can destroy my martial soul? Too naive. The Yin ghost sneered. The martial soul that had turned into blood light and dissipated condensed again. The 9-headed monster that had appeared before reappeared. And it attacked Ling Xiao from behind. A ferocious huge body. The eyes of the 9th team were filled with ferocious light. It displayed its extremely terrifying pressure. At this moment, it seemed to no longer be a martial soul, but a truly terrifying monster. Seeing these terrifying eyes, many neutral warriors couldn't help but lower their heads. It was too terrifying. At that moment, it was as if they were about to be devoured by that gaze. This kind of power caused their fighting spirit to gradually dissipate. Cold and heartless, indifferent and ferocious, in the eyes of this giant monster, everything in front of it was like an ant, a dog, it could be killed at will. Ling Xiao sensed the formation of the giant monster behind him. But he couldn't turn around. At this moment, he was in a passive situation where he was being attacked from both sides. Many neutral martial artists broke out in cold sweat for him. Were they really going to be finished? At this moment, Ling Xiao had almost become the spiritual symbol of the neutral martial artists. Once he died, there was no doubt that everyone would collapse. Roar, a terrifying roar came from the 9-headed monster's mouth. The entire demon sovereign city was shaking. The martial artists' hearts were also trembling non-stop. Fear was about to fill their entire bodies. The 9-headed monster opened its bloody maw, revealing its sharp fangs at the same time. Spitting out a bloody breath, it directly bit at Ling Xiao. Everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. Ling Xiao was not as strong as Yin Ghost. Under such circumstances, could he still survive? Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul, I say on. In the next moment, an ice-cold aura spread wildly from Ling Xiao's body. Wherever it passed, everything began to freeze. The originally roaring skeleton instantly stopped moving. Even the 9-headed monster was frozen in an instant. Even though its movements had not stopped, it had become much slower. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but shiver. It was as if the cold wind was constantly entering their bodies through their pores. It made them shiver from the cold. That cold special skill was about to completely freeze the entire earth. Oh my god, how much ability does he have? Whether it was the Yu family's martial artists or the neutral martial artists, all of them stopped trembling. They looked at the scene here in shock. The battle here was the most shocking and dazzling. Of course, Ling Xiao knew very well that Ice Aeon alone was definitely not enough to destroy the 9-headed monster. Therefore, he had been preparing before. The 23 dragon subduing swords had already been used to the last strike. Double combo, 23 dragon subduing swords, dragon subduing without regrets. A tyrannical combo bloomed from the 2 swords at the same time. The terrifying aura blew the ice crystals in all directions. The deafening sound caused many people to cover their ears. The nine-headed monster was bitten by the two huge golden divine dragons. The ice on its body began to crack. Its movements also became slower and slower. The two sides began to fall into a stalemate. Boom! The terrifying explosion set off huge waves that soared into the sky. Ling Xiao was directly sent flying by the explosion. But the Ying ghost didn't have it easy either. The nine-headed monster was destroyed by the two moves of dragon subduing without regrets, and the Ying ghost's divine consciousness was severely injured. His face instantly turned incomparably pale. The martial soul of the Ying ghost is indeed terrifying. At this moment, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They had long heard of the terror of the Yu family's Ying ghost. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. Other than the Fire Emperor and Yu Padian, the rest of the people present were probably shocked by this terrifying martial soul. But, come to think of it, this Ling Xiao actually didn't die under the attack of the nine-headed monster. What a fearless monster. Whether it was the Yu family's martial artists or the neutral martial artists, they all looked at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao got up from the ground. He was coughing out mouthfuls of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Although he was severely injured, he didn't die. Everyone had to admit that. But, up until now, it seemed like Ling Xiao had used up all his strength. Was he really going to fall in this demon sovereign city today? The Ying ghost stared at Ling Xiao. He couldn't forgive Ling Xiao for killing Yang Ghost. What was even more intolerable was that, as a first-level divine physique realm martial artist, he had to use his martial soul to fight a peak 9th level shattered core warrior. Most importantly, he couldn't kill Jiang Chen. This was too shameful. The Ying ghost felt that he had really lost all his face. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, how could the Ying ghost's reputation be feared by others in the future? Ling Xiao swallowed a handful of healing pills. While healing the wounds in his body, the energy in his cultivation C had increased to 70%. It looked like fighting with a strong warrior was really beneficial. Perhaps after today's battle, his true strength would break through to the heavenly core realm. That would be a huge breakthrough. The Ying ghost was strong, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. The Ying ghost still hadn't noticed the effects of the bloodthirsty plague. The Ying ghost's attacks would only get weaker and weaker, and the final victor would be him. Ling Xiao. Listen to me, today, you're not the only one who will die, you're also going to kill all those who follow you. Those people are now using you as their spiritual symbol. I'm going to destroy you now, and let them fall into complete despair. The Ying ghost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat out some sinister words. His cold voice echoed throughout the square. The 9 monsters gathered together once again. A blood-red light covered the entire sky and covered Ling Xiao. Little brother. Ling Jiaojiao, who was in the middle of a fight, had an anxious look in her eyes. Don't worry, he's your little brother, don't you know him? He's a cat, he's tough. Sword Maiden Azure Lotus comforted her. Although she hadn't spent much time with Ling Xiao, she knew that Ling Xiao's tenacity was the most terrifying thing she had ever seen. End of chapter. Ling Jiaojiao froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes, ever since the day Ling Xiao entered the cycle of reincarnation, he had never been defeated. Anyway, he had never seen Ling Xiao fail. So this time, he would definitely not be defeated. However, those neutral martial artists did not have that much confidence in Ling Xiao. Obviously, the Ying ghost was completely enraged. Now that Ling Xiao was seriously injured, how could he resist the Ying ghost's powerful attack? The result was already very clear. Ling Xiao was definitely going to die. What a pity. Such an amazing genius was actually going to be killed by a divine physique echelon expert. Sigh, in the end, he was too impulsive. Offending the Yu family, this was probably the only result. Although everyone knew that there was an old man who had lived for more than 100 years after entering the cycle of reincarnation. A divine physique echelon expert. Fighting with an 18-year-old young man who had entered the cycle of reincarnation. This was very unfair. However, a fight between martial artists was not a friendly competition. How could it be fair? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, you could even do whatever you wanted. Ling Xiao offended the Yu family. It was his bad luck, and he could not blame others. Although everyone knew that he was just trying to survive. Reality was so cruel. Boom, in the next moment, the Ing ghost moved. Carrying a terrifying martial soul, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. He punched out with both fists. Ling Xiao's eyes were still shining with a cold light. Although the Ing ghost was a first-level divine physique echelon expert, his strongest martial skill was still at the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm, which was the same level as the human demon king. He had already suffered this kind of attack before, so he was not that scared. In the next moment, the potential in his body erupted crazily. A golden defensive wall formed in front of him. Bang, even so, Ling Xiao was still sent flying, falling to the ground like a bloody arrow. Ling Xiao felt that his consciousness was going to blur. However, at the same time, he also felt that the Ing ghost's attack was much weaker. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. Gritting his teeth, he performed the falling plum-clear shadow step, preparing to dodge the attack. Stall for time as much as possible. He would use the bloodthirsty plague to exhaust the Ing ghost to death. Humph, do you think you can avoid it like this, in your dreams? The evil ghost snorted, and the entire battlefield turned into a pool of blood. Ling Xiao was like a drowning pedestrian, his speed instantly slowed down. Boom. The attack of the Ing ghost came again. Ling Xiao couldn't avoid it. They could only organize an attack. Attacking in exchange for a breather. The undying fire of the undying bird-beast soul. The flames suddenly burst into flames. Eat the blazing deviant fire, it turned into an immortal bird and pounced on the evil ghost. The ghost felt a great threat from the strange flame. However, he still punched out. Even though his arm had been burned red by the deviant fire and the pain was unbearable, he was still able to endure it. However, it still sent Ling Xiao flying once again. Brat, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, you're still just that weak. I want to see how long you can last. The evil ghost didn't care about the injury on his arm at all. He continued to pounce on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there straight like a pine tree, standing proudly in the heavy snow. Unyielding. Lose or win, die or live, his proud heart couldn't sink. Is that so? Ling Xiao's eyes abruptly became deep and profound. It seemed to contain the vast universe. The tyrant martial spirit was released in an instant. But this time it was very strange. The power of the tyrant martial spirit was actually integrated into Ling Xiao's body, instead of blooming on his back. This strange state made Ling Xiao in the realm of man and soul fusion. This was not a simple martial spirit fusion. Martial spirit fusion was only a fusion between the physical body. Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation was like this. And now, Ling Xiao felt that the tyrant martial spirit was perfectly integrated with his soul. The universe was him. He was the universe. That subtle feeling was too mysterious. He had never felt this way before. At this moment, he felt that he was invincible. At least, the evil ghost standing in front of him was no longer his opponent. Many people looked at Ling Xiao. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to finish the last journey of his life. But at that moment, they saw Ling Xiao throw out a punch. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to have condensed the most terrifying power in the world. The evil ghost also noticed it. So he hesitated for a moment. But it was just a moment of hesitation. Humph, bluffing. Do you really think I'm afraid? The evil ghost harumphed and continued his attack. However, when the punch landed on his body, he was stunned. The evil ghost regretted it. Too powerful. This punch was not an ordinary punch. The evil ghost felt like he was the enemy of the entire profound world. That terrifying power was enough to destroy him completely. No. A shrill scream echoed in the sky above the demon sovereign city. The evil ghost was smashed into pieces by the seemingly ordinary punch. A divine body realm warrior had no inner core. His body was much stronger than a divine core warrior. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to kill him. But if he was smashed into pieces, he naturally couldn't survive. Puff. The moment the evil ghost was killed, Ling Xiao fell to the ground, as if his entire body had collapsed. That subtle state had also completely disappeared. As for him, he couldn't even move an inch. It seemed that that state was not something he was qualified to use at the moment. He even felt that his consciousness was blurring. Death could come at any time. Oh my God, he actually killed the evil ghost. And he killed it. With a punch. What's with the last punch? It's so powerful that it made me tremble like I've never felt before. It's like a dream. For a moment, whether it was the Yu family's warriors or the neutral warriors, all fell into a daze. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Looking at this incredible scene. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die today, they believed that the legend here would spread throughout the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region. Even other realms. Ling Xiao's name would also spread throughout the 4 regions and 9 realms. What a joke. First, he killed 3 9th level core shattering realm warriors. Now, he killed a divine body realm warrior with a single punch. This was really like a dream. It was too exaggerated. But, it seems like he's about to die. Even if he really dies now, his name is enough to be passed down through the ages. In the history of the Black Tortoise continent, it will definitely be painted with thick ink. Yeah, it's still a pity. He's only 18 years old when he reincarnated. If he's given more time, he'll become even more terrifying. Yeah, I'm afraid that at that time, even the Devil Emperor won't be his match. Suddenly, a figure dashed toward Ling Xiao. It was Yu Nu. Yu Nu was defeated by Ling Xiao before, so he was resentful. Moreover, his brother Yu Luo was also killed by Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was dying, it was the best time to kill him. Humph. Shameless. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded. Then, a sword light pierced through Yu Nu's throat. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website. A sword light suddenly appeared and pierced Yu Nu, who was trying to sneak an attack on Ling Xiao. Although it didn't kill him. But it also seriously injured Yu Nu. The one who attacked was Xingyun. Xingyun, are you crazy? Our Blood Spirit sect and the Yu family are allies. The Blood Spirit sect leader roared. So what? I just looked down on this kind of shameless person. The Yu family didn't expect Xingyun to attack at all. So it was very easy. However, while they were still talking, another figure attacked Ling Xiao. This time, it was Yu Lianhua. In fact, at the same time Yu Nu attacked, Yu Lianhua had already moved. It was just that she did it more covertly. And Yu Lianhua was much stronger than Yu Nu. Once she launched a sneak attack, even Xingyun wouldn't be able to stop her. Ling Xiao, go to hell, I want to avenge my brothers. Yu Lianhua was lucky enough to survive the previous battle. But Yu Dingtian and Yu Wendian were killed by Ling Xiao. What he was doing now was to avenge Yu Dingtian and Yu Wendian. Although Ling Xiao looked like he was about to die. But that was just how it looked. Who could guarantee that Ling Xiao would die? Kid, don't really die. Otherwise, what am I doing this for? Fire Emperor was very anxious. But he was attacked by Yu Padian, Yu Xiangtian, and the others. He couldn't get away. He said that he would protect Ling Xiao's safety. If Ling Xiao died, wouldn't he break his promise? Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus Swordswoman also panicked. But at this time, they couldn't do anything. The distance was too far. Yu Lianhua's sneak attack was also unknown. They could only watch as Yu Lianhua's attack blasted towards Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. A burst of dazzling light bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Everyone lost their vision. When they recovered their vision, they found that Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed. And his hand was holding Yu Lianhua's life gate. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao, who was on the verge of death a moment ago, was actually unharmed now. How could they know how powerful Ling Xiao's life reversal was? It was just that this thing was rarely used, so basically no one knew about it. The death of the evil ghost had greatly reduced the morale of the Yu family and made them feel uneasy. Then Ling Xiao miraculously came back from the dead and captured Yu Lianhua alive. This caused them to be completely terrified. The unknown was the scariest. If they knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be killed, they wouldn't have risked their lives to target Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Yu family's plan was like a joke. Yu Padian, Yu Xiangtian, why aren't you stopping? Ling Xiao shouted harshly, "I've killed enough people today. It was enough. I hope that your Yu family won't persist in going about things the wrong way. All I want is for Ling Jiaojiao to become the Demon Lord's successor. Let her step into the residence of the Demon Lord. If you agree, then today's battle can be declared over. If not, then wait for the Yu family to completely disappear from the Fengdu Devil Kingdom." Ling Xiao really didn't want to use the full power of the demonic epiphyllum. This thing was his greatest trump card. At least before he advanced to the divine body realm, this trump card could help him do a lot of things. It would be best if he could keep it. As for the Yu family's matter, it wouldn't be too late to completely deal with it when he truly became strong in the future. Of course, this was just his own thoughts. The Yu family might not agree to it. In your dreams. As expected, Yu Padian wouldn't agree. Even if Ling Xiao killed Yu Lianhua, he wouldn't agree. If Yu Lianhua died, they could still nurture more Yu Lianhua. As long as the Yu family's highest combat strength wasn't destroyed, then the Yu family wouldn't disappear. He was still very clear about this point. Is that so? Then don't blame me. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly reached out his hand and pierced into Yu Lianhua's body. He crushed Yu Lianhua's inner core. Energy surged into his body. The depleted potential was instantly replenished. Not only that, but the King of Trolls had also finally taken shape. With the power of the human devil king, Yu Wendian, Yu Dingtian, Yang Ghost, Yu Lianhua, and a divine body realming ghost, the King of Trolls had achieved a breakthrough. He had finally stepped into the divine body realm from the core-shattering realm. This would become Ling Xiao's greatest trump card before the divine body realm. Therefore, he could boldly enjoy the full power of the demonic epiphyllum without worry. Release, demonic epiphyllum. As Ling Xiao's voice sounded, thunder and lightning suddenly intertwined in the sky. Thick clouds covered the sky. The entire Thunder Mountain seemed to have welcomed its doomsday. In the terrifying scene, the phantom of a demon emperor appeared. This illusory figure was actually condensed behind Ling Xiao. The demon emperor turned into a demon emperor and became even more realistic. Damn it, that brat actually used the demonic epiphyllum. Ancestor, quickly kill him. Yu Xiangtian was anxious. When Ling Xiao was still in the core-shattering realm, he was already able to kill a divine body realm expert. If this guy advanced to the divine body realm, who could stop him? No one can stop him. The Fire King roared, and a terrifying and vigorous power completely erupted. He surrounded Yu Padian, Yu Xiangtian, the Blood Spirit sex leader, and the red-robed sex leader. They couldn't escape. Humph, Hai Tian, Heidi, are you still going to stand by and watch? Don't forget our secret agreement. Yu Padian couldn't escape. Finally, he had no choice but to ask for help from his allies. Truly powerful friends. They came from the deep-sea dragon domain. 2 experts on Yu Potion's level. I was wondering why there was such a strong fishy smell. So there really are deep-sea dragon domain martial artists involved. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Hai Tian and Heidi. If it was him with his true cultivation, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to talk to these 2 experts. But today, he was not afraid. You killed the water-white tiger, right? Hai Tian looked at Ling Xiao with contempt on his face. Even if Ling Xiao used all the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum, he still had nothing to be afraid of because they were still stronger than Ling Xiao. Water-white tiger? That's right, I killed it. So what? Ling Xiao thought of the sea species martial artist who died outside Purple Spirit Country. At that time, the water-white tiger wanted to take advantage of him. So he killed it. He had almost forgotten about this matter. He didn't expect the deep-sea dragon domain people to find out. It seemed like there was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. But thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. At that time, when he killed the water-white tiger, quite a few deep-sea dragon realm martial artists escaped. Being found out seemed to be a very normal thing. It's good that you admit it. Hai Tian smiled faintly. Since you admit it, then die. Heidi, go and kill those neutral martial artists who caused trouble. Today's matter must not be known to the outside world. Otherwise, when the Devil Emperor investigates, I'm afraid that the Deep Sea Dragon domain and the Heavenly Demon Ghost domain will have a war. Our plan will also be obstructed. Got it, brother. Heidi smiled and looked at Ling Jiaojiao, Forefather Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and the others below. Let's start with Ling Jiao's friends and family. End of this chapter. You want to attack someone else? Aren't you underestimating the power of the demonic Sirius, or are you underestimating my power? Ling Xiao had already expected them to do this. If one of them already possessed overwhelming power, then the other would naturally choose to kill the others. Then, they would distract Ling Xiao. This way, it would be easier to defeat Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity. Since Ling Xiao had expected it, he would naturally make preparations in advance. Boundary Martial Spirit, release. Ever since Ling Xiao obtained this martial spirit, it had worked every time. Although it did not have any lethality. But it had an effect that satisfied him. Once trapped, unless the other party killed him, it would be impossible to break the boundary from the inside. Of course, it could be done from the outside. But to destroy it, it would require an extremely powerful force. Moreover, Ling Xiao's preparations were not just this. On the ground, a terrifying formation suddenly rose. Ling Xiao had long smelled the scent of the deep-sea dragon race. Therefore, he had been making preparations all along. The 10,000 beast blood refining formation could gather the power of those warriors who died in battle. The plague bone dissolving formation could work together with the bloodthirsty plague to continuously weaken the opponent's power. And those who were slightly weaker would be directly corroded. It could be said that warriors below the core-shattering realm did not even have the qualifications to step into the plague bone dissolving formation. Not to mention destroying the martial spirit boundary. Finally, there was the lesser myriad lightning immortal slaying formation. The torrential lightning continued to fall and actually absorbed the power of the Thunder Mountain. It made the lightning even more powerful. Even if a core-shattering realm warrior entered, he would be blasted to pieces. At this point, the preparations were complete. Ling Jiao's situation of 1 against 2 was completely formed. Why are the two of you in a hurry to leave? Since you're here, why don't you play with me? Otherwise, wouldn't the power of the demonic Sirius be released for nothing? Ling Xiao looked at Hai Tian and Heidi, his voice still so arrogant and unruly. This guy. Fine, since you want to die so much, us brother and sister will join hands to kill you first. It's not too late to kill your friends and family after that. Hai Tian's voice became solemn. Being looked down on by such a little guy, this feeling was really uncomfortable. Little did they know that Ling Xiao really looked down on them. Before this, although Ling Xiao had fought with the Yin Ghost. But the Yin Ghost obviously did not unleash the true advantage of a divine body realm warrior. In the end, he even killed him with a punch. Now that he entered the body to the realm. That kind of feeling really gave him a kind of invincible confidence. The divine body, as the name suggested, was a physical body that was close to that of a god. The inner core's powers to the body to the body. The power in his body was no longer called true essence, but divine essence. The nature of divine essence far surpassed true essence. The reason why he was able to defeat the Yin Ghost was most likely because his quintessential essence was stronger than the quintessential essence of an ordinary warrior. Furthermore, after fusing with the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it was already infinitely close to divine origin. But getting close was just getting close. The feeling of true divine essence was completely different. That was why he could feel how powerful he was. Unfortunately, this feeling would only last for half an hour. Half an hour later, the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum completely disappeared. Ling Xiao would return to his perfected Earth Core realm cultivation. Therefore, he had to remember this feeling. This was crucial for his advancement to the divine body realm in the future. This was also the real function of the heavenly demon epiphyllum. Compared to temporarily having the power of the divine body realm, it was obviously more important for a warrior to comprehend the feeling of the divine body realm. Kill. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. He held the Dongxing Heaven Sword and the Dongxing Demonic Sword. 1 against 2. But he could handle it with ease. Maybe the Dongxing Ancient Emperor is stronger than I thought. Ling Xiao could not feel it at all if he had not reached this realm. He used to think that the Dongxing Ancient Emperor was only at the extreme core realm. But when he really reached the divine body realm, he understood. The Dongxing Ancient Emperor and the Dongxing Ancient Empress should have reached the divine body realm. Unfortunately, they failed at the last step. Their bodies were destroyed, and they could only condense their inner core and inject the power of the divine body realm into it to preserve it. Kill him. At this moment, Hai Tian and Heidi had already launched their attacks. Since they could no longer follow the original plan, the only thing they could do was to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao held two swords in his hands, showing off his abilities. Hai Tian and Heidi could not get close. The terrifying sword chi made the two of them feel very uncomfortable. That's impossible. Someone has used the heavenly demon epiphyllum before. At most, it has the power of a divine body realm first level. This kid's strength is completely not weaker than the two of us. Hai Tian frowned. Yeah, it's too strange. Could it be that what Eupodian said is true? That this kid is actually the Golden Emperor's illegitimate son, otherwise, it can't explain his terrifying aptitude. Heidi added. It's too late to say anything now. If we can't kill him, with the Golden Emperor's temper, he will definitely take revenge. So today, the two of us only have one choice. That is to kill Ling Xiao and all the people here who might leak the information. Hai Tian said spiritually. Including those trash allies? Heidi also said spiritually. That's right. Just leave Eupodian and Xianxia. Kill the rest. Don't leave anyone alive. Otherwise, if there are too many people, some idiot might leak the information. Hai Tian said coldly. Because they were spiritually communicating, others did not know what they were talking about. Even the members of the Yu family probably didn't expect that these two fellows would have the intention of silencing the Yu family. Are the two of you discussing some kind of evil scheme again? Unfortunately, it's useless. Today, you will all die here. Ling Xiao sneered and performed the 23 dragon subduing swords with both hands. Combined with the power of the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. In addition to the power of the Heavenly Demon Epiphyllum. And the influence of the Spectre Emperor. Originally, it could only reach the peak of the 9th Order Emperor realm. But now, it could erupt with the power of a peak 10th Order Emperor realm martial skill. As the two swords danced, the demon sovereign city shook continuously. Sharp sword auras flashed in the martial spirit barrier. At this moment, Ling Xiao was extremely powerful. Of course, this power did not belong to him. So he had to experience it personally and comprehend it well. He wanted to make this power his own. Piercing dragon eye, destroying dragon horn, killing dragon descendant, move by move, move by move. The 23 dragon subduing swords was also constantly improving. He became more and more skilled. At the same time, the battle outside was also going on fiercely. Under the leadership of the Green Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Ling Jiaojiao, the three peak 9th level Shattered Core Realm martial artists. The situation of the Yu family and their allies was not good. Their only hope now was that the Fire Emperor was killed. Or Ling Xiao was killed. No matter which of these two battlefields ended the battle, the Yu family could fight back. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. On the Fire Emperor's side, the towering fiery star city formed a huge barrier. Eupodian and the others were completely trapped inside. They couldn't get out at all. They could only fight the Fire Emperor with all their might. I understand your identity now. You are the Fire Emperor of the City of Gold. Yu Xiangtian suddenly exclaimed. After fighting for so long, he finally realized what was going on. One was good at alchemy, and his control of flames was very strong. He was also a divine body realm expert. Who else could it be but the Fire Emperor? At the very least, he had never heard of a second person like him. Hehe, you're not too stupid after all. But isn't it a little too late to find out now? The Fire Emperor sneered. Fire Emperor, why are you helping that Ling Xiao? Could it be that he's really the illegitimate son of Huang Jindi? Eupodian roared. What if I say yes? The Fire Emperor chuckled. As expected. The Fire Emperor's casual words made Yu Xiangtian and Eupodian believe him without a doubt. He had such a powerful aptitude, and Patriarch Scarlet Flame and Sword Lady Green Lotus were protecting him. Now, even the Fire Emperor had appeared. If they said that Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the City of Gold, even if Ling Xiao admitted it himself, they wouldn't believe it. Since he's the son of Huang Jindi, aren't you afraid that Hai Tian and Heidi will kill him if you fight with us here? You should understand that those two old fellows are not inferior to me, Yu Padian. Yu Padian began to attack mentally. What are you worried about? The one who will die won't be that little guy. The Fire Emperor now believed in Ling Xiao completely. After all, he had never seen anyone who could kill a divine body realm martial artist at the core-shattering realm. The quality difference between true essence and divine essence was huge. Even Ling Xiao could win. Now that Ling Xiao had used the demonic epiphyllum to obtain divine essence, how could he lose? On the other side, Ling Xiao's attacks continued. From time to time, he would use the Beast God's special skill to control his opponent. This made Hai Tian and Heidi very depressed. Even they could feel the terrifying power of the Beast God's special skill. Compared to their all-out attack, it was actually not inferior at all. They now understood why Shui Baihu died in Ling Xiao's hands. This kid was really not an ordinary person. That kind of desperation really made people tremble with fear just by looking at it. If possible, they really didn't want to kill Ling Xiao. What they wanted the most was for Ling Xiao to become their disciple and inherit their legacy. However, this was obviously not possible. With Ling Xiao's character, he would not give in so easily. The two of them looked at each other and no longer held back. They both entered their orc forms. The sea race martial practitioners of the deep sea dragon field were basically the same as the beast race of the savage beast field. It was just that one lived on land while the other lived in the deep sea. The beastmen form of the sea race warriors not only had the speed and agility of humans. Furthermore, he also possessed the terrifying strength of the oceanic race. Hai Tian was obviously a dragon shark. Heidi was a Baiji dolphin. Their orc forms were quite beautiful. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to appreciate it. When they entered their orc forms, these two fellows' strength had clearly soared. Even on land, they could control the flow of water. This flow of water did not come from the water element in the air. Instead, it was a water flow from another dimension. The martial soul barrier suddenly became oppressive. A violent flow of water began to form. That power was truly frightening. Kill. The moment they finished transforming, Hai Tian and Heidi attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. They were nodding ghosts or young ghosts. The 9-snake poison field could not kill them. Therefore, Ling Xiao changed his strategy. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation. The Canopy Beast Soul Transformation was definitely not as powerful as the Unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation in a normal battle. However, in a water environment, his combat strength far surpassed the Unbounded Heavenly Rat Soul Transformation. If they don't die today, I will die. Sister Jiao Jiao will die. My friends will die, therefore, I have to win. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was able to persist in this battle. Because he knew that he absolutely could not lose. Only by fighting to the death could he protect everything he wanted to protect. It had been a long time since he felt so fired up. However, the fired up him would not lose his calm. If he was like a moth flying into a flame, it would be useless no matter how strong his willpower was. However, reality was different. There were no tricks. The reason why he dared to fight these two divine body realm powerhouses. It was because he had this power. This power was given to him by the heavenly demon epiphyllum. From the moment he stepped into the heavenly demon ghost realm, he had already been preparing for today's battle. Therefore, it was not luck that he could win. It was hard work and intelligence. At this moment, whether it was the 23 dragons subduing swords or the 4th stage of the 12 divine beast technique, they could not pose too much of a threat to Hai Tian and Heidi. There was a threat, but it was impossible to kill the other party. In the end, the deciding factor would still be the beast god's power. Of course, there was also the power of the Spectre Emperor. The Spectre Emperor was the demonic aura he absorbed during the battle. At this moment, it had already become one of his offensive abilities. The huge Spectre Emperor waved its fists and kept attacking Hai Tian and Heidi. It cooperated with Ling Xiao's 23 dragon subduing swords and the beast god's special skill. Previously, the advantage was still quite obvious. However, when the opponent entered the sea beastman form, he felt that it was not quite right. Ling Xiao did not hesitate. He directly released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. This was the Martial Soul barrier, and it was surrounded by 3 layers of formations. The people outside could not see it. As for the 2 inside, he did not intend to let them leave alive. Unfortunately, he could not find the subtle feeling he had when he killed the Yin ghosts. The Sky Tyrant Martial Soul still appeared behind him. It was majestic and spectacular. At the same time, in the vast universe, 10 giant beasts appeared. Peerless Heavenly Rat, Blood Lightning Bull Demon, Yin Yang Universal Tiger, Hell Shadow Rabbit, Frost Divine Dragon, King Kong Divine Ape, Hell Hydra, Hell Undying Bird, Hell Three-Headed Hound, and Canopy Beast. They were no longer illusions. 10 different colored and shaped giant beasts. They really looked like giant beasts from ancient times. They roared and danced in the Sky Tyrant universe. The majesty of the beast god made Hai Tian and Heidi's expressions become very ugly. Brother, the situation is not right. Why is this kid's martial soul so similar to the human king's mountain river martial soul? Heidi frowned. That pressure made her involuntarily recall the fear of the human king that was hidden in her bloodline. Whether it was the beast race or the sea race, their bloodline was passed down. Their bloodline still contained the memories of the ancient times, although they might not feel it normally. However, once they encountered a special situation, it would be released. 100,000 years ago, the human king's enemies were the sea race. In the bloodline passed down from generation to generation, the sea race naturally contained the fear of the human king. That's right, I felt it too. I didn't expect that the mountain river martial soul that the major forces were looking for would actually be in this kid's hands. Hai Tian also said excitedly. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. In this way, many things can be explained. Why is he so powerful? Why did the Golden City send so many people to protect him? I think the Golden Emperor also wants to get the Mountain River martial spirit. Hai Tian was shocked, but also a little surprised. We must kill him and get the Mountain River martial spirit. In this way, our deep-sea dragon realm can dominate the entire 4 regions and 9 worlds. Even the eternal desert won't be able to stop us from moving forward. Release your martial spirit. Transformation was just a bloodline transformation. The Sea Clan warriors also had martial spirits. But most of the martial spirits were very similar. Hai Tian's martial spirit was a monstrous wave on the sea. Heidi's martial spirit was a mermaid that could control water. The moment the 2 released their martial spirits, their strength rose again. At this time, Ling Xiao's 2 swords had already attacked. They fused with the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The power of 10 beast gods fused into one attack. It attacked the 2 at the same time. 1 against 2, Ling Xiao didn't retreat. Not only did he not retreat, but he also launched an attack. Stop him. Hai Tian and Heidi also joined forces. The 2 of them activated their divine origin, and the tyrannical power formed a huge water ball. It burst out with a bang. 10 beast gods roared. 23 dragon subduing swords bloomed. It collided with the huge water ball. In an instant, a hurricane seemed to blow in the martial spirit barrier. If it wasn't for the martial spirit barrier, this kind of power could at least raise everything within 100 meters to the ground. At this moment, Ling Xiao was under great pressure. But the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was even more terrifying. Hai Tian and Heidi were sent flying by the impact. They crashed heavily on the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao didn't have it easy either. It was almost the same situation. It was really not easy to fight 2 against 1. If it was a one-on-one, he might have gained an advantage this time. Hai Tian and Heidi's faces didn't look good. They looked at Ling Xiao and felt fear for the first time. How is it? You 2 came to the demon sovereign city from thousands of miles away. But you came to die. You 2 must feel very aggrieved. Ling Xiao wiped the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. Even though he didn't feel good either. However, as long as he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, he would definitely win this battle. The outbreak of the bloodthirsty plague was still ongoing. Hai Tian and Heidi didn't notice that their strength was slowly weakening. Both of their attention was focused on Ling Xiao. Humph. Kid, you're only relying on the power of the demonic Sirius. As far as I know, that power can only last for half an hour. After half an hour, do you still have the capital to be arrogant? Hai Tian coldly snorted. You're right. In less than half an hour, this power will disappear. But I don't need half an hour to kill the two of you. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. Do you really think that this is my limit? Sanguinary Rat Tier 1, his strength had doubled, the terrifying aura made Ling Xiao even more powerful. The sanguinary rats had 3 levels. The first level wouldn't have any side effects. Therefore, he could use it without worry. An increase of twice his strength was already a lot for the current him. After all, the current him was able to fight 1 against 2, and fight to a draw with the 2 old fellows opposite him. If his strength doubled again, then he could definitely defeat them. In that instant, Hai Tian and Heidi's expressions became even more unsightly. The reason why the strong were strong was because they could sense the arrival of danger. Ling Zhao's aura suddenly increased by 2 times. The blood-red light enveloped the young man. An aura that was enough to threaten them made them very uneasy. Damn it, this kid still has a trump card? Hai Tian gritted his teeth. In order to quickly take down Ling Xiao, they didn't even hesitate to use their martial souls and bloodline power. But now, the other party still had hidden strength. This kid was really too dangerous. A single demonic Sirius could produce such a terrifying effect. They really couldn't let him live. Time waits for no man. If they really waited half an hour for Ling Zhao's condition to disappear, then the demon sovereign city would probably be back to normal. At that time, all their efforts would be for naught. They didn't come here to play. At this moment, Ling Zhao's body was covered in blood-red light. He entered the ultimate heavenly rat beast soul transformation again. However, this time, the ultimate heavenly rat had turned blood-red. And it was obvious that its body had become bigger. Its ferocious face was even scarier than before. The dense murderous aura made people tremble. Brother, this guy not only has the mountain river martial soul, but he's also a beast god martial artist and the primordial godly position. Heidi exclaimed. Treasure. Hai Tian gritted his teeth. This guy must be killed and his primordial godly position and mountain river martial soul. This concerns the prosperity of the deep sea dragon field and even the entire sea tribe. Ling Zhao's eyes turned blood-red. But this didn't mean that he had lost his cool. This was just the external state of the bloody rat demon. He was still very calm and very powerful. The power that the bloody rat demon had increased was all divine origin. This power made him feel the power of the divine body echelon. Unfortunately, it would disappear in 20 minutes. He had to remember this feeling during this time. This was very important to him. Are you scared? Ling Xiao looked down at Hai Tian and Heidi with a cold and sinister expression. Unfortunately, I won't let you go this time. The water-white tiger is dead. He only had himself to blame for that. And you, like the water-white tiger, asked for it too. Don't be scared. This must be some kind of forbidden technique to increase one's strength. It will greatly affect one's body. Hai Tian said to Heidi. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. Now, they didn't want to wait. Instead, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Because if Yu Padian found out about Ling Zhao's secret, or if the Demon Emperor found out about it, they wouldn't have any hope of getting what they wanted. The two of them besieged Ling Xiao again. They unleashed all the power in their bodies and fought crazily. At that moment, they had changed from a pure battle to a greedy battle. Whether it was the mountains and rivers martial soul or the primordial god position, they were obsessed. However, Hai Tian and Heidi underestimated Ling Xiao, who had increased his strength by 2 times. Ling Zhao's basic strength was already terrifying. 2 times his strength might be 20 times or even 200 times that of others. This kind of increase was suffocating. The two of them fought with all their strength, hoping to defeat Ling Xiao. However, they were the ones who were injured in the continuous attacks. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, became braver as he fought. This was a frustrating situation. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They were clearly divine body echelon experts. Ling Xiao only relied on the power of the heavenly demon epiphyllum to temporarily possess the strength of the first-level divine body echelon. In reality, he was just a piece of trash at the perfected Earth core realm. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. They were actually being suppressed by Ling Xiao, a perfect Earth core realm piece of trash. This was simply infuriating. Hai Tian and Heidi were extremely depressed. Not only did Ling Xiao's attacks become more powerful, his speed was also faster. Hai Tian and Heidi used all their skills, but they couldn't even touch Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's attacks could hit them at any time. If I knew this would happen, I would have used the power of the bloody rat demon. Ling Xiao was a little regretful. Even he didn't expect the increase in strength to be so frightening. It seemed like he still underestimated himself. Rip, the heavenly victory sword pierced Heidi's skin again. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Heidi's injuries quickly healed. However, this situation made Heidi very gloomy and terrified. The strongest thing about a divine body realm martial artist was their physical body. However, she was easily injured by the other party. It was equivalent to losing her strongest trump card. How could she continue fighting? Hai Tian's situation wasn't good either. His body was also covered in wounds. His face was extremely gloomy. Although the martial artists outside couldn't see the situation inside, they could feel it. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura was obviously stronger. On the other hand, Hai Tian and Heidi's aura was chaotic. They were obviously injured and were constantly running away. It was very depressing. Damn it, a perfect Earth core realm martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist was actually able to kill 2 Demon King level experts from the Deep Sea Dragon domain. What on earth had happened in the martial spirit boundary? It was too strange. Time ticked by. The number of martial artists in the Yu family's alliance was decreasing. After all, the Yu family's top fighters, Yu Wendian, Yu Dingtian, Yu Lianhua, and Yang Ghost, were all killed by Ling Xiao. Yu Qiren was killed by Ling Jiaojiao. Although they had a lot of people, they didn't have any top fighters. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Ling Jiaojiao, 3 top fighters. Naturally, they had a greater advantage. Yu Padian was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The Flame Emperor was too strong. At this moment, he really regretted it. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could only hope that Hai Tian and Heidi would kill Ling Xiao, and the battle would be over. What the hell are those 2 guys doing? How could a mere Ling Xiao not be dealt with after such a long time? If this continued, once Demon Sovereign City regained its order, all of their efforts would go to waste. Not only that, but the Yu family would also provoke countless powerful forces. I'm afraid I won't be able to establish myself in the Heavenly Devil Ghost region in the future. He really couldn't understand why Hai Tian and Heidi were at a disadvantage. Why did Ling Xiao's aura suddenly become so strong? Inside the martial spirit barrier, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. This was because Hai Tian and Heidi had suddenly stopped attacking. They seemed to be carrying out some kind of conspiracy. We acknowledge your strength. Therefore, I can only use my final trump card to send you to the afterlife. Hai Tian looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes left before Ling Xiao's demonic epiphyllum's power ended. But they couldn't hold on for that long. Right now, he and Heidi were both seriously injured. If this continued, in another 4 to 5 minutes, they would probably die under Ling Xiao's attacks. Therefore, they could only fight with their lives. Fusion. Fusion, this was a special fighting method that Beastmen had. See, Beastmen and Beastmen all knew how to do it. However, this fusion came with a huge risk. After the fusion was successful, if they wanted to disintegrate, there was a 10% chance that one of them would die. Because of this, Hai Tian and Heidi didn't do it. Moreover, the fusion could only be done by 2 warriors who were mentally connected. If they couldn't do this, then they wouldn't be able to succeed. Even if they succeeded, they would be broken up very quickly. There was another problem. After the fusion, the duration was relatively short. They would only do this when they were risking their lives. Today, Ling Xiao had really forced them into a dead end. They had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to live. When Ling Xiao wanted to stop the fusion, it was already too late. The fusion was completed in an instant. A new life was born. This person had both Hai Tian and Heidi's characteristics. And his strength had soared by dozens of times. Once again, they crushed Ling Xiao in strength. Ling Xiao, don't feel ashamed. You should be proud of yourself for being able to force us to use the fusion technique. So, you can die in peace. The fusion's voice was very strange, as if it was a hybrid version of Hai Tian and Heidi's voices. However, it was still very clear. It was just that this guy was obviously a little arrogant. Once again, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously. Damn, you still want to force me. Ling Xiao sighed. Originally, he only planned to use the first level of Bloody Rat. But the other party suddenly became so powerful. He had no choice but to use the second level of Bloody Rat. Kill. The fusion attack came. Although it was simple, the power made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Not only was the speed fast, but the attack was also extremely powerful. If he maintained his current form, he would definitely be in trouble. Bloody Rat second level. Boom, an even more terrifying bloody light burst out, as if a bloody flame was wrapping Ling Xiao's body. His hair had turned crimson red and stood on end. This second level could increase Ling Xiao's strength by 10 times on the basis of the first level, but the price to bear was that after the end, his strength would fall by a small realm. This was still acceptable. It was much easier to accept than directly falling by a large realm. That was why Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to use it. Whoosh, I'll give you a good meal. A cold voice sounded. Behind Ling Xiao, a ferocious tiger with black and white stripes appeared. At the same time, the Spectre Emperor fused with the tiger's body. The tiger's power merged into his fists. Wrath of the Black Soul. Ling Xiao's voice was terrifying and gloomy. Wrath of the Black Soul was a special skill that could completely ignore the opponent's defense. It was used to attack the Divine Body Realm martial artists with strong defense. It couldn't be better. Boom, a loud sound was heard. The combined body was directly sent flying, and a blood-red arrow scattered in the air. Ling Xiao was still standing there like a demon god, and he didn't retreat an inch. He coldly looked at Hai Tian and Heidi, who crashed into the martial spirit barrier again. Ling Xiao put away the martial spirit of Tyrant Sky. He put away the martial spirit barrier. These things were still a burden for him. Because the second level of the Bloody Rat consumed too much energy. He needed to reduce the consumption. Moreover, he really didn't need it now. He knew how powerful this attack was. Even if it was a fusion, it would still be destroyed by him. The fusion was actually scattered. Hai Tian and Heidi lay on the ground like dead dogs, looking at Ling Xiao in the air in horror. The martial artists of the Yu family were completely desperate. The Yu family was in complete despair. Yu Padian was in complete despair. The domineering and arrogant young man hovering in the air. His domineering aura was invincible. Every single one of them was shocked. A legend was born today. A perfect Earth Core Realm martial artist killed 3 divine physique echelon experts in a row. Perhaps even after 100,000 years, the same thing wouldn't happen again. It was truly unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future. Uproar, despair, the Yu family and their allies had lost their courage to continue fighting. How could they continue fighting? Ling Xiao landed on the ground. He looked at Hai Tian and Heidi who were lying on the ground, panting like dogs. He chuckled and said, "Is this what you want after traveling so far to the demon sovereign city? Hee, I'll fulfill your wish. You can't kill us, unless you want the Golden Sky region and the Deep Sea Dragon region to start a war." Hai Tian no longer had any strength to fight back. Facing Ling Xiao, he could only beg for mercy or threaten him. None of my business. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully and killed Hai Tian with a slap. He then absorbed Hai Tian's energy into his body. Just like that, the huge amount of potential he had consumed was replenished. Not only that, his total potential had reached the level of a divine physique realm warrior. In future battles, in terms of total true yuan, no one would be able to catch up with him even if they rode on divine beasts. Now, it's your turn. Ling Xiao looked at Heidi. This woman was about to tell him his secret. But he ended it right away. His secret couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Buzz, he could feel that at this moment, his foundation had broken through. He had broken through from the perfect earth core realm to the early heavenly core realm. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. When the bloody rat's condition ended, his cultivation would still drop to the perfect earth core realm. Luckily, it was only a drop of a small realm. With the experience of breaking through, he would be able to quickly recover. This wasn't a problem. He turned his head and looked at the other side of the battlefield. Upadian and the others were working together to fight the Fire King. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He dashed forward. He wouldn't let go of anyone who tried to take over his sister Jiao Jiao's body and tried to kill his friends and family. Chi. The cold sword light cut through the void. The sword pierced Yu Xiantian's throat. After that, the tyrannical sword Qi began to destroy Yu Xiantian's body. Yu Xiantian was only at the first level of the divine physique echelon. He was far inferior to Hai Tian and Heidi. With Ling Zhao's current state, he could even easily kill Hai Tian and Heidi. Not to mention him. No. Upadian roared. He wanted to save Yu Xiantian. However, he was stopped by the Flame Emperor. There was no chance at all. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Feeling the rapid loss of function in his body, Yu Xiantian shed tears of regret. Maybe I was wrong from the start. If he had known earlier that Ling Jiaojiao had such a terrifying younger brother, he would have killed Ling Jiaojiao. He shouldn't have done that. Even if the possession was successful. Would the Yu family be safe and sound in the future? This Ling Xiao would definitely exterminate the entire Yu family. He had chosen the wrong target to bully. Regret, helpless, despair, at this moment, the dignified Demon King had also fallen into the flow of tragedy. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this moment, a strange sound suddenly rang out. Order in Demon Sovereign City was restored in an instant. Ling Zhao's attack was repelled by a strong force. Yu Xiantian was lucky enough to survive. He didn't die completely. Seeing this scene, Upadian heaved a sigh of relief. In order to save Yu Xiantian, he did not hesitate to restore order in Demon Sovereign City in advance. Because only in this way would Ling Zhao's massacre stop. Humph, old fox. Ling Xiao sneered, looked at Upadian and Yu Xiantian, and said, if I relied on the power of the heavenly devil Dutchman's flower to kill you guys today. It's really a bit of an unfair victory. I'll remember this score first. There's still a long way to go. I believe that soon, I'll come to Fengdu Devil Kingdom again. At that time, I'll kill you guys fair and square. This kind of powerful confidence originated from his outstanding talent. Ling Xiao, congratulations on becoming the successor of the Demon Sovereign. Please head to the Demon Sovereign residence. A voice came from afar. In the direction of the Demon Sovereign residence, the door was wide open. But only one person was qualified to enter. Isn't the competition not over yet? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Sister Jiao Jiao, come and challenge me. This is a gift from me to you. Ling Jiao Jiao now had everything of the former Demon Sovereign, but she had not digested it yet. Letting Ling Jiao Jiao become the candidate of the Demon Sovereign was more suitable than him. The key was that he didn't care. Ling Jiao Jiao nodded and issued a challenge to Ling Xiao. The two of them fought a few rounds as if they were acting. In the end, Ling Xiao was defeated. Half of the Spectre Emperor's aura surged behind Ling Jiao Jiao. Ling Jiao Jiao's spectre grew to more than 100 feet. Go, we'll meet again in the future. Looking at Ling Jiao Jiao, Ling Xiao smiled. Ling Jiao Jiao's eyes were filled with tears. She hugged Ling Xiao fiercely and cried loudly. The affection between the siblings was self-evident amidst the cries. Then, she turned and walked into the Demon Sovereign residence. The door closed. From now on, Ling Jiao Jiao would receive the personal guidance of the Demon Emperor. He believed that her strength would continue to advance by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao knew that he should return to the Golden Heavens domain and continue to work hard. Otherwise, he would really be left behind by Ling Jiaojiao. As for Qi Niming, Qi Yaoguang, and Black Pearl, they were lucky enough to enter the top 10 and stayed in the Demon Sovereign City. After all, the human devil king, Yu Qiren, Yu Nu, and Yu Rua had all been killed. Black Pearl and Qi Yaoguang could be considered to have benefited. Ling Xiao also took the initiative to give up the opportunity to stay in the Demon Sovereign City to cultivate. This caused many neutral martial artists to be endlessly grateful to him. Because without him, there would be more opportunities. Even someone like the woman in green stayed in the Demon Sovereign City. The key was that most of the Yu family and their allies were killed. There weren't many left. The woman in green was really lucky. Otherwise, with her cultivation, she really didn't have the qualifications. Everyone, see you later, Fire King, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, let's go. After saying that, Ling Xiao flew out of the Demon Sovereign City. In any case, his friends and relatives in the Fengdu Devil Kingdom would not be in danger. He had to work hard for himself. This mission could be said to have been completed successfully. Through the teleportation array, they arrived at Fengdu City. Then, they flew out of the Heavenly Demon Ghost territory. Fire King, this is the blood I collected for you, the blood of martial artists with the Heavenly Demon heart. Take it back and use it on the Golden Divine Cannon. This blood was naturally Ling Zhao's own. He had bled a lot during the battle. It was not wasted. So he collected a large amount. This was not a small number. So much? Fire King was a little surprised that Ling Xiao was still thinking about him during the battle. I'm afraid it's fake? You are an alchemist, you will know after checking it yourself. I can't take it anymore, I need to sleep well. I'll have to trouble Senior Scarlet Flame and Green Lotus to send me back to fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao laughed. End of chapter. The moment Ling Xiao finished speaking, the power of the demonic epiphyllum had already disappeared. The power of the bloody rat had also completely disappeared. Ling Xiao felt extremely tired. So he closed his eyes and fell asleep. This child is really great. For his sister, he didn't hesitate to gamble with his life. This old man has never admired anyone, but I admire this kid. Fire Emperor looked at the sleeping Ling Xiao and sighed. Let's go, I'll escort you to the 3000 Holy City. After that, we'll return to the Golden City. When Ling Xiao woke up again, it was already 7 days later. He had slept for quite a long time. But when he woke up, the fatigue all over his body had completely disappeared. Even his injuries were naturally gone. It could be said that he had completely revived. You've finally woken up. You really gave us a fright. The moment he woke up, Ling Xiao saw Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, Zhao Fengyun, and Jiang Nan. The 4 of them had been guarding here for a full 7 days. It could be said that they were really worried. Holy Lord Jiang Nan? Why are you here? You're now the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. You have to take care of all the matters. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and asked. The other 3 were idle people. Only Jiang Nan, he remembered that before he went to the demonic centipede, he was temporarily appointed as the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. It was definitely not good to keep guarding here. Hearing this, the 4 people in the room shook their heads and smiled bitterly. What's wrong? Could it be that something happened while we were away? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's true. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. I've only been the Holy Lord for a few days. The Golden Sky region directly sent a Holy Lord over. This Holy Lord turned out to be the Deputy Holy Lord of the Sword Soul Sacred City. Sent? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Isn't the Golden City not interfering with the 3000 Holy Cities' authority? Even so, I'm not a match for this Holy Lord. He was stronger than me, and he had the City of Gold's recommendation. So, according to the rules, he challenged me. Since I lost, I had to give up the position of Holy Master. General Zhao is from the Golden City and he can't interfere, so this is the only way now. Jiang Nan said helplessly. What a joke. You're the Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City that I personally appointed. Whoever dares to seize your authority will be my enemy, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely not abandon Fighting Soul Sacred City. This was the key for the Celestial Empire to enter the 3,000 holy cities. He absolutely could not accept the sudden appearance of a holy lord. Most importantly, this holy master was the original vice-holy master of Sword Spirit Sacred City. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Jiang Nan could not help being stunned. How could he say such domineering words? Just what had happened to Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm, not many people knew that Ling Xiao had gone to the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm. Other than Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun, there was only her, Jiang Nan. Someone's coming. Ling Xiao suddenly looked towards the door. The aura of a heavenly core warrior drifted in. It's Zhang Wu, he's the current Holy Lord of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiang Nan also sensed the aura, she furrowed her brows and said. She was an early heavenly core warrior. But this Zhang Wu had reached the mid-heavenly core realm. His strength was not to be underestimated. But Ling Xiao really wanted to laugh. Right now, a heavenly core warrior was not even worth mentioning in front of him. When he was in the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm, he was already invincible under the Heavenly Core Realm with his own strength. He even killed Yu Qiong, who was an early Heavenly Core warrior. Early Heavenly Core Realm, Mid-Heavenly Core Realm, Jiang Nan had become much stronger. Even with such a cultivation base, Jiang Nan did not take them seriously. Before he went to the Heavenly Devil Ghost Realm, he wanted to kill Di Tuatian, who was a peak Heavenly Core warrior. But he almost died. If Di Tuatian was still alive, and Jiang Nan met him again, he would be able to kill him with just a slap. There was no difficulty at all. Bang! The door was directly pushed open. Zhang Wu didn't knock on the door, he didn't even greet Jiang Nan, he just barged in. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at him. This Zhang Wu had the head of a snake and the eyes of a rat. He had a wretched look on his face. Jiang Nan felt disgusted just by looking at him. But, if it was just his looks, Jiang Nan didn't really care. After all, it was given to him by his parents, and he couldn't change it. But, not only did this Zhang Wu have a wretched look, his attitude was also rude. The first thing he said when he entered was, Jiang Nan, Ling Xiao. Why aren't you kneeling down when you see me, the Saint Lord? Of course, these words could only be said to Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao. As for the other three men, he couldn't afford to offend them. Ling Xiao was startled for a moment. This guy was really a typical villain. Was he really stupid, or was he just pretending to be stupid? After all, he had the support of 3 core fragmentation realm experts. Zhang Wu was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he dared to challenge Jiang Nan. He was looking for death. Jiang Nan furrowed her brows and said, Lord Saint Lord, Ling Xiao has just recovered from his injuries, and his body isn't in good condition. So, you can forget about kneeling down, right? Forget about it? Zhang Wu sneered and said, as long as his legs aren't broken, he has to kneel down before me. The reason I'm here today is because I have something to announce. This guy's arrogance was really boundless. Ancestor Scarlet Flame wanted to attack. But, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. This kind of trash, is there a need for Senior Scarlet Flame to attack? Just leave it to me. Ling Xiao stood up. He looked at Zhang Wu and said, good, I have something to talk to you about. Why are you looking for me? Zhang Wu was startled for a moment. Looking at the furious Ancestor Scarlet Flame, he restrained his attitude. Lord Saint Lord, you can speak first. Why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao asked. It's like this, after a thorough investigation by me, Lord Saint Lord. You, Ling Xiao, are no longer suitable to stay in the Fighting Soul Saint City. Therefore, from today onwards, you can leave. You are no longer a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City. Zhang Wu said in an arrogant manner. In fact, he had wanted to announce this matter 7 days ago. However, Ling Xiao was unconscious at that time. If he couldn't let Ling Xiao hear this announcement with his own ears, it would be useless. That was why he waited until today. Lord, are you crazy? Ling Xiao is the strongest disciple of our Fighting Soul Saint City. We still have to rely on him to win the next 3,000 holy cities ranking battle. How can you expel him? Jiang Nan said loudly. Not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, then get lost with him. The Fighting Soul Saint City doesn't have the spare money to raise an ingrate. Zhang Wu sneered. If Lord Saint Lord wants me to leave, you have to give a reason, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. This Zhang Wu was just a clown in front of him. He didn't have any fear at all. So what if he was a Lord Saint from the Golden City, according to the rules, as a disciple of the Fighting Soul Saint City, if he was not satisfied with this lord, he could challenge him. And ask him to get lost. Zhang Wu sneered and said, since you asked, then this Lord Saint Lord will tell you clearly. The original Fighting Soul Saint City Hall Master, Hua Fei Hua, died in your hands, right? Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Hearing Zhang Wu's words, Ling Xiao was startled for a second. He didn't expect this guy to have done his research. Fine, since this was the case, there was no need to hide it anymore. Plus, there was no need to hide it. So what if he knew, the law of the jungle was the law of the 3,000 saint cities? The reason why he didn't dare to expose himself before was because he wasn't strong enough. But now, would Ling Xiao be afraid? Not only was he extremely strong, there was also a powerful divine physique giant devil king in his mountain river realm. Let alone sweeping through the 3,000 saint cities. Even if he went to the Golden City, aside from a few powerful warriors, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Now that he was confident, he felt great. Everything he did felt great. That's right, I killed Hua Fei Hua. She wanted to kill me, so I killed her. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. This gave Jiang Nan a fright. Although she did have the same suspicion before. But at that time, Ling Xiao only had a little bit of strength, and he was still able to kill Hua Fei Hua. He was too strong. Very good, as long as you admit it. You also killed the Divine Hawk Palace's palace master, Di Ying, right? Zhang Wu asked again. That's right, he tried to assassinate me during the Great River Bandit mission, and I killed him. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was shocked again. This Ling Xiao, how many things did she not know? This was too cruel. I didn't expect you to be so cooperative. If that's the case, then it's simple. You also killed the Saint City's palace master, Di Tuatian? Zhang Wu asked again. Congratulations, you got it right again. But, so what? Ling Xiao was strong now, so he didn't panic. Even if these things were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. That's impossible, Di Tuatian is a peak heavenly core warrior. Jiang Nan thought it was possible for Ling Xiao to kill Hua Fei Hua and Di Ying who were at the Earth Core realm. But, she didn't believe that he could kill Di Tuatian who was at the peak heavenly core realm. Of course someone helped me. Zhang Wu looked at the three men behind Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to say it out loud, but the meaning behind his words was very obvious. Jiang Nan sighed. When Di Tuatian was killed, Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others were indeed in the Sacred Master Hall. I thought you wouldn't admit it. I didn't expect you to admit it so easily. Since that was the case, this matter was simple. Now you should understand why this holy master chased you out of Fighting Soul Sacred City, right? Zhang Wu said proudly. For the sake of Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave now. Zhang Wu opened up a path for Ling Xiao. To be honest, Zhang Wu and Ling Xiao did not have any deep enmity. Chasing Ling Xiao away was just to serve the Sword Spirit Sacred City. As the strongest disciple of Fighting Soul Sacred City, Ling Xiao was still a threat to Sword Soul Sacred City. It was better to leave. However, Ling Xiao stood there with no intention of leaving. He looked at Zhang Wu coldly and said, I'm afraid the one who should leave is not me, Ling Xiao. It's you. What do you mean? Zhang Wu was stunned for a moment and frowned. Don't you understand? You defeated Senior Jiang Nan and usurped the position of Fighting Soul Sacred City's Sacred Master. But I won't admit it. So, do it. If you can defeat me, I'll leave. If not, then go back to where you came from. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear wrongly? You actually want to challenge the Sacred Master? With your strength, are you worthy? Zhang Wu laughed wildly. Whether I'm worthy or not, you'll know once you try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The three of you, he insisted on fighting. If he gets injured later, don't blame me. Zhang Wu looked at Forefather Crimson Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun. The only ones he was afraid of were these three. As for Jiang Nan, he didn't care. As you wish. Green Lotus Swordswoman said indifferently. Zhao Fengyun was startled for a moment, then he whispered, no problem, right? That Zhang Wu is a mid-heavenly core warrior. He was the only one among the three who didn't follow Ling Xiao to the heavenly demon ghost region. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but Ling Xiao had asked him to stay behind to protect Jiang Nan. Therefore, he had no idea what had happened to Ling Xiao in the heavenly demon ghost region. What kind of achievements had he made? Don't worry, just watch carefully. Young Master's strength is no longer the same as before he left. Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. Zhao Fengyun nodded his head, then he looked at Ling Xiao with a puzzled expression. Right at this moment, Zhang Wu had started unleashing his energy. Since no one was stopping him, that's great. This was the perfect opportunity to teach this impudent kid a lesson. Go to hell. Suddenly, Zhang Wu moved. His body shot forward, and a sharp blade appeared in his hand. It was obvious that he wasn't here to spar with Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. With a slight shift of his body, he dodged Zhang Wu's attack. For now, he didn't want Zhang Wu to know about his powerful body. No matter how Zhang Wu attacked, he wouldn't be able to break through his body's defense. After all, his current body was a mid-9th level Emperor Warrior, unless his attack was at least a mid-9th level Emperor Warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance. Zhang Wu was just a heavenly core warrior, he hadn't even broken through to the extreme core realm. Therefore, his attack wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Of course, his body was Ling Zhao's secret weapon as well. Therefore, he chose to dodge. Who knew that after Zhang Wu's attack failed, he became angry out of shame. He threw out a pellet from his hand. Thunderclap Thunderfire Pellet. A cold light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. This Thunderclap Thunderfire Pellet was obviously an upgraded version. A single pellet was enough to kill a heavenly core warrior. Obviously, Zhang Wu wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, Ling Xiao didn't plan to kill Zhang Wu. But since his opponent was so impolite, what else could he say? Boom, the Thunderclap Thunderfire Pellet exploded. Smoke and dust filled the air. Zhang Wu laughed wildly, ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, I don't think you know. I've received Ling Chuyan's order, and I'm here to kill you. Originally, I planned to go outside and avoid Ancestor Scarlet Flame and the others. But I didn't expect you to refuse to leave. So, I have no choice but to do it here. Zhang Wu, you killed Ling Xiao, do you still want to live? Jiang Nan said angrily. Ha ha ha, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Azure Lotus Swordswoman, and General Zhao, they are all from the Golden City. If they dare to kill me, they will be punished by the Golden City. For an ordinary kid, it's not worth it. Right? Zhang Wu laughed wildly. Not worth it? Zhao Fengyun sneered, for the young master, so what if we all leave the Golden City? After saying that, he was about to kill Zhang Wu. General Zhao, please calm down. Trash like him, how can he kill me? Right at this moment, Ling Zhao's voice sounded out. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Wu. One of his hands had pierced into Zhang Wu's chest. He grabbed Zhang Wu's heart. You. How can this be? Impossible, that Thunderclap Thunderfire Pellet can even kill a heavenly core warrior. Zhang Wu was completely panicking. He was completely dumbfounded. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website. Wasn't Ling Xiao only at the earthly core realm? Logically speaking, a thunderbolt fire bullet should have been enough to turn him into ashes. Why was that? While being confused, Zhang Wu's life force was getting weaker and weaker. A flame was ignited. Zhang Wu had been turned into ashes. Ling Xiao lightly clapped his hands, then he sat down as if nothing had happened. Right now, Jiang Nan and Zhao Fengyun were completely stunned. Zhang Wu was a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he had even used a thunderbolt fire bullet, but he still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, he was easily killed by Ling Xiao. Why did they feel like they were dreaming? I really want to know what happened in the heavenly demon and ghost region. Zhao Fengyun said with a bitter smile. When they left, Zhao Fengyun knew exactly how strong Ling Xiao was. Therefore, when he compared Jiang Nan to Jiang Nan, he was really shocked. He was really shocked. Let's talk about this later. Zhang Wu is dead now. Saint Lord Jiang Nan, you'll still be the Saint Lord from now on. Is that all right? Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Nan and said with a smile. How am I qualified to be the Saint Lord? Jiang Nan said with a bitter smile. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao was now the strongest person in Fighting Soul Sacred City. No matter how one looked at it, the position of Saint Lord should belong to Ling Xiao. Senior Jiang Nan, you don't have to worry about my strength. General Zhao, I'll leave Fighting Soul Sacred City to you from now on, what do you think? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. No problem. From today onwards, I'll leave Golden City and resign from all my positions. I'll wholeheartedly join Fighting Soul Sacred City. Of course, Zhao Fengyun knew Ling Xiao's real intention. He didn't want him to protect Jiang Nan like before. He wanted him to become the true Grand Elder of Fighting Soul Sacred City. If General Zhao is willing, you can be the Saint Lord. With you as the Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, who in the 3,000 saint cities would dare to disrespect us? Jiang Nan said hastily. Senior Jiang Nan, you still don't understand. General Zhao is used to being carefree. If you let him be the Saint Lord, he'll be anxious. Just let him be an idle Grand Supreme Elder. If something big happens, he can take care of it. Ling Xiao smiled. Alright, since you've handed this heavy responsibility to me, I'll give it to you. It is my duty to do so. In fact, Jiang Nan had long been convinced by Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she wouldn't have been able to reach the perfect heavenly core realm. If he wanted to improve in the future, he would probably need Ling Xiao's help. She was willing to work for Ling Xiao. But there's a problem now. Jiang Nan suddenly frowned. Saint Lord Jiang, please speak your mind. Since everyone is here, we can discuss it together. Ling Xiao said. It's like this. You've been gone for almost 2 months. The situation in the 3,000 holy cities had also changed a lot. The worst thing was that the Sword Spirit Sacred City continued to grow stronger. The Sword Spirit Sacred City Saint Lord had already broken through to the early stage of the extreme core realm. Even if Di Tuatian was still alive, he would not be a match for him. There are 2 genius disciples under the Sword Spirit Sacred City Saint Lord. You've seen the Koi King before, he is also at the mid-heavenly core realm. I wonder how he cultivated. That Ling Qiuyan is even scarier, she has reached the perfect heavenly core realm. She has become one of the hottest young geniuses in the 3,000 holy cities. After saying that, Jiang Nan raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao knew Ling Qiuyan and the Koi King, they were old acquaintances. And they were enemies. So? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He wasn't surprised by Ling Qiuyan's improvement. This woman was good at seizing other people's bodies. He had suspected that Ling Qiuyan had obtained the body of a dying warrior. That was why she could improve so quickly. Now, he still thought so. If not, Ling Qiuyan wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. As for the Koi King, Ling Qiuyan must have helped him. Aren't you nervous at all? Ling Qiuyan is at the perfect heavenly core realm. Her combat strength is far greater than Di Tuatian's. Jiang Nan reminded. I know. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. Was there nothing that could make Ling Xiao nervous? Jiang Nan, you don't have to exaggerate this matter anymore. Young Master's strength is enough to kill an early-stage core realm warrior. He's just a perfect heavenly core realm warrior, it's nothing. Ancestor Scarlet Flame couldn't hide his thoughts, he said with a smile. What? Although Jiang Nan already had a vague feeling. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong. Among the disciples of the 3,000 holy cities, except for a few, most of them weren't qualified to be compared with him. Don't be so shocked. Ling Xiao smiled. He thought to himself, if I tell you that I have a divine physique Great Devil King, will you be scared to death on the spot? If I tell you that I killed a divine physique realm warrior, I wonder what will happen. After a long time, Jiangnan finally calmed down. She looked at Ling Xiao and said excitedly, "If that's the case, the Sword Soul Saint City will be destroyed, and our Fighting Soul Saint City's dream will be shattered. The Saint Lord of the Sword Soul Saint City will also be defeated. He has already said it. As long as Ling Qiuyan can stand out in the 3000 Holy Cities ranking tournament, the Saint Lord position will be given to her. I'm afraid this time, it will be really painful. The Sword Soul Saint City is just a clown. Jiangnan, I have something I want to talk to you about." Ling Xiao could be said to have gained a firm foothold in the Fighting Soul Saint City. If that's the case, he could transfer the geniuses from the small Violet Spirit Kingdom here. The 3000 Holy Cities, the Fighting Soul Saint City would become the frontline of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Although they couldn't do it openly for now. But at least, they could start cultivating geniuses, and it could be put on the agenda. What the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was doing now was very simple. They would choose from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and the Black Tortoise Continent. They would pick out the outstanding geniuses, and promote them step by step. Whoever had the aptitude would have the qualifications to go to a better place to cultivate. So now, the entire Heavenly Dynasty Empire had formed a hierarchical selection mechanism. Even the lowest level martial artist, as long as you have enough aptitude, as long as you work hard enough, you would definitely be able to go to the best place to cultivate. The best place now was the Fighting Soul Saint City. If these geniuses were placed in other places, they would be buried. He told this matter to the four present. When they found out that Ling Xiao actually had such a huge empire behind him, the four of them were stunned. They finally understood why Ling Xiao always felt that his aura was different from others. There was always a natural domineering aura that could erupt from his body. So it was actually the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Leave this matter to me. Anyway, I have a lot of free time. Zhao Fengyan laughed. He didn't follow the Heavenly Demon Ghost Realm trip, and he had a bad taste in his heart. So now, since he had already decided to leave the Golden City, then he was the most suitable for this matter. And he was strong enough. It would be easier to escort those geniuses to the Fighting Soul Saint City. Geniuses remember this site's address in a second. Then I'll have to trouble General Zhao. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in gratitude. Although others called him young master, he was still a senior. Moreover, he had helped him a lot, so it was necessary to show him the respect he deserved. Alright, that's all. If there's nothing else, everyone can leave. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said. He also wanted to stay here quietly and absorb the experience he had gained from the battle in the Demon Master City. Young master, aren't you thinking too simply about some things? Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly. What do you mean by that? Ling Xiao paused for a moment and said. It's about the official appointment of the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. In the past, Jiangnan was appointed as the Holy Lord temporarily, so it only needed the three of us to nod our heads. But if it's an official appointment, then it needs the approval of Commandment Sacred City. Azure Lotus Swordswoman smiled bitterly. What Commandment Sacred City? One of the 3000 sacred cities? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right, Commandment Sacred City is one of the 3000 sacred cities, but it's also independent of the 3000 sacred cities. It's the only sacred city directly under Golden City. You should understand from the name. It has the same function as the Sex Commandment Department. It's responsible for setting and maintaining the laws of the 3000 sacred cities. Commandment Sacred City doesn't have a Holy Lord, but it's controlled by many Dharma disciples, 72 Commandment Knights, 12 Masters, and the Supreme Law Master. The Supreme Law Master is similar to the Holy Lord, and his strength is one of the best in the 3000 sacred cities. Let me put it this way. The ranking battle half a month later will also be hosted by Commandment Sacred City. Under normal circumstances, Commandment Sacred City is very fair. Of course, the premise is that you don't offend them. There's such a place, so troublesome. I thought it would be fine to just get Golden City's approval. Ling Xiao thought too simply. He originally thought that the 3000 sacred cities were left alone by Golden City. They should have enough freedom to change their Holy Lord. But now, it seemed that Golden City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities was quite strict. Commandment Sacred City's existence was to deal with this. Commandment Sacred City is very strong? Ling Xiao asked suddenly. The strength of Commandment Sacred City was related to how he would deal with it. This is very important. Of course he's strong. There were a total of 30,000 disciples in the disciplined Saint City, and even the weakest amongst them was an early heavenly core warrior. The responsibility of a Dharma apostle was to settle the disputes of the 3,000 holy cities. He was often sent out for missions. These are the people we see most often. The 72 disciplinary knights were terrifying. They were all extreme realm alchemists. Although there were only 72 of them, they were more powerful than most of the sacred lords in the 3,000 sacred cities. The 12 rulers were even more terrifying. They were existences at the core fragmentation realm. As for the Law Master, it's rumored that he's a divine physique echelon expert. Green Lotus Swordswoman said with a smile. Hearing this, the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth twitched. *CK, the 3,000 holy cities actually had divine physique echelon experts. Ling Xiao felt that he had underestimated this world. Young master, if you are interested, I can recommend you to become a Dharma disciple in the Sacred Commandment City. I guarantee that there won't be a problem. The faces of the three of us are still useful. The basic law master spent most of his time cultivating in Golden City. Therefore, the ones in charge of the holy city of discipline were the 12 masters of law. The three of us know all 12 of them. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Forget about it. Just by hearing the name of this city, I know there are a lot of rules. If I go there, I'll be bored to death. Ling Xiao shook his head. He still liked the feeling of freedom. Unless he felt that he couldn't improve his cultivation any further, then he would move towards a higher and stronger place. Young master is really a maverick. Other people, once they break through to the heavenly core realm, they would try their best to enter the Sacred Commandment City. But you, with this condition, why don't you go? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Others are others, I am me. I have my own cultivation method. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Jiang Nan, you can go to the Sacred Commandment City by yourself. Is that okay? No problem. Normally, the Sacred Commandment City wouldn't make things difficult for a sacred lord. Jiang Nan nodded his head. That's good. Do you have any other questions? Ling Xiao asked again. He was now the backbone of the 4 men here, although his cultivation was the weakest. But talking was also the most important thing. I don't have any other questions, but my cultivation is a bit low. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the test. The Sacred Commandment City will send people here to watch the competition. Even the sacred lords from other sacred cities will come and watch. I can't bring shame to the Sacred Battle Soul City. Jiang Nan said embarrassedly. That's easy. You go to the Sacred Commandment City first. I'll think of a way to improve your cultivation. Ling Xiao had brought back a lot of good herbs from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. It was easy for him to concoct some pills that could help Jiang Nan improve her cultivation. He could even improve the cultivation of a shattered core warrior. Not to mention a mere heavenly core warrior. Easy? Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. If it was easy, she wouldn't have made no progress in the past month. But then again, Ling Xiao had never lied. If he said something, he would definitely be able to do it. So, she didn't think too much about it. After that, she split up with Zhao Fengyun. Jiang Nan went to the Sacred Commandment City. Zhao Fengyun went to the Violet Spirit Kingdom. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Azure Lotus went to the Golden City to help Zhao Fengyun apply for her resignation. This application was easy to handle. They just needed to appease Zhao Fengyun's superior. After all, that person valued Zhao Fengyun a lot. Ling Xiao was left alone in Jiangnan Palace, resting peacefully. In just half a day, the news that Jiangnan was going to become an official sacred lord had spread throughout the Sacred Battle Soul City. Everyone felt that it was very strange. Zhang Wu had just become the sacred lord of the Sacred Battle Soul City. Why was there a change? Those who supported Jiangnan before were very happy. As for those who supported Zhang Wu before, they didn't know what to do. They tried their best to curry favor with Zhang Wu and belittle Jiang Nan. But now, something like this had happened. It was hard to understand. The key question was, where did Zhang Wu go? Many people knew that Zhang Wu went to find Ling Xiao, and then he disappeared. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Zhang Wu had been mysteriously killed like Di Tuatian? Once they had this thought, these people couldn't stop. They found the man brought by Zhang Wu, hoping that he could help them. This man was also from the Sword Soul City. He had taken control of the Divine Hawk Palace and became the new palace master. He was also the first city lord, second only to the Sacred Lord. His cultivation was also at the early heavenly core realm, the same as Jiang Nan. This man was easily swayed. After being instigated by some people, he took the lead and went to the Jiang Nan Palace to cause trouble. Since Jiang Nan was in the Sacred Commandment City, Ling Xiao had to deal with the problem himself. Ling Xiao, don't try to be brave. Although you're strong, your opponent is a heavenly core warrior. You should stay in the Jiang Nan Palace and wait for the Sacred Lord to come back. Hinajiku and Zhan Long didn't want Ling Xiao to take any risks. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, facing the concern of Hinajiku, Zhan Long, and the others. Ling Xiao just smiled indifferently. Everyone, just wait for a good show. There were quite a number of people following the Condor Palace Master. There were at least 100 of them. Originally, because of the threat of Sword Soul Sacred City, a group of people who were afraid of death left fighting Soul Sacred City. Now, there were another 100 people who joined Zhang Wu who had just arrived. But this was also good. Trash should be cleared out, otherwise, they would just be lazy and waste resources. In an instant, the Condor Palace Master was already in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly, revealing the arrogance of a superior. You are Ling Xiao? Whether I am Ling Xiao or not, don't you know in your heart? Ling Xiao said coldly, all right, don't talk nonsense. Tell me your reason for coming here, otherwise, trespassers of Jiangnan Palace, die. He had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, otherwise, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City would still be afraid. People were used to being led by a strong person. Perhaps this was one of the characteristics of humans. The Condor Palace Master said, where is Zhang Wu? Killed. Ling Xiao said directly, Zhang Wu dared to be disrespectful to me, so I killed him. Do you have any questions? With just you? The Condor Palace Master looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, it's not that I look down on you. Your strength is really not enough. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ling Xiao looked at him, he needed a reason to kill him. That was why he waited for him to make the first move. After all, after knowing the existence of Commandment Sacred City among the 3,000 sacred cities, he had to be more careful. Conspiring with others to assassinate the Sacred Lord, you have committed a heinous crime, die. The Condor Palace Master had a bad temper. And as someone sent by Sword Soul Sacred City, he had a kind of absolute contempt for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Killing a disobedient disciple of Fighting Soul Sacred City was nothing. In the next moment, he made his move. But he saw a mocking smile on Ling Xiao's face. That was a mockery of idiots. Pity for the weak. Chi. A cold light flashed. Where's my head? The Divine Eagle Palace Master saw his own appearance on the sword light. It was clearly a headless corpse. In just an instant, Ling Xiao had killed the Divine Eagle Palace Master. With a chuckle, he turned around and returned to Jiangnan Palace to continue his cultivation. At the same time, he threw out a sentence, those who came with that trash, scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't necessarily do anything if I regret it. The group of people turned around and fled in fear. She wished she could grow wings and leave this place. One move, he had killed an early heavenly core warrior with just a single strike. How did this Ling Xiao become so terrifying after returning this time? If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't have another chance. Zhan Long, Hinajiku, and the others were also shocked. When they dealt with the Great River Bandits together, they knew how strong Ling Xiao was. However, the Ling Xiao of today was clearly stronger than before. No wonder he dared to kill the Saint Lord right after returning. He elected the Jiangnan Palace Master, Jiang Nan, as the new Saint Lord. So strong, I believe that from this moment onwards, no one will dare to talk nonsense anymore. On the surface, Jiangnan is the new Saint Lord, but in fact, it's Ling Xiao behind him, and the other three powerful existences behind Ling Xiao. Zhang Long said with a bitter smile, compared to him, my growth has been stagnant. Don't talk about it, I'm the same. Hinajiku shook her head, feeling disappointed. But at the same time, she was happy. It was better for Ling Xiao to be in power than for those from Sword Spirit Sacred City to be in power. Besides messing up Fighting Soul Saint City, what else could they do? I'm still me, no matter how strong I become, I won't change. These words were naturally directed at his old friends. In the past, they went to complete the Great River Bandits mission together. Then, they came back together. After experiencing life and death, although there was a huge gap between the strong and the weak. But Ling Xiao wouldn't look down on them, he would think of ways to make them stronger. We understand. Zhang Long and Hinajiku looked at each other and smiled. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that Ling Xiao would become stronger, and their relationship would become estranged. The body of the Condor Palace Master was quickly disposed of. This news spread throughout the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City. Those who originally supported Jiangnan and Ling Xiao became more confident and at ease at this moment. With Ling Xiao and Jiangnan around, not only would Fighting Soul Sacred City not fall, but it would also prosper day by day. What they need to do is to cultivate steadily and continue to improve their strength. Perhaps a miracle will be born. Of course, in Fighting Soul Saint City, not everyone is convinced by Ling Xiao. For example, the three elders of the Criminal Law Palace. And some martial artists of the Criminal Law Palace. They saw Ling Xiao join Fighting Soul Saint City. At that time, Ling Xiao was not weak, but in front of them, he didn't have the chance to do anything. But now, it has been less than 2 months. This Ling Xiao has undergone an earth-shattering change. It's really hard to accept. It's like a dream. They won't openly make Ling Xiao and Jiangnan their enemy. But in their hearts, at least for now, they can't completely agree with Ling Xiao and Jiangnan. Big brother, are we just going to watch a little bastard climb over our heads? The third elder of the Criminal Law Palace asked while gritting his teeth. So what? You saw it yourself, an early Heavenly Core warrior was killed by him with a single sword strike. To be honest, if he can really make Fighting Soul Saint City stronger. It's not impossible for me to agree with him. But for now, let's wait until they pass the trial in Fighting Soul Saint City. The Great Elder is relatively calm. This person could be considered to be relatively fair. This is the reason why Ling Xiao doesn't want to touch him. The next day, the people of Sword Soul Saint City came looking for trouble. Of course, it's because of Zhang Wu's death. Many people came. And they were very strong. The leader was the early Heavenly Core warrior, the Koi King. Their arrival made everyone in Fighting Soul Saint City feel uneasy. The enemy is attacking, and it's such a strong enemy. Can Ling Xiao hold on? Why aren't Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Girl Azure Lotus, and General Zhao Fengyun back yet? Fighting Soul Saint City won't be destroyed just like this, right? Everyone had their own fear in their hearts. Although the Koi King wasn't as strong as Ling Qiuyan, and was weaker than the Saint Lord of Sword Soul Saint City. But, her strength was still above all the disciples of Fighting Soul Saint City. It would be strange if she wasn't afraid. Along with the Koi King, there were many disciples of Sword Soul Saint City who came to watch the show. There were even 2 city lords of Sword Soul Saint City. The city lords were existences second only to the Saint Lord in Saint City. Of course, the city lords of Sword Soul Saint City were stronger than the city lords of Fighting Soul Saint City. These people didn't land, they just stood in the air, chatting and laughing. Stepping on the head of Fighting Soul Saint City, they were cold and disdainful. Hee, I heard that the Koi King wasn't able to kill this Ling Xiao last time, he was really upset. Last time was last time, but this time is different. The Koi King has broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm. Besides, with her identity as a warrior from the Ocean Tribe, her combat strength is equivalent to a mid-Heavenly Core warrior. It doesn't matter if that Ling Xiao is a genius or not, he won't be able to escape this calamity. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. City Lord Leng and the Koi King both have a grudge against this Ling Xiao. What kind of grudge do you guys think it is? Who knows? Who cares what grudge they have against him? No matter what, this guy is going to die today. Why don't we just destroy the Fighting Soul Saint City as well? That's a good idea, let's wait and see. The Koi King headed straight towards the Jiangnan Palace. He wasn't stopped by anyone. It wasn't that the people from the Fighting Soul Saint City didn't want to stop him, but they couldn't. Even among the 3 sect elders from the disciplinary palace, only the Great Elder had the ability to stop him. But there were so many people from the Sword Soul Saint City in the sky. If he attacked, what would the result be? It wasn't hard to imagine. That's why Ling Xiao had sent a message yesterday. If anyone from the Sword Soul Saint City came looking for trouble, no one was allowed to attack. Actually, Ling Xiao had expected that someone from the Sword Soul Saint City would come. Zhang Wu was killed, and it was impossible to cover it up. He didn't plan to cover it up. But he didn't expect the Koi King to be so stupid as to come to the Jiangnan Palace alone. Suddenly, a strong demonic aura attacked. Ling Xiao was still calmly drinking his tea while looking at the beautiful lake. It was as if he was waiting for a guest from afar. A cruel smile flashed across his face. Since you're here, don't go back. Even if it was one of the 3,000 saint cities, anyone who trespassed into someone else's territory could be killed. Even if this matter was brought to the disciplinary palace, Ling Xiao would still be in the right. He only killed the Koi King, and that was already being polite. Zhan Long, Hanajiku, and the others were nervously standing far away. Looking at the calm Ling Xiao, they couldn't help but shake their heads with bitter smiles. Even at this moment, he was still so calm. Either he didn't know how strong the Koi King was, or he really had the ability. In any case, they hadn't seen Ling Xiao for a long time. As for the specifics, they could only wait and see. The only thing that made them feel a little relieved was the fact that Ling Xiao had killed the Divine Eagle Palace Master with a single move yesterday. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength should not be inferior to the Koi King's. Boom, all of a sudden, the water in the lake became noisy. 100-foot-tall wave surged into the air, transforming into a ferocious face. It was as if a giant beast was looking down at Ling Xiao from the sky. The Koi King, dressed in red, stood there and stared at Ling Xiao. An extremely complicated look appeared in his eyes. The Koi King was a beautiful woman. Another cruel and merciless woman. Her appearance encompasses almost every aspect of a woman. Her graceful figure matched with her fair, jade-like skin. And that pretty face. Indeed, many men would be tempted. However, at this moment, this woman's body was releasing a dense killing intent. He was like an evil spirit. It didn't match her appearance at all. He sighed softly. Ling Xiao actually didn't want to talk about the past. The Koi King was just an opponent he encountered in the western region. Now, he was no longer qualified to be his opponent. His Taiji could see that the Koi King's body had undergone some modifications and changes. Most likely, half of this body no longer belonged to her. Detestable, pitiful, perhaps a pitiful person must have something detestable. Koi King, it's not very good to come uninvited. Ling Xiao was still lying on the chair, tasting this year's new tea as he said with a smile. He really couldn't muster up the slightest thought of fighting against someone who was completely not his opponent. However, this woman in front of him must die. Because if he didn't make a move, the other party would. It was basically a situation where one would fight to the death. You're still as arrogant, and condescending as always. The Koi King gritted his teeth and said, but now, I'm no longer the Koi King of the past. Ever since I saw you last time, I've been thinking about how to kill you all the time. In order to kill you, I even didn't hesitate to accept Ling Chuyan's modifications, becoming neither human nor demon. As the Koi King spoke, he released an even more powerful demonic aura. A few more water pillars appeared in the lake. The entire Jiangnan Palace was shaking. Zhan Long and the rest were frightened until their faces turned ashen. Too powerful. They had only seen this aura on the Holy Lord before. When did the Koi King become so powerful? However, what the Koi King wanted was not these people's fear and shock. What he wanted was Ling Xiao's horror and fear. What he wanted was Ling Xiao kneeling and begging for mercy. However, what made him depressed was that Ling Xiao was lying there as if it had nothing to do with him. There was even a faint smile on his face, as if the Koi King was just an acrobat. Humph, posturing. Snorting coldly, the Koi King said coldly, I can spare you from death, and I can also let War Soul Sacred City go. But you must kneel for me and beg for mercy, furthermore, you have to do it in front of everyone in War Soul Sacred City. This was the truest thought in her heart. Avenge Zhang Wu, avenge herself? Actually, after so long, she only wanted to be able to trample Ling Xiao underfoot and humiliate him wantonly. Only then could the depression in her heart be dispelled. Why be so angry? We're also considered half from the same hometown. Can't the past be written off at one stroke? Ling Xiao did not beg for mercy. Instead, he poured another cup of tea and said with a smile, Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. Isn't it better to chat and reminisce about the old days? Speaking of which, your elder brother, the Dragon Shark King, is still my brother. Your younger sister, the Demon Eye Monarch, is also my subordinate. Oh right, they will be coming to War Soul Sacred City soon. What a wonderful thing it is for you siblings to reunite. Why fuss over the past trivial matters? Those two traitors. The Koi King gnashed her teeth. She came to the 3000 holy city from the backward western region because of a fortuitous encounter. She thought that she would be able to return to her hometown in glory soon, reunite the myriad countries, and then wipe out all of Ling Xiao's forces in one fell swoop. But she did not expect that her elder brother, the Dragon Shark King, and her younger sister, the Demon Eye Monarch, would actually rely on Ling Xiao. Hateful. You're deliberately angering me. The Koi King suddenly said. Why would I anger you? It's not easy for us Western region martial artists to come to the 4 major regions. Even if there are grudges in the past, we should unite. Otherwise, others will bully us, won't they? Ling Xiao still said indifferently. Humph, I won't learn from those two traitors. Today, I must kill you and make you kneel at my feet, unable to raise your head forever. The Koi King was stubborn. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Forget it. If you want to make a move, then do it. But don't blame me for not warning you. Those who make a move in Jiangnan Palace without permission, die. These words were said casually, but it made the Koi King feel a trace of fear. She shook her head, unwilling to believe that she would feel fear. That was too unreal. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, alright, if you want to kill me, then come at me. I've trained hard for so many years, even turning myself into what I am now. It's all for the sake of killing you. Today, there are many people watching the show. Let them see how you, Ling Xiao, die. The Koi King's obsession with Ling Xiao was too deep. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to resolve it, but unfortunately, he did not succeed. Since he could not succeed, there was only one path left. Kill him. There was no reason to lead the life of such a scourge who was always thinking about him. Why haven't you made your move? Ling Xiao smiled. The Koi King was choked by Ling Xiao's words. The reason why she did not make her move was because she wanted to see Ling Xiao's frightened, panicked, and shocked appearance. If she killed Ling Xiao like this, it would be too easy for this kid. Only by trampling on Ling Xiao, ruthlessly trampling on him, making Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy, crying for his father and mother, could she truly vent her anger. The demonic aura became more and more terrifying. The 4 water pillars merged into one, and then turned into a huge water snake that slowly descended. The terrifying pressure made even Zhan Long and Hanajiku, who were hiding in the distance, kneel. The pressure was too strong. The bluestone slabs were already shattered. Only the pavilion Ling Xiao was in was still intact. Even the teacup in Ling Xiao's hand did not sway in the slightest. Actually, you must be very afraid, right? The moment you saw me in the 3000 sacred city, you must have been filled with fear. You don't understand why I'm here, and you don't understand why I'm so much stronger than you. You look very calm on the surface, but you must be panicking in your heart. As a man, he would always want some dignity. Unfortunately, this dignity will soon be ruthlessly crushed by my strength. The Koi King seemed to want to vent something, and said everything in her heart. You and Ling Qiuyan think too highly of yourselves. You underestimate me too much. I didn't kill you, just waiting for a reason. Just like yesterday when I killed Zhang Wu and the master of the Divine Eagle Palace. In my eyes, you're just an idiot who has lost his mind. Not only are you unworthy to be my opponent, Lin Chuyan is also unworthy. You are all trash that should have been eliminated long ago. Since you've survived, you should cherish it. You actually took the initiative to come here to die. I don't know if there's something wrong with your head. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao did not stand up. He was like an elder reprimanding a junior, mocking and cutting at the Koi King. The Koi King was about to explode from anger. She really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao could be so calm. What exactly did he rely on? Could it be that Azure Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyun had not actually left? That's not right. The information clearly said that the three of them had left Fighting Soul Sacred City to do something. It couldn't be fake. Humph, I understand. You want me to scare me and make me leave, right? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. With a cold snort, the Koi King's body slowly rose into the air and merged with the huge water snake. In an instant, an even more terrifying pressure came over. The surrounding ground continued to collapse. In the lake, a group of pitiful fish died. In the eyes of others, the Koi King was now like a water god, exuding an aura that made people not dare to look up. Many people in Fighting Soul Sacred City were glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have to kneel in front of this woman at this time. That would be a great loss of face. Ling Xiao, kneel down. In the end, the Koi King still felt that killing Ling Xiao directly was too easy for him. So she continued to release pressure and even used her sea beast bloodline. On her body, strange scales appeared. Her appearance also underwent a huge change. Ling Xiao had seen Hai Tian and Heidi like this before. This was the so-called Beastman form. The pressure increased by at least dozens of times. Zhanlong, Hanajiku, and the others couldn't even kneel. They were directly pressed to the ground as if their bodies were pressed by a mountain. They couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao looked back at the situation of Zhanlong and the others and sighed softly. It seems that it's time to make a move. Otherwise, Jiangnan Palace will be destroyed by this woman. Zhanlong and the others will also be injured. He finally stood up. Looking contemptuously at the Koi King in the sky, he said, "You're boring pressure. It's useless to me. I don't care what status you have, what strength you have. This kind of boring trick is too boring. It's better to do something real." Seeing Ling Xiao's contemptuous expression, the Koi King's blood suddenly rushed up. "Well, since you want to die, I'll help you." The Koi King roared. The terrifying water snake finally rushed to Ling Xiao. With a huge pressure, it changed the color of heaven and earth. In the distance, Zhanlong and Hanajiku couldn't help at all. At this time, they were suppressed by the pressure and didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only watch helplessly as the water snake swallowed Ling Xiao. Beautiful. In the sky, the martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City clapped and cheered. The Koi King still used this trick, but Ling Xiao is quite tough, he didn't kneel in the end. It doesn't matter if he kneels or not, when he dies, we can ravage his body to vent our anger. The martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City said viciously. But the next moment, they showed a surprised expression. Ling Xiao didn't die, the dead one is the Koi King. The Koi King's body fell at Ling Xiao's feet like a dead fish. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look. He kicked it aside. "This young master talked nonsense with you for a long time, I didn't expect that in the end, you still came to die." Ling Xiao really doesn't like this kind of boring battle. He likes to challenge the strong. Only the strong can make his blood boil and make his strength go further. Someone like the Koi King is really a waste. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Including the martial artists of Battle Soul Sacred City and Sword Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao actually killed the Koi King. He had casually killed the famous genius Koi King. This is too inconceivable. After a long while, the martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City in the sky came back to their senses. "Hateful, everyone, let's make Battle Soul Sacred City disappear today." Who is so bold to make Battle Soul Sacred City disappear? Ling Xiao didn't have time to make a move. Suddenly, he heard Zhao Fengyun's voice. This Zhao Fengyun is really fast. Behind him stood 400 to 500 people. Among them, there are Xianxia, Long, Dragon Shark King, Demon Eye King, Dragon Sword Mountain, Xianxia, and so on that Ling Xiao is familiar with. There are also many unfamiliar faces. They are probably geniuses selected from other continents after many rounds of selection. Very good, it seems that the people under him are quite efficient and didn't let him down. Hehe, General Zhao is back. Ling Xiao smiled, walked out of Jiangnan Palace, and looked at Zhao Fengyun. Greetings, young master, the task you gave to this subordinate has been completed. This is the first batch of 500 people. Zhao Fengyun bowed. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City were dumbfounded. Why would the upper echelons of Golden City be so respectful to Ling Xiao, and they even called him young master? This was too strange. Not to mention them, even the martial artists of Fighting Soul Sacred City were puzzled. When did Ling Xiao have such an awesome title? And the next scene shocked them even more. The 500 people knelt on the ground in unison. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor? Damn, when did Ling Xiao call himself Heavenly Emperor? Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? But with Zhao Fengyun here, they didn't dare to do anything. Get up, I'm sure you all know why I asked you to come here. Cultivate well, you are all genius martial artists who have gone through layers of selection. Don't let me down. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand and smiled. We understand. Everyone replied in unison. Regardless of their private relationship, in this public place, Ling Xiao still has the majesty of an emperor. General Zhao, take them down and make the arrangements. Long Sha, Mo Yen, Ming Kong, Qian Yi, the four of you stay. Seeing everyone stand up, Ling Xiao said with a smile. But young master, what about those people from Sword Soul Sacred City? Zhao Fengyun asked. Let them jump around for 2 days first. Don't we have to prepare for Jiangnan's succession? It's better to kill less people if we can. Lest Commandment Sacred City find trouble. Ling Xiao chuckled. This account has already been recorded in his blacklist. Sword Soul Sacred City will definitely be the first sacred city he destroys. Ling Xiao, just you wait, we will definitely go to Commandment Sacred City to complain. By the way, that woman Jiangnan still wants to inherit the position of Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City, I can tell you now. The day she succeeds is the day of Fighting Soul Sacred City's destruction. Let's go. The group of people from Sword Soul Sacred City didn't even want the body of the Koi King and left in a hurry. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly change his mind and let Zhao Fengyun do it. Then they couldn't do anything. At this time, they still did not know that Zhao Fengyun had resigned from his position in the Golden City and became the Supreme Elder of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. That was why he was so arrogant. Otherwise, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do this. After the people of Sword Spirit Sacred City left, Ling Xiao said to Dragon Shark and Demon Eye, go and collect the carcass of the koi. If I kill her, you won't hate me, right? Actually, we arrived early in the morning, but General Zhao told us to wait. From body to soul, half of the koi no longer belonged to her. Rather than letting her become a stranger, a walking corpse, it was better to let her be free as soon as possible. That's why we didn't plead for mercy. The dragon shark's face revealed a sorrowful expression, and the demon eye cried even more sadly. After all, Kuili was their younger sister and elder sister. Ling Xiao sighed. It was precisely because of these two people that he had said so much, hoping that the Koi King would repent. However, he did not regret killing the Koi King. Otherwise, any random cat or dog would bully Battle Soul Sacred City. This Battle Soul Sacred City was his first stronghold after breaking into the 3000 Sacred City. How could he let it fall apart? Go, and collect her corpse. Bury her and cultivate well in the future. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. He believed that the dragon shark and demon eye would not betray him because of this. Perhaps they would complain a little, but this was normal. After all, the one who died was their own family. If they did not complain, wouldn't they be heartless people? After the Dragon Shark King and Demon Eye King left, Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and said, how is Purple Spirit Kingdom? Your Majesty, don't worry about this. Ever since you became a disciple of Battle Soul Sacred City, no one dares to point fingers at Purple Spirit Kingdom. Everything is very safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. Xianxia smiled. Sister Z, just call me Ling Xiao like before. It's fine as long as you know my identity in your heart. For now, we still have to keep a low profile and not use the banner of the Heavenly Empire. Ling Xiao smiled. Got it. My good brother. Xianxia stuck out her tongue and smiled. Then you go do your thing. Ling Xiao said. Xianxia nodded and turned to leave. Pfft. Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into Haim Mianko's arms. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Haim Mianko was frightened for a moment, but when she saw Ling Xiao winking at her, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. This heavenly emperor is going to be a demon again. She helped Ling Xiao into the bedroom of Jiangnan Palace and then closed the room. My heavenly emperor, what are you up to this time? Haim Mianko smiled bitterly. I want to know how many people in Battle Soul Sacred City are sincere about this city. Although I killed the Koi King, I was seriously injured. Doesn't that mean that I am only slightly stronger than the Koi King? Lin Chuyan can easily kill me. Facing such a situation, Qi Hua and the others can't protect Battle Soul Sacred City. Have the people in Battle Soul Sacred City changed their minds? Those who are afraid, just let them go. I want to make Battle Soul Sacred City my own. Not some super mighty existence that belongs to Golden City. These trash can't be left behind, or else, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Also, I want to see who will come to the rescue when Battle Soul Sacred City is in danger. Who will take advantage of the situation? This will be very useful for my next plan. Ling Xiao told the truth. What do you want me to do? Haim Mianko asked. You just need to spread the news. Remember to act natural, don't let anyone see any flaws. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. That's easy, I've done this before. Haim Mianko nodded her head and said, but, Your Majesty, you have to help me improve my cultivation. Right now, I'm only at the first divine core realm. Who are we? Also, don't call me Your Majesty anymore, just call me by my name. You and I have known each other since the Heavenly Dragon continent, and it has been a long time. Why are you being so courteous with me? There was a saying, love grows with time. Ling Xiao didn't have any love for Haim Mianko in the past. But, they were like an old couple, after working together for a long time, they developed feelings for each other. Although, the only person he liked in his heart was still the Moon Maiden. But, Haim Mianko's position in his heart was constantly rising. He had left, but Haim Mianko was taking care of the vast empire for him. Everyone had to have a conscience. Although there was more gratitude than love in this relationship, it was still love. Don't worry about your strength, as long as I'm here, I can turn a pig into a demon. Get lost, you're the pig. Haim Mianko said grumpily. After that, she left while humming a tune. It seemed like she was in a good mood. A day passed. The entire Battle Soul Sacred City was suddenly shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Haim Mianko's methods were brilliant. Not only did she follow Ling Xiao's instructions, she did it very well. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Haim Mianko's work soon bore fruit. The people of Fighting Soul Sacred City changed their minds. The first to flee were the second and third elders of the disciplinary hall. Instead, it was the first elder who stayed. His feelings for Fighting Soul Sacred City were too deep. Even if Fighting Soul Sacred City was really destroyed, he was determined to live and die with Fighting Soul Sacred City. Following the second and third elders, there were many people who left together. For a time, the population of Fighting Soul Sacred City withered. The original streets and alleys also became deserted and cheerless. There were only tens of thousands of people left. Now, there were only about 1,000 martial artists holding on. Most of these people were the older generation of martial artists. They had stayed in Fighting Soul Sacred City for many years and were reluctant to leave. They would rather die and hold on. Only Wang Hao was left as the city lord. The rest had gone their separate ways. The few remaining young martial artists were also Ling Xiao's life and death friends. Of course, there were also those martial artists who moved over from Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Xiao saw all of this but did not say a word. In Ling Xiao's view, this was not despair, but hope. If every time his faction was on the verge of danger, he only thought of escaping, then what right did he have to enjoy the benefits of this faction? Anyway, there were still many people in Purple Spirit Kingdom. Just move over. Fighting Soul Sacred City did not lack people. Those who wanted to leave, just leave. On this day, Jiang Nan returned from outside. Seeing the situation in Fighting Soul Sacred City, she was also quite surprised. However, the first thing she looked for Ling Xiao. The first thing she asked was whether Ling Xiao's injuries were serious. This made Ling Xiao somewhat moved. Don't worry, Senior Jiang Nan. I'm fine. Then, he told Jiang Nan his thoughts. Because he believed in Jiang Nan. To those who believed in him, there was no need to hide. You scared me to death. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. To be honest, if not for you behind me, how would I have the guts to apply to be the Sacred Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City? Don't worry, at the critical moment, I won't drop the chain. But you, what did Discipline Sacred City say? Ling Xiao asked. Commandment Sacred City said that they will send someone to investigate in 3 days. Jiang Nan replied, but to be honest, I'm not sure. Others seem to have taken the rumor you spread seriously. Therefore, many people are planning to cause trouble on the day of the review. Haha, it's expected. Don't be nervous. Ling Xiao smiled and said, you go and cultivate these 2 days. Take these medicinal pills and use them. Although it's not realistic to say that you can raise your cultivation by a few realms in 3 days, with your aptitude and my medicinal pills, you should be able to do it. It shouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the late heavenly core realm. The reason why he was so confident was mainly because Jiang Nan had accumulated a lot of potential. Actually, everyone had potential. After a long period of cultivation, this potential accumulated in the body. It was just that most people were unable to activate it. He was the only one who had it easier. There was also a small group of people who would erupt under special circumstances. Jiang Nan had been cultivating for so many years. The reason why she hadn't made a breakthrough in her cultivation was because she hadn't found the trick. It was like a container filled with energy, but she couldn't find a way to release it. Ling Xiao's medicinal pills were used to activate this energy. If the effect was good, perhaps Jiang Nan could easily break through to the early stage of the extreme core realm. After all, there was a lot of potential stored in her body. Alright, I'll go and cultivate now. Jiang Nan excitedly took the medicinal pills and left. She trusted Ling Xiao's words very much. Therefore, she didn't think about whether these medicinal pills were effective or not. If Ling Xiao said it was effective, then it must be effective. During the 3 days of waiting for the review, the rumors were still spreading. The rumors were still spreading and had already spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities. Of course, it was because some busybodies were spreading the rumors on purpose. Jiang Nan was cultivating, but many people said that she was afraid of trouble and was hiding in a corner, not daring to show her face. There was another big issue. The 3,000 saint cities had a serious shortage of warriors. Their ranking had been continuously dropping. From the previous ranking of over 1,000, they had dropped to the last place. What did it mean to be the last place? In other words, this saint city was basically finished. As long as there was a slight push from the outside, it would collapse. If not for everyone preparing for the 3,000 saint cities ranking battle. There might really be forces that would directly make a move on Fighting Soul Sacred City. Regarding this, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. There was no difference between being the last place and being ranked over 1,000 in his opinion. If one couldn't become number 1, it was a failure. Of course, without those trash staying in Fighting Soul Sacred City, the atmosphere here was much better. Zhao Fengyun left again. This time, he was prepared to do a big job. He had to transport at least 100,000 people. Other than a portion of warriors, there were also some people who were engaged in ordinary affairs. After all, Fighting Soul Sacred City was a city without various facilities. That would be too miserable. Because there were more people, it was estimated that Zhao Fengyun wouldn't be able to rush back in a day. But this, Ling Xiao didn't care. With the Great Devil King, even if Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and Zhao Fengyun weren't around, he had nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the people outside didn't know about this. Some nearby saint cities that were about the same strength as Fighting Soul Sacred City had already planned to surrender to Sword Soul Sacred City. The gift they offered was naturally Fighting Soul Sacred City. Although many of these saint cities had a good relationship with Fighting Soul Sacred City in the past. But, the decline of Fighting Soul Sacred City had made them become ferocious. However, this was also human nature. The Saint Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City had broken through to the early extreme core realm. In the nearby cities, he was the #1 warrior. Even Ling Qiuyan had reached the peak heavenly core realm, and among those at the same cultivation level, she was one of the top. Ling Qiuyan made a statement. She wanted to personally destroy Fighting Soul Sacred City on the day of the Saint Lord's inspection. This statement was like an imperial edict to those nearby fence-sitters. Those who had a conscience chose to remain neutral. But, most of the cities chose to add insult to injury. They were all waiting for that day to come, to humiliate Fighting Soul Sacred City, to humiliate Ling Xiao. The old man of Fighting Soul Sacred City gathered together and held a meeting. They all felt that they couldn't rely on Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan anymore. Therefore, on the day of the inspection, even if they had to sacrifice their lives to protect the honor of Fighting Soul Sacred City, they wouldn't hesitate. The leader of this meeting was the Great Elder of the Punishment Palace. When Ling Xiao heard Hai Mianko's report, he was filled with respect. To be honest, he didn't like these old men in the past. But now, it seemed like when Fighting Soul Sacred City faced a life-and-death crisis, these old men were the most reliable. Don't worry, seniors, with me, Ling Xiao, here, not only will Fighting Soul Sacred City not fall, it will become even stronger. He would never let these people die. This was a true fortune. After experiencing such humiliation and despair, those who were still able to stay were all people who had strong feelings for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. On the second day, Ling Xiao ordered Hai Mianko to prepare for the reception of the disciplined Sacred City. Everything was going on as usual. He would do whatever he was supposed to do. Since he had achieved his goal, what he needed to do next would be simple. That was to use his own strength to make those who looked down on him and the Fighting Soul Sacred City feel regret. Jiang Nan was still in secluded cultivation. Ling Xiao was temporarily in charge of all the affairs of the sect. No one objected to this, although Ling Xiao didn't actually have any position. But, his orders were still carried out. This was the benefit of cleaning up those trash. Hai Mianko was the temporary acting lord of the Jiangnan Palace. Xianxia became the lord of the Divine Hawk Palace. Wang Hao was still the lord of the Haoran Palace. Since this guy didn't run away, he was qualified to continue being the lord of the prefecture. Zilong became the new lord of the Purple Dragon Palace. Dragon Sword Mountain became the new lord of the Sword Mountain Palace. These were the temporary 5 prefecture lords. As for the Discipline Palace, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Great Elder. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about this old man. When the venue was being set up, all 5 prefecture lords were present. Hai Mianko was the weakest amongst the 5 prefecture lords, but after a few days of special training by Ling Xiao, she had become the weakest. She was only at the 3rd Divine Core Realm. She was weaker than most of the prefecture lords. But, Ling Xiao was satisfied with her ability to get things done. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had given her a giant devil at the peak of the extreme core stage. Who dared to behave atrociously in front of her? Wang Hao was still at the perfect 7th Divine Core Realm, the perfect Earth Core Realm. Xianxia was at the same cultivation level as him, but his potential was obviously higher. He had a bright future ahead of him. Zilong was at the early 6th Divine Core Realm. Dragon Sword Mountain was at the 4th Divine Core Realm. None of them were strong, but they had Ling Xiao's support. Aside from Wang Hao, Xianxia, Zilong, and Dragon Sword Mountain each had a giant demon at the peak of the extreme core stage. Ling Xiao kept one troll king for himself, which was enough. Tomorrow's review will definitely surprise those who look down on us. Hai Mianko smiled. Have you sent out all the invitations? Ling Xiao asked. They've all been sent out. However, even if these people come, they're probably here to cause trouble, not to congratulate us. Someone might even show up uninvited. Hai Mianko said. It's good that they're here. Holy Lord Jiangnan will shut them up tomorrow. Is our fighting soul sacred city finished? Let them continue to be immersed in this beautiful dream. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Wang Hao was confused. What kind of situation was this? Why was the boss behind the scenes still so calm? City Lord Wang Hao, to be honest, I'm very surprised and touched that you're willing to stay. You must have suffered a lot these days, right? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Hao and asked. This sentence ignited all of Wang Hao's grievances. Sigh, don't mention it. I don't know that those guys who claim to be my good brothers are so heartless. They're actually so heartless. Not only are they heartless, but they're also adding insult to injury. Don't mention how aggrieved it is. Speaking of this matter, Wang Hao couldn't help but vent his anger. He had helped those people a lot in the past. In the past, when fighting Soul Sacred City was doing well, he was very righteous. Now that he was in trouble, those bastards didn't even dare to say a word of support. They were all frightened by Sword Soul Sacred City's warning and didn't dare to make a sound. How could they be the Holy Lord? How embarrassing. Ha ha ha, City Lord Wang Hao, don't be angry with those people. Tomorrow, I'll let you hold your head high and vent your anger. I'll make all those who mocked and ridiculed you kneel down and beg you. Ling Xiao laughed. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. There were many questions in his heart. When he wanted to ask, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Don't ask anything now. You just need to understand that you made the right choice. This choice will also benefit you for the rest of your life. In addition, leave behind the seats for the upper echelons of Fighting Soul Sacred City and the Discipline Sacred City's Discipline Knights. Everyone else, retreat. Leave? But what if there are guests? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment and asked. If they're really here to give their blessings, just add a temporary seat. If they're here to laugh at us, just let them stand. They don't deserve to sit. Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Xiao, you're wrong this time. Those people don't deserve to sit, they don't even deserve to stand. They only deserve to kneel there. Hai Miang Ko said. Well said. Ling Xiao smiled. He was looking forward to tomorrow's inspection. Who knew how many untactful people would come to their deaths tomorrow? Instead of dealing with them one by one, why not wipe them out tomorrow? On the second day, the martial artists from Purple Spirit Kingdom, other than a few city lords, were all cultivating. Although they had great potential, they were not strong enough. Therefore, cultivating was their top priority. There were less than 1,000 people in the inspection hall. Among them were the old guys who were determined to die. Apart from a few who knew the details, their expressions did not change. Most of them were very disappointed. One had to know that at the peak of Fighting Soul Sacred City, there were 100,000 people. Now, there were less than 1,000 people left. How pitiful. Jiangnan had not come out of seclusion. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat. Anyway, everyone knew that although Jiangnan was the sacred lord, he was actually the one in charge. Jiangnan was more like a general manager, handling complicated matters for him. Moreover, Jiangnan had not shown up yet. Sigh, our War Soul Sacred City has really declined. Previously, when Sacred Master Zhang Wu succeeded to the position of Sacred Master, he became the next Sacred Master. When Sacred Lord Zhang took over, there were hundreds of Sacred Lords who came to support him. Now, not a single Sacred Lord has shown up. Alright, don't say any more. This kind of thing was already expected. Since we chose to stay, don't complain. No matter what, we are people of Fighting Soul Sacred City. We must not lose face for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Yes, the other sacred cities did not give face. It is obvious that Sword Soul Sacred City is obstructing them. How hateful. What can we do? Sword Soul Sacred City has a genius like Ling Qiuyan. Not only did she help the Sacred Lord's cultivation breakthrough, but her own cultivation is also extremely powerful. It makes sense to be fawned on. Then you should also fawn on them. I'm not going. I was born as a member of Fighting Soul Sacred City, and I will die as a ghost of Fighting Soul Sacred City. I just feel that Jiangnan is not qualified to be the Sacred Lord. It would be better to let the Great Elder of the Punishment Hall be the Sacred Lord. He would not be so cowardly. Until now, he still doesn't dare to show up. There's no other way. Jiang Nan has Ling Xiao behind him. Although Ling Xiao is not scary, he has the support of General Zhao Fengyun. Now, the people of the 3,000 sacred cities did not know the relationship between Ling Xiao, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun. However, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City knew that Zhao Fengyun was working for Ling Xiao. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of this book. But too bad, no one in the outside world knew that Zhao Fengyun was working for Ling Xiao. If not, they wouldn't have dared to disrespect Ling Xiao and look down on Fighting Soul Sacred City. Sword Soul Sacred City is here to participate in the selection ceremony for the new Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Come out and welcome us. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. A few hundred figures appeared at the same time. Many of them were heavenly core warriors. The strongest among them was obviously Ling Qiuyan from Sword Soul Sacred City. It was obvious that they weren't here to support Jiang Nan. They were here to cause trouble for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Ling Qiuyan stood in the sky, her black silk dress fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful face was filled with a gloomy coldness. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Many people stood up and looked at the sky with fear. Among these few hundred people, many of them were saint lords and city lords from different cities. Of course, they were extremely strong. This shocked those old men from Fighting Soul Sacred City. Helplessness and despair could be seen in their eyes. Initially, they wanted to defend the glory of Fighting Soul Sacred City with their lives. But now, it looked like they wouldn't have the chance to do so. The enemy was too strong. Ling Xiao, that group of trash is here. Just as you expected, they're clearly here to cause trouble. Wang Hao stood up, he was worried. He didn't expect so many people to come. But obviously, they weren't here to support. Next to Ling Qiuyan, there were a few city lords from Sword Soul Sacred City. Their overall strength was much stronger than the former city lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Most of them were at the mid-heavenly core realm. As for the other saint lords, they were all at the peak heavenly core realm. As for the city lords who followed them, they were all at the peak earth core realm. This obviously proved how strong Sword Soul Sacred City was. Among these people, the Saint Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City wasn't here. Obviously, he didn't think it was necessary for him to come. Ling Qiuyan was enough to handle the situation. City Lord Wang Hao, don't worry, just sit down. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face while drinking his tea. Wang Hao wanted to say something, but he didn't. He really didn't know where Ling Xiao got his confidence from. If Zhao Fengyun, it would be fine. But, Zhao Fengyun, he wasn't here. Should we ask Saint Lord Jiang Nan to come out? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. Fengyun, Ling Qiuyan. She just wanted to drag this group of people over to watch me make a fuss. She is, to humiliate me. Haha, I didn't expect there to be so many holy sovereigns who are blind. Today, many saint cities. Ling Zhao's voice was as calm as ever, as though the hundreds of powerhouses were nothing to be worried about. Jiang Nan, hurry up and come out to greet them. Wang of Jiang to Hell Sacred City. Following the roar, the hundreds of people arrived in the air above the main hall. They. Contempt and disdain, they were to say, too. The first elder of the disciplinary hall sighed. Today would be the end of Fighting Soul Sacred City. It wasn't that he was a coward, but there were some things that he couldn't control. In the sky, the beautiful woman in black exuded a peerlessly cold aura. It was as if she was the master of this world. The people around her were all her vassals and foils. They were even her dogs. The great elder sat on the chair helplessly. Sigh, we shouldn't have made an enemy of Sword Soul Sacred City. Great elder, it's useless to say this now. Even if we don't make an enemy of Sword Soul Sacred City, they won't let us go. That's right. Now that things have come to this, we can only go all out. It's better to die in battle than to live like a coward. Forget it, let's go and welcome them. Otherwise, they will be angry and massacre Fighting Soul Sacred City. Just as they were about to stand up, Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. Sit there. Whoever dares to go out will be a traitor of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Speaking to hear, his voice suddenly became much louder. The group of people in the sky shouted coldly, "Welcome my ass. If you want to participate in the investigation, get down. If you don't, scram." These words gave those old fellows in Fighting Soul Sacred City a fright. Your words are indeed very unyielding, but isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Others haven't done anything yet, and you're deliberately angering them, but these people didn't realize that the other party didn't come through the door, but descended from the sky. This in itself was a humiliation to Fighting Soul Sacred City. When people got old, they were still timid in the end. To be able to live, most of them didn't want to die. How could they be as arrogant as Ling Xiao? Courting death. When the group of people in the sky heard Ling Xiao's words, they were also stunned and then flew into a rage. They were going to destroy Ling Xiao. But they were stopped by Lin Chuyan. What's the hurry? There's still a good show to watch. Letting him die like this is letting him off too easily. I want him to be humiliated before he dies. Lin Chuyan let out a light laugh, then she descended first. But then, she realized that there were no seats for them in the huge palace. Brat, you're really as reckless as the rumors say. One of the city lords from Sword Soul Sacred City was annoyed. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare a seat, or else Daddy will tear this Fighting Soul Sacred City apart. Dogs, you don't have the right to sit, you can just squat down. Ling Xiao looked at the city lord with disdain. A mid-heavenly core warrior was nothing in Ling Xiao's eyes. You're courting death. The city lord of Sword Soul Sacred City roared out, then he leapt towards Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. The figure blocked the city lord's path. Both men's palms collided, and the city lord was at a disadvantage. Jiang Nan. Jian Luan. The man who appeared in front of Ling Xiao was Jiang Nan. As for the city lord of Sword Soul Sacred City who tried to kill Ling Xiao, he was Jian Luan. Oh, not bad, Jiang Nan. You've broken through to the peak heavenly core realm? You're much faster than I expected. Ling Xiao didn't expect this at all. He was happy that Jiang Nan was able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In just 3 days, she had broken through to the peak heavenly core realm. It looked like Jiang Nan had been working really hard in the past, but she hadn't found a good way to break through. Ling Xiao had provided her with the best way to break through. Greetings, young lord. Jiang Nan had benefited greatly from this, and she was extremely grateful towards Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had learned from Zhao Fengyun and the others and called Ling Xiao young lord. Ling Xiao didn't reject her. She could call him whatever she wanted. Obviously, his status was higher than Jiang Nan's. This could be considered to be a legitimate thing to do. But, this scene had confused everyone. Especially Lin Chuyan. Jiang Nan was the temporary Saint Lord, and if she passed the inspection, she would become the true Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. But now, she was calling Ling Xiao young lord. This was too strange. But Jiang Nan did not care what others thought. Anyway, in her heart, Ling Xiao was her boss. Calling him young lord was no problem at all. She turned around and looked at everyone, saying, since you came to our Fighting Soul Sacred City, be a little more well-behaved. After she finished speaking, she sat down beside Ling Xiao. Waiting for the disciplinary knights sent by Yelu Sacred City. Jiang Nan, you're really embarrassing. Clearly a holy lord, but you still have to listen to a disciple. Living for so long, you've really lived in vain. Jian Luan said with a cold smile. A holy lord from another sacred city beside also said, this. Ling Xiao is merely at Earth Core Realm completion cultivation. Although he also reached the level of a city lord. But compared to Ling Chuyan, the difference is far, simply heaven and earth. Is it useful for you to spoil him like this? After several decades, Lin Chuyan will definitely become the peak of the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City will also definitely become one of the few most powerful sacred cities among the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City's Holy Lord is right to value Miss Ling Chuyan. But what's the point of you valuing this Ling Xiao so highly? Ling Chuyan said with a faint smile, Holy Lord Gu's words are seriously too much of a compliment. Chuyan doesn't dare to accept it. But you're right about one thing. Ling Xiao is a person who is about to die. No matter how Jiang Nan protects him, it's useless. Furthermore, Fighting Soul Sacred City is currently ranked last among the 3,000 sacred cities, on the verge of destruction. I feel that if Xianxia is smart, she can totally leave this rundown place. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Among them, a holy lord with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks laughed loudly and said, "Miss Lung probably doesn't know, right? Xianxia, this old cow eating young grass, I'm afraid she's taken a liking to this Ling Xiao. She's planning to find this Ling Xiao to be a gigolo. Otherwise, why would she be so protective, right? I think the two people might have already done that, ha 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 ha." Xianxia's expression suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Insulting her was fine, but she could not allow others to insult Ling Xiao. No one could. Furthermore, when this guy with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was beaten half to death, it was her who lent a helping hand and saved him. In the end, this guy became the Holy Lord. Who would have thought that he would hit a man when he was down today? He was worse than an animal. Monkey blocks thunder, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such words? Don't forget who helped you back then. It's all thanks to my help that your White Thunder Sacred City is able to achieve what it is today. Xianxia said furiously. If it wasn't for the fact that today was the day of the Holy Lord's inspection, she would have already made her move. She was now a peak heavenly core warrior, there was no need for her to fear this monkey Silei. Of course, it would be troublesome for her to deal with hundreds of people by herself. Therefore, if Ling Xiao did not allow her to make a move, she would not easily make a move. Ho Silei sneered shamelessly, "This holy master didn't ask for your help. You were the one who took the initiative. So, why should I care about your feelings? Ridiculous." He had actually dared to utter such shameless words. It was clear that this monkey Silei was a despicable person. Saint Lord Monkey, don't be angry over such a trivial matter. People who only know how to bring up old scores, we have to pity her. This meant that she no longer had a future. Look at the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City, it's dead and lifeless, just like the morning bell. It's lifeless. Please take pity on this sad woman. Lung Chuyan said in a strange tone. Ha ha ha, Miss Lung is right. We have to pity the weak, right? Miss Lung is so kind. Everyone burst into laughter. Although they didn't have any seats, it didn't stop them from talking nonsense. Right at this moment, Lung Chuyan was staring at Ling Xiao, hoping to see anger and unwillingness in Ling Xiao's eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't see any anger or unwillingness. What she saw was a cold killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. That killing intent made her feel a chill down her spine. She suddenly recalled what happened in the immemorial divine tomb. Ling Xiao was definitely a daring and reckless person. Although there was a rule in the disciplined sacred city, no one was allowed to casually kill someone. But, Ling Xiao might not abide by this rule. Someone had bullied him, and Ling Xiao really had the guts to make a move. But, after giving it some thought, she suddenly laughed. That's why I want you to make a move. With your strength, so what if you're angry, who do you think you can kill? But, Lin Chuyan still couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was sitting there calmly. He was more indifferent than anyone else. The indifferent killing intent was brewing, as if a storm was coming. But, none of the people on the scene noticed this. They were still laughing at the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiangnan, why don't you just give the Saint City Lord position to your little man? This way, even if the Fighting Soul Sacred City is destroyed, you won't have to take any responsibility. That Ling Xiao is actually quite strong, even the Koi King was killed by him. What kind of strength is that? I think someone must have helped him. Besides, even if he killed the Koi King, didn't he suffer a serious injury? I think he's at most an early heavenly core warrior. He's too weak compared to our Miss Ling, who is like a goddess. Shut up. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. It was the Great Elder of the Punishment Palace. He furiously unleashed his terrifying aura, but it was only at the late heavenly core realm. But, this old man still had his own backbone. The future Saint City Lord was being humiliated, the Fighting Soul Sacred City was being humiliated, and his disciple was being humiliated. As the Great Elder of the Punishment Palace, he had to stand up. At the same time, all the other old men stood up as well. There were a few hundred of them. Although most of them were only at the peak Earth core realm. But, with these few hundred men standing here, it was still an imposing scene. They couldn't let these bastards do whatever they wanted. Hee, are you all angry? Ho Sai Lei said with a mocking tone, even if all of you old men come at me together, I won't be afraid. Get the hell out of the Fighting Soul Sacred City right now, or else, even if we have to risk our lives, we won't let you do whatever you want here. The Great Elder of the Punishment Palace furiously roared. You're asking us to get the hell out of here? Looks like I don't have to teach you old men a lesson today. You don't know how powerful I am. Ho Sai Lei sneered, then he unleashed his peak heavenly core aura. Not only did Xianxia not stop him, she even made way for him. She let Ho Sai Lei fight. As long as he didn't kill anyone, even if he crippled those old men, the disciplined sacred city wouldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao didn't try to stop him either. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a reason. Besides, he had to let these old men know that he owed them a favor. He had to let them know that only he, Ling Xiao, could save the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Of course, if someone's life was in danger, he would still step in. After all, he admired these old men from the bottom of his heart. Kill. Ho Sai Lei leapt forward. Frightening lightning bolts condensed on both of his fists. He threw them into the crowd. A total of 600 old men tried their best to defend themselves. When they joined forces, they were a formidable force. Although Ho Sai Lei had knocked a few old men away, he was also knocked back by the impact. He had underestimated the strength of these old men. End of chapter. Ho Sai Lei, if you can't do it, let me help you. Sect Lord Gu said with a smile on his face. Guqing, this is none of your business. Being mocked, Ho Sai Lei unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul was the extremely powerful Thunder Fish martial soul. The Thunder Fish was the evolved form of the electric eel. The lightning it unleashed was even more powerful. Right when Ho Sai Lei unleashed his Thunder Fish martial soul, his entire body was covered in lightning. Obviously, his overall strength had skyrocketed. When Ho Sai Lei charged into the crowd, all the old men of the Fighting Soul Sacred City were knocked down. They were struck by the lightning, and couldn't get back up. A peak heavenly core warrior was indeed powerful. Although he was slightly injured, most of the men had been defeated. In the end, the Great Elder of the Criminal Law Palace realized he couldn't win. He was actually trying to detonate his inner core. Ho Sai Lei was startled by this. If all the men including the Great Elder of the Criminal Law Palace were to detonate their inner cores, even if all of them didn't die, they would be severely injured. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wanted to stop them. He couldn't let these men detonate themselves. These old men had sworn to protect the Fighting Soul Sacred City even if they had to die. They still had a long way to go. They still had to continue protecting the holy city. But before he could do anything, Jiang Nan had already struck. She pushed Ho Sai Lei back with a palm strike, and at the same time, stopped the Great Elder from detonating himself. The rest of the men stopped as well. Without a target, it was meaningless to detonate themselves. Step back, Great Elder of the Criminal Law Palace, it's not time for us to fight to the death with the enemy. Jiang Nan stared at Ho Sai Lei with a cold expression, her eyes filled with killing intent. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, even if she had to give up her position as the Saint Lord, she would kill this Ho Sai Lei. It's not time for us to fight to the death? The enemy has come to our home to bully us, we don't want to be cowards. The Great Elder of the Criminal Law Palace furiously roared. No one asked you to be a coward. Go back and sit down, we'll watch the show. Jiang Nan believed that Ling Xiao had his own plan. He wouldn't just stand by and watch his men being bullied. At this time, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Great Elder, you really need to change your temper. Isn't it just a bunch of dogs barking at our War Soul Sacred City? Once the inspection ceremony is over, I'll just kill them all. His words were said in a casual manner. However, it made many people shudder in fear. Kill them all? Are you serious? The old fellows of Fighting Soul Sacred City all felt that Ling Xiao was not a joking person. But today's joke was a little too much. Miss Lung, this brat has repeatedly humiliated us as dogs. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to hold myself back. Previously, Ho Sai Lei had lost face and wanted to regain it. Their target was naturally Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was far from his. He believed that as long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to take him down. That's right. Let's get rid of that brat and then destroy this fighting soul sacred city. Guqing also said coldly. Among them, there were either saint lords or city lords, yet they were being humiliated like this. Who could stand it? Leng Qiuyan, this woman, was very calm. She chuckled and said, "Why are you all angry? You only know how to talk to a person who is about to die. In a while, when the people from Commandment Sacred City arrive, I will naturally request to start a war between Sword Soul Sacred City and Fighting Soul Sacred City. At that time, you can kill however you want. There is no need to rush. If we make a move now, it will be a little unjustified. Once Commandment Sacred City investigates, it will be hard for us to say. This brat is just trying to provoke us." After hearing Leng Qiuyan's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was close. This Ling Xiao was too cunning. Since he could not win, he actually tried to use Commandment Sacred City to deal with them. Sinister. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He really did not have the idea of letting Commandment Sacred City deal with these people. It was better to rely on oneself than others. He just wanted to add some reason for himself to make a move. That way, even if Commandment Sacred City investigated, he also had a reason to argue. Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle has arrived. Dharma Apostle, didn't they say it was a Commandment Night? Hee. It seemed that even Commandment Sacred City looked down on Fighting Soul Sacred City. They actually sent the lowest level Dharma Apostle to preside over such a big matter. This was really looking down on others. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but still sat there arrogantly. However, the hundreds of people led by Leng Qiuyan had already knelt down. Including Jiang Nan, Wang Hao, Commandment Hall's Grand Elder, and the remaining 1,000 people knelt down. Only Ling Xiao, Hai Mianko, Xianxia, and Long Jianshan did not kneel. The three behind them were watching Ling Xiao's actions. If Ling Xiao knelt down, they would kneel. At this time, Ling Xiao was leaning comfortably on the armchair, drinking tea in his hands. He did not have any intention of putting Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle in his eyes. Since Commandment Sacred City looked down on them, why should they give face to them? If the Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Master came, he might even bow and salute. A mere Dharma Apostle wanted him to kneel down, what a joke. The Dharma Apostle sent by Commandment Sacred City was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. A peak Heavenly Core warrior. This cultivation level was normal. If he didn't even have a peak Heavenly Core warrior, how could he control the Saint Lords here? The Dharma Apostle walked into the main hall, and he saw Ling Xiao still sitting there. He couldn't help but frown. But he didn't say anything. This kind of arrogant person who didn't know the severity of the situation wouldn't live for long. There was no need for him to be angry with this kind of person. Since the future Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City had knelt down, that was enough. He gently raised his hand and said, "You can all rise." After saying that, he walked towards the seat that was prepared beforehand and was about to sit down. "Who allowed you to sit?" Ling Zhao's voice suddenly sounded out, "You're just a Dharma Apostle, you're not qualified to sit here. This seat is prepared for Commandment Knights." The Dharma Apostle was startled for a second, then a flame of anger rose in his chest. What an arrogant guy, who was he? How dare he not give him any face? I'm going to kill you later." Although he didn't say anything, in his mind, he already hated Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Among the 3,000 saint cities, he wasn't afraid of anyone, including the Dharma Lord of Commandment City. Whoever gave him face, he would give face to them. Since it was Commandment City who didn't give him face first, there was no need for him to be polite. They said they would send Commandment Knights, but now they sent a Dharma Apostle. Who were they trying to fool? The fact that he didn't attack Xianxia was already being very respectful. Leng Qiuyan and the others were startled for a second, then they sneered. So this guy is an idiot, he even dares to provoke a Dharma Apostle from Commandment City, he's really scared of dying a slow death. I was worried that Commandment City wouldn't agree to start a war, but I didn't expect this guy to do this. I'm sure Commandment City will agree. This is called digging your own grave, you can't blame anyone else. Everyone stood there, waiting to see what a joke this was. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, Jiangnan, Haimiankao, Long Jianshan, Xianxia, and Zilong all knew why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. However, the disciplinary hall's first elder and the others had a hard time. All of them were in a state of confusion. They had no idea why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. Jiangnan, who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Aren't you the most powerful person in the Fighting Soul Saint City? The Dharma Apostle asked coldly. Master Dharma Apostle, this is my young lord. His words are more important than mine. Jiangnan bowed and said. Humph. You're going to be the Saint Lord soon, but you call this little bastard your young lord. Don't you feel ashamed? The Dharma Apostle coldly harumphed. I don't feel ashamed. Master Dharma Apostle, shouldn't you get down to business? Jiangnan said with an indifferent tone. Humph. If you want to be the Saint Lord, you need the approval of more than half of the people in the city. You also need to be at least a mid-heavenly core warrior. The Dharma Apostle coldly harumphed. There's no problem with the first requirement. Everyone here agrees that I'll be the Saint Lord. As for the second requirement, please take the test. Jiangnan said with a smile. She now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to clear out all those trash. If those people didn't leave, it would be troublesome for her to inherit the Saint Lord position. But now, it was different. Those old men were saved by her, so they didn't dare to oppose her. With so many people here, it was easy to get more than half of them. Next, it was a matter of strength. Cultivation base didn't count, the most important thing was one's combat strength. Therefore, someone had to take the test. Master Dharma Apostle, why don't you let me test Saint Lord Jiangnan's strength? Leng Qiuyan stood up with a smile on her face and said to the Dharma Apostle. The Dharma Apostle was satisfied. Let him do it himself, why? He was sent here by the disciplined Saint City, and he had a noble status. How could he fight with this bunch of trash? Since someone volunteered, he was more than happy to do it. All right. I've heard about your extraordinary talent. Since you're willing to help me, I'm more than happy to help you. The Dharma Apostle smiled. His impression of Ling Qiuyan was much better than his impression of Ling Xiao. Both Ling Qiuyan and Ling Xiao were the geniuses of the 3,000 saint cities. Ling Xiao had completed his previous mission quite well. Furthermore, he was able to kill the Koi King, which meant that he had some ability. But the problem was, besides those in Fighting Soul Saint City, there was no one witnessed was the king killing the king was king. Therefore, the outside world was saying that Ling Xiao had an unfair advantage. He must have joined forces with others to make a move. Just like that, after killing the Koi King, he was still injured. It was really embarrassing. On top of that, Ling Xiao's attitude towards him today made him very unhappy. Leng Qiuyan, on the other hand, was different. Even though she had already become the next successor of the Sword Spirit Sacred City's Saint Lord, she was still a Saint Lord. She was even Jiang, she was in addition, she was beautiful and had a pleasant voice. He liked her. She was the one God, she was the great Lord. He Jiang. He's Jiang, he was. Wait. Just as the Dharma Apostle decided to let Ling Qiuyan and Jiangnan fight, Ling Xiao spoke again. What do you want now? The Dharma Apostle was getting impatient. Dharma Apostle, don't you think you're making a stupid decision, Ling Qiuyan? What makes you think she can fight our Saint Lord? Is she even qualified? If you want her to fight, can I fight on behalf of our Saint Lord? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He could tell that Jiangnan was no match for Ling Qiuyan. Ling Qiuyan was one of the top warriors in the perfect heavenly core realm. Jiangnan had just broken through to this realm. Although he was stronger than Ho Sai Lei and Gu Qing, he was still weaker than Ling Qiuyan. Therefore, if the two of them fought, Jiangnan would lose. He could forget about the Saint Lord position. That was why Ling Xiao decided to fight on his own. You want to fight? The Dharma Apostle was intrigued. Was this Ling Xiao an idiot? You're just a perfect Earth Core warrior, and you want to fight on behalf of Jiangnan? Are you trying to trick Jiangnan? Or are you trying to help Jiangnan? Master Dharma Apostle, I agree with what Ling Xiao said. Why don't we let him fight on behalf of Jiangnan? He is Jiangnan's disciple. If he can win, then Saint Lord Jiangnan won't have any problems. Leng Chuyan couldn't wait to fight with Ling Xiao. That's why she was trying her best to help. The Dharma apostle knew what Ling Chuyan was trying to do. She was trying to curry favor with this woman who would become a giant in the future. He finally nodded his head and said, since both sides agree, then let's do it. Hearing his words, the disciplinary hall's grand elder and the others panicked even more. Ling Xiao would be seriously injured if he killed the Koi King. The Koi King was only an early heavenly core warrior. But Leng Chuyan was a perfect heavenly core warrior. The gap between their strength was just too big. How could they win? They were finished. The Fighting Soul Sacred City was going to lose all its face. Ling Xiao, stop messing around. The Great Elder said angrily. Great Elder, there's no need to be angry. I've already agreed, just watch. Jiangnan said with an indifferent tone. She had complete trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was able to kill Zhang Wu with a single strike. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Can I kill her? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Today, Leng Chuyan had brought some men to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to pick a fight. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. If he let her walk out of the Fighting Soul Sacred City alive, then he would be the one who was useless. Ha ha ha, is there something wrong with this guy's head? It's good enough that Miss Leng didn't kill him. How dare he try to kill Miss Leng? Ho Sailei laughed out wildly. Look at his actions, I know there's something wrong with his head. We should show him some sympathy. Gu Qing said with a laugh. You can't kill him unless both of you sign a life and death contract before the fight. No matter who dies, it's not your fault. The Dharma apostle said. I'm willing. Ling Xiao and Ling Chuyan answered almost at the same time. Both of them wanted each other dead. Ling Xiao hated Ling Chuyan for actually bringing so many people to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to mess things up. If he didn't kill Ling Chuyan, he couldn't kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Ling Chuyan already wanted Ling Xiao dead since the time in the ancient divine tomb. Now that she was powerful, this thought was naturally even more urgent. Alright, since both sides agree, then sign a life and death contract before fighting. The law apprentice was happy to watch the show. Anyway, he didn't think that Ling Chuyan would lose. He was very happy that Ling Xiao was dead. After all, Ling Xiao was very rude to him previously. The two signed the life and death contract successfully. Leng Chuyan walked out of the hall impatiently and went to the plaza outside. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let's settle our old and new grudges together today. Hoo-hoo. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked out too. On the plaza, there was an arena. It was originally used by the Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciples to spar. Today, it was just right for them to fight. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the arena, the disciplinary court's first elder couldn't help but stomp his feet. This kid has talent but no brains. Think about it, with your perfect Earth Core Realm cultivation, can you really win against that woman? End of this chapter. Head Elder, I feel that Ling Xiao has a reason for doing so. What reason? Most likely, he knows that Jiangnan is inferior to that woman, that's why he will fight himself. He's just an ordinary disciple. Losing also doesn't represent Fighting Soul Sacred City. But if Jiangnan loses, it's different. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that this boy is actually so noble. The Punishment Hall's head elder also felt that there was only this possibility. But this was a little too cruel to Ling Xiao, right? At this time, on the stage, Ling Xiao was dressed in azure robes, standing there proudly, completely without the slightest hint of decadence and fear. A head of black hair fluttered with the wind. Apart from being free and easy, it also revealed some hints of a king's aura. I really didn't expect that you're actually so dumb, to actually want to replace Jiangnan to fight with me. What's even more unexpected is that you actually dared to sign a life and death contract with me. What in the world happened during this period of time, to be able to make a cunning fellow become so dull? Perhaps you think that this is being noble, wanting to die for Jiangnan. But if you die, I'll still destroy Fighting Soul Sacred City. Leng Chuyan's black satin lawn dress wrapped around her perfect figure. In the icy cold smile, there was some contempt. The voice was arrogant and indifferent. Ling Xiao stood at a place 100 meters away from Ling Qiuyan, listening to Ling Qiuyan's self-opinionated words. He could not help laughing. He knew that apart from the few people around him, everyone present did not think highly of him. But so what? He, Ling Xiao, had never needed to let others understand his actions. His actions were all based on his own heart. Ling Qiuyan, hasn't anyone said before that your laughable confidence makes you appear even more self-opinionated? Ling Xiao said with a light laugh, why do I dare to fight with you? Why do I dare to sign a life and death contract? Don't you use your brain, forget it, even if you understand now, it's also already too late. Make your move, everyone is watching. Ling Xiao's voice similarly revealed some contempt. Because Ling Qiuyan was indeed inferior to him. Ling Qiuyan frowned. Following that, she laughed again. He had almost fallen for Ling Xiao's trick. This guy was really good at putting on airs and fooling people. Unfortunately, it was meaningless to use it on him. You only know how to flaunt your tongue. Although this is a battle of life and death, I can give you a chance. As long as you kneel in front of me and agree to be my slave. Listen to my orders and I'll let you live. Ling Qiuyan sneered. Then I have to thank you, but I, Ling Xiao, am not used to being someone's slave. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword. Because there was no need. With his current mid-9th level Emperor Realm physical body, he was able to make a breakthrough. He didn't even need to transform. Just by relying on his bare hands and the Beast God's special skill, he could easily win. Although he did not draw his sword, his aura was gradually released. A roaring killing intent enveloped the arena. Yeah, what a pity. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Ling Qiuyan knew that it was impossible for a guy like Ling Xiao to surrender casually. Therefore, he didn't waste any time. He directly made his move. It was different from her previous self. Now, she had mastered the top martial skills of the Sword Spirit Sacred City. The strongest martial skill had reached the peak of the 8th level Emperor Realm. This was the best martial skill among the Sacred City ranked below 1000. The fact that she could learn it was enough to show that the Sword Spirit Sacred City valued her. For revenge, in order to let herself get better martial skills. She cultivated desperately and had long grasped these martial skills to the point of perfection. Today, it could come in handy. Secret method, heart-slaying sword. This was not an attack driven by true essence. It was a secret method performed by soul force. The heart-slaying sword suddenly appeared. Invisible and traceless, heart-slaying, she had no intention of being merciful. The first time she made a move, she used her trump card. It was unknown how many warriors had died under this heart-slaying sword. This kind of secret method was simply impossible to guard against. The crowd didn't even see the sword light. The attack had already been released. The onlookers could only feel their souls trembling. They were comparing. If it were them, they would not be able to block this attack at all. They would be defeated on the spot. Jiang Nan now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to make a move. Ling Qiuyan was much more terrifying than she imagined. Even the Dharma apprentice was shocked. Ling Qiuyan's attack was not only stronger but also more bizarre. Ling Xiao stood there like a fool, not moving at all. The heart-slaying sword pierced through Ling Xiao's head. Because it was a secret method condensed by soul force, it also hurt the soul. It seemed that Ling Xiao's body did not have any injuries. But many people knew that he was finished. It's over. That Ling Xiao really overestimated himself. Jian Luan sneered. It's really boring. It actually ended like this. Miss Ling should teach that guy a good lesson and let him know that some people should not be offended. Ho Sai Lei curled his lips. That's right. We have to make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. That would be letting him off too easily. Guqin was also dissatisfied. On the War Soul Sacred City's side, a trace of sadness appeared on the face of the disciplinary hall's great elder. He did not like Ling Xiao in the past, but Ling Xiao was willing to die for Jiang Nan. This moved him a little. The other old men also lowered their heads, feeling that they had missed out on Ling Xiao in the past. Trash. Ling Qiuyan stopped her attack and said disdainfully. What did you do? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face was brimming with a brilliant smile as he looked at Ling Qiuyan and asked. At that moment, almost everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyeballs almost flew out. What the F***ck? How is this possible? It was too strange. Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. Impossible. You were clearly hit by my heart-slaying sword. How can you be fine? Leng Qiuyan exclaimed. What's impossible about this? Your heart-slaying sword is just a soul force attack. In terms of soul force, I, Ling Xiao, have never lost to anyone before. You wouldn't have forgotten the things that happened in the past, right? Ling Xiao said with a light smile. His relaxed expression made the faces of those guys who mocked Ling Xiao instantly turn black like the bottom of a pot. Too humiliating. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was already defeated and dead. In the end, he did not even have a strand of hair injured. This was also too inconceivable, right? The disciplinary sacred city's Dharma apostle was stunned too. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Looks like he does have some ability. But even so, it's also impossible for him to be Lin Qiuyan's match. Humph, so what even if you escape the mystic arts attack? This move, how are you going to block it? Leng Qiuyan gave a cold snort. In order to regain her face, she quickly urged her true essence and released a second attack. This time, she did not use the mystic art. Behind her, 18 streaks of sword light appeared, circling around a circle. Flying sword flurry, kill. A delicate cry sounded. 18 streaks of sword light shot toward Ling Xiao at the same time. The speed was extremely fast, and the power was also tremendous. Virtually arriving in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Swish, everyone saw Ling Xiao's body being pierced. But the next moment, what surprised them was that what was pierced was actually merely an afterimage. The real Ling Xiao already reached another position. The flying sword pierced the arena, erupting with a horrifying rumble. It made many martial artists present reveal looks of horror. How can this kid dodge it? Clearly, even we can't dodge it. It's fine. He can dodge one sword, but can he dodge 18 swords? Jian Luan gritted his teeth and said. But unfortunately, he was slapped in the face very soon. The attack power of Ling Qiuyan's 18 streaks of sword light was indeed terrifying. But actually not a single move could touch Ling Xiao. This was too bizarre. 18 streaks of sword light all hit the arena. One deep pit after another was formed on the arena. Yet, none of the attacks hit Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao avoided all of the attacks like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Then, he looked at Ling Qiuyan proudly. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Today, not only will I let you die, but I'll also let you die in despair. Let everyone understand what the outcome of provoking me, Ling Xiao, is. How can it be so easy to dodge? Leng Qiuyan was flustered in the wind. This move, even martial artists with the same cultivation as her could not possibly dodge it too. In the end, they could only meet force with force. But Ling Xiao actually avoided all of them. What in the world happened? And that disciplined sacred city's Dharma apprentice was dumbfounded too. Ling Xiao's movement technique and speed were even more terrifying than his. How was this possible? Perhaps he can really win? The discipline hall's head elder was also staring dumbfounded at this time, only saying a sentence after a long time. If Ling Xiao could win, he would naturally be happy. Who Ling Xiao represented now was Jiang Nan, and Jiang Nan represented Fighting Soul Sacred City. If he won, this was very important to the elevation of Fighting Soul Sacred City's status. No way, right? He only avoided 2 moves. That Ling Qiuyan shouldn't have used her true strength yet. There were still people who felt that it was not too possible. Don't forget, Ling Xiao didn't use Beast Soul transformation either. Some of the old fellows also began to have confidence in Ling Xiao. Listening to such discussions, Ling Xiao remained calm and collected. He was who he was. He would not become arrogant because of other people's praise. He wouldn't be annoyed by other people's slander. However, Leng Qiuyan was different. The current Ling Qiuyan was clearly somewhat anxious. He was unable to kill Ling Xiao in 2 consecutive moves. Her title as the strongest warrior at the peak Heavenly Core realm didn't really live up to her name. Is dodging the only thing you can do? He was indeed a piece of trash, but even if you can dodge, I will still defeat you today. I want you to kneel in front of me in front of those people from War Soul Sacred City. And then die a humble death." With a furious roar, Ling Qiuyan released her martial spirit. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing her martial soul. It was a huge and ferocious eye. It was filled with red blood vessels, and it stared at the enemy. If it was someone with a slightly weaker mentality, they would have lost their composure. "Use your sword. If not, others will think I have an unfair advantage. Aren't you an expert in sword skills?" Ling Qiuyan shouted. "Speaking of which, old woman, in order to reach your current strength, you seized someone else's body. Slept with someone else. It wasn't easy for you to reach your current height. Logically speaking, I should be fighting you with all my strength. Too bad, you don't have that right." Ling Xiao placed his hands behind his back and said softly. Although he said it casually, it was no different from throwing a bomb into the crowd. Seized someone else's body, slept with someone else. Actually, the rise of Ling Qiuyan was filled with mystery. What Ling Xiao said today was what many people were thinking. However, they didn't have the guts to say it out loud. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Right now, the way many people looked at Ling Qiuyan had changed. It was no longer a look of worship. Instead, it was a look of lust. Now, it was a look of greed. The first elder of the punishment hall had just drunk a mouthful of tea and was about to calm down. In the end, he was so shocked by Ling Xiao's words that he spat out the tea. F***ck, this kid is fierce. Although I also want to say such harsh words, I can't say it out loud. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Right, the two of them knew each other before. Could it be that there was such a thing in the past? Thinking of this, the group of old fellows looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Such a sinister, cunning, and fierce beauty was actually slept with by you, and you're still unharmed? Ling Qiuyan didn't know why things turned out like this. It was true that she had seized someone else's body. And she had indeed slept with the Holy Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City. But these were all secrets. How did Ling Xiao know? Right now, she was being looked at strangely by others. Even a thick-skinned woman like her couldn't hold it in anymore. Her expression became very ugly. The flames of anger completely erupted. It was as if her entire person was about to burn. "Shut up, you shameless person, can't beat me, so you insulted my innocence like this. Today, if I, Ling Qiuyan, don't kill you, I swear that I'm not human." The mouth grew on other people's body. She had no way of stopping it. The only thing that she could do now was to finish off Ling Xiao as an example to others. Let those fellows who were gossiping understand that her matters could not be spoken carelessly. Otherwise, she would have to die. Not only am I going to kill you, today, fighting Soul Sacred City won't leave anyone alive. This is the price of insulting me. Ouch, I'm so scared. Don't just talk and not practice. You can't even touch me. Still want to kill me? Ling Xiao smiled very roguishly and said, "I advise you to calm down a little. Being too agitated won't be good for your performance. At that time, when you lose to me, you'll have to find excuses again." Ling Qiuyan was very furious, but she also understood very well. In the beginning, apart from not releasing her martial soul, what she used was killing moves. In the end, she could not touch Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao was much more powerful than she imagined. That was why she had no choice but to release her martial soul. She did not believe that after releasing her martial soul, Ling Xiao would still be her match. Ling Xiao was still standing there. He was not nervous at all. A perfect heavenly core warrior was not even worth mentioning in front of him. He had experienced so many things in the heavenly demon ghost region. Although the heavenly demon blooming Sirius had long lost its power. But with the experience of a powerful warrior, he had the experience of a powerful warrior. Plus, his martial skills were much better than Ling Qiuyan's. The reason why he wanted her to fight was because he wanted to humiliate her. He wanted Ling Qiuyan to use all her skills, but she still couldn't kill him. Then, he would kill her. This way, the deterrence would be even stronger. Storm of flying swords. Compared to the flying swords before, this time, the storm of flying swords was even more terrifying. The entire arena was wrapped up. The storm of flying swords was dozens of meters tall. Even if one wanted to fly high into the sky to dodge, it was too late. The dust and rocks that filled the air blocked everyone's vision. Everyone could only feel the powerful storm of flying swords raging on the arena. As for what happened to Ling Xiao, where was Ling Xiao, none of them knew. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Even at this time, because of the powerful aura of the flying sword storm, they could not even sense Ling Xiao's aura. The only thing that could prove that Ling Xiao was not dead was probably that Ling Qiuyan had not stopped this terrifying attack. Furthermore, this was not quite the same as what was agreed upon. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao was seriously injured after the battle with the Koi King? Why did he actually force Miss Ling to use such a terrifying move today? F***ck, could it be that Ling Xiao, that guy, deliberately released fake news? Actually, he was not injured. In the crowd, there were two people who were old acquaintances. They were precisely the Punishment Hall's second elder and third elder. These two people left Fighting Soul Sacred City and sought refuge in White Thunder Sacred City, which was also Hosai Lei's place. They both became the city lord there. Today, they followed together because they wanted to see how that stubborn big brother of theirs was done for. Although they were not biological big brothers, their relationship was so good in the past. But now, he was so cold. The human heart was really unpredictable. What happened just now made second elder and third elder quite pleased with themselves. But at this moment, they were somewhat nervous. Ling Xiao, this guy was extremely cunning. Who could guarantee that he did not deliberately pretend to be unable to do so before, and then wait for the big fish to take the bait today? If it was really so, it would be terrible. What are you two afraid of? It's only been a little over a month. You guys are thinking too highly of him. When he left, he was just early stage Earth Core Realm cultivation. Being able to cultivate to Great Circle Earth Core Realm when he came back is already a miracle. You guys think that he can still suppress Miss Ling? Hosai Lei said huffily, if I knew that you two were such cowards, I wouldn't have let you two join White Thunder Sacred City. Their side was in full swing with their discussion. But Ling Qiuyan's expression in the middle of the battle became more and more unsightly. There was no way around it. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. She could clearly feel that her attack had already been released, and it had also attacked Ling Xiao. But this was the most terrifying part. All the attacks hit and actually did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. This was simply a nightmare. No, it can't be. How can he be like this? It definitely can't be. At this time, Ling Qiuyan had already completely lost her cool. As she screamed, all of the flying swords merged into one and shot toward Ling Xiao. She did not believe that such an attack could not kill Ling Xiao. However, by doing so, the attack became stronger. But there was no range. However, Ling Xiao was able to avoid it easily. She felt a fiery breath beside her ear. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already appeared beside her. No one knew. Isn't this feeling of despair very interesting? A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. Ling Qiuyan could not help but shudder. At such a close distance, she actually didn't notice Ling Xiao's existence. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, she would not react at all. But strangely, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. It only patted her head gently before disappearing. Die, die, die. Although the frenzied Ling Qiuyan did not know why Ling Xiao did not kill her. But since she did not die, she had to retaliate and attack. The originally pretty face became incomparably hideous. A frenzied sword intent was released from her body. That enormous blood-red eye behind her shot out rays of resplendent light, turning the entire arena into an execution ground. Anyone who touched those red lights would be annihilated immediately. That kind of high temperature, even alchemy realm martial artists had to fear. Possessing someone else's body and only having this bit of strength, you might as well go and die. Ling Xiao's voice sounded beside Ling Qiuyan's ears once more like a ghost. Even if the red light enveloped the entire arena, it was unable to hit that man too. That man was akin to a ghost, making people unable to grasp him. Ling Xiao was actually under a lot of pressure right now too. Under the situation where he did not transform, facing this lunatic like Ling Qiuyan, as long as he was hit by the red light, he would probably be severely injured. But he wanted to completely destroy this woman's will. He would not transform easily. He believed in his strength. Believed in his speed. Believed that even under this sort of situation, he could also easily take care of Ling Qiuyan. The people below were long already dumbfounded. The battle progressing until now, they already understood Ling Zhao's terror. Ling Qiuyan's strength had once defeated Monkey Sai Lei and Gu Qing, these two holy lords. In the end, she could not even touch Ling Xiao now. How terrifying this sort of thing was, probably only they understood in their hearts. This was simply a nightmare. Is your trump card only limited to this? Ling Zhao's voice sounded out once more. But this time, it was facing everyone. Everyone heard it very clearly. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Could it be that he really had the ability to defeat Ling Qiuyan? Even until now, people only felt that Ling Zhao's speed was sufficiently fast. Wanting to kill him was very hard. But for him to want to defeat Ling Qiuyan, it was also something impossible. Hence, hearing Ling Zhao's words, that was why they would be somewhat perplexed. That bunch of old fellows already prostrated on all fours in admiration towards Ling Xiao at this time. No wonder Jiang Nan was willing to listen to him. With his strength, us old bones added up are absolutely not a match. That's right. No wonder when those people from Fighting Soul Sacred City left, he did not stop them. If they were just trash, they would have left. The punishment hall's first elder looked at second elder and third elder and said with a big laugh, "See that? I said before, Fighting Soul Sacred City won't fall, but you guys just didn't believe." Even not hesitating to cut off our many years of friendship and betray Fighting Soul Sacred City. What this old man despises the most in my life is people who choose to run away when their sect is in danger. If the sect is fine, you leave, then I'll respect your choice. But when the sect is in danger, you guys leave, that's the act of a traitor, despised by people. Old thing, you talk less. Ling Xiao he can't beat Miss Ling at all. Monkey Sai Lei roared, and even if he wins, so what? The people here are enough to destroy your Fighting Soul Sacred City 100 times over. Is that so? Hai Myung-keo suddenly stood up. She looked at Monkey Sai Lei with an indifferent expression and said, "To be honest, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Since the moment you stepped into Fighting Soul Sacred City, you've been humiliating us. You're courting death. The reason why I didn't kill you is because the boss didn't give the order. If not, you would have become a dead body by now. Ha 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 ha, you? You're just a trash at the third divine core realm, how dare you speak so arrogantly?" Monkey Sai Lei was laughing so hard that tears almost came out from his eyes. All the other men were laughing as well. "City Lord Clearsky, let me kill him." Jiang Nan furrowed her brows and said. She didn't want anything to happen to these geniuses brought here by Ling Xiao. Although these geniuses weren't strong, they all had great potential. As long as they were properly trained, they would definitely be able to become outstanding. At that time, Fighting Soul Sacred City would become even stronger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Saint Lord Jiang Nan, you're worried that I won't be able to defeat you. You don't have to worry about that. Hai Myung-keo smiled, then she suddenly walked towards Ho Sai Lei. Ho Sai Lei looked at Hai Myung-keo with disdain, and his eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, the law disciple from Discipline Sacred City shook his head. Were all the people from Fighting Soul Sacred City idiots? Although he was surprised by Ling Qiuyan's challenge, the result of the battle had yet to be determined, and he couldn't tell who the winner was. The other girl, who looked like a third divine core warrior, kept saying that she wanted to kill the Saint Lord of White Lightning Sacred City. Was this even possible? "Little girl, if you can touch even a single hair of mine, I'll kneel down and call you mom." Ho Sai Lei sneered. "I don't have such an unfilial son like you." Hai Myung-keo smiled. Suddenly, a frightening aura shot out from her shadow. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. Ho Sai Lei was lying in a pool of blood. His inner core was completely shattered. He was only left with the ability to breathe. No. How could this be? How could this be? I'm the Saint Lord, I don't want to die. After saying that, Ho Sai Lei breathed his last breath. The mighty Saint Chief of White Lightning Sacred City was killed by a little girl at the third divine core realm. This gave everyone a fright. Jiangnan was dumbfounded as well. What they saw just now was a black shadow flying out from Hai Mianko's shadow. After that, it flew back. After that, Ho Sai Lei died. The entire process happened too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. The entire scene was dead silent, and everyone had forgotten that there were still two men fighting on the arena. Everyone stared at Hai Mianko in horror. He thought to himself, so this woman who looks very weak is the trump card of fighting Soul Sacred City. But why does her face look so unfamiliar? You really did kill him. Do you know the consequences of killing a Saint Lord in the 3000 Sacred City? Gu Qing stared at Hai Mianko in horror. He finally reacted and said in a trembling voice. I know the rules of the 3000 holy cities better than you. Barging into another holy city without permission was tantamount to starting a war. If one died, the commandment holy city would have nothing to say. Moreover, this person has humiliated our holy lord and boss many times. If he didn't kill him, was he supposed to wait for him to continue his rampage? Moreover, he was the one who asked me to kill him. You all heard it. Isn't that right, Lord Legatee? Hai Mianko smiled at the Dharma apostle of the sacred city of discipline. The Dharma apprentice was scared out of his wits. Although his battle prowess was slightly stronger than Ho Sai Lei, but this woman could kill Ho Sai Lei in an instant. He would definitely be able to kill him instantly. He didn't dare to speak carelessly. That arrogance from before had long vanished without a trace. If I knew this would happen, I would have sent the disciplinary knights. Disciplinary master, you've really underestimated War Soul Sacred City. Dharma apprentice smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Hai Mianko and said, Monkey Sai Lei trespassed into War Soul Sacred City and spoke rudely. He deserves to die. What else could he say? In order to survive, this was the only way. At this time on the stage, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked at Ling Chuyan with a smile and said, I originally wanted to continue playing with you. But since Ming Kong has already flipped out, there's no need for me to continue tormenting you. Are you ready to die? Ling Chuyan's expression didn't look good. Ho Sai Lei's death was really a blow to her. Not because they had a good relationship, but because Ho Sai Lei's cultivation was on par with hers. Even Ho Sai Lei was killed so easily. Then she wouldn't have any advantage against Hai Mianko. Do you think you're as strong as that woman? You're far inferior to her. Ling Chuyan was trying to gain confidence for herself. Hee, is that so? Ming Kong, this woman said you're much stronger than me. Is that true? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That can only mean that she's stupid. My strength was given to me by you. Hai Mianko said lightly. Did you hear that? Idiot, forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. This move will end the battle. You'd better use everything you can. This way, you won't regret it after you die. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Chuyan and said indifferently. I don't believe a single word of what you said. It's nothing more than wanting to make me fearful. To make me lose my calm and confidence. If you have the ability, you can come and try. Ling Chuyan definitely didn't believe it. If she believed it, then wouldn't she become a complete joke? It was like a little ant challenging a powerful human. After fighting for half a day and not dying, she thought she was strong enough. Little did she know that the other party was just playing. How could she accept this? But Ling Xiao didn't care whether she accepted it or not. A powerful aura was suddenly released from his body. Then his right hand began to condense vital essence. In the sky, thick clouds covered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. As if some terrifying monster was about to appear from the sky. That's a hand. A big hand that covers the sky. What a terrifying pressure. Below, everyone was incomparably shocked. Including Hai Mianko and the rest. They also had not met with Ling Xiao for a very long time. As for how strong Ling Xiao was exactly, to be honest, they did not know either. Today, truly witnessing this horrifying aura of Ling Xiao, they all gradually understood that Ling Xiao, this fellow, already grew to a very terrifying extent. Oh, Zilong, Ling Xiao, he threw us further and further away. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. Yeah, this big brother of mine is really too impressive. We have to continue working hard too. Otherwise, we'll be left behind sooner or later. We can't even help him even if we want to. Zilong gritted his teeth. Even if it was chasing after Ling Xiao's shadow, he also hoped that he could continue working hard. No matter what, he had to be able to help Ling Xiao. Those old fellows, including the punishment hall's head elder, were completely dumbfounded at this time. They could not even speak. Was this Ling Xiao's true strength? Too terrifying, this horrifying aura was simply like a celestial deity descending. Leng Chuyan was just like a pitiful baby in front of Ling Xiao, completely without any leeway to resist. Above the ring, Leng Chuyan revealed an incomparably horrified look. At this moment, she finally understood that Ling Xiao's words previously were not joking. Ling Xiao said that he could kill her in one move. It was actually true. How did this guy become so strong? In order to become strong, she did not hesitate to seize other people's bodies and did not hesitate to sell her own body. Why? She was unwilling to accept it, but so what if she was unwilling? Facing such powerful strength, she basically could not do anything. That terrifying pressure made her body completely unable to move. It was as if he was being restrained. Trembling with fear. I'll really die. At this moment, Leng Chuyan seemed to understand why Ling Xiao did not stop her from entering Fighting Soul's sacred city. This was simply borrowing her fame to all of the surrounding cities. As long as she was killed, those nearby cities with comparable strength, no one would dare to challenge Fighting Soul's sacred city anymore. The sorrowful her was merely a stepping stone for this young man to ascend to the heavens. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. What was laughable was that Ling Chuyan even thought that she finally found the chance to take revenge. In reality, she took the initiative to deliver herself to the doorstep to be used as a stepping stone for others. Truly despicable enough. No. I'm Ling Chuyan, I can't die like this. Ling Chuyan shook her head. She did not want to die. She really did not want to die. Ling Xiao, I'm willing to be your slave, please let me off. From today onwards, I'll be loyal to you. I only beg you to let me off. That sense of powerlessness and fear made Ling Chuyan abandon her dignity. She finally managed to obtain a chance to live again. She did not want to die now. This scene made those people who followed Ling Chuyan completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? That proud woman, that insufferably arrogant woman, actually knelt down for Ling Xiao, and even begging for mercy. Although this attack of Ling Xiao's was very terrifying, there was also no need to be like this, right? They naturally did not know how terrifying the pressure Ling Chuyan, who was in the middle of the attack, felt. Ling Chuyan felt like she was enemies with the entire mystic world. Enemies with the entire universe. The vast and boundless universe's desolate desolation was pressing down on her body. This was completely different from the feeling of onlookers. Ling Chuyan, you coward! Jian Luan shouted. It was a pity that Ling Chuyan did not care at all. She only wanted to live. Once a person died, everything would be gone. Stand up, don't make me look down on you. At this final moment, use your most powerful attack to resist. Perhaps you can still have a glimmer of life. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Chuyan coldly. Such an opponent seriously could not arouse any interest in him. He needed an opponent to resist. Ling Chuyan gritted her teeth. Looks like begging for mercy was not going to work. Then she could only fight to the death. Sword Soul. True explanation, sword cage. Ling Chuyan gave a delicate cry. The long sword in her hand danced. The entire arena's space suddenly distorted. One streak of sword energy after another was released from the long sword in her hand. It formed an enormous cage above the arena. Such a frenzied action urged virtually all of the true essence in her body. This was an explosive attack for the sake of survival. She would not allow herself to be careless. The cage formed by the sword chi wrapped around her tightly. This was not an attack, but a defense. According to Ling Xiao's words, as long as she could survive Ling Xiao's attack, she would be fine. Therefore, she had to do her best to strengthen her defense. Violent true essence spilled out of the arena. Jian Luan shut his mouth. Compared to Ling Chuyan, he was a pitiful reptile. He did not have the qualifications to mock Ling Chuyan. That's more like it. Ling Xiao hovered in midair, looking down coldly at the huge sword cage below. They were densely packed, completely enveloping Lin Qiuyan. Rather than calling it a cage, it would be better to call it a giant eggshell. This was because the sword qi was so dense that no wind could pass through. In fact, Ling Xiao could have waited for his opponent's true essence to run out before making his move. But that would be meaningless. He wanted to completely destroy Lin Qiuyan's confidence. He wanted everyone to see that even though Lin Qiuyan had used her most powerful attack, it was still not enough. It was meaningless in front of him. Heaven covering great palm imprint. A large hand reached out from the thick black clouds. It was wrapped in black lightning. The entire sky suddenly became dark. Countless people could not help swallowing their saliva. Such a spectacular scene, they had not seen it for a long time already. Too shocking. The huge palm slowly descended. As if the sky was falling down. At this time, even those people around also felt that terrifying pressure. They actually could not control their bodies and knelt on the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. What on earth happened during this period of time when this young man left? How can his body possess such terrifying power? Bang, the heaven-covering great palm imprint finally descended. It directly shattered that dense sword qi. The moment the sword qi came into contact with the heaven-covering palm, it felt as if they were thin pieces of wood. Completely unable to withstand the terrifying power. No. I don't want to die. Lin Qiuyan knew that she was finished. Looking up at the sky. The black great palm imprint was getting closer and closer. She wanted to escape, but her body could not move. That pressure was too terrifying, so terrifying that she did not have any chance to resist. Seeing this scene, the old fellows of Fighting Soul Sacred City shed tears. Their persistence had paid off. They originally thought that this time, Fighting Soul Sacred City would no longer have a chance to rise again. But the truth shocked them. They originally thought that this time, Fighting Soul Sacred City would be destroyed in the smoke and dust of history. But now, they were alive and well. And Ling Qiuyan, who humiliated Fighting Soul Sacred City, basically had no way to live. Rumble, the terrifying palm wind finally landed. It smashed the entire arena. Ling Qiuyan's life aura also disappeared. Being smashed by this palm, her entire body was turned into meat paste. Not to mention the inner core, even her soul could not escape. That proud woman. That insufferably arrogant woman. She actually fell to such an end. The only thing she did wrong was probably offending Ling Xiao. Not only did Di Tuatian's death not weaken Fighting Soul Sacred City. Instead, it became stronger. The original second elder and third elder who were kneeling there were filled with regret. If they knew that Ling Xiao was so powerful, how could they escape from Fighting Soul Sacred City? But there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were all too clear about Ling Xiao's character. Since they left Fighting Soul Sacred City, it was absolutely impossible to return. Jiang Nan's eyes were also filled with tears. In the past, she was bullied by others and even forced to send a sacred lord. She could not do anything at all. Although the resentment in her heart was very great. But she could only endure. Resulting in discord in Fighting Soul Sacred City, many people left. Today, Ling Xiao killed Ling Qiuyan and revived Fighting Soul Sacred City's glory. Believed that not long later, there would be more and more outstanding people joining. Fighting Soul Sacred City was really going to fly, not just return to the previous position. Instead, he wanted to be taller and better. Even becoming a terrifying existence that ruled over the 3,000 sacred cities. With Sword Soul Sacred City very strong, in front of Ling Xiao, it was merely SOSO. Ling Xiao, you actually killed our Sword Soul Sacred City's Sacred Lord's successor. You're finished. Jianluan looked at Ling Xiao. He really did not expect that Ling Xiao dared to be ruthless. According to his thoughts, Ling Xiao defeating Ling Qiuyan was just that. He actually really dared to kill. Was this guy not afraid of Sword Soul Sacred City's revenge? Let's go. Ling Qiuyan was already dead. The people of Sword Soul Sacred City definitely could not stay here any longer. So they could only leave. Leave? Did I say that you guys can leave? Ling Xiao looked at Jianluan and the rest, revealing a hint of a contemptuous cold smile. What kind of place do you take Fighting Soul Sacred City to be? You come as you wish and leave as you wish. Hearing this, the faces of the group of Sword Soul Sacred City's martial artists changed drastically. This Ling Xiao was also too ruthless, right? Killing Ling Qiuyan and still not satisfied? Could it be that he still wanted to kill them all? Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. What do you want to do? Jian Luan looked at Ling Xiao with vigilance. With Ling Qiuyan's death, he was the strongest among the Sword Soul Saint City warriors present. So he naturally had to take the lead. Don't you understand what I want to do? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Barging into Fighting Soul Sacred City and injuring the seniors of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Hee, what is written in the 3000 Saint Cities rules? You should know better than me, right? Ling Xiao, I think we should forget about this matter. Ling Qiuyan is already dead, and they have also learned their lesson. It's better not to kill these people. The Sword Soul Saint City's Saint Lord has many good friends. If we offend him, I'm afraid Fighting Soul Saint City will be in trouble. The Punishment Palace's elder hurriedly advised. This old man was more or less cautious. But it was normal. The old man had been the Punishment Palace's elder for dozens of years and had always stayed in Fighting Soul Saint City. And Fighting Soul Saint City was only ranked in the upper middle among the 3000 Saint Cities. He knew that there were many people he could not afford to offend, so he developed this habit. Ling Xiao could understand. But now he was the one in charge of Fighting Soul Saint City. Great Elder, you still don't understand. Even in the 3000 Saint Cities, people only bully the weak and fear the strong. Our Fighting Soul Saint City has declined, none of our so-called friends have spoken, and they all want to cut ties. So, if Sword Soul Saint City has also reached that level, others will only add insult to injury. And they won't help him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, Alright, let's not talk about this, I'll give you a mission. Kill everyone from Sword Soul Saint City here. Although he was smiling, he gave a very terrifying order. There were a total of 300 people. Half of them were Sword Soul Saint City warriors. And they were all Earth Core and Heavenly Core warriors. This group of old men might not be able to defeat them. Don't worry, with me here, they are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ling Xiao chuckled. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder understood that Ling Xiao wanted to give them a final test. If they did not pass the test, then even if they stayed in Fighting Soul Saint City in the future, they could only give up their authority. If they passed the test, they would naturally be put in an important position. There was no problem with this point. From today onwards, Fighting Soul Saint City's goal had changed. It was no longer survival, but to take the initiative to attack, to become the strongest existence among the 3000 Saint Cities. Since he had already boarded Ling Xiao's pirate ship, what was there to be afraid of? Let's do it. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder stood. Determination and hatred look in his eyes. The others followed. If not for Ling Xiao, Fighting Soul Sacred City would have been destroyed. And they all. At this time, there was ease. What was there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with their reactions. Only in this way could he truly accept these old people. Otherwise, he would really have to reconsider. Wang Hao, you should join in as well. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Haodao. Although Ling Xiao did not have any position in Fighting Soul Saint City. But Wang Hao knew that Ling Xiao was the most important. Even Jiang Nan had to listen to Ling Xiao. There was no problem with this, yes. Brothers, Fighting Soul Saint City wants to kill us. What should we do? Jian Luan gritted his teeth and roared. Never give in. Everyone shouted. Okay, then let them pay with their blood. Jian Luan also made up his mind. Since they could not escape death, they would kill a few more to recoup their losses. Heavenly Demon Eye, Illusion Demon. Ling Xiao suddenly released the Heavenly Demon Eye. At that moment, Sword Soul Saint City's martial artists, including Jian Luan, stood there like a fool. Facing the attack of the Punishment Palace's Great Elder and Wang Hao. There was no reaction. Even if it was only for a moment. But by the time they recovered, they were already half dead. This killing was very simple. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder, Wang Hao, and the others did not expect it to be so easy. Boss, Sacred Lord, the Sword Soul Saint City's martial artists have been eliminated. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder also followed Xianxia and called Ling Xiao boss. He felt that this might be the intention of the behind-the-scenes boss. Although he did not have a position, he controlled everything behind the scenes. Such a person was the most terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded, very satisfied with these people's actions. Go back and rest. You just have to watch what happens next. Ling Xiao's arrogance was based on a foundation. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyun were all his backers. Of course, this was not the most powerful. The most powerful was the giant Devil King in his Mountain River world. The existence of the Divine Body Realm. It was enough to make him look down on everyone in the 3,000 sacred cities. Arrogant but not irrational, this was his essence. From the Heavenly Dragon continent to here, he had always been like this. If he still had to pretend to be weak when he had the strength, then his life would be too sullen. Not only did he want to step into the Golden City and become a true genius, he also wanted to bring the 3,000 sacred cities under his rule. He wanted to subtly influence the forces of the Heavenly Empire. After he controlled the 3,000 sacred cities, the next step would be the Golden City. He had never thought of being anyone's disciple or right-hand man. There was only one path in front of him for the Golden Emperor. Either submit or die. There was no other choice. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on thousands of bones. Moreover, he wanted to become the strongest emperor in the history of the mystic world. An existence that surpassed the human king. If he couldn't be more ruthless, he wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, it was still too early to say that. First, he had to work hard to get first place in the 3,000 sacred cities ranking battle in 10 days. Only then would he be able to smoothly enter the Golden City to cultivate. If the Golden Heavenly region was compared to a sect, then the 4 great countries would be the outer sect, the 3,000 sacred cities would be the inner sect, and the Golden City would be the core. The people of Sword Soul Saint City had been killed. At this time, there were more than 100 martial artists from different sacred cities left here. They were a little frightened and uneasy. Ling Xiao was such a terrifying guy. If he really went crazy, he wouldn't give face to anyone. Lord Dharma Apostle, you can't sit back and do nothing. Ling Xiao is crazy. He's simply a murderous demon. Guqing looked at Dharma Apostle and said loudly. Dharma Apostle's face didn't look too good. F***ck, what should I do? This kid's strength is so strong that even I'm no match for him. What do you want me to do? Dharma Apostle was also very depressed. He didn't want to offend a lunatic like Ling Xiao. If he really offended him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave alive. Ling Xiao also looked at Dharma Apostle indifferently. He also wanted to know what kind of performance this Dharma Apostle would have. Dharma Apostle was very uncomfortable under Ling Xiao's gaze. He was even a little scared. This Ling Xiao was too scary. He actually made him feel like he was facing the Law Lord. This was too strange. Dharma Apostle stood up. He cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, Young hero Ling, why don't you be the Sacred Lord yourself? With your strength, there's no problem in being the Sacred Lord. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sacred Lord? The level is too low. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, too low level. Dharma Apprentice smiled bitterly. So that was the case. He didn't put the position of Sacred Lord in his eyes at all. In that case, congratulations to Sacred Lord Jiangnan. You will officially become the Sacred Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. This news will also be conveyed to the other sacred cities at the same time. Dharma Apprentice was very cooperative. Nonsense, he would be killed if he didn't cooperate. Thank you, Sir Dharma Apprentice. How about this, when I'm done with the matters here, I'll invite you for a drink. Since Dharma Apprentice was obedient, Ling Xiao wouldn't disrespect him. He wasn't such an unreasonable person. Young hero Ling, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I'm really busy with work. I have to announce the news of Jiangnan becoming a Sacred Lord as soon as possible. I believe you're looking forward to it too, right? Dharma Apprentice said with a smile. Not giving face? Ling Xiao sneered. No, 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 stay, just stay. Dharma apprentice wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Damn, this Ling Xiao was young, but his aura was amazing. That's right. Wang Hao, go prepare the wine and dishes. We must have a few drinks with Sir Dharma apprentice later. Ling Xiao had to let Dharma apprentice see how he dealt with the remaining 150 people. He wanted Dharma apprentice to report this matter to Commandment Sacred City. Otherwise, Commandment Sacred City would look down on Fighting Soul Sacred City in the next ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. They wouldn't arrange a seat for them. At that time, it wouldn't be good to fall out with them. After Dharma apprentice sat down, Wang Hao went to prepare the wine and dishes. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining people. What are you going to do? He was all smiles, like a benevolent empress dowager. However, after experiencing what happened just now, those people understood that this kid was a smiling tiger. A knife hidden in a smile. Ling Xiao, you have already offended Sword Soul Sacred City. Are you going to offend us too? There are 30 sacred lords here. You can't afford to offend them. Gu Qing saw Dharma apprentice's expression and knew that he couldn't count on that coward. But they had 30 sacred lords and more than 100 city lords on their side. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao. So, everyone is planning to become enemies with our Fighting Soul Sacred City? Ling Xiao sneered. I don't dare. Gu Qing hurriedly said, leave some leeway when doing things, so that we can get along well in the future. We have already witnessed your strength. In the future, it would be impossible for them to become enemies with Fighting Soul Sacred City. Wouldn't it be better for us to bury the hatchet? That's what you all think too. Ling Xiao looked at the others and said. These people seemed to follow Gu Qing's lead. Gu Qing expressed this meaning, and they all nodded in agreement. The First Elder and Jiang Nan were very satisfied with this result. Offending one sword spirit sacred city was not scary, but offending dozens of sacred cities would be troublesome. Naturally, it would be best if things could end like this. However, they still underestimated Ling Xiao's determination. Was it going to end like this? Was that even possible? Ling Xiao was almost 100% sure that once Sword Soul Sacred City and Fighting Soul Sacred City started a war, these people would still stand on the side of Sword Soul Sacred City. Since that was the case, he might as well solve the problem now. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao laughed. Hearing this, Gu Qing frowned and said, then what do you want to do? Are you going to kill us as well? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Hee, I'm not bragging, it's easy for me to kill you all. But if you are willing to surrender to my Fighting Soul Sacred City, I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao chuckled. Surrender? Ling Xiao, don't be wishful thinking, even Sword Soul Sacred City doesn't dare to talk to us like this, and you want us to surrender? Gu Qing said disdainfully. If you don't surrender, die. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold and sinister. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden outburst. The Dharma apprentice was even more terrified. This kid was too ruthless, such a ruthless person would definitely become a great person in the future. He must not offend this person. Later on, he had to show his loyalty. He believed that Ling Xiao needed him, a Dharma apprentice, to act as a spy in Commandment Sacred City. Ha 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 ha. Die, you think too highly of yourself. Gu Qing said disdainfully. You don't believe me? Then you can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Brothers, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Ling Xiao only killed Ling Qiuyan, and he's so arrogant. He even wants us to surrender. Listen to me, let's work together to kill him. Gu Qing called out to everyone. Kill. His rallying power was not small. At least half of them were willing to follow him. I'm willing to surrender to young hero Ling. Suddenly, a sacred lord compromised. Thinking about it, whether it was Ling Xiao or Haim Mian Ko, they all displayed terrifying combat strength. If he could follow Ling Xiao, it would definitely be a good thing for him and his sacred city. I'm also willing to surrender. Another person said. Out of the 30 sacred lords, a total of 10 were willing to surrender. It seemed that these people had good eyesight. Very good, but I'm doubtful of your loyalty. So, you must all eat the soul-absorbing pills I'm giving you. Ling Xiao took out a total of 50 soul-absorbing pills for the 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords. Don't worry, the soul-absorbing pills won't harm you at all. On the contrary, it can increase your cultivation speed. But if you want to betray me, the soul-absorbing pills will kill you. The soul-absorbing pill will take your life and turn you into pathetic puppets. It's fine if you're loyal. This is too much. Out of the 10 sacred lords who were willing to surrender, 4 started to retreat. Ling Xiao didn't care. What he wanted were obedient subordinates. These people couldn't gain his trust for the time being. Of course, he would use this method to temporarily control them. Whether you want to eat or not is up to you. Ling Xiao didn't force them. I'll eat. 6 of the sacred lords took the lead and ate. The city lords they brought also ate. Very good, arrange seats for them. I still have things to discuss with them later. I'll eat too. The 7th sacred lord compromised. Next was the 8th. The 9th, out of the sacred lords who were willing to surrender, the 10th sacred lord saw that everyone else had eaten and thought that he might as well eat too. Anyway, it didn't seem like anything would happen to those few who ate it. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and endured. Thus, a total of 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords ate the soul-absorbing pills. The remaining 100 sacred lords and city lords didn't even have the thought of surrendering, let alone eating the soul-absorbing pills. Guqing was one of them. Alright, let's kill them. No one knew who Ling Xiao was talking to, but he spoke so casually that it was as if he was saying something that couldn't be any more ordinary. Before Guqing and the others could react, a black shadow had already rushed into the crowd. The 100 people were all killed in an instant. The aura that the black shadow released in an instant made everyone present tremble with fear. If one wanted others to surrender, other than emotions, one must have dignity. Ling Xiao had the giant devil king kill those 100 people for this reason. End of chapter. Those 100 men, including the saint lords and city lords, died on the spot without any chance to regret. The 50 men who had joined Ling Xiao were so scared that they started trembling. They were secretly glad that they had made the right choice. Among the dead men, there were the 2nd and 3rd elders from the disciplinary palace. Ling Xiao would never allow traitors to return. Not even if they turned over a new leaf. Betrayal was something he hated the most. Even if it was just once, he would never forgive it. Alright, don't be afraid, let's go and have a good meal. Ling Xiao looked at the 50 men who had joined him and said with a smile. Plop. Including the law apprentice, all 51 men kneeled down. We will serve the boss until death do us part. Alright, get up. I'm not that scary. Ling Xiao smiled and helped the law apprentice up. Since Master Law Apprentice is willing to help Ling Xiao, that's great. Let's go, we'll talk at the banquet. This banquet could be considered to be quite a joyous meal. Before the Law Apprentice left, he told Ling Xiao his name. His name was Zhang Huan. It wasn't a dazzling name. But as a Law Apprentice of the Disciplinary Palace, and a peak Heavenly Core warrior. In many places, that was something that could be said. The 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords also left after. Eating and drinking to their heart's content. Their alliance wouldn't be announced to the public for now. They would just secretly serve Ling Xiao as their leader. They would respectfully address Ling Xiao as their boss, or the Great Saint Lord. Just like that, Ling Xiao became the Great Saint Lord of 11 saint cities. Of course, aside from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, the other 10 saint cities still needed time to reorganize. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about that. He believed that the 10 saint lords would do a good job. In the future, there would be a large number of Heavenly Empire's residents coming here to cultivate. Step by step, everyone was climbing towards the peak. 11 saint cities, naturally, they could accommodate more people than one saint city. After they left, Ling Xiao gathered all the people from Fighting Soul Sacred City who had participated in the battle. Everyone, as you can see, the population of War Soul Sacred City has withered. But I've already brought in talents from outside. Soon, Fighting Soul Sacred City would prosper again. You don't have to worry about your status. I, Ling Xiao, only set 2 rules. The most important one is loyalty, secondly, strength. If you're loyal enough to me and your strength can be ranked at the top, then you'll have a chance to climb up. As for resources, you don't have to worry. Since you've decided to stay, trust me, Ling Xiao. In that case, you will be no different from the people I recruited. Even the worst of you will get the resources and training you deserve. Of course, the higher one's strength and the higher one's ranking, the more resources one would receive. But I will not allow such things as internal strife. If I find out, I will immediately scram from War Soul Sacred City. There will be no second chance. Did you hear that? I heard it. In fact, the people who stayed here were most worried that Ling Xiao would treat the newcomers differently after recruiting them. Ling Xiao's words were like a reassurance to them. Very good. Don't worry and go cultivate boldly. If you feel wronged outside, you can tell any of the city lords directly. They will support you. If they can't, Holy Lord Jiangnan will help you. If even Holy Lord Jiangnan can't do it, I will do it myself. We are fighting Soul Sacred City. When you do things, you must act like a warrior. Don't be afraid of offending people. As long as your request is reasonable, as long as it's not outrageous, as long as you don't take the initiative to bully others, you can do it. You can do it. Stick out your chest and raise your head. Don't lower your noble heads. Yes. Ling Zhao's words made the old fellow's blood boil with excitement. For so many years, they had been cautious and timid, not daring to offend anyone. But they were still bullied. Sometimes, they wondered if they had done something wrong. But they didn't have the strength to change. Now, Ling Xiao had made up their minds for them. Why would they be afraid? Today, I will say it here. In the entire 3,000 sacred cities, even Commandment Sacred City can't bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. He enjoyed the feeling of being treated as the backbone of the team and the boss of the team. No wonder so many people would fight to the death for power. General Zhao is back. After 3 days, Zhao Fengyun finally rushed back and brought back 100,000 people. These 100,000 people were also carefully selected. They gathered the top geniuses and capable people from Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and Black Tortoise Continent. After all, the current population of the Heavenly Empire had exceeded 10 billion. It was easy to select 100,000 geniuses. This day was the day of calamity for Fighting Soul Sacred City. This day was also the birthday of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Quietly, an organization known as the Battle Alliance was born. It temporarily governed 11 sacred cities. Although these 11 holy cities were currently ranked around 1,500, the holy cities were all ranked around 1,500. But the future was definitely promising. Fighting Soul Sacred City was the headquarters of Fighting Soul Alliance. In the future, if there were outstanding martial artists in the other 10 sacred cities, they could also come to Fighting Soul Sacred City to receive training. It was just like how martial artists like them dreamed of going to the Golden City. Setting the rules was actually very simple. Such rules were already very perfect in the Golden Heavenly Domain. It only needed to be changed slightly. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about the various rankings. Every sacred city had its own way of selecting geniuses. As long as it was strictly followed. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about these things. Why did he have to get Jiangnan to the position of Sacred Lord? Wasn't it just to be a hands-off shopkeeper? Jiangnan was very knowledgeable about this matter. When everything in Fighting Soul Alliance began to operate in an orderly manner, Zhao Fengyun left again. Naturally, it was to find geniuses for Fighting Soul Alliance. Not only did they have to choose from the Heavenly Empire, this huge golden heavenly domain was also the cradle of talents. They couldn't miss it. While everything was operating in an orderly manner, Ling Xiao also continued his cultivation. After all, there was still the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. He didn't plan to use the Great Devil King in this battle. That was a deterrent power. Once it was used, it meant that either he planned to deter the enemy or there was no other way. He still had to continue to improve his strength. But how could he improve his strength? It seemed that no one had come to cause trouble recently. His cultivation was different from others. He needed to constantly fight. Was there any place in the 3,000 sacred cities where he could fight? He planned to ask Jiangnan. He believed that Jiangnan was the clearest about this kind of thing. Thinking of this, he was about to get up and go, but he saw Jiang Nan personally looking for him. Sacred Lord Jiang Nan, you're a busy person. Why do you have time to look for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I say, great Sacred Lord, you've done a good job of being a hands-off shopkeeper. You've exhausted me. But seeing this scene of prosperity, I'm happy in my heart. Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Although Jiang Nan was much older than Ling Xiao, she was even Ling Xiao's superior. But that was all in the past. Ling Xiao had been playing a good game recently. Not only did he protect Warsoul Sacred City, but he also subdued 10 sacred cities. He formed the Warsoul Alliance. Although it wasn't announced to the public. But in their hearts, they knew it. If this huge force developed, even Commandment Sacred City wouldn't be able to control them in the future. Oh right, what's the matter, Sacred Lord Jiang? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Oh, look, I almost forgot about the important matter. Jiang Nan slapped her forehead and said, Here, this is a letter of challenge for you. She handed a letter of challenge to Ling Xiao and said, This letter of challenge comes from Sin Sacred City, ranked 3rd among the 10 sacred cities. You should know from the name. Sin Sacred City is ranked 1st among the 3,000 sacred cities. It's dozens of times bigger than our Warsoul Sacred City. Their strength is also incomparably terrifying. The 4 powerful countries are nothing in front of them. The city lords of the 10 sacred cities are generally at the extreme core realm. The Sacred Lord's strength has even reached the core-shattering realm. To be able to rank in the top 3 of Sin Sacred City, they are even more amazing existences. But let me remind you, Sin Sacred City is rich in sin. The martial artists there were all lawless people who disregarded the law and natural morality. Their Sacred Lord, who considers himself the boss, once committed a serious crime. But because of his strength, he made great contributions. So he was pardoned. I understand the situation of Sin Sacred City, but who is this Black Fang who challenged me? Ling Xiao looked at the letter of challenge. It was signed by Black Fang. But to be honest, he hadn't been in the 3,000 sacred cities for long. He really didn't know much about this Black Fang. And this guy's attitude is very rude. He actually wants to kill me. I don't think I have any enmity with him. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly and said, Black Fang is one of the 10 holy sun of the 3,000 sacred cities. The so-called 10 holy sun referred to the 10 most outstanding youths in the 3,000 holy cities. They were all below the age of 100. Black Fang was the last of the 10 holy sons, the son of sin. However, it was said that his cultivation base had already reached the early stage of the extreme realm of core. He's not to be trifled with. The early stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. I wonder how it compares to Yu Qiong. Ling Xiao thought of Yu Qiong, the martial artist at the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan that he had killed. It should be about the same. After all, Yu Qiong had been carefully nurtured by the Yu family. This Black Fang was naturally nurtured by Nifa's holy city. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat this Black Fang, he would have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to win. The 10th Holy Sun, it really wasn't a bluff. But how dare these guys call themselves the Holy Sun? It seemed like he had long forgotten about the sacred dynasty. The only Holy Sun in my heart is Xianxia. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Is the great Holy Lord prepared to accept this challenge? Jiang Nan asked. Ignore him. If he wants to challenge me, should I agree? How much face would I lose? Also, why is this guy so hostile towards me? Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. It's very likely because of Ling Chuyan's death. Jiang Nan analyzed. Although it's also hearsay, I still heard some discussions. They said that this Ling Chuyan and Black Fang had an extremely good relationship in private. Maybe they were lovers or something. In the end, you killed Ling Chuyan. How could this Black Fang not find trouble with you? So that's how it is. I kind of understand now. Ling Xiao smiled. Sure enough, it was because of the relationship between men and women. But which ones are these 10 holy cities? Since Jiang Nan came today, Ling Xiao had to raise all his questions. He still knew too little about the 3,000 holy cities. Now that he could ask more, it was not a bad thing. Jiangnan said, from high to low, they are, Scarlet Sun Holy City, Sky Sea Holy City, Nefarious Holy City, Moon Solstice Holy City, Thunderstorm Holy City, Raging Fire Holy City, Earth Bear Holy City, Divine Sword Holy City, Saber Tyrant Holy City, and Beast Taming Holy City. Among these 10 holy cities, some have a long history, some have just risen. But they are all very powerful. Especially Scarlet Sun Holy City, Sky Sea Holy City, and Nefarious Holy City, they are all ancient holy cities. In Golden City, there are many of their disciples. Then there is the newly risen Saber Holy City. Just 100 years ago, they were just a holy city that had just been formed. Now, they are already ranked 9th. These 10 holy cities are just my stepping stones after all. Ling Xiao smiled and did not take it too seriously. After all, these 10 holy cities were not as good as Commandment Holy City. He did not even care about Commandment Holy City. Why would he care about these? Great Holy Lord is still the best. Anyway, when I hear about these 10 holy cities, I feel goosebumps. Jiangnan smiled bitterly. That's because you haven't gotten used to being on top. Soon, Fighting Soul Sacred City will stand at the top of the 3,000 holy cities. It will even become the rule maker here. Golden City will not be able to control us. Ling Xiao was still confident. If he had not succeeded in the past, it would be pure boasting. But he had done something similar in the past. Naturally, he had a certain level of confidence. Also, Jiangnan, what is going on with this divine martial sacred city? Ling Xiao pointed to a place on the letter of challenge and asked, Black Fawn asked me to fight with him in divine martial sacred city. Won't others care? Ha ha ha, great holy lord, you really need to know more about the 3,000 holy cities. Among the 3,000 holy cities, other than Commandment Holy City, there are a few cities that are classified as professional cities. For example, the divine martial sacred city was simply a place for martial artists to fight. In the future, the 3,000 holy cities ranking battle will be held here. Jiangnan smiled. Aya, this is embarrassing. Ling Xiao covered his face and said. There were times when he was relaxed and also times when he liked to joke. According to Jiangnan, this divine martial sacred city was connected to the teleportation array of every holy city. You could directly teleport there. As long as you had a certain level of talent. And if you passed the application, you could fight here. There would be all kinds of battles here almost every day. Including duels, scenes, and so on. This place had the most advanced battle system among the 3,000 holy cities. You could choose a lot of different opponents. You could also choose a lot of different battle styles. There would probably be millions of battles here every day. Divine Martial Sacred City also had an interesting setting. Fighting here would not kill anyone, but if you lost, you would lose battle merits. Wait, what battle merits? Ling Xiao found another interesting thing. You have joined a sect before, so you should not be unfamiliar with battle merits. Last time, when you carried out the mission to eliminate the river bandits, you should have gotten some battle merits. Take out your disciple token and let me see. Jiangnan said. Ling Xiao hurriedly took out his disciple token and inserted his soul power. Sure enough, he found that he had 10 battle merits. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. Oh, there really is such a thing as merit points. But what can it be used for? In the past, the sect's merit points could be used to exchange for things. Ling Xiao looked at Jiangnan and asked. Of course it's the same. You have to know that the Golden Sky region also developed from the sect. Jiangnan answered. I really don't know about that. Where can I exchange for it? How? Ling Xiao's interest was piqued. Although he didn't need any martial skills for the time being, he still needed many medicinal herbs and demon beast cores for cultivation. You don't need merit points, and you don't need it outside either. So as long as you have it, you have to exchange it. This is also in Divine Martial Sacred City. Divine Martial Sacred City is divided into 4 major areas. One is the battle zone, another is the exchange area, another is the business district, and the fourth is the cultivation district. There are a lot of rare items in the exchange area, including martial skills, medicinal herbs, and so on. There are law masters, law knights, and law disciples from Divine Martial Sacred City to protect it. There is also a powerful formation protecting it. Usually, there won't be any problems. Martial skills, divine abilities, secret techniques, and so on can't be taken out. You can only spend merit points to look inside. You will be charged according to time. But there are a lot of good things inside. It's rumored that there are even battle records that surpass emperors. Let's see if you have the ability to exchange for it. Sigh, I should have known earlier. What a pity. Xianxia sighed and then asked about the method to obtain merit points. According to Jiang Nan, there were 3 ways to obtain merit points. The first was to complete missions assigned by Divine Martial Sacred City. For example, the mission to deal with the river bandits could give different amounts of merit points. The second was to battle. This battle requirement could only be carried out in the battle zone of Divine Martial Sacred City. Defeating a martial artist of the same cultivation level would give you merit points. There was a precise calculation method for how much the reward was. Jiang Nan didn't understand it. The third way was to submit items to Divine Martial Sacred City. Divine Martial Sacred City needed some items, so they would purchase them. If you have them, as long as you submit them, you can get a lot of merit points. I see. Xianxia pondered. It seemed like he would have to go to Divine Martial Sacred City often in the future. Then, Jiang Nan told Xianxia about the situation in the business district. The business district was actually similar to the sex trading market, but the scale was much larger. At the same time, it could accommodate hundreds of millions of martial artists for transactions without any problems. If you want something, you can directly search for it through the business district's system. Then, it will tell you where it is, and you just have to go there. Jiang Nan continued to talk about the situation in the cultivation area. This cultivation area was somewhat similar to the cultivation space at the back mountain of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. However, the content of cultivation was much richer. Basically, all the warriors in the 3,000 sacred cities could cultivate there once they reached a certain level. Even martial artists in the Shattered Core realm could find a suitable cultivation method for themselves there. However, going to the cultivation area wasn't free. One had to pay spirit stones or battle achievement points. Spirit stones could only be high-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones. The requirements were still very high. By the way, let me tell you something. In the Divine Martial Sacred City, other than the battle zone, killing is allowed in the other 3 zones. The problem is that you can't get caught. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Finally, Jiang Nan reminded him, there are actually a lot of lawless areas in the 3,000 holy cities. Usually, the areas where the sacred city intersects are very dangerous. There are also some remote valleys. It's best not to go to those places. Otherwise, if you get killed, no one will care. Understood. Xianxia nodded his head. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. I have to go now, there are still a lot of things I need to do. Cultivate well. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. After Jiang Nan left, Xianxia started to think about his next plan. Just now, he was looking for a place where he could fight. Jiang Nan told him about the Divine Martial Sacred City. Fighting in the Divine Martial Sacred City could not only increase one's strength, it could also give him battle achievement points. It was a really good place to go. His cultivation base had reached the peak Earth Core realm. But he had broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm before. Therefore, it would be easier for him to break through. Besides, he could use his battle achievement points to exchange for martial skills and divine abilities. Although he already had the Heaven Covering Palm, 12 Divine Beast skill, and 23 Dragon Subduing Swords, these 3 powerful martial skills, but the 23 Dragon Subduing Swords could only reach the strength of a peak 9th level Emperor Realm martial artist. It was the same for the Heaven Covering Palm. Only the 12 Divine Beast skill was the strongest, but it was troublesome to cultivate, as it required some special materials. Also, his Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps would lose its advantage after he broke through to the Heavenly Core realm. He had to find another one. Therefore, he had thought about it. He had to visit the exchange district in the divine martial sacred city. If there were any suitable martial skills or divine abilities, he had to get them. Of course, he could just ask Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and the others for martial skills. But, the problem was, the martial skills given by others might not be suitable for him. Therefore, he had to do both. The most suitable martial skill was the best. There was less than half a month left until the ranking battle. This little bit of time might not be useful to others. But it was different for him. With his cultivation ability, it was highly possible for him to break through in the remaining time. After all, if he could cultivate in the Golden City, his starting point would be higher. His harvest would also be higher. His strength would also increase at a faster rate. Thinking about this, he couldn't wait any longer. He walked out of his room and chose to use the teleportation formation to travel to the divine martial sacred city. For him, bodyguards were meaningless. The most powerful bodyguards were in his mountain river world. Besides the lord of the Saint Disciplined City, he wasn't afraid of anyone else. After a brief moment of teleportation. It only took him 1 or 2 minutes. He arrived at the entrance of the divine martial sacred city. Normally, the teleportation formation was located outside the city. This was to prevent people with evil intentions from using the teleportation formation to do bad things. There was a tea house near the teleportation formation. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to enter the divine martial sacred city. Instead, he decided to gather some information first. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by someone. "Young man, you must be new here. Don't be afraid, Big Brother has nothing to do. All newcomers who come to the divine martial sacred city have to pay 10,000 upper rank soul stones as a security fee. As long as you pay, I can guarantee that no one will be able to bully you in the divine martial sacred city." There were a dozen men who stopped Xianxia. Judging from their appearance, they were the local ruffians who lived near the divine martial sacred city. But, these guys were pretty strong. The leader was a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior, and the rest of them were all at the early 6th Heavenly Core realm. One had to admit that the 3,000 sacred cities were really strong. Especially the divine martial sacred city. It was rumored that just like the Saint Disciplined City, it was the closest city to the Golden City. Even the local ruffians were so strong. It looked like the rumors were true, the locations of the 3,000 sacred cities weren't fixed. For example, the higher the ranking, the closer it was to the Golden City. Genius. 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't have 10,000 upper grade spirit stones, but to pay protection fees for these rascals, wasn't that a joke? Xianxia sneered and was about to speak. Right at this moment, someone roared, "You rascals, why aren't you getting out of here? You only know how to bully the new warriors. If you have the ability, come and fight with me." Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person walking out of the tea house. He was 3 meters tall and had such a strong body, but his divine soul was only in his 20s. This was considered very young in the 4 regions. After all, anyone below 50 years old was considered a teenager. This person was not only strong, but also had dark skin, like a black iron tower. "Who are you? So strong?" The leader of the ruffians sneered. "Me? My name is Kill the Wolf." The strong young man laughed. There was a hint of shrewdness in his honesty. Most of the time, people who looked honest on the outside were actually not stupid. It was just that they didn't like to show off their cleverness with words. When it was time to do something, one would realize how terrifying their intelligence was. "Boss, let's go." "That's Kill the Wolf, one of the 10 Holy Sun." The ruffians under his command whispered. The boss was shocked and quickly turned to run. One of the 10 Holy Sun, Xianxia knew that Black Fang was the weakest of the 10 Holy Sun. This Kill the Wolf was more powerful than Black Fang. Completion of the Dan realm, he was probably one of the best among the 10 Holy Sun. After a little surprise, Xianxia regained his usual smile. "Thank you, Brother Kill." "Don't call me Brother Kill. Just call me Brother Wolf. It sounds better." Kill the Wolf laughed honestly. "And I don't think I'm helping you. It's them. If they really wanted to help, they would be dead by now. Brother Wolf has good eyes." Xianxia didn't hide it. Kill the Wolf laughed. How should I address you, brother? I, Kill the Wolf, like to make friends with straightforward people. Ling Xiao said, I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao who killed Ling Qiuyan? Kill the Wolf exclaimed. That's right. When he answered, Ling Xiao was already prepared for battle. After all, that woman, Ling Qiuyan, was very good at bewitching people's hearts. With the matter of Black Fang's challenge, Ling Xiao felt that it was better to be cautious. You don't have to be nervous. I also can't stand that girl Ling Qiuyan's overbearing manner. You make it sound like you're so awesome. Kill the Wolf saw Ling Xiao's vigilance and waved his hand with a smile. That's for the best. I don't want to meet an enemy like Brother Wolf. Ling Xiao smiled. He had the intention to get close to Kill the Wolf. Although he didn't know which sacred city Kill the Wolf came from, as one of the 10 Holy Sun, he definitely knew more about Divine Martial Sacred City than him. If he had a good relationship with this guy, he could definitely avoid a lot of trouble. After all, Ling Xiao didn't come to Divine Martial Sacred City to cause trouble, but to fight. Ha 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 ha, you're interesting. I'm going to Divine Martial Sacred City to fight. What about you? Kill the Wolf laughed. Obviously, he was very happy with Ling Xiao's words. Same. Ling Xiao said. That's great. I was worried that I would be bored alone. Come, let's go together. It's your first time here. I'm afraid you're not familiar with this place. I'll bring you along. I guarantee that you won't be at a disadvantage. Kill the Wolf walked up with a smile. At least for now, he didn't seem to have any hostility. Moreover, Ling Xiao believed in his own eyes. This Kill the Wolf might be a little boorish. But he definitely wasn't a person who liked to scheme. Even if he wanted to deal with him, he would do it openly. He wouldn't do anything behind his back. There wouldn't be any problems if he accompanied such a person. My pleasure. Ling Xiao smiled. If he encountered any trouble, he could just ask Kill the Wolf to solve it. He didn't even have to do anything. This was a good deal. Let's go. Kill the Wolf suddenly activated his true yuan and rushed out. His speed was quite fast. Although he wasn't a martial artist who specialized in speed, he still wanted to test Ling Xiao. However, when he was about to turn around to look at Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao was already gone. Where's that kid? Brother Wolf, I'm here. Suddenly, a voice came from in front of Kill the Wolf. This gave Kill the Wolf a fright. Damn, your speed is scary. You're even faster than me, who's at the peak of the Dan realm. He was really scared. Actually, it's nothing. I'm mainly good at speed. That wasn't wrong. In order to save his life, Ling Xiao would first think of how to increase his speed every time he went to a place. Because only when his speed reached a certain level could he greatly increase his survival rate. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to escape. You're really not simple. Kill the Wolf didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at first. After all, the difference in cultivation was so big. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be stronger than him. But this time, he lost in speed, which made Kill the Wolf completely re-evaluate Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you've taught me a lesson. From calling him kid and guy to Brother Ling, this wasn't just a change of words. It came from the bottom of his heart. Compared to Brother Wolf, my little trick is nothing. Is Divine Martial Sacred City in front? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at the vast city in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. Divine Martial Sacred City was at least 100 times bigger than War Soul Sacred City. Standing on the vast plain, it was like a terrifying giant beast, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Yes, Divine Martial Sacred City is the largest city among the 3,000 sacred cities. After all, the martial artists of the 3,000 sacred cities often come here. Let's go, we'll go directly to the battle area. It was obviously not the first time Kill the Wolf had come here. So he was familiar with the place, and wasn't as shocked as Ling Xiao about Divine Martial Sacred City. Before the two entered the city, they were checked by the guards. Mainly to check the disciple's badge. After confirming that there were no problems, they were allowed to enter. There were 4 different paths to enter Divine Martial Sacred City. They led to the battle area, the business area, the exchange area, and the cultivation area. The moment he stepped into the battle area, Ling Xiao suddenly felt his blood start to boil. Terrifying battle intent was everywhere in the battle area. At the same time, there were probably tens of thousands of people fighting. No matter what kind of battle it was. This was a stage for those who liked to fight. It was the favorite place for martial artists who pursued strength. Whether it was Azure Lotus Sword Girl, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, or Zhao Fengyun. They had all fought here before, and finally entered the Golden City to further their studies with outstanding results. He had finally arrived here. It was time to start a new journey. What's that? Ling Xiao saw a statue on the square outside the battle area. The statue was actually a woman. However, the statue of this woman looked valiant and majestic. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of the book. He didn't know if the person who made the statue was too skilled or if the woman's fighting spirit was too strong, but the statue seemed to have a sharp edge. Anyway, standing in front of the statue, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. The most important thing was that this woman was actually someone he knew. Yang Shui, when he was escaping from the bloody battlefield, he participated in Yang Shui's marriage ceremony. Unexpectedly, she succeeded. Later, he found out that Yang Shui's strength was extraordinary. But he had never figured out how strong she was. The only thing he knew was that this woman came from the core of the Golden Sky Domain Golden City. You know the Valkyrie? Kill the Wolf asked with a smile. Valkyrie? Yes, Valkyrie Yang Shui. In the Divine Martial Sacred City's battle zone, her winning streak has reached 10,000. Because of this, she was directly admitted into the Golden City. Now, she's already the Valkyrie of Golden City. Her strength is so strong that she's on par with the Fire Emperor. It's also because of this that no one has ever broken the record she set. That was why her statue was erected here. It's used to inspire future generations. Kill the Wolf explained, the 10 Holy Sun once wanted to imitate her. But none of them succeeded. Even the guy in the first place had only won 1,000 matches in a row. The gap is too big. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the ranking battle. Let's work hard. Together. Ling Xiao smiled. He had the ability to win 10,000 consecutive battles, but he probably didn't have enough time. Therefore, the ranking battle was still the key. He didn't know if Black Fang was here. If so, it would be interesting. If this guy was obedient, it would be fine. If not, although they couldn't kill here, they could still teach him a lesson. As the two talked, they walked into the battle hall. There were many small screens here. If you wanted to watch a battle, you could choose it yourself. There were also 4 big screens that were broadcasting 4 battles at the same time. These live battles were selected from among them. The more exciting battles were also the ones that everyone paid more attention to. The battle hall was very lively. Here, of course, you could also choose to start a random battle or a scenario battle. There were also 2 types of battles. The first type was restricted. You could choose the range of your opponent's strength. The other was unlimited. The opponents were random, and their strength was random. You might even encounter a course-shattering realm martial artist. This was prepared for those martial artists who were looking for excitement. Most people wouldn't make such a choice. Do you want to fight now? Kill the Wolf asked. There's no need to rush. Take me around and let me know more. Ling Xiao said. That's not a problem. Kill the Wolf said. Then, the two of them wandered around the battle hall. There were many new gadgets here that Ling Xiao could call black technology. It was said that this kind of advanced technology came from the Shinji continent. The closer they were to the Divine Mysteries continent, the higher the chances of black technology appearing. Ling Xiao really had an urgent wish now. After all, these novel gadgets were too important for the development of a country. Ling Xiao. It's really you. All of a sudden, a familiar voice rang out. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the voice. It was Lion Master Bao, the man he met in Shuiyu country. And the woman next to him, wasn't she Yi Lingyan? Why are you here? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Both Lion Master Bao and Yi Lingyan had become stronger. Their cultivation was stronger than Ling Zhao's when they were still alive. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation speed was extremely fast, both of them hadn't fallen behind by much. Especially after going through the training in the secret realm, they had obtained a lot of benefits. Lion Master Bao was now a peak Earth Core warrior. But his combat strength was no weaker than an early Heavenly Core warrior. As for Yi Lingyan, she was a mid-Heavenly Core warrior. Both of them had made great progress. Of course we're here. After we heard you joined the 3000 Saint City, we followed you here. We were also selected to join the Sword Soul Saint City. We're here to increase our strength. Lion Master Bao said excitedly. Sword Soul Saint City? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. That was the enemy of the Fighting Soul Saint City. Ling Xiao, don't worry. After we heard you killed Ling Chuyan, we decided to leave the Sword Soul Saint City. We were planning to go to your place to earn a living. We didn't expect to meet you here. Lion Master Bao hastily explained. Thank you, my good brother. Ling Xiao sighed. These two men still remembered their old friendship, it was rare. Aren't you going to thank me? Yi Lingyan said impatiently. Of course we have to thank you, of course we have to thank you. The Fighting Soul Saint City has always welcomed you with open arms. Ling Xiao said excitedly, but, why didn't Dark Frost come with you? Ling Xiao had always been worried about this little sister of his. Dark Frost is now the strongest warrior in Shuiyu country, I'm afraid her talent is only second to you. She won't be able to leave so easily. She said she wanted to find a way to unite Shuiyu country and Purple Spirit country, and she asked me to inform you. Lion Master Bao sighed. Ming Shuang, you really are my good little sister. Ling Xiao was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Dark Frost, this little girl, he didn't need to worry about her. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. We have to go to the exchange district. See you in the Fighting Soul Saint City. Lion Master Bao saw that Ling Xiao seemed to have something to do, so he didn't waste any more time. With a smile, he dragged Yi Lingyan away. Lion Master Bao had originally pursued Shui Wushuang, but because Shui Wushuang was too disgusting, Ling Xiao had already killed her. Seeing that Lion Master Bao had a new home, Ling Xiao was relieved. After all, he was his good brother. Although he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, Cold Plum and the others. But he was also a comrade who had shed blood and fought together. I didn't expect you to be so popular. I thought that with your personality, you wouldn't have any friends. Kill the Wolf said with a smile on his face. Are you cursing me? Alright, let's stop wandering around, let's go fight. I have a rough idea of what's going on here. I'm itching for a fight. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Let's go. Kill the Wolf brought Ling Xiao to a machine. This machine was the pinnacle of the Divine Secrets Continent's black technology. It was completely made of metal. Using energy stones as the raw material, it could be connected to the battle zone system. You can choose the conditions to fight here, and soon, the system will pick out a suitable opponent for you. A warrior was standing near the machine. He was an early Heavenly Core warrior. He should be one of the guards in the battle zone. When he saw Kill the Wolf, the guard quickly walked over and said, the Holy Sun wants to choose his opponent through the machine. Or do you already have someone in mind? It made sense for him to ask this question. Under normal circumstances, the battles were random, and no one knew who their opponent would be. But there was still the option of a battle. Both parties knew who their opponent was. They had to fight here. Aside from not killing anyone, they could do anything. We'll just use the machine to choose our opponent. Kill the Wolf nodded his head, then he started teaching Ling Xiao how to use the machine. The guard was surprised when he saw this. Even among the 10 saints, Sha Palang was one of the top few. Yet, he paid so much attention to this unfamiliar face. Could they be brothers, or a relative? Although he had a lot of questions in his mind, he didn't dare ask. He was just a guard here. Although he was strong, he couldn't compare with the 10 Holy Sun. Besides, Kill the Wolf was one of the stronger ones among the 10 Holy Sun. Here, choose the opponent you want to challenge. You can choose the age, gender, etc. Of course, the most important thing is your cultivation base. Kill the Wolf might look rough, but he was actually very careful. Age, gender, and cultivation base. And, let's warm up first. Choose between the peak Heavenly Core Realm and the early Extreme Core Realm. While Ling Xiao was making his choice, many people were watching the show. After all, Kill the Wolf's appearance here was very attractive. Holy Sun, this brother didn't choose the wrong opponent, right? He should only be at the Earth Core Realm, and he chose between the peak Heavenly Core Realm and the early Extreme Core Realm. Did he make a mistake? Before you click confirm, you can cancel the challenge. The guard reminded Xianxia. All the surrounding warriors were discussing among themselves. They all thought Ling Xiao must have made a mistake. However, Ling Xiao just smiled. On the surface, he was only at the peak Heavenly Core Realm, no wonder people thought so. It was normal. As for what happened in the Heavenly Demon Ghost region, it hadn't spread to the Golden Sky region yet. Even if it did, people might think it was someone with the same name. They wouldn't think it was him either. Let's talk about how he killed Ling Xiaoyan. Although the news had been leaked, not many people believed that he was the culprit. They all thought he had the help of some powerful warrior. This was the main reason why Sword Soul Saint City didn't look for trouble with War Soul Saint City. They were worried that there was someone behind Ling Xiao. Can't I choose? But, I'm not interested in warriors below the perfect Heavenly Core Realm. Ling Xiao looked at Kill the Wolf and asked. Don't listen to them. Even if you want to choose a Shattered Core Realm martial artist, it's not a problem. It's fine as long as you think you can win. Kill the Wolf said. That's good. Ling Xiao nodded and pressed confirm. He really dares to be so sure. Who is this person? Someone asked. Doesn't it have a name? Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. This person recited Ling Xiao's name and suddenly said in surprise, could he be the one who killed Ling Xiaoyan? It said that even the Holy Lord of War Soul Sacred City has to listen to him. Bull****. Although I've heard about this matter, I still feel that it's a bluff. He probably wants to build momentum for him. I think so too. Previously, I was a little bit convinced, but after seeing it today, this Ling Xiao is only at the perfect Earth Core Realm. How strong can he be? Let's see who his opponent is. Everyone stared at the big screen. It showed the information of the next 10,000 battles. Wuduo. It's actually Wuduo. He is indeed a perfect Heavenly Core opponent. If this Wuduo was in the Saint City, which is ranked below 1000, he would be a Holy Lord. Hehe. Today I can finally see if this Ling Xiao is the real deal. The conversation quickly attracted a lot of people. When they heard that Ling Xiao was going to fight, and his opponent was Wuduo, they all came running. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They knew what these people were thinking, and they even set up a big screen to broadcast the battle between Ling Xiao and Wuduo. Many people were not convinced by Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao killing Ling Xiaoyan was something they couldn't believe. Therefore, they wanted to see Ling Xiao's true strength with their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, a few tens of thousands of people had gathered in front of the big screen. Looks like they are the same as me, they are doubtful about your strength. Kill the Wolf was indeed a straightforward man, he just said it out loud, do you have the strength to defeat Ling Xiaoyan? Let me see with my own eyes. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Ling Xiao smiled. He took out the battle number from the machine and handed it over to the front desk. After that, he stood in front of something that looked like a teleportation device. As the countdown began, he could feel a force slowly emerging. This should be a short-distance teleportation device, it could teleport him directly to the battleground. In the next moment, he arrived at the battleground. Here, he realized that besides watching the battles through the big screen in the main hall, there were many other places. The battleground also had a lot of spectator seats, but it was free to watch from the outside. There was a fee to watch from here. Every time you came here, you could watch at least 10 battles. Of course, the fee wasn't low either. In order to support Ling Xiao, Kill the Wolf bought a ticket to enter the battleground. Besides him, Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were here as well. When they were in the exchange area, they suddenly heard the announcement that Ling Xiao was going to fight Wuduo. They immediately rushed over. Ling Xiao was their good brother, they had no reason not to support him. Spending some money was nothing. Besides, they were going to leave Sword Soul City and head to War Soul City. They had to witness the strength of the strongest warrior in War Soul City. Please advise me. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent. It was a middle-aged man with a serious expression. He should be over 100 years old. Among the perfect heavenly core warriors, his strength was close to Lin Chuyan's, but he was still weaker. He was much stronger than Di Tuatian. Using an opponent like this as a warm-up was not bad. You're that Ling Xiao who caused a lot of trouble recently? Wu Duo sneered. That's right. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Very well, I won't hide it from you. I am a disciple from Evil Saint City. I love to destroy people like you, ha 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 ha. Wu Duo laughed crazily. Is this guy an idiot? Ling Xiao sighed, are you going to fight or not? Too bad I can't kill anyone here, or else I would definitely kill you, you arrogant little brat. Oh right, our holy son, Black Fong, said he wants to spar with you. Perfect, I'll help him test your skills. Wu Duo sneered, then he charged towards Ling Xiao. He attacked with all his strength, unleashing his martial soul. The martial souls of the Evil Saint City were all unique. Wu Duo's martial soul was a famous murderous demon. That was why he was extremely ruthless. Although he couldn't kill anyone, he didn't mind crippling Ling Xiao. Facing Wu Duo's attack, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. Against someone like this, he didn't need to use his beast soul transformation. That was why he used his human form to fight. He didn't even use his sword. When he was fighting Ling Chuyan, he didn't use his sword, and he didn't need to do so now. It was precisely because of this that Wu Duo had the misconception that he could fight Ling Xiao to a standstill. It was an exciting battle, and it attracted many cheers from the audience. After all, many people were suspicious of Ling Xiao. Today, when they saw how Ling Xiao was able to fight evenly with Wu Duo, they were surprised. They were also impressed. Is this the Ling Xiao who killed Lin Chuyan? That's right, he's strong, right? He fought the murderous demon Wu Duo with his bare hands. He didn't lose at all. When I heard that he killed Lin Chuyan, I thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, I think it might be true. But with his current performance, I don't think he can kill Lin Chuyan, right? Let's wait and see, he might have some trump cards. That's right, it won't be easy to defeat Wu Duo. Wu Duo is a very strong warrior amongst the perfect heavenly core warriors. Even in the Saint City, he is only second to the Holy Sun, Black Fong. Bah, what the hell? I think this guy is going to lose soon. That's right, he dares to fight against the Saint City, isn't he just courting death? On the spectator stand, there were some who admired Ling Xiao, and some who were spitting at him. But everyone still recognized his strength. After all, he was able to fight with a perfect heavenly core warrior to this extent. That was a very strong ability. Even those who were spitting at him couldn't say anything good about him. But Ling Xiao didn't care about all these discussions. Without transforming, he could deeply feel the threat his opponent posed to him. This kind of threat would allow him to slowly unleash his potential. Although it wouldn't be that fast, he could still improve. Under this kind of situation, he needed to train his combat skills. It would be very helpful to improve his combat skills. This was the reason why he didn't end the battle immediately. Wu Duo had a lot of martial skills, but the strongest one was a peak 8th order Emperor martial skill. There were a total of 6 sets of martial skills that complemented each other, and they worked well together. Although Xianxia didn't know if these martial skills were exchanged in the exchange area. Ling Xiao felt this kind of fighting style was very interesting. When martial skills complemented each other, it could allow a low-ranked martial skill to unleash a stronger power. For example, Wu Duo's 4 sets of martial skills, when used together, could actually erupt with the power of a 9th level Emperor grade. Martial skill. This wasn't easy. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques, and only used his fists and legs to deal with the enemy. Even so, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, they fought back and forth. It was quite comfortable. The feeling of the true essence in his body fusing with his physical body was really good. This allowed him to more vividly experience the flow of true essence and its effects. Suddenly, the side door opened. A group of people walked in from outside. He entered the spectator stands and looked at Ling Xiao and Wu Duo on the battlefield. The leader had a pair of leopard-like eyes. Although it wasn't tall, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura. Everyone who sensed this aura turned around to take a look. Many people lowered their heads, revealing a look of fear. However, most people were still as calm as ever, and even a little annoyed. This was divine martial sacred city. No matter who came, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Black Fang, it's fine that you're here. It's not good to disturb others watching the battle. Put away your trashy aura, or I'll kill you. The person who spoke was Kill the Wolf. He was one of the people who didn't fear this group of people. When Black Fang saw Kill the Wolf, he frowned and restrained his aura. That's right, the people who followed him were all martial artists from Divine Martial Sacred City. They found an empty seat and sat down. Although they were lawless, they were still afraid of the strong. This was the way the world was. Even the people from Divine Martial Sacred City were no exception. Holy Sun, it's indeed Wu Duo who's fighting with that kid called Ling Xiao. Hee, this kid is really bold. He actually came here. Isn't he afraid that you, Holy Sun, will kill him? There's no need for me to make a move. Wu Duo will teach this kid a lesson. While speaking, Black Fang glanced at Kill the Wolf. Among the people present, Kill the Wolf wasn't the only one he was afraid of. But it was definitely the one who made him the most unhappy. He used to have conflicts with Kill the Wolf. He was also beaten up by Kill the Wolf. So there was a shadow in his heart. Logically speaking, a battle like this shouldn't be able to attract a guy like Xia Peleng to watch. Could it be that this guy has something to do with Ling Xiao? Black Fang was a cunning and cruel guy. He wasn't stupid. Although he thought of this, he still needed to confirm it. If Kill the Wolf was really related to Ling Xiao, then he was afraid that his previous plan would have to change. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked towards Kill the Wolf. Go away. He drove away a warrior sitting next to Kill the Wolf. Then he sat down and said, Kill the Wolf, are you related to Ling Xiao? I just met him, but what does this have to do with you? Kill the Wolf said disdainfully. Although they were both Holy Sun, Kill the Wolf didn't like Black Fang's character. This Black Fang had done a lot of dirty things. Just met him? Then it's easy. Today I'm going to teach this Ling Xiao a lesson. You won't stop me, right? Black Fang said coldly. Stop? I won't. Kill the Wolf smiled and shook his head, it's just that I'm afraid you're not his opponent. When saying this, Kill the Wolf pointed to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle had already ended, and Ling Xiao stepped on Wu Duo. Now that he had warmed up, there was no need to waste his time on a peak heavenly core warrior. Go away, trash from the sacred city. Ling Xiao sent Wu Duo flying with a kick. For him, a place like the sacred city shouldn't even exist. Although it was normal for warriors to kill and commit arson, there was still a bottom line. As for the warriors from the sacred city, there was no bottom line. The things they did made people feel disgusted. If Ling Xiao controlled the 3,000 saint cities, he would never allow a place like this to exist. It was simply polluting the environment. Beautiful. Well done. In the audience, many people, led by Xia Peleng, began to shout. The sacred city didn't have a good reputation. Every time a warrior from the sacred city was defeated, the crowd would cheer for him. This showed how many people the sacred city had offended. Originally, Ling Xiao's image in the 3,000 saint cities was still vague. But at this moment, at least he had become a man who was praised and admired by everyone. As for Wu Duo, he was despised by everyone. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao walked out of the battlefield through the defensive wall and came next to Kill the Wolf. The moment he saw Black Fang, he knew this man didn't come with good intentions. With just a simple guess, he knew who he was. This guy with dog-like eyes, is he the last-ranked Holy Sun, Black Fang? Hee. Everyone from the sacred city deserves to die. Ling Xiao's tone wasn't good. Ling Xiao didn't need to leave a good impression on them since they were here to pick a fight. However, when he said this, the people around him were stunned. Including Kill the Wolf. Kill the Wolf didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to say such a thing. Although most of the warriors in the 3,000 holy cities had opinions about the existence of the sacred city of Sin. The problem was that the sacred city of Sin was one of the top 10 holy cities, and it was ranked quite high. Making an enemy out of the sacred city of Sin was simply courting death. Therefore, even if there was a small conflict, they would never dare to provoke them in public. This Ling Xiao was really something. They couldn't help but sigh. "Kid, what did you say?" Black Fang was furious. He grabbed Ling Xiao's collar and roared, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because we're in divine martial sacred city. If you have the ability, let's leave the battle zone." "Hee, after all that talk, you're still a coward. You still don't dare to kill people in the battle zone, right?" Ling Xiao mocked. Then, he patted lightly. Moya felt as if his hand had been scalded by a hot soldering iron. He hurriedly loosened his grip. "You dare?" Black Fang roared. "Why would I kill people? I don't want to be like some crazy dog, for a woman who's willing to sleep with anyone." "You're clamoring to kill others." Ling Xiao mocked. "Good. Very good, kid, you're ruthless. Today's grudge is formed. Kid, you better not leave the battle zone. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow." Black Fang spat fiercely, then looked at Kill the Wolf and said, "We agreed not to make a move. You better not make a move, otherwise, it will cause a war between the sacred city of Sin and the sacred city of Sin. Your sacred city of Sin is only ranked 9th. Our sacred city of Sin is ranked 3rd. You're stronger than me, but don't forget that the sacred city of Sin behind you is not as good as us. Brothers, let's go, 2 of you, go and take that trash away." After saying that, Black Demon Fang turned around and left in a huff. Previously, he had only wanted to kill Ling Xiao because of Ling Qiuyan. Now, he had one more reason to kill Ling Xiao. That was because Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that it made him very unhappy. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, he would suffocate himself to death. After Black Fang left, Kill the Wolf's eyes turned cold. "I really want to kill that bastard. However, he's right. In terms of overall strength, our Saber Tyrant Holy City is still inferior to Sin Holy City. If they really fought, the result would be unpredictable. I don't want Saber Saint City to fall into a quagmire of war because of me. Don't worry, there's no need to trouble Brother Lang. With his strength, I can still handle him." Ling Xiao smiled. "Brother Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. I'm only saying that we can't deal with him openly. However, if he dies on the road one day, we can't blame it on Saber Saint City." Kill the Wolf sneered. "It's not that troublesome. I'll do it." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I appreciate Brother Wolf's good intentions. However, Ling Qiuyan is obviously not enough for Gold City to notice me. However, if I defeat Black Fang, one of the 10 Holy Sun, they should be paying a lot of attention to it." "Holy Sun, that's a good name." "It can't be. He's at the early stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. He's not to be trifled with." Kill the Wolf frowned. "That would duo you just defeated is far inferior to him. Moreover, this guy likes to play tricks. You must be careful. Don't fall for his tricks. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome." "Black Fang, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "Since the other party likes to play tricks. Then why don't we take the initiative to attack first and teach this Black Fang a lesson? That way, he'll learn his lesson. It's a pity that killing is not allowed in this battle zone. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of this piece of trash. It would also save him a lot of trouble. But come to think of it, if he killed Black Fang, the sacred city of Sin wouldn't just sit by and watch. Forget it. I'll teach him a lesson first. Hopefully, this guy will learn his lesson." "What do you mean?" Black Fang said coldly. "This is the battle zone. Didn't you issue a challenge to me? Since you're here, why don't we fight?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was very calm. However, hearing this, Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were shocked. Ling Xiao defeating Wuduo with his perfect Earth Core Realm cultivation was already legendary enough. Now, he actually wanted to fight with Black Fang directly. Isn't this a bit too impatient? Ling Xiao, don't be impulsive. Although it's true that killing is not allowed in the battle zone, this Black Fang is the son of the sacred city of Sin's lord. He might really kill you. With the support of the sacred city of Sin's lord, even the commandment sacred city will let him off. They might even pour dirty water on the dead. Lion Xiaobao reminded. That's true. Kill the Wolf said. Among the 10 sacred cities, the top 3 sacred cities, Scarlet Sun, Sky Sea, and Sin all have extremely powerful sacred lords. Even the commandment sacred city doesn't dare to offend them. That's why they usually protect them. How could Ling Xiao not understand this logic? He wasn't a 3-year-old kid anymore. He had experienced too many petty conflicts between the forces. He was very clear that the commandment sacred city would protect the 10 sacred cities. However, he was confident that he could defeat Black Fang. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about this at all. Moreover, in order to spread the name of the Fighting Soul Sacred City and let the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City hold their heads high, he had to raise his spirits and cultivate diligently. This battle was necessary. Kid, are you serious? Black Fang laughed. He actually wanted to apply for a battle just now, but because of Kill the Wolf, he guessed that Ling Xiao wouldn't agree. He didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be such an idiot. He took the initiative to ask for a battle. How could he refuse? Of course I'm serious. Do I need to think twice to deal with you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. What an arrogant kid. Fine, I'll show you the strength of the 10 Holy Sun today. Where are the Dharma apostles? Black Fang roared. If he wanted a battle, he could directly find the Dharma apostles on the battlefield. He didn't need to log in. The Dharma apostles would help him with this. Greetings, Holy Sun. The Dharma apostles of the commandment sacred city were also respectful to the Holy Sun and didn't dare to offend him. Help me arrange a battle with this kid. Black Fang roared. The Dharma apostles looked at Ling Xiao and showed a sympathetic expression. Although killing was not allowed here. But if he was crippled, it would still be depressing. This Ling Xiao was really something. Why did he offend Black Fang? Sai, are you willing? This was a procedure that had to be followed, so the Dharma apostles still asked. Of course. Ling Xiao's main purpose in coming to the divine martial sacred city was to train himself. Defeating a perfect heavenly core warrior wasn't a big deal. Since Black Fang had appeared, he would use this Black Fang as a training opponent. Genius 1 second. Remember this site address. Mobile version reading website. In the arena, Black Fang looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He really didn't expect his dream to come true so quickly. This idiot Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to challenge him. Originally, he was still worried about finding a reason to deal with this guy. But now, it was all good. Seeing that you're so cooperative, I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. Black Fang laughed. Then I have to thank the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. However, the Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists in the audience were extremely nervous. Ling Xiao challenged Black Fang. Although he was very brave, could he really win? That was the Holy Sun. The high and mighty Holy Sun was an existence that they could only look up to. Although Black Fang was ranked last among the 10 Holy Suns, he was still a Holy Sun. Moreover, he was at the early stage of the Dan realm. Different from the warriors of Fighting Soul Sacred City. The rest of the audience felt that this battle was very interesting. I thought that this Ling Xiao against Black Fang would probably end up in the 3000 Holy Cities ranking battle. I didn't expect this kid to be so anxious. Maybe he's a bit arrogant after killing Ling Qiuyan and defeating Wu Duo. How old is he? How can he be a match for Black Fang, the Holy Sun? That's right. Black Fang is not only powerful, but it's said that he has treasures on him. Ling Xiao rashly challenged him. He's really asking for humiliation. Hee, then let's see how this rising star will be abused. These people smiled slightly. No matter who won or lost, it had nothing to do with them. They just wanted to watch the show. Holy Sun, Kill the Wolf, who do you think will win? Next to Kill the Wolf, a warrior asked respectfully. This person's strength was not ordinary. He was probably a holy lord of some holy city, but in front of Kill the Wolf, he was very respectful. This showed how influential the 10th Holy Sun was. Lu Mingho, what do you think? You're ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Don't tell me you don't have such good eyesight? It turned out that this person wasn't a holy lord. He was also a holy lord. Although he looked a little old on the surface, he was actually less than 100 years old. Lu Mingho was ranked 9th, higher than Black Fong. Their cultivations were the same, but their combat prowess was different. In any case, Lu Mingho had fought hundreds of battles with Black Fong. He won more than he lost, so he was still very powerful. Lu Mingho smiled and said, I've fought with Black Fong several hundred times, so I'm the clearest about his strength. Furthermore, this fellow had recently obtained several powerful treasures. Even I might not be his match. Even if this Ling Xiao had some ability, being able to kill Ling Chuyan and defeat Wu Duo. But in the end, he was still too arrogant. Even daring to say things like destroying Sin Holy City, how naive. Even we don't dare to be so impudent. So in my opinion, he's a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. But in the end, he's still just a calf. In this battle, I'm afraid that he'll have to learn some lessons. He might even be crippled by Black Fong. Lu Mingho's analysis was correct. Under normal circumstances, it should indeed be so. But he did not know that Ling Xiao was not normal. Kill the wolf said coolly, then you'll have to make an error of judgment today. Ling Xiao isn't the kind of person who will make decisions carelessly. Moreover, he is fighting Soul Sacred City behind him. Once he falls, fighting Soul Sacred City will be destroyed along with him. So he definitely won't act recklessly. Although saying that he wants to destroy Sin Holy City is a little idiotic, his strength should still be there. Kill the wolf, what if I tell you that Black Fong this fellow already obtained Sin Holy City's door of all evils? Lu Mingho said with a smile. Door of all evils. Sin Holy City's holy lord actually gave such a treasure to him? Kill the wolf sucked in a breath of cold air. The door of all evils was a treasure originally owned by Sin Holy City's holy lord. Not only was the treasure's grade extremely high, but it also had a special effect. Even if it was him, he would have a headache if he encountered it. Of course, the reason why a treasure was a treasure depended on the person who used it. If Black Fong used the door of all evils, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, that fellow's strength was not that great. Brother Wolf, since you think so highly of Ling Xiao, why don't we make a bet? It'll be fun. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Lu Mingho said with a smile. Kid, you really don't have good intentions. Alright, what do you want to bet? Kill the wolf asked. I have a pill here. It's a good thing for martial artists in the alchemy realm to break through. It's called Broken Pill Divine Water. It wasn't easy for me to get this from the higher-ups. It can increase the chances of breaking through by 50%. Lu Mingho said as he took out a pill. Although the name of the Broken Pill Divine Water was a little strange, it was indeed a pill. Of course, the pill that Lu Mingho took out was far from Ling Zhao's. Even so, it was still a treasure in the 3000 Holy City. You're actually willing to use this as a bet. It seems like you've already thought of what you want, right? Say it. Let me see how good your eyesight is. Kill the wolf said. Brother Wolf, you're so straightforward. To tell you the truth, I've taken a fancy to the wolf fong ring on your hand. Lu Mingho said straightforwardly. Kill the wolf wore a ring on his right hand. It looked like it was carved out of a wolf fong. Not only was it beautiful, but it also had an aura that made people greedy. It was obvious that it was a good treasure. Kid, you have good eyesight. This thing is no worse than your Broken Pill Divine Water. In fact, it's even better. Kill the wolf sneered. Hee hee, if Brother Wolf doesn't want to bet, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lu Mingho seemed to know Kill the Wolf's character, so he just smiled faintly. Humph, let's bet. Do you think that I, Kill the Wolf, am afraid of you? Kill the Wolf snorted and said, I've been looking forward to the Broken Pill Divine Water for a long time. Thank you for giving it to me today. Brother Wolf, you're too confident. If you're the one fighting, you'll definitely win. But that kid, hee hee, it's not that I look down on him, but he's just too weak. I'm afraid that he won't be able to gain Brother Wolf's trust. Lu Mingho dared to bet on this because he was confident. Kill the Wolf was different. Kill the wolf was really gambling. He didn't know if Ling Xiao could win. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's watch the battle. Kill the wolf looked at the battlefield. He wanted to see if his intuition was right. Whether he would be slapped in the face or win the broken pill divine water, it all depended on Ling Xiao. Below the stage, everyone's attention was also focused on the battlefield. Even in the battle hall, the 4 live broadcast screens were broadcasting the battle at the same time. After all, one of the 10 Holy Sun, Black Fang, was on one side. On the other side was the rising star, Ling Xiao. This battle was going to be very interesting. Ling Xiao, before the battle, let me show you something good. I've had this treasure for a long time, but I haven't had the time to show it. Now, I'll take advantage of this battle to let everyone know. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, Black Fang was obviously a person who couldn't hide things. This guy wanted to show off the treasure he got. He had no intention of hiding it at all. Of course, it was useless even if he wanted to hide it. Since Lu Mingho already knew, then the rest of the Holy Sons probably knew about it as well. Only Kill the Wolf, who had no interest in other people's business, didn't know. After saying that, Black Fang directly raised his hand. A stone door with an evil and gloomy aura appeared beside him. On the stone door, there were all kinds of evil patterns carved on it. As expected of the door of all evil. When Black Demon Fang gently touched the door suddenly opened. A terrifying and gloomy aura came from inside. It was ancient, desolate, and evil. It was very uncomfortable. The door of all evil hides evil. As He Amoya's voice rang out, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ling Xiao. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he returned to his original position. He did this purely to show off how awesome he was. What a magical treasure. Yeah, that should be the door of all evil. It said that it can hide evil and release evil. But how exactly does it work? I really don't know. But one thing is for sure, it's very powerful. Isn't that obvious? Back then, the Holy Lord of the Sacred City of Sin relied on this door of all evil to make the Sacred City of Sin one of the 10 sacred cities. This thing is very powerful. It seems that Black Fang will definitely win this round. And I'm afraid he's going to rise in the ranking battle. The moment they saw the door of all evil. In a corner of the spectator seats, a woman's face suddenly turned ugly. She was wearing a light yellow dress. She looked very gentle and beautiful. Her body emitted a strange aura, as if she was a divine object from ancient times. She was also one of the 10 Holy Sun. She was ranked 5th and had a very unique name, Feng Yin. The reason why Feng Yin was shocked when she saw the door of all evil was because her mother had died under this door of all evil. So this kind of emotional fluctuation was very normal. In Feng Yin's opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Ling Xiao's defeat was set in stone. Even without the door of all evil, Ling Xiao would still lose. Not to mention that Black Fang had the door of all evil in his hands. The situation was getting more and more troublesome. Of course, powerful treasures were of great help to martial artists. However, in the end, it still depended on the martial artist's control. Whoever had higher intelligence would have stronger Jinyuan and soul force. Whoever used it more skillfully would win. However, that would only work if both sides had similar treasures. If only one party had it, then this theory was not valid. Looks like Ling Xiao, that arrogant bastard, is finally going to suffer. After Black Fang cripples him, we will secretly kill him. Of course, there were also martial artists from Sword Spirit Sacred City in the audience. They hated Ling Xiao to the bone. If Black Fang hadn't killed Ling Xiao, they would have. Otherwise, Lin Chuyan would have died in vain. This treasure of yours is pretty good. How about giving it to me? What was incomprehensible was that Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all. He was even joking. Give it to you? Even if I wanted to give it to you, would you dare to take it? If you really want it, I'm afraid my father will chase you to the ends of the earth. Black Fang smiled faintly. He knew that Ling Xiao was just joking. Such treasures had the imprint of a sacred city. Unless Ling Xiao was really not afraid of the sacred city, he wouldn't dare to take it even if he was given 100 guts. If you dare to give it, I dare to take it. Ling Xiao said faintly. Your guts are really big. However, this is just foolishness. Black Fang curled his lips in disdain and stopped talking nonsense with Ling Xiao. He kept the door of all evil. To deal with Ling Xiao, there was really no need for the door of all evil. Come out, killing sword. After keeping the door of all evil, Black Fang waved his hand. A black sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, the martial artists sitting near the battlefield could clearly feel an evil killing intent. They couldn't help but shudder. Not only was the sword extremely sharp, but it was also filled with evil energy. No one dared to look at it directly. Everyone could feel a ferocious sword intent coming at them. They felt as if they were going to be killed by the killing sword. What a good sword! Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. The sword in Black Fang's hand was a divine-grade Heavenly King weapon. Although it was considered relatively weak among the divine-grade Heavenly King weapons. However, a divine-grade Heavenly King weapon was still a divine-grade Heavenly King weapon. In the entire 3,000 sacred cities, even most of the sacred lords didn't have such a weapon. You have a good eye. You know that this is a good sword. Black Fang waved the killing sword in his hand proudly. In an instant, a black transparent light shield enveloped his body. That was interesting. Not only could the sword attack, but it could also defend. Moreover, it was a defense without any blind spots. The light shield was transparent. However, in everyone's eyes, it was like an iron wall that couldn't be penetrated. In that case, how could Ling Xiao continue to play, not to mention defeating Black Fang? It was unlikely that he could even hurt Black Fang. Since you're so powerful, why don't you let me have 3 moves first? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, are you afraid now? Forget it, so what if I let you have 3 moves first? You can't even hurt me. Black Fang laughed maniacally. He was now in an invincible position. Such pride made it easy for others to underestimate him. Letting his opponent have 3 moves first was just to destroy his opponent's will. At the same time, he wanted to see how capable his opponent was. However, Black Fang's current thoughts were due to pride and disdain. Because he felt that Ling Xiao couldn't hurt him at all. With just the slaughter sword, he was invincible. He even had the confidence to challenge the Holy Sun, who was ranked higher than him. Moreover, he had the door of all evil, which was a treasure that was even more powerful than the slaughter sword. Their combined power was so terrifying. Perhaps even he didn't know. How could Ling Xiao win? It's over. This Ling Xiao is too pitiful. Black Fang is clearly bullying him. Almost everyone in the audience had the same thought. Including the Dharma apprentices and guards present, they secretly sighed for Ling Xiao. Why did you have to challenge Black Fang for no reason? Now it's over. There's no chance of winning at all. Haha, Brother Wolf, I'm afraid that your Wolf Fang ring will belong to me today. Lu Minghe looked at Kill the Wolf excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly rose on the battlefield. In that instant, his expression abruptly changed. He stared at the battlefield with his mouth agape. He couldn't believe it. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, what's going on? Why did Ling Xiao's aura suddenly become stronger? Many people stood up nervously. They were extremely surprised by the aura on Ling Xiao's body. This kid. Kill the Wolf's eyes were filled with excitement. How can this be? Lu Minghe was dumbfounded. So he was hiding his strength. This aura, I feel that he's already at the level of an ultimate core expert. Countless people were thinking the same thing in their hearts. No wonder he could kill Ling Chuyan, no wonder he could defeat Wu Duo. Everyone exclaimed and then stared at Ling Xiao. At this moment in the arena, Ling Xiao had already entered the beast soul transformation of the unbounded heavenly rat. Not only did his body become taller, but the crazy airflow was surging out of his body like a divine dragon. Dragon soaring to the 9 heavens, tiger roar, dragon roar and tiger roar earth-shaking change, Ling Xiao's body slowly rose into the air, and his powerful aura was like the rising and falling of the tides. His powerful true essence was violent and surging like 10,000 beasts. Ling Xiao's aura had already shocked everyone before he even used the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. He had displayed the strength of an ultimate core expert. Although his cultivation had not reached this level, his strength had definitely reached it. Looking down at Black Fang from above, Ling Xiao's face showed a cold smile. Black Fang, you can only rely on external objects to be arrogant in front of me. You actually dare to give me 3 moves. Are you stupid or an idiot? Can you block these 3 moves of mine? Ling Xiao's voice was full of sarcasm. This Black Fang was so arrogant that he actually wanted to give him 3 moves. He was simply courting death. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, Lu Mingho, I'm afraid your fragmented core holy water will belong to me this time. Although I don't like to take what others like, since you're so generous. I'm too embarrassed to accept it. Ling Xiao gave him a huge surprise. Isn't Brother Wolf a little too optimistic? Lu Mingho's expression was not very good, but he was not convinced that Ling Xiao is only at the complete Earth core realm after all. Even if his battle prowess could reach the extreme realm of the core realm. However, he was definitely not as strong as a true extreme realm of Dan martial artist. Not to mention, he had the Sword of Slaughter and the Door of All Evil. This was especially true for the Door of All Evil. Ling Xiao couldn't even injure it. In this battle, Black Fang is still the victor. Kill the Wolf laughed, if that's the case, I won't argue with you. Next, let's watch the battle together. The battle will tell us everything. Will Ling Xiao or Black Fang win? Then I'll just ride a donkey and read a songbook. Let's see. Lu Mingho sneered. Although he was shocked by Ling Xiao's true strength, when he thought about it carefully, how could Ling Xiao be a match for Black Fang? It was better to stay calm. There was no need to panic. How can this guy be so strong? Will our Sword Soul Sacred City never be able to take revenge? Damn that Ling Xiao. The martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City were not very happy. After all, the stronger Ling Xiao was, the lower the possibility of him dying. Now that Ling Xiao's true strength had been revealed, all of them were gnashing their teeth in hatred. I really didn't expect this person to have such ability. Feng Yin was also surprised. As the 5th holy son of the 10 holy sons, this was a small slap to her face. However, she believed that if Ling Xiao did not have any other abilities, he would still be defeated by Black Fang. The gap in cultivation was not something that could be easily made up for. Everyone in the audience gasped in surprise. In the arena, the true essences of both parties were constantly colliding, like 2 waves. It seemed like it could explode at any time. Even if Ling Xiao's strength suddenly became stronger. However, Black Demon Fang would not give up on this battle. If he gave up, would he still be shameless? Moreover, he did not think that he was weaker than Ling Xiao. Although he did not look too good. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a transformation technique. Indeed, he was taken aback. But even so what? He still believed that he would not lose. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao who was in midair. Black Fang was burning with anger. An insignificant nobody actually dared to look down on him in such a condescending manner. He could not stand it. Ling Xiao, your aura is indeed close to mine. But aura is just aura. Your cultivation is only at the complete Earth core realm. I don't believe that your battle strength can soar to the early stage of the extreme core realm. Today, I will let you understand that your grandfather is still your grandfather. After saying that, he summoned the Door of All Evil that he had already put away. In order to win, he did not dare to take any risks. If he failed miserably, it would be embarrassing. Kill, Black Fang suddenly exploded. With a roar, his body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Ling Xiao. He was like an enraged demon that wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. He wanted to defend his glory as the 10 holy sun. Ling Xiao used the falling plum clear shadow step and dodged easily. Black Fang's attack landed on the ground. The entire battlefield shook. Haha, so one of the so-called 10 holy sun is actually such an untrustworthy person. Didn't you say that you would let me have 3 moves? Why are you not letting me have one now? Are you scared? Ling Xiao's voice sounded in midair. Black Fang's face turned red, but he did not say anything. If he lost face, then so be it. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, nothing else mattered. He did not reply. He snorted coldly again. The slaughter sword in his hand stabbed toward Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao chose to dodge again. At the same time, he released the bloodthirsty plague. In this battle with Black Demon Feng, what he wanted was to win. Hence, he released the bloodthirsty plague right from the start. Then, the following scene became even more bizarre. Black Demon Feng continued to chase after Ling Xiao while Ling Xiao easily evaded his attacks. Every time, he was able to dodge Black Feng's attack. Black Feng was so angry that he kept howling. Soon, more than 20 minutes passed. Black Feng was obviously getting impatient. "Damn it, why are you running around like a rat? Didn't you want to challenge me? Come face to face if you dare." He stopped attacking and roared angrily. Kill the Wolf laughed and said, "This Black Feng seems to have forgotten where he is. There are no rules that state that we have to fight face to face. But if that's the case, there won't be a winner." Lu Mingho said. "I don't think so." Kill the Wolf smiled. At this moment, the situation on the arena changed. Ling Xiao landed on the arena. He took out the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. The two swords merged into one. They became the Eastern Victory Demonic Sword. He pointed at Black Feng. "It's easy to fight face to face. Come, I promise I won't dodge this time." Ling Xiao had already discovered through his Tai Chi eye that Black Feng's strength had been weakened by the bloodthirsty plague. He had reached a level comparable to his own. It was time for the victor to be decided. That sword of his. Kill the Wolf's eyes instantly lit up. He could not help but look surprised. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand did not look special on the surface. However, once it was used, its aura would instantly become extremely sharp. Even Kill the Wolf felt a tinge of fear. "Go to hell." Black Feng attacked again with the slaughter sword in his hand. This time, Ling Xiao did not dodge. The two swords collided in the void. Ling Xiao stood there steadily. A terrifying aura was released from Ling Xiao's Dongxing Demon God's sword in the air. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed Black Feng. Black Feng felt as if he was a little chick that had been caught. Not only was his life threatened, but he could not even move his body. This guy is really strong. If I hadn't used the bloodthirsty plague to weaken him, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Otherwise, I would have been at a disadvantage in this head-on clash. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart at his wise decision. Today, he did not want to cultivate. He only wanted to teach Black Feng a lesson and break his spirit. I think this sword is not bad. I'll give it to my friend when I get back." Ling Xiao snorted. He held the sword in his right hand while his left hand was in a grabbing position. He wanted to take the slaughter sword for himself. A divine-grade heavenly king weapon was very rare in the 3,000 holy cities. Even if Ling Xiao did not kill Black Feng today, he would still get some benefits. The slaughter sword would belong to him. "Oh no!" Black Feng could not help but exclaim. The slaughter sword had his soul brand. If it was destroyed, he would lose consciousness on the spot. This was the flaw of implanting the soul brand. Although it allowed one to better control the weapon in one's hand. However, once the soul brand was erased, one's soul would also be severely injured. Although it was not permanent, he would most likely lose consciousness if he was injured. How could he fight? Therefore, Black Feng had to come up with a plan in this situation. Otherwise, his treasure would fall into the enemy's hands. Even he would lose miserably. As one of the 10 holy sons, he had not lived for nothing. Door of all evil. Finally, Black Feng used his most powerful treasure. At that moment, a terrifying and sinister aura was released from his back. Inside the door of all evil, a strange vortex formed, like a black hole. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if his true essence was being crazily sucked away by the gate of all evil. Ha 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 ha. Black Feng laughed wildly. "So what if you, Ling Xiao, are powerful? So what if you suppressed me just now? You have no chance of winning against the door of all evil." Ling Xiao's bloodthirsty plague could also absorb the opponent's true essence, but its speed couldn't compare to the gate of all evil. The door of all evil was indeed a top-tier divine-grade heavenly king artifact. In addition to hiding evil, it could also devour the opponent's true essence. Terrifying. Die. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao's true essence was leaking out and out of control, Black Fang snorted coldly and was about to charge forward and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Below the stage, Lion Xiaobao exclaimed. However, he couldn't help much at this moment. With his strength, even if he charged forward, he would only kill one more person. However, he was still prepared to charge forward. However, when the battle was ongoing, the cultivators from the outside world couldn't charge in at all. He was directly bounced back by the defensive wall. His eyes were filled with despair. Why are you panicking? He won't be defeated so easily. Kill the Wolf's eyes were more ruthless, so he saw something different. Brother Wolf, when did you start to deceive yourself like this? Lu Minghe laughed. Kill the Wolf ignored him. He only looked at the situation on the stage. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. An incomparably terrifying aura began to brew within the Dongxing godly demon sword. Blood Sky Drilling Rat, Nine Heavens Frost Dragon, Flying Flame Lion. Radiant Holy Light Tiger, 4 different giant beasts appeared behind Ling Xiao, releasing an ancient and desolate aura. Then, roars continued to sound. It's not enough. It's far from enough to defeat him. It just so happens that I've cultivated to the 5th stage of the 12 Divine Beast technique over the past few days. I'll use them all at once. One-Eyed Thunderstorm Bull, the power of lightning was condensing. It complemented the power of the other 4 Divine Beast techniques. Then, the power fused together and crazily poured out. Boom, a terrifying explosion rang out. It directly interrupted the vortex of the door of all evil. A large amount of true yuan that had been released returned to Ling Xiao's body. Black Fang was directly sent flying by the impact. He fell to the ground dozens of meters away. His expression was very ugly. This time, if the door of all evil hadn't blocked Ling Xiao's attack for him, he would have been defeated. He was afraid that he would have been defeated. Seeing this scene, the audience was shocked. Ling Xiao had actually broken free from the vortex of the door of all evil. Not only that, he had also sent Black Fang flying away. They had never heard of something like this before. Right at this moment, they had even forgotten that Ling Xiao was a peak Earth Core warrior. It was just too unbelievable. Boom, Ling Xiao didn't take the initiative to attack. Because the energy in his body had finally broken through the shackles. From the peak Earth Core realm, he had broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm. He was very familiar with this realm. This wasn't the first time he had reached this realm. Therefore, the entire process looked so smooth, so natural, and smooth. There weren't any obstacles. With the increase in his cultivation, his combat strength had also increased. And it wasn't just a little bit. Bastard, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you, all evils, come forth. With a furious roar, Black Fang crawled up from the ground. He raised the slaughter sword in his hand. He unleashed a terrifying sword beam. There were at least 10,000 sword beams. Every sword light was filled with an evil aura. If an ordinary person was frightened by this aura, they would have lost their courage to fight. But Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He kept swinging the Eastern Victory Fiend God sword in his hand, using the 23 dragon subduing swords to defend against the incoming sword beams. He had completely blocked off the surrounding area, and no water could get through. When the sword beams were about 3 to 4 meters away from him, they were immediately repelled. Final attack, Regretless Dragon Subduing. Finally, after accumulating more and more attacks, he let out a furious roar and unleashed his final attack. A roaring golden dragon was unleashed from the tip of the sword. In an instant, it devoured the countless eerie sword beams. After that, it heavily slammed onto Black Fang's body. Black Fang was once again sent flying away. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood landed on the door of all evil. The door of all evil had undergone some special changes. It seemed to have become bigger. And it had become even more eerie and terrifying. Blood sacrifice, the evil of all evil. He was about to lose. Black Fang didn't hesitate to use a forbidden skill. When his blood merged with the door of all evil, an extremely frightening energy was unleashed from the door of all evil. It merged with his body. At this moment, Black Fang felt the door of all evil had merged with his body. But at the same time, Black Demon Fong also felt that there was another soul in his body. It was powerful and evil. Ling Xiao, you're the one who forced me to do this. The slaughter sword was once again thrust out, but this time, the attack was completely different from before. Although it was just a sword beam, it was filled with an evil and gloomy energy. It pierced through the air and broke through Ling Xiao's defensive energy barrier. It continued flying towards Ling Xiao's body. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. Facing such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao circulated his energy and unleashed the 23 dragon subduing swords like a shooting star. The final attack had almost blocked the tyrannical evil sword Qi. But, it was still not enough. After fusing with the door of evil, it seemed like Black Fong's combat strength had increased tremendously. But, so what, his cultivation had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and his combat strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Sky-covering palm. A frightening gigantic palm was unleashed from Ling Xiao's back. Not only did it block the brutal evil sword energy, it continued forward. It continued to move forward and blasted Black Demon Fong away again. Taking advantage of this critical moment, Ling Xiao's figure flickered. With a swing of his sword, he cut off Black Fong's right hand. The slaughter sword fell to the ground. It was taken by Ling Xiao. In an instant, the slaughter sword's soul brand was erased. At this moment, Black Fong felt as if his soul had just been whipped. He nearly fainted on the ground. Not good. Although he wasn't completely dizzy, this brief moment of dizziness had given Ling Xiao enough time to counterattack. Black Fong retreated quickly, his eyes filled with anger and fear. He wanted to activate the door of evil, but Ling Xiao didn't give him the chance. He shook the long sword in his hand, unleashing a sharp sword energy that pierced through the air. It was the Nine Heavens Freezing Dragon. Although this sword attack wasn't as powerful as the fifth layer, it was still powerful. But, the speed of the attack was much faster. And it had a special effect. It instantly hit Black Fong, causing Black Fong's body to become stiff. Ling Xiao didn't stop. He continued to attack Black Fong crazily, not giving Black Fong any chance to counterattack. At this moment, Black Fong was completely in a passive position, blood spurting out from his entire body. A few minutes later, he was lying motionless on the ground. All the bones in his body were shattered, and his injuries were very serious. Of course, the most important thing was that he was crippled. Black Fong actually lost. This Ling Xiao is too scary. He defeated Black Fong without any injuries. Furthermore, it's Black Fong who possesses the door of all evil. Looks like the rumor of him killing Ling Qiuyan is not just a rumor. He won't take away the door of all evil, right? That shouldn't be the case. Taking away the door of all evil would mean that the holy city of Sin would become enemies with them. How could the sacred city of Sin allow War Soul Sacred City to continue to do as they please? Black Fong was defeated. There was a period of dead silence at the scene. Because many people did not dare to believe that it was true. But when Black Fong lay there covered in blood, they had no choice but to believe it. Not only was the battle spectacular, it was even more shocking. This Ling Xiao was even scarier than the rumors. Ha 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 ha, Lu Mingho, give me the fragmented pill holy water. Kill the wolf laughed happily. How could he not be happy about something that he got for free? Lu Mingho gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to give it to Kill the Wolf. He could not afford to offend Kill the Wolf. Many thanks. Kill the Wolf kept the fragmented pill holy water in his storage ring. He was very grateful to Ling Xiao. If not for Ling Xiao, he would not have won this item. On the contrary, Lu Mingho was depressed. He even treated Ling Xiao as his enemy. He thought that all this was caused by Ling Xiao's good deed. On the arena, of course, Ling Xiao had no idea what Lu Mingho was thinking. He walked in front of Black Fong and said with a smile, "Just now, you said you wanted to cripple me. So, I have no choice but to cripple you first. We have no grudge against each other, but because of Ling Qiuyan, you came here to teach me a lesson. Serves you right for ending up like this." Of course, Black Fong was still alive. As long as a divine core warrior's inner core wasn't destroyed, he could still live even if his body was destroyed. Besides, Black Fong's body was still hanging on his body, it wasn't completely destroyed. Black Fong didn't dare say anything. However, in his heart, his hatred for Ling Xiao was already overwhelming. He wished he could chop Ling Xiao into a million pieces. But, there was nothing he could do right now. Facing Ling Xiao, he could only lie on the ground, unable to move. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. He put away the slaughter sword. Then, he looked at the door of all evil. The door of all evil could be used for both defense and offense. It was definitely a good magical treasure. However, Ling Xiao felt that there was something wrong with this thing. The Yuan Venerables had reminded him not to be greedy for it. That was why he didn't take it away. It wasn't because he was afraid of the sacred city of evil. It was because it was a mine. While he was thinking, the door of all evil suddenly started operating. It actually sucked Black Feng's body into it. Then, it flew away. Ling Xiao from the sacred city of fighting soul. I'll remember this. The voice obviously came from the door of all evil. Sure enough, this thing is a little strange. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. A magical treasure that could talk, but, the person was extremely fast, and he disappeared in an instant. Ling Xiao couldn't catch up with him even if he wanted to. Forget it, this isn't the first time I've seen something like this. Why should I be afraid? Soon, Ling Xiao understood what was going on. He walked down from the arena. 2 consecutive victories had earned him 4 battle points. He had defeated Wu Duo and obtained 1 point. He had defeated Black Feng and obtained 3 points. Together with his previous points, he had a total of 14 points. However, Ling Xiao didn't intend to go to the exchange area. He definitely wouldn't be able to exchange these battle points for anything good. If he did, he wouldn't feel at ease. Therefore, he bid farewell to kill the wolf and took Master Lion and Yi Lingyan to the sacred city of fighting soul. On the way, Ling Xiao obtained a lot of information about the 3,000 holy cities from Master Lion and Yi Lingyan. These 2 had come later than him. However, they knew much more about the 3,000 holy cities than he did. It was probably because he had gone to the Sky Demon Ghost region. For example, the 10 holy suns. The most dazzling ones were the top 6. This was because the combat strength of these 6 was obviously higher than the others. Kill the Wolf was ranked second among the 10 holy suns. Well, a person who had reached the extreme core boundary and was within 100 years of age would definitely not be ranked low. The one ranked third was called Bayunrui. He was a lecher and had his own special cultivation method. That was to rely on women. She had raised a group of outstanding female warriors under her. However, the fates of these warriors weren't very good. Without exception, they all ended up with tragic deaths. No one knew how they died, but many people said that it had something to do with Bayunrui's cultivation. The one ranked fourth was Lion Fearless. Although his surname was the same as Master Lion, they weren't related. The one ranked fifth was Feng Yin, who was in the audience seats earlier. This woman had an ancient bloodline, so her cultivation speed was extremely fast. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. The one ranked sixth was called Tian High Peak. This was a mysterious guy who appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Even after investigating for a long time, Master Lion couldn't get any specific information about this person. They only knew that this guy was very powerful. Genius 1 second remember this site address. Mobile version reading website, the last one was the most powerful one, Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao's name was only one word away from Ling Zhao's, but their positions in the 3,000 sacred cities were very different. This person belonged to the Red Sun Sacred City, which was the number 1 city among the 10 sacred cities. It could be said that he was the strongest person under 100 years old in the 3,000 sacred cities. But very few people knew his exact cultivation level. But one thing was for sure, even Kill the Wolf, who was ranked second, would be afraid of Qi Zhao's name. The 10 Holy Sun are actually changed every once in a while. Based on the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. Basically, it's changed every year. But these 6 people have been in the position of the 10 Holy Sun for 9 years. It's never changed. On the other hand, the 7th to the 10th change very quickly. Basically, it's changed every year. Ling Xiao silently remembered what Liu Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan said. In other words, defeating Black Feng was nothing to be proud of. After all, the last 4 Holy Sun were not that strong. The key was the 6 in front. If he defeated them, it would be amazing. That's right. According to the rules, as long as one can stay in the position of the 10 Holy Sun for 10 years without quitting, he can enter the Golden City to cultivate. In addition, if someone can defeat the 10 Holy Sun who has been in the position for 9 years, he will also be qualified to enter the Golden City to cultivate. Liu Xiaobao said again. That's interesting. Ling Xiao felt a little pressured. Defeating Black Fang was not a big deal. The problem was that those few fellows ranked in the top 6, their cultivations should all be around the perfection of the extreme realm of alchemy. If he wanted to defeat them, he would need to break through again. It seemed that in the following days, he would have to fight in the Divine Martial Sacred City every day. Through the teleportation array, Ling Xiao brought Liu Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan back to Warsoul Sacred City. He also introduced them to Jiangnan. He asked Jiangnan to arrange for them to cultivate. He gave them the best conditions. Ling Xiao knew about Liu Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan's potential. As long as he trained them well, they could definitely become his successors in the future. Boss, something happened. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, a voice suddenly rang out. Han Miangkeo walked in with a grave expression. What happened? Ling Xiao asked curiously. When we did the head count today, we discovered that 3 disciples were missing. According to the reports of his fellow disciples, they had gone to the nearby Viper Valley. This wasn't a big deal. However, the disciple tokens of the 3 of them suddenly sent out a cry for help. But it was gone in the blink of an eye. Han Miangkeo frowned and said, because the 3 of them were once martial artists of the Punishment Hall, the great elder of the Punishment Hall personally went out to look for them. He went out for 4 to 5 hours without any news. I'm afraid something has happened to him. I'll go there personally. Ling Xiao stood up. Although the 3 disciples of the disciplinary hall had once had a conflict with him. But now, these people were his loyal subordinates. The same went for the first elder of the disciplinary hall. At this time, no one was allowed to get into trouble. Whoever dared to provoke their fighting soul sacred city, he would not easily forgive them. Young master, I'll go with you. Jiangnan said. No, you stay here. Also, send someone to bring General Zhao back. Although finding talents is important, the stability of the fighting soul sacred city is equally important. With him here, there shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao shook his head. Jiangnan's strength couldn't help much. The other party dared to make a move on the fighting soul sacred city at this time, so they must be extremely strong. No need to trouble old Zhao, we're here. Just as they were talking, Ancestor Scarlet Flame's voice sounded. Oh. The 2 seniors are here. Ling Xiao looked at them excitedly. With you here, there's no need to bring General Zhao back. Thank you for your trouble. After explaining, Ling Xiao went to the Viper Valley. The Viper Valley was not far from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, and it was not a dangerous place. There were often disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City who went there to cultivate or hunt. Therefore, it was basically certain that it was not done by demonic beasts. It was very likely that something had happened. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Viper Valley, he found the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace. At this time, his situation was not optimistic. He was basically on the verge of death. There were a few corpses near him. They were the missing warriors of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Great Saint, you're here. The first elder of the Criminal Law Palace looked at Ling Xiao weakly. In the past, he hated this person very much. Now, he had become his only hope. I'll heal you. As Ling Xiao spoke, he released the healing Saint Qi of the primordial natural dragon. It's useless. My inner core has been shattered. Now I'm just relying on a secret method to hold on. It's to tell you who our enemy is. Ling Xiao looked at the first elder of the Criminal Law Palace with a gloomy face. He really had no feelings for the person in front of him. But now that the other party had pledged loyalty to him, he had the obligation to seek justice for him. Great Saint, this is for you. The first elder of the Criminal Law Palace held a crystal ball in his hand. The crystal ball showed the scene that had just happened. A handsome young man dressed in red actually thought that he had taken a fancy to a very ordinary flower in the Viper Valley. He killed a few disciples who were sitting and chatting nearby. It was as if he had casually stepped on a few ants for the sake of picking a flower. Later, the first elder of the criminal law palace arrived. He tried to reason with this person, but this person did not say a word. He attacked again and almost killed the first elder of the criminal law palace. There was no enmity between them. There was not even the slightest friction. He just killed the person just like that. It was as if in this young man's eyes, other people's lives were not lives at all. Who is he? Ling Xiao asked. Qi Xiao. The first elder of the criminal law palace gritted his teeth and said this person's name. Qi Xiao, ranked first among the 10 Holy Sun? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right, it's him. I don't expect you to avenge us. I just hope that you can go to the disciplined sacred city and sue him. Even if you want to punish him by imprisoning him for a month. Otherwise, our people will have died in vain. The first elder of the criminal law palace also knew how terrifying Qi Xiao was, so he did not ask for revenge. He only wanted to seek justice for them. First elder, don't worry. I will definitely kill this Qi Xiao. Every single person in Fighting Soul Sacred City is more precious than his life. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said viciously. With your words, I can leave in peace. Sigh, it's a pity that I couldn't serve you for a long time. But great saint, I believe that you will definitely make the Fighting Soul Sacred City stronger and bigger. With that, the first elder of the criminal law palace closed his eyes. His life force was completely gone. Ling Xiao put the corpses into the Dongxing Emperor ring and returned to the Fighting Soul Sacred City. A burial ceremony was held for these people. After the burial ceremony, Ling Xiao sat down with Jiang Nan and briefly explained the situation. Jiang Nan was both angry and worried. Young master, it's best not to provoke Qi Xiao if possible. Even if you go to Commandment City, you won't be able to sue him. It's not the first time Qi Xiao has killed innocent people, but every time, the matter is left unsettled. Commandment City didn't punish him. Sometimes, it's the people who complain who die mysteriously. Commandment Sacred City is just as I imagined. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, he had already thought about this. If complaining was useful, then there was no need for strength. However, he still had to complain. At the very least, he had to let the people of the 3,000 holy cities know that he had complained, but Commandment City didn't care. He had a good reason for what he would do next. Young master, 2 of the 12 rulers of law are related to Scarlet Sun Sacred City. The 12 rulers of law is the brother-in-law of the Scarlet Sun Sacred City's Sacred Lord. He's Qi Zhao's uncle. The 3rd ruler of law is the uncle of the Scarlet Sun Sacred City's Sacred Lord. They're all relatives. Do you think you can win the lawsuit? The rulers don't usually do anything, so the 12 rulers of law are the ones who make the decisions. Jiang Nan still didn't want Ling Xiao to go to Commandment City to complain. I've already made up my mind. Sacred Lord Jiang Nan, you don't have to say any more. Once I've sorted out the lawsuit, I'll prepare to go to Commandment City. Ling Xiao had his own ideas. He had to sue even if he couldn't. This was called using peaceful means before resorting to force. He had to avenge the disciples of War Soul Sacred City. At the same time, in the training room of Sin City, Heimoya was lying there, his body still in tatters. His life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, there was a terrifying hatred in his eyes. That kind of hatred was so deep that it wanted to drag Ling Xiao into hell. Kid, you only have one chance. Do you want revenge, or do you plan to die like this? The person that had spoken was not a human. Instead, it was the gate of all evil. Black Fang roared, of course I want revenge. Even if I have to turn into a ghost, I still want revenge. Very good. Since that's the case, things are much simpler. The gate of all evil replied, I will help you reconstruct your body and fuse it with me. At that time, we will share this body. Each of us will have half of the control over it. How about that? Hearing this, Black Demon Fang hesitated a little. Giving up half of his body's control was a very dangerous thing. Hee, are you still hesitating? Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. And you're running out of time. If you die, you will forever leave behind a laughable reputation. In the battle zone of Shenwu Sacred City, you were defeated and crippled by Ling Xiao. But if you're willing to take me, I can immediately make you as strong as the top 6 Holy Sun. At that time, not only will you be able to cripple Ling Xiao and avenge your humiliation, but more importantly, you will also be able to defeat him. More importantly, you will be able to defeat one of the top 6 and obtain the qualification to enter Golden City. At that time, you will truly amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The Gate of All Evil smiled faintly. However, the words it had said had been engraved into Black Fang's soul. Black Fang was tempted. The Gate of All Evil struck while the iron was hot. Think about it carefully. Although you are now one of the top 10 Holy Sun, you are ranked last. Even a mere Ling Xiao can bully you. But if you accept my power, it will be different. You will become the strongest of the top 10 Holy Sun in a single leap. Finally, you will step into Golden City. In the future, my existence will be of help to you, allowing you to continuously increase your strength. You might even become the new Golden Emperor. At that time, no matter how many Ling Xiao there are, they will all be ants in front of you. Very well, I will sign a contract with you to share my body. Let's begin. Black Fang clenched his teeth and said. He felt that his mind was very clear now. So what if half of his soul control was taken away? This way, he would have another kind of cheat. In this way, he would be the chosen one. The benefits in the future would be huge. The Sacred Lord of Sin Holy City was not the only one who did not know what had happened here. Ling Xiao did not know either. At this time, Ling Xiao was making his final effort for the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. As for War Soul Sacred City, everything was progressing smoothly. Except for the incident with the Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder. Everything else was going on the right track. Ling Xiao let Jiang Nan become a part-time Disciplinary Hall Grand Elder. When there was a suitable candidate in the future, it would be assigned. He was still a hands-off boss. As for the complaint against Qi Xiao, Ling Xiao had already submitted it to the Disciplinary Sacred City. He was still waiting for the results. Of course, while waiting for the results, he did not forget to cultivate. The next day, he went to Divine Martial Sacred City again. However, this time, he did not only fight 2 rounds like the first day. Instead, he fought 100 rounds. This time, the opponents he chose were all in the early stage of the ultimate realm of Dan. Some were even in the middle stage of the ultimate realm of Dan. Facing these powerful existences. Although the process of fighting was very difficult. Basically, when facing the early stage of the ultimate realm of Dan, he was able to win without any injuries. When facing the middle stage of the ultimate realm of Dan, he was really miserable. However, he was always able to counterattack when it looked like he was about to lose. Therefore, it was widely known that Ling Xiao's strength was in the early stage of the ultimate realm of Dan. This strength was very powerful among the warriors under the age of 100. He even had a chance to enter the ranks of the 10 Holy Sun. Anyway, many people were optimistic about him. After all, he defeated Black Fang, the real 10 Holy Sun. Even Kill the Wolf basically came to watch him fight every time. His relationship with Kill the Wolf was getting better and better. Although it could not be said that they could talk about everything, they could be considered good friends. Although your strength is very strong, if you want to get the favor of the City of Gold, successfully enter the City of Gold, and become a disciple there, I'm afraid it's not enough. Kill the Wolf also said what he wanted to say. Ling Xiao did not refute his words. Unless he used the Troll King. Ling Xiao could only defeat the warriors in the middle stage of the ultimate realm of Dan at most now. And the process would be very miserable. If he wanted to defeat the warriors in the late stage of the ultimate realm of Dan, he would have to use the Tyrant Martial Soul. Facing the warriors in the ultimate realm of Dan, there was no chance of winning at all. Unless he was lucky and the other party kept making mistakes. Otherwise, don't think about it. Therefore, he had to continue to strengthen his cultivation. To make himself stronger. At the same time, he had to continue to improve the strength of his body. That was one of his trump cards. These 100 battles naturally would not be in vain. He had obtained a total of more than 100 battle merits. Now, if he wanted to exchange for an Emperor Level 9 beginner martial arts technique, it was still possible. But to him, that was not attractive at all. Therefore, he still needed to continue to accumulate these battle merits. He did not know how to reward the battle merits. Anyway, it was useless to know. So he only looked at the results. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of the reading website. After the end of the second day, Ling Xiao didn't go back. With Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Azure Lotus Sword Girl and Fighting Soul Saint City, nothing should happen. Early in the morning of the third day, he started fighting. Moreover, it was a continuous battle without any rest. This way, he could stimulate his potential to a greater extent and make him even stronger. He could feel that the heavenly demon's heart in his body was being consumed more and more. As for his physical body, it had become even more powerful. He had fought more than 20 matches this morning. He could feel that his body was close to the next level of improvement. This Ling Xiao is a martial arts madman. Yesterday, he fought 100 matches without resting. What is he going to do today? Even the famous Valkyrie, Xianxia, didn't have this ability. Isn't that so? But I like it. Every one of his battles is very exciting. Most importantly, I can learn a lot of fighting skills. I just like watching. Ling Xiao stood on the arena. Below the arena, there were either fangirls or fangirls. Of course, there were also those who were jealous. There were a lot of people like this. It was common for people to slander, insult, and even spread rumors in private. Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously. As long as they didn't cross the line, it was fine. He couldn't just kill all of them. If he did that, he wouldn't be qualified to come to Divine Martial Saint City anymore. Ling Xiao, do you dare to accept our challenge? While Ling Xiao was waiting for the next match, suddenly, a voice came from below the arena. Ling Xiao recognized the voice. It was Waduo. The trash he defeated before. This guy came again. And this time, he wasn't the only one. There were dozens of other warriors from the Saint City. All of them were peak Heavenly Core warriors. 2 of them were at the early stage of the Extreme Core realm. One of them was Lu Mingho, the 9th-ranked Holy Sun. As for the other one, Jiangchen didn't know, but his aura was on par with Lu Mingho. He must be the outside help. Looking at Waduo, Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully, trash like you don't have the right to challenge me. But since they want to fight, I won't avoid it. How about this, 3 at a time, I want one against many. The cultivators of the Holy City of Sin were quite resilient. Although these men were only at the peak Heavenly Core realm, their combat strength was not weak at all. When the 3 of them joined forces, they were absolutely stronger than ordinary early-stage alchemy realm martial artists. It would not be easy for Ling Xiao to defeat them. But only then would there be value in training. That was why he agreed. This Ling Xiao sure talks big. Yeah, 1 against 3. Isn't that a bit too much? It doesn't matter if we win or not. Since he dares to say so himself, he should have some confidence. The people of the Holy City of Sin really can't afford to lose. When Black Fang, one of the 10 Holy Sun, was defeated, Ling Xiao won fair and square. What's the matter with them? That's right, if it wasn't for the strict rules set by the Divine Martial Saint City, I'm afraid they would have already attacked. Shoo, lower your voice, we can't afford to offend the Holy City of Sin, they are all crazy devils who kill without batting an eyelid. If you say something wrong, you might lose your life. Although the people of the Holy City of Sin wouldn't dare to attack them in the battle zone. But they couldn't stay here for the rest of their lives. Once they left the Divine Martial Saint City, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, these conversations were all done in private. Each of them was more cautious than the other. Also, although they could fight in the exchange area, business area, and cultivation area, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. But they definitely wouldn't dare to be so brazen. They must have done it in secret. Otherwise, once they were found out, unless they were someone like Qi Xiao, they would be severely punished by the Commandment Saint City. Lu Mingho, Gao Shen, what the hell are you 2 doing? Since when did you have such a good relationship with the Holy City of Sin, why are you helping Black Fang? Kill the Wolf looked at the 2 foreign aide from the Holy City of Sin with an unfriendly expression. He knew that Lu Minghe was ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Although his cultivation was on par with Black Fang, he was actually very strong in battle. He had even killed a martial artist in the middle stage of the Extreme Core realm, and it wasn't difficult for him. As for Gao Shen, he was even more powerful. He was already in the middle stage of the Extreme Core realm. He was ranked 8th among the 10 Holy Sun. The others might not be a problem, but these two were a little troublesome. Brother Wolf, what are you saying? I only saw Ling Xiao's strength. So I wanted to exchange pointers with him. If he can defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of the Extreme Core realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat me, an early stage of the Extreme Core realm, right? Lu Minghe laughed, and we're not foreign aid from the holy city of Sin. We just happened to meet. Brother Wolf, don't worry, it's just a friendly exchange. Gao Shen said. These two naturally didn't dare to act recklessly in front of Kill the Wolf. After all, Kill the Wolf was one of the 6 monsters, and ranked 2nd. They couldn't afford to offend either of them. It better be just a friendly exchange, or don't blame me for being rude. Kill the Wolf couldn't stop this battle. After all, this was the Holy Martial Sacred City's battle zone. As long as they met the conditions set by Ling Xiao, both Lu Minghe and Gao Shen were qualified to fight. He knew what Lu Minghe was thinking. He hated Ling Xiao for making him lose the broken core sacred water. Gao Shen was a martial arts fanatic, and he was probably tricked by Lu Minghe. The opponents are randomly arranged, and I might not meet Gao Shen. As for Lu Minghe, he better just want to exchange pointers, or I'll let him have a taste of Black Fang's bitterness. Ling Xiao laughed. You're always so confident, but it's better to be careful. Don't be too careless. Kill the Wolf reminded him. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wolf. I'm going. Ling Xiao jumped into the arena. He first had to accept the challenges of the dozens of martial artists from Sin City. He said it was 1 against 3, so it was 1 against 3. Ling Xiao, you asked for it. I didn't force you to do this. Wu Duo sneered. I've seen many people like you who get cocky just because of a small achievement. Brothers, teach him a lesson. Wu Duo didn't expect his men to lose. It was 3 against 1. Furthermore, the disciples of the holy city of Sin loved to fight in groups. The more people there were, the stronger their combat power. The 3 of them together were definitely more terrifying than 3 ordinary martial artists. Hee hee. Ling Xiao just laughed. What was the use of talking so much? Everything depended on the performance in the arena. Brother Ling, if you feel that you can't win, don't force it. I'll take care of this bunch of trash for you. Kill the Wolf sneered. Even if I kill them in the battle zone, Commandment Sacred City won't dare to do anything to me. As the 2nd place of the 10 Holy Sun, he wasn't as good as Qi Xiao. However, Kill the Wolf had a strong foundation. The 3 warriors from the sacred city jumped onto the arena, all of them looked ferocious and ferocious. No one knew if it was intentional or not, but each of them had a hideous scar on their faces. Since they were all Divine Core warriors, it shouldn't be a problem for them to heal such a scar. But, they purposely showed their scars, obviously trying to scare their opponents. If it was a cowardly warrior, he would have been scared to death. Shaking his head, Xianxia thought to himself, since you guys like scars so much, I'll show you something more exciting. I'll let you guys have scars all over your bodies. Many people in the audience were extremely nervous. Although it was not a new thing to fight 1 against many in the battle zone, some warriors just liked this kind of challenge. But, to challenge 3 warriors from the sacred city at the same time, this was the first time. The sacred city of Sin was ranked 3rd among the top 10 sacred cities. They couldn't afford to offend them. You 3 listen up, don't underestimate your opponent, that guy isn't someone you can afford to offend. Wu Duo shouted out from below the arena. He had fought Ling Xiao before, so he knew how strong Ling Xiao was. Wu Duo, you're such a coward, if we were that guy, we'd definitely beat him until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Wu Duo wasn't Black Fang after all. His words didn't have any effect on these crazy guys. The people from the sacred city of Sin were all lawless guys. Therefore, if a warrior with the same cultivation base as them wanted to order them around, it would be very difficult. But, it would be very difficult. Most importantly, rules meant nothing to these people from the sacred city of sin. All of these people here had been imprisoned by the sacred city of discipline before. But, once they were released, they continued to do whatever they wanted. This was the sacred city of sin. Among all the 3,000 sacred cities, they were the ones that no one wanted to offend the most. Xianxia actually dared to offend the holy city of sin time and again. This time, he had once again declared that he would fight a few dozen warriors from the sacred city alone. And, it was a 1 versus 3 fight. Naturally, it had attracted a lot of spectators. The number of spectators wasn't any less than the number of spectators when Xianxia fought Black Fang. This Xianxia is really a strange person. Even in the face of these lunatics from the holy city of sin, he can still remain so calm? That's right. The hands of the 3 people in front of him are stained with the blood of countless people. It's normal for us martial artists to kill other martial artists. However, the people of the holy city of sin would kill ordinary people as well. Just as Xianxia said, these guys shouldn't be alive. Well said, but can you win? Even if it's a tag team battle, it's enough to make Xianxia suffer. I'm also worried. The martial artists of the sacred city of sin are extremely cruel and they will use any means necessary in battle. The 3 people on the stage all had the experience of killing martial artists in the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan. Moreover, he was killed without a single injury. Although Xianxia has broken through to the early heavenly core realm, it's still dangerous for him to face them. That's right, he's too young. He might not even be able to win one-on-one, but he's fighting all 3 of them at the same time. Perhaps it was because the sacred city of sin had done too many bad things, but there were more people who supported Xianxia than the others. But, although they supported Xianxia, many of them didn't have much confidence in him. Even though Xianxia had defeated Black Fang before, they still didn't have any confidence in him. The atmosphere below the stage was tense. On the stage, the 3 men from the holy city of sin had stood 50 meters away from Xianxia. These 3 men did have some unique characteristics. The first man had a scar on his eye, and he was wearing an eye patch. Let's call him One-Eyed Dragon for now. The second man had a scar on his face, so let's call him Scarface. The third man had a scar on his head, and not only that, there was a dagger stuck in his head. This guy was too cruel to himself, so let's call him a retard for now. Right now, all 3 men were looking at Xianxia with evil intentions. They didn't look like they were looking at a man. It was more like they were looking at a woman in her boudoir. Retard laughed and said, "Little guy, I really didn't expect you to be able to defeat Black Fang. That's why I said that Black Fang was lacking in training. You're strong, but you're too weak in actual combat. Today, the 3 of us are going to show you some love. Later, in this battle zone, we'll make you lose all face and turn you into a gigolo that's ridiculed by thousands and tens of thousands of people." Ha 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 ha, well said. Scarface laughed out loud. The few of us like this kind of pretty boy with soft skin and tender flesh. The One-Eyed Dragon laughed along with him. Hearing the 3 men's words, the audience's face didn't look good. They were glad that they didn't meet such perverts. Speaking of which, it's not like there aren't any men who are lustful. In this boundless world, there are all kinds of strange things. But none of them are as perverted as these 3. These 3 men weren't just lustful, they obviously had a habit of torturing and humiliating others. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Poor Xianxia must be scared out of his wits at this time. But when they turned their heads to look, they found that Xianxia actually had a smile on his face. It can't be, this brother Xianxia actually has such a hobby. At this time, Xianxia spoke, "Haha, you dare to humiliate me like this, you're quite bold. Originally, I just wanted to defeat you all. But now, in order to not let you go out and harm others, I'll reluctantly castrate the 3 of you. And I also have a little knowledge of formations and seals. I guarantee that after the 3 of you are castrated, you'll never be able to grow back. Brat, you're courting death." Retard's face instantly changed. "Kill him." Scarface also roared. "Wait, I already said, don't be in a hurry to kill him." One-Eyed Dragon hurriedly said. "No matter what, let's beat this brat first. When the time comes, we'll talk about other things." Retard suggested. Alright, let's do that. Brothers, let's go. Scarface roared and dashed forward, wanting to take the lead. Retard and One-Eyed Dragon followed closely behind. It's time for Ling Xiao to transform, right? Everyone below the stage had the same thought. After all, Ling Xiao had used his beast soul transformation to deal with the early stage and mid-stage warriors of the extreme stage of Dan. But, they were wrong. Ling Xiao didn't do that at all. Why would he need to transform when dealing with a few perfect heavenly core warriors? With his current form, he could easily deal with them. The slaughter sword was taken out by Xianxia. This was the sword he snatched from Black Fang. Although it wasn't as good as the Eastern Victory Devil Sword and Eastern Victory Sky Sword, it was still a divine rank Heavenly King weapon. Its power was extremely terrifying. If it was combined with a warrior's killing intent, it would be even more terrifying. Right when the slaughter sword appeared, the three men in front of Xianxia felt as if they had just seen a terrifying monster opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards them. The audience below the stage were also scared by the terrifying killing intent, and they quickly ran away. Almost all the seats near the stage were emptied. Right at this moment, the three men in front of Xianxia no longer remembered how to fight. He was completely intimidated by Ling Xiao's murderous aura. They couldn't even see Ling Xiao's true form. All they could see was the terrifying monster. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version update website, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 sword beams flashed. The three men let out miserable screams at the same time. When the sword beams faded away, and the killing intent dissipated, the crowd noticed that the three men were rolling on the ground while holding onto a certain part of their bodies. The painful look on their faces was nowhere to be seen. If it wasn't for the fact that no one is allowed to kill in this battle zone, all three of you would have died here today. Ling Xiao let out a cold snort. With a kick, he sent the three men flying out of the arena. Throughout the entire process, the audience was dumbfounded. No matter what, this Ling Xiao was a little too strong. 3 perfect heavenly core warriors were killed before they could even do anything. This was really scary. Originally, they thought these 3 men were ferocious beasts, and Ling Xiao was just a little white rabbit. But now, it seemed like it was the other way around. In the deadly silent atmosphere, Ling Xiao looked at the group of warriors from the sacred city and sneered, 3 is not enough, I want to fight 10 of you, come, all 10 of you come at me together. His domineering look made all the warriors from the sacred city gnash their teeth in anger. The audience was extremely excited. Wasn't the reason they came here to watch the show, 1 versus 3 was common, but 1 versus 10 was not. They really wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to win. Brothers, don't be afraid of him. Since he is asking for it, let's send 10 of us. Wuduo shouted. That's right, we can't lose face for the sacred city. Someone shouted again. The sacred city was indeed the sacred city, these men were all ruthless men. Therefore, they wouldn't be scared easily. Soon, 10 men stepped onto the arena. This time, Ling Xiao still didn't use his beast soul transformation. Therefore, it was a little bit difficult for him to fight. During the fight, he repeatedly used the 23 dragon subduing swords and the 12 divine beasts skill. He didn't fuse them together, he just used them separately to increase his power. The fight lasted for half an hour. But in the end, it ended with Ling Xiao's victory. Ling Xiao had never been afraid of fighting 1 versus many. As long as the other party's strength was inferior to his, no matter how many people came, he had a way to deal with them. If it really didn't work, wasn't there still the array formation? Therefore, to him, numbers were not a problem. The rest, come at me together. Ling Xiao increased the difficulty once again. There were only 17 or 18 cultivators left in the holy city. Ling Xiao calculated for a moment. This way, his improvement would be greater. Therefore, he was prepared to settle it in one go so as not to waste time. Brat, you're too arrogant. Wuduo gritted his teeth and jumped into the ring. The rest of the people followed suit. 1 against 18. The scene was once again in an uproar. More and more people came to watch the show. Facing these 18 people, Ling Xiao still did not use his beast soul transformation. Because that wouldn't put enough pressure on him, and his potential wouldn't increase as quickly. Now, the energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 30% through these 2 days of fighting. This was not an easy task. On the other hand, the heavenly demon black tortoise body had already reached the limit of mid-9th level Emperor realm. He needed this kind of training so that he could continue to improve. Otherwise, once he encountered a cultivator at the peak of the Dan realm in the ranking battle, he would have no chance of winning. Unless he used the Troll King. But that was his trump card. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to use it. This battle was very tiring. Because Ling Xiao took the initiative to seal many of his methods. But no matter how hard it was, he still won in the end. Even though he was covered in blood, he still showed a victorious smile. Because the blood was not shed in vain. The energy in his cultivation sea had increased to 40%. And the heavenly demon black tortoise body had finally advanced to the high 9th level Emperor realm. This meant that even a warrior at the peak of the Dan realm would not be able to hurt him easily. Isn't this too amazing? The audience below the stage was dumbfounded. To be able to do this, many people felt that perhaps they had really underestimated Ling Xiao. This morning's battle ends here. We'll continue in the afternoon. Ling Xiao had lost too much blood at this time. In order to cultivate, he had also worked hard enough. He needed a good rest. But with the advancement of the heavenly demon black tortoise body. In addition, he had gotten 100 battle merits in the morning. With the previous one, it was already more than 200. He was going to take time to take a look at the exchange area. Anyway, he planned to stay here for these few days. As for the matter of suing Qi Xiao, he had already informed them. Once there was news, they would send someone to inform him. So there was no need to worry. In any case, he was going to kill Qi Xiao. He didn't care how the commandment sacred city judged. After saying that, Ling Xiao returned to his residence in the battle zone. There were many temporary residences in this battle zone that could be rented. Brother Ling, wait for me. Kill the Wolf watched Ling Xiao's battle these few days and felt his blood boil. Although he didn't care about the group of trash in the Sin Sacred City at all. But due to the relationship between the Saber Sacred City and the Sin Sacred City, he couldn't teach those dogs a lesson to his heart's content. Today, it could be said that Ling Xiao had helped him vent his anger. Brother Wolf wants to treat me to a meal? Ling Xiao smiled. That's not a problem. You helped me vent my anger, so what's wrong with treating you to a meal? Kill the Wolf laughed and left with Ling Xiao. Leaving behind a group of Sin Sacred City martial artists with broken arms and legs, they were all furious. That was called anger. But what was the use of being angry? They couldn't beat Ling Xiao, so they couldn't beat him. Why didn't the two of you make a move? Wu Duo got up from the ground and looked at Lu Mingho and Gao Shen unhappily. Are you an idiot? He was injured like that. If we made a move, would he agree? Do you think kill the wolf is a piece of wood? Lu Mingho said angrily. But how can we swallow this anger? Wu Duo was fuming with rage. Today, he came to get revenge, and it was also ordered by the higher-ups of the Sin Sacred City. It would be too shameful if he went back with a loss of soldiers. Don't worry, we will help you vent your anger. But the condition is that you have to double the conditions we agreed on before. Gao Shen said coldly. You guys are robbing me. Wu Duo said angrily. It's fine if you don't agree. You guys didn't see the strength Ling Xiao showed today. Is there a problem with us asking for these? Lu Mingho sneered. The two of them were willing to become the foreign aid of the Sin Sacred City. In addition to Lu Mingho's personal grudge, it was also because the Sin Sacred City promised to give them a generous reward. Even with their status, it would take them several months to obtain such a sum of money. Before the ranking battle began, they wanted to use these resources to strengthen themselves and prepare for the upcoming ranking battle. Now that the reward was doubled, the significance of this battle was even greater. Therefore, the two of them were definitely going to defeat Ling Xiao and make a fool of Ling Xiao. But they had to get more benefits. Even for people like Lu Mingho and Gao Shen, it was very difficult to get some cultivation resources. But Sin Holy City had this ability. This was also the reason why they were willing to help. Okay, I'll go and contact the Holy City now. After all, this is a big matter, I can't make the decision. Would do a loss to Ling Xiao twice, each time more miserable than the last. He definitely had to get back his face. So he had to win over Lu Mingho and Gao Shen. Even if the other party asked for an exorbitant price, it didn't matter. After the report, the upper echelons of the Holy City agreed to double the reward for Lu Mingho and Gao Shen. But there was also a requirement, which was that they had to win. If they lost, then they didn't need to think about any reward. The two of them agreed readily. They had been observing Ling Xiao's battle for a long time these days. They confirmed Ling Xiao's strength. So they were confident. In the afternoon, Ling Xiao still came to the battle area for a random battle. The conditions were still the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. Brother Ling, be careful, that Lu Mingho and Gao Shen are both watching you. Be careful when you meet them. Although Lu Mingho's cultivation was the same as Black Fang's, his battle power was much higher than Black Fang's. As for Gao Shen, I advise you to give up if you meet him. That guy is a martial arts maniac. He's very strong. Before going on stage, Kill the Wolf warned. Brother Wolf still believes in me, don't worry, since I dared to choose the early stage and the middle stage of the extreme stage of alchemy, I'm confident. I'm confident. Ling Xiao didn't want to meet Gao Shen at this stage. After all, if he met Gao Shen, it was very likely that he would have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. But he wasn't afraid of Lu Mingho. Even if he didn't use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he still had a way to win. In the afternoon, there seemed to be even more people watching Ling Xiao's battle. There was news that Lu Mingho, the 9th Holy Sun, and Gao Shen, the 8th Holy Sun, were preparing to fight Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been in the limelight in Shenwu's sacred city recently. In just 3 days, he had already increased his winning streak to nearly 200 matches. This was simply terrifying. He was even more terrifying than Valkyrie Zhao Shui. Although Zhao Shui had won 10,000 matches in a row, she only fought 10 matches a day on average. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was terrifying. Other than the first day of warm-ups, he had only fought 2 matches. On the second day, he won 100 matches. From the third day until now, the number of matches had basically reached 100. At the beginning of the afternoon, the opponents Ling Xiao encountered were all ordinary early-stage extreme realm of Dan martial artists. It wasn't satisfying at all. However, there were still some gains, just not as great as before. After more than 10 rounds, they won all of them again. Just as he was about to lock down his opponent's cultivation level to the middle stage of the extreme core realm, he had drawn an interesting opponent. This man was Lu Mingho. He was ranked 9th among the 10 saints. Lu Mingho had arrived early in the morning. He wanted to fight with Jiang Chen, but after fighting with those warriors from the sacred city, he went back to rest. They didn't fight. But now, they finally met. Fine, in the end, the 10 Holy Sun are just my, Ling Xiao's, stepping stones. Ling Xiao smiled. This Lu Mingho was the last early-stage extreme core realm warrior he would challenge. Ling Xiao, I have to congratulate you. You're able to continuously defeat early-stage extreme core warriors with just an early heavenly core cultivation level. If you can defeat me, then I can be sure of one thing. No one below the early stage of the extreme core realm will be your match. At that time, you'll become the tyrant of this battle zone. On the arena, Lu Mingho looked at Ling Xiao and said with a light smile on his face. When facing Ling Xiao, this man didn't show any signs of nervousness or fear. Perhaps in his eyes, Ling Xiao could only be a defeated opponent in the end. That's why he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously. You're at the same cultivation level as Black Fang. Although it's rumored that you're stronger than him in terms of combat strength, but in my opinion, Black Fang, who has the door of all evil, isn't any weaker than you. Are you sure you want to continue? Once this battle is over, you won't be able to live up to your title as the 9th ranked Holy Sun. Ling Xiao said with a light smile on his face. Hee, Black Fang has the sword of slaughter and the door of all evil, but he's still no match for you. This really surprised me. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have come here to challenge you. But, I just can't stand the arrogance of the younger generation. Besides, if Black Demon Fang has a treasure, why can't I have one too? Lu Mingho was still smiling calmly. Perhaps he already had a way to defeat Ling Xiao. You're pretty confident. Look at your fighting spirit, you almost scared me. But, you've received benefits from the holy city of Sin, so your words aren't convincing at all. You can just say that you want to take a gamble. Ling Xiao said with disdain, alright, let's cut the crap. The audience can't wait any longer. Let's fight. Awesome. Whoosh, a dazzling sword light appeared. Lu Minghe was actually using a sword as well. And this sword was very unique. It was pure white as if it was carved out of ice. It emitted an endless chill that made people shiver. Another divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although it's the lowest grade among the divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapons, it's still the Sword of Slaughter. It's the same as the Sword of Slaughter. But, the 10 Holy Sun sure are rich. Looking at his opponent's sword, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He estimated that each of the 10 Holy Sun had a divine grade Heavenly Emperor weapon. Although the grade might not be the same, the grade should be about the same. As Lu Minghe channeled his true essence, the chill on the sword in his hand became heavier and heavier, as if it was going to envelop the entire battlefield. Ling Xiao could even vaguely see an ice phoenix flying out of it. This sword is called the Ice Phoenix Sword. It's made from the fossil of the primordial ice phoenix. It's even stronger than Black Fang's Sword of Slaughter. The Ice Phoenix Sword can absorb the Ice Phoenix's aura and instantly freeze a martial artist's bloodline. Even if an ultimate core realm expert is hit, their blood will instantly coagulate. So, let me remind you, it's better to surrender quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer physical pain and lose your life in the end. Lu Minghe was a shrewd guy. It would be best if he could win without a fight. That was why he introduced his Ice Phoenix Sword so clearly. It was to make Ling Xiao surrender. After all, the condition that the people from the Holy City of Sin gave him was to defeat Ling Xiao. It was not a problem for Ling Xiao to surrender voluntarily. However, Lu Minghe was destined to be disappointed. How could Ling Xiao be the kind of person who would surrender so easily? He stood there with the Sword of Slaughter in his hand and smiled faintly. Stop talking nonsense. Let's make our move. Scaring people won't work on me. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already transformed into the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul. Don't you have ice chi? Then I want to see if your cold chi is stronger or if my cold chi is stronger. After all, his Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation was not for fun. Moreover, the colder the space, the stronger the combat power of his transformation. Kill. Lu Minghe didn't care about Ling Xiao's Beast Soul transformation. On the contrary, Ling Xiao chose to transform because he was afraid of him. What was there to be afraid of? The Ice Phoenix Sword in his hand shook, and a cold sword aura pierced through the air. Like an ice phoenix descending to the world, it pounced over. Many ice flowers condensed in the air, and it looked quite beautiful. But at the same time, it was also very scary. On the arena, ice shards formed, and the ground seemed to have turned into ice. Interesting. Ling Xiao could feel a gust of cold air coming at him. He tried to activate his true essence, but the elements around him seemed to have been frozen. He couldn't absorb it. Although he could block the cold air from entering his body with the Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul transformation. But the cold air of the Ice Phoenix Sword was a little strange. It seemed to have penetrated the sword intent, and it could even freeze one's fighting spirit and fighting spirit. But even so, he had nothing to be afraid of. The shadow of the Frost Divine Dragon appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and roared, and the terrifying cold air was sucked in by the Frost Divine Dragon. Are you the only one who knows how to use the cold air? Ling Xiao sneered, and a divine dragon behind him broke through the air like an ice crystal sculpture. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Lu Minghe. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat his opponent with the fighting style that his opponent was best at. Only then would it be valuable. Otherwise, if he won too easily, wouldn't it be boring? Of course, more importantly, it wouldn't be of much help to him. Ling Xiao wanted to see what other trump cards Lu Minghe had. He really wanted to use all his trump cards, which would be more helpful to him. Since he had agreed to fight with Lu Minghe, he had to gain something. Humph, do you think you can win with this method? Lu Minghe sneered, and then he drew a sword flower. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared behind him. This guy's martial soul was the Yin Thunder that many warriors dreamed of. The Yin Thunder landed, and it was as cold as the ice of hell. It complemented the Ice Phoenix Sword, and its power was even more terrifying. Ice Phoenix Dance, Een Thunder Marrow. Bang, with a loud bang, the black Een lightning merged into the sword energy of the Ice Phoenix sword. It crashed into Ling Xiao's dragon shadow. The dragon's shadow howled in pain upon being hit and actually retreated back into Ling Xiao's body. Not only that, but the black Een thunder also completely enveloped Ling Xiao. It formed a cage that was intertwined with Een thunder. Although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao in an instant. However, this Een thunder was extremely terrifying. It could continuously weaken the opponent's strength. It could even corrode the opponent's body. The opponent had no choice but to be defeated. Ling Xiao, you underestimate the 10th Holy Sun. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Black Fang? For example, Black Fang had been careless in the previous battle. If he really uses his full strength right from the start, you won't be his match at all. After gaining the upper hand, Lu Mingho gradually became arrogant. He smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao in the Een Thunder Purgatory. He didn't intend to show any mercy. Ice Phoenix Feather Shattering Strike. He stabbed the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand again. It was as if an Ice Phoenix was flapping its wings. Countless ice spikes flew out, penetrating the Een Thunder Purgatory and attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Lu Mingho's strength was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could defeat a martial artist in the middle stage of the Dan realm. If his demonic black tortoise body hadn't been cultivated to the high 9th level of the Emperor realm, he would have been seriously injured. Even now, his body was still being attacked by the coldness, which was quite uncomfortable. With such an amazing treasure, coupled with his own martial soul, the power exerted was indeed amazing. Especially when Lu Mingho had already imprisoned him with the Een Thunder Purgatory, but he could still attack from the outside. His attack wasn't weakened by the Een Thunder Purgatory at all. It was really amazing. Ling Xiao, now you understand. What do you mean by being the 10th Holy Sun? You've been trapped in the Een Thunder Purgatory by me. Even if you force your way out, you'll have to consume a lot of vital essence. In the end, you still can't escape defeat. It's not too late to admit defeat. You and I don't have any deep hatred. Kneel down and apologize, and I may let you go and not let you make a fool of yourself. Lu Mingho sneered as he attacked. Below the stage, Kill the Wolf was gnashing his teeth in anger. Lu Mingho, you dare to hurt him, I'll kill you. Brother Wolf, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to do this. This is a fair battle, but Ling Xiao refused to surrender. It's not right for you to vent your hatred on Lu Mingho. Gao Shen frowned. I don't care if he's right or not, he can't hurt my brother. Look at his smug face, he even dares to make Ling Xiao kneel. I'll kill him later. Kill the Wolf snorted coldly. Only now did Gao Shen understand that the relationship between Kill the Wolf and Ling Xiao was definitely not a simple friendship. It seemed to be on a deeper level. Brother Wolf, why are you so agitated? How can I lose to such a small trick? At this moment, Ling Xiao's voice came from the stage. Good boy, you really want to break this Een Thunder Purgatory? Good, since that's the case, I don't need to hold back. I'll definitely teach you a lesson later. Lu Mingho sneered. The reason why he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao after attacking for so long was because he could only lightly injure Ling Xiao. It was mainly because the Een Thunder Purgatory had taken away a lot of his true essence, causing his attacks to become a little weak. Since his opponent wanted to break the Een Thunder Purgatory, he was happy to see it happen. Because if his opponent wanted to break the Een Thunder Purgatory, he would have to consume almost all of his true essence. This was tantamount to admitting defeat. This time, Ling Xiao is finished. Yes, even if he breaks the Een Thunder Purgatory, his true essence will be severely depleted and he will be defeated. I didn't expect this. Lu Mingho is really worthy of being one of the 10 Holy Sun. The martial soul combined with the Ice Phoenix sword is actually so powerful. This time, even if Ling Xiao has 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he'll be in trouble. Moreover, the Ice Phoenix sword shouldn't be the only treasure on Lu Mingho. Ling Xiao was too careless at the beginning and didn't display his true strength at all. In the end, it's the previous winning streak that made him a little arrogant. That's right, young people should suffer some setbacks. I think it's not just a setback. Although Lu Mingho doesn't dare to kill him, he can still cripple his physical body. Everyone discussed animatedly. They all felt that Ling Xiao was doomed this time. Fortunately, this was the battle area of Divine Martial Sacred City and not outside. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably die. Just as the crowd was discussing animatedly, suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Everyone saw a terrifying energy suddenly erupt from the Yin Thunder Purgatory on the stage. It was like a thunderbolt. It directly blew up the Yin Thunder Purgatory. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion even forced Lu Mingho to retreat dozens of meters away. The impact of the impact caused the defensive wall to constantly tremble. With a rumbling sound, Ling Xiao escaped from the Yin Thunder Purgatory. The terrifying impact sent Lu Mingho flying. But this was nothing after all. The moment Lu Mingho flew out, his eyes were fixed on the center of the explosion. Then, the Ice Phoenix sword in his hand flew out. When the Ice Phoenix sword flew out of his hand, it was as if the Ice Phoenix had been reborn, blooming with an extremely resplendent light. It released a large amount of gloomy and austere cold air. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao was exhausted to completely defeat Ling Xiao. When Lu Mingho stabilized his body, he stepped on the ground and pounced over. As he rushed over, he took out a rope. This rope was like a python, but it was a little thin. He silently chanted an incantation, and the rope tore through the air. Its speed was actually a bit faster than the Ice Phoenix sword. It was as if a slender python was flying towards the sky. This rope was another treasure on Lu Mingho's body. It was called Python Rope. The name didn't sound like much, but this thing was incomparably powerful. Once it touched the opponent's body, it could instantly wrap around them. Then, under the control of the owner, it could be loosened or tightened. If the opponent tried to break free, it would only make the python rope even tighter. It would even strangle the person's internal organs out. It was quite terrifying. This thing used to be used to interrogate prisoners. If the prisoners didn't obey or didn't answer questions honestly, then they would suffer. It was enough to make you wish you were dead. This was also a divine Heavenly King artifact level treasure. Although it was of a low level, it didn't hinder its miraculous effects. Firstly, it couldn't be used for defense, and secondly, it couldn't be used to directly kill the enemy. However, it was an incredible treasure that could often catch the enemy off guard in battle. Of course, no matter what treasure it was, it had to be unexpected. Otherwise, no matter how good it was, once it was blocked, it would be meaningless. Lu Mingho's combat experience was indeed more than Black Fang's, and his combat skills were also stronger. He didn't directly use the python rope, but instead flew out the Ice Phoenix sword as a cover. When Ling Xiao's attention was focused on the Ice Phoenix sword's attack, he could seize the opportunity to use the python rope to control Ling Xiao. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to make Ling Xiao kneel and surrender. Lu Mingho was certain that Ling Xiao would not be able to block his attack. After breaking through the Yin Thunder Purgatory, how much true essence did Ling Xiao have left? Wasn't he still at his mercy? Lu Mingho was not the only one who thought so. Many of the martial artists in the audience also thought so. From the looks of it, Lu Mingho is definitely going to win. That's right. Lu Mingho is indeed worthy of being ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Even though that Ling Xiao once defeated Black Fang, he's still not strong enough to deal with him. That's right. Not only is Lu Mingho's cultivation higher than his, the two treasures in his hands are also very miraculous. Ling Xiao doesn't have any treasures, so he's naturally no match for them. Everyone was talking. Suddenly, the situation on the field changed. Eh? That's not right. Ling Xiao still has true essence? And I don't see any signs of exhaustion at all? What the hell? Just how abundant is the true essence in his body? No one expected that Ling Xiao would not be dispirited at all after breaking through the Yin Thunder Purgatory. It was truly shocking. While everyone was still in shock, the slaughter sword in Ling Xiao's right hand suddenly released a terrifying sword intent. 5 ferocious beast gods roared as they charged forward. They easily sent the Ice Phoenix sword flying. At the same time, they blasted toward Lu Mingho. His left hand directly displayed the Great Palm Seal. He pressed the python rope to the ground and wiped away the soul imprint inside. Boom! The terrifying power of the 5th level of the 12 Divine Beasts technique crashed into the groggy Lu Mingho. Because of the Yin Thunder Purgatory, Lu Mingho had consumed a lot of true essence. This time, because the soul imprint on the python rope was wiped away, he became groggy. Unable to block such a powerful attack, he was sent flying out of the arena. He spat out mouthfuls of blood miserably and could not stand up at all. How did this happen? Lu Mingho did not understand why he had lost at all. Logically speaking, everything was under his control. Unfortunately, he did not understand that Ling Xiao was a monster. The total amount of true essence and potential in his body had already reached the total amount of a divine physique echelon cultivator. Purely in terms of quantity, he was not afraid of anyone. After winning this battle, the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation increased again, reaching about 50%. It seemed that fighting with an expert was indeed a fast way to increase one's strength. I don't mind taking these two treasures. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and wiped away the soul imprint on the Ice Phoenix sword. Normally, he would not take away his opponent's items. After fighting 200 battles, he only took Black Fang's slaughter sword and Lu Mingho's two treasures. It was not because of anything else, but because these two fellows had impure motives to begin with. Since he could not kill them, he should at least collect some interest. Ling Xiao, do you really want to offend the Divine Sword Saint City? Lu Mingho gritted his teeth and roared. I already have children in the Sin Saint City, so why can't I offend the Divine Sword Saint City? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Sooner or later, the 3,000 holy cities would be under his feet. What did he have to fear? Good. Very good. Just you wait. Lu Mingho was helped away by someone, and he was furious. Brother Ling, you're really impressive. You defeated two Holy Sun. Although they were ranked at the bottom, it's still very impressive. Kill the Wolf laughed loudly when he saw Ling Xiao walk down. Among the 10 Holy Sun, the top 6 are the key. I think I can still defeat the other 4. Ling Xiao knew very well that this was not something to be proud of. After defeating Lu Mingho, he rested for a while. He wanted to learn from the battle with Lu Mingho. Half an hour later, the battle continued. Gao Shen had been waiting there. But the problem was that Ling Xiao did not encounter Gao Shen in more than 10 battles. He did not know what principle this random pairing was based on. But if he did not encounter him, then so be it. To be honest, it was not easy for Ling Xiao to defeat Gao Shen with his current strength. Unless he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. It was not a good thing to expose the Sky Tyrant martial spirit on such an occasion. So he was very glad about this result. Gao Shen was a little depressed. He had seen Ling Xiao defeat Lu Mingho. He still wanted to fight for the reputation of the 10 Holy Sons. Who knew that he would not encounter him? There were a lot of battles today, and he had accumulated more battle merits. So Ling Xiao decided to go to the exchange area. If there were suitable martial arts skills, he could learn them. Of course, if there were treasures, it would be good to have more skills. Seeing the treasures on Black Demon Fang and Lu Mingho's bodies, he also had this thought. Kill the Wolf escorted Ling Xiao all the way to the exchange area. Although Ling Xiao said that he did not need to escort him, he was still worried. Kill the Wolf wanted to escort Ling Xiao to the exchange area. According to him, Ling Xiao had offended the sacred city of Sin and the sacred city of Swords. There would definitely be many people who wanted to take Ling Xiao's life. The exchange area was different from the battle zone. In the battle zone, there was no way to fight in private. Although the exchange area also stipulated that private fights were not allowed, as long as they were not discovered, there was no problem. The number of warriors who were killed here was not just 1 or 2. Not all cases would be investigated. If an ordinary warrior died, then so be it. Almost no one would care about it. Unless you had a deep background. In that case, the sacred city of discipline would definitely strictly investigate if you died. This is the exchange area. Because it's a tower-shaped building, it's also called the exchange tower. Not long after, the two had arrived at the exchange area. Kill the Wolf pointed to a towering tower in front of them and said. Ling Xiao looked up. The exchange tower was so tall that he could not see the end of it. It was so tall that it reached the clouds. He did not know how many things were stored in it. It was so tall. The tower was very simple. Just by standing outside, one could feel a strange aura coming from it. It was tempting people to go in and investigate. Well, now that we're here, no one should dare to make a move. I'm going to the battle zone. I've only been watching you fight these few days. I haven't fought much. It's good to have some fun. Kill the Wolf smiled and turned to leave. After sending off Kill the Wolf, Ling Xiao stepped into the first floor of the exchange tower. The first floor was huge. There were no martial skills or treasure stored. It was more like an office hall. It was just that the place was very big. It probably covered more than 10,000 acres. Due to Ling Xiao's recent rise in fame in the war zone, he attracted a lot of attention when he arrived here. However, he had long been used to the feeling of being noticed and did not care. Young master, there's news over there. Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Jiang Nan rushing over. Ling Xiao led her to a secluded place. Jiang Nan, are you talking about the complaint? In his opinion, Jiang Nan should have come here personally to find him for this matter. There was no need to mobilize so many people for other things. That's right. It's about the complaint. Jiang Nan nodded, although the commandment Sacred City hasn't made a clear statement yet. However, I heard from some of my friends that Scarlet Sun Sacred City is preparing to make a move on you. Attack me? Ling Xiao was stunned. No way. Just because of the lawsuit against Qi Xiao? It's precisely because of this that even though Crimson Sun Holy City is the leader of the 10 great holy cities, there's a sense of pettiness and vengeance in their bones. You actually dared to sue Qi Xiao, which is equivalent to declaring war on Scarlet Sun Holy City. They won't let you off. Jiang Nan sighed. Looks like the commandment Sacred City has leaked the information about me. It's just as we expected. Humph, Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He didn't have much hope for the commandment Sacred City in the first place, but this way of handling things still made him very unhappy. The high and mighty image of the commandment Sacred City fell a lot in his heart. Jiang Nan, you don't have to worry about me. Go back and tell Qihua and Qinglian that they must protect Fighting Soul Sacred City. I'm very safe here. Ling Xiao really had nothing to fear. Unless the commandment Sacred City's law master personally came out, who else could be his opponent? Don't forget that his troll demon king was a great killing machine. Got it. Jiang Nan nodded and left. Ling Xiao also went to the registration office. The person in charge of the registration office was actually a law disciple of the commandment Sacred City. Ling Xiao also noticed that there were a few very powerful auras in the exchange tower. Commandment Knights, he didn't expect the commandment Sacred City to place so much importance on this place, sending at least 13 commandment Knights to stay here. In addition to this, there was also a very terrifying aura. Although it was vague, Ling Xiao still felt it. That should be the tower master of the exchange tower. Ling Xiao thought to himself. It was said that the tower master was an expert on the same level as the law master. Perhaps this was the reason why no one dared to cause trouble here. You're Ling Xiao? The Ling Xiao who won 213 consecutive battles in the battle zone? Seeing Ling Xiao's name, the law disciple in charge of the registration asked in surprise. Obviously, Ling Xiao had become a celebrity here. He had won 213 matches in a row, and all of his opponents had a much higher cultivation base than him. Even the Valkyrie Yang Shui couldn't achieve such a record. No wonder he was so excited. You flatter me. How do I exchange for martial arts techniques here? Ling Xiao asked. That's very simple. With the war merit points you've obtained, it shouldn't be a problem to exchange for a 9th level Emperor martial art. Of course, you can also exchange for a Divine Heavenly King artifact weapon. So you can go to the 9th floor. There will be what you want there. I'm your fan, so I can tell you a secret. The exchange tower has been established for tens of thousands of years. Many senior martial artists have cultivated and exchanged for martial arts techniques here. They might have left some good stuff in there. It all depends on whether you have the luck and the opportunity. The law disciple smiled. Thank you. Ling Xiao generally had a good attitude towards these people who were on good terms with him. There's one more thing you have to remember. Treasures and weapons exchanged with war merit points can be taken away. But martial arts techniques can't be taken out. You can only memorize and comprehend them here. As for how long you have to spend, there's no limit. It doesn't matter if you don't go out for the rest of your life. Remember, with your war merit points, you can only choose one martial arts technique. If you want to memorize and look at other things, it's against the rules. You'll be permanently expelled from the exchange tower and can never enter again. This law disciple was indeed Ling Xiao's fan. He explained the matter in detail because he didn't want Ling Xiao to violate the rules. Thank you for your guidance. Ling Xiao smiled and walked upstairs. There was no need for anything like a waste tag here. Once you registered, your data would be entered into the system. No matter how long you stayed inside and what you did, you wouldn't be able to escape the Dharma Eyes here. The Dharma Eyes were a monitoring system. It could monitor every corner of the exchange tower. It was a very powerful and convenient thing. This was also the reason why the law disciple didn't let Ling Xiao violate the rules. It was because he couldn't escape the surveillance. From the first floor to the 9th floor, he could directly go through the elevator. He just had to choose the floor. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the other floors, so he went through the elevator and came directly to the entrance of the 9th floor. This floor was at least 100 meters high. The 9th floor also reached a height of 900 meters. No wonder when looking up from below, it felt like it was towering into the clouds. The 9th floor was also very big. Although it wasn't as big as the first floor, it was still so big that it made people doubt their life. There were also apprentices working on the 9th floor. What they had to do was just some chores. As for the supervision, with the existence of the Dharma Eye, they didn't have to worry about it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Commandment Sacred City had almost become the rule maker of the 3,000 sacred cities. It seemed that the 3,000 sacred cities had to revolve around them. As expected of an organization directly under the Golden City, it was indeed different. But even so, Ling Xiao didn't take the Commandment Sacred City seriously. After all, it was only the boss of the 3,000 sacred cities. In the Golden City, it was nothing at all. Ling Xiao's goal was to become the strongest in the Golden City. He even wanted to control the entire Golden Sky region in his hands. But this goal needed to be achieved slowly. For now, he could only take one step at a time and walk steadily. The moment the door of the 9th floor opened, Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura coming toward him. This aura almost made him lose his footing. He had to activate the Tyrant Martial Soul's aura to resist. As expected of the storage place of Emperor Rank 9 martial skills and Divine Heavenly Emperor artifacts. It was really extraordinary. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the 9th floor, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. Somewhere, in a room responsible for controlling the Dharma Eye, several commandment knights couldn't help but laugh. I just gave this kid a show of strength, I didn't expect him to withstand it. I heard that he has won more than 200 battles in a row in the battle zone. He's amazing. That's nothing. He has only joined the 3,000 sacred cities for 3 to 4 months, and now he has become the manager of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Not only that, according to reliable sources, he is now the great sacred lord of the Fighting Soul Alliance. He has a total of 11 sacred cities under him. Is this kid planning to rebel? Hee, don't joke around. Even if the 3,000 sacred cities join forces, they can't be a match for the Commandment Sacred City. Not to mention there are only 11 of them. But I don't know what his relationship with Zhao Fengyun is. Zhao Fengyun actually gave up her position in the Golden City to help him in the Fighting Soul Sacred City? Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. If he's not strong enough, he can't even step into the Golden City. Even the Golden Emperor can't support him. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Greetings, Tower Master. Everyone hurriedly knelt on the ground. The Pagoda Lord was in existence on the same level as the Lord of Law. Furthermore, they were also subordinate to the Sacred Commandment City. The disciplinary knight naturally didn't dare to act rashly in front of him. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside, nor did he care. At this moment, he had already entered the 9th level. The vast and boundless sea of books. There were countless items that recorded classic martial arts and cultivation methods. It was simply a dazzling lineup that could dazzle one's eyes. What a powerful formation. Yuan venerates were awakened by the array formation here. Yes, the array formation here is indeed very strong, but master should be able to break it, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Of course, I'm not an incompetent person. Yuan venerate said proudly. He was not bragging. He was in existence from the immortal Lyceum continent, the strongest alchemist and formation master in the entire mystic world. He was invincible. Master, this place is so big. I'm afraid it'll take years, or even decades, or even centuries to choose a cultivation method. Where would I have the time to cultivate? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. That's why it all depends on your luck. Everything in this world has the opportunity to make a choice. If you choose it, wouldn't it also choose you? Yuan venerate smiled. Let's walk around casually first. That little disciple's words were very interesting. According to what he said, the 9th level might have unexpected benefits. Great minds think alike. Ling Xiao smiled and started walking around the 9th level. His speed was very fast. He didn't look at any cultivation methods or treasures. This was because he believed that as long as he encountered something suitable, he would definitely be able to sense it. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly stopped. The Tyrant martial soul didn't react. However, the Yushan beast soul had a strong reaction. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. The Yushan beast soul was only a remnant soul now. Ling Xiao had only obtained the complete beast soul of the Yushan beast soul and the Yushan beast soul. Now, he actually felt the energy fluctuations of the Yushan beast soul. Did this mean that there was something related to the Yushan beast soul here, regardless of whether it was a remnant soul or a martial technique mystic ability? They were all extremely attractive things. Your luck is really good, kid. It seems like some things have come to you. You can't hide from them. Yuan venerate chuckled. Don't worry. Go ahead and get what you want. I have a way to deal with those Dharma eyes for you. Avoid them? But once you do, they will probably discover it. It won't be good if the disciplinary knights are lured over. Ling Xiao frowned. Idiot, do you think I don't know? Don't worry, I won't use such a stupid method. Yuan venerate chuckled. Alright, I'll leave everything to you, master. I'll go get it. Ling Xiao understood Yuan venerate's abilities very well, so he wasn't worried. Instead, he walked in the direction of the Yushan beast soul. Currently, he hadn't even fully grasped the bloodline power of the Yushan beast soul. He had only grasped 1% of it. The Yushan beast soul had yet to fuse. However, this didn't mean that he was eager to obtain the power of the rest of the beast souls. Even if he didn't use it himself, he definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, very terrifying opponents would definitely appear. Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of such opponents because of the uniqueness of the Tyrant Sky Martial Soul. However, once they appeared, it would be very troublesome. The smart thing to do would be to take all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods for himself. Quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes. Perhaps there would be strange changes when all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods were gathered. Ling Xiao's speed was very fast. However, because he had been like this before, he didn't attract the attention of others. If he suddenly slowed down, he would attract attention. After all, there were still dozens of martialists searching for secret manuals on the 9th level. In addition, there were hundreds of disciples working there. Some things couldn't be done too obviously. Otherwise, it would easily attract trouble. Even though he was very anxious deep down. Come to think of it, this thing had been in the exchange tower for who knew how many years? It had only appeared when he had appeared here. This was the so-called opportunity. He actually didn't need to worry. Finally, he arrived at the place where the Yushan beast soul's reaction was the strongest. There was a book here. It looked very ordinary and didn't have any special features. It was a beginner level 9 Emperor class martial technique. Most people who could reach the 9th level were extreme core realm martialists. They simply didn't care about beginner level 9 Emperor class martial techniques. Therefore, although this book was clean, it was only because the disciples often cleaned it. No one had really flipped through it. End of chapter 4350. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.